Yo, coach is going on, man. What's going on? Hey, it is a great day to have a great day. Super hyped up, pumped up for this. Go ahead and start with the check in. Y'all know how this works on the lives, on the clinics. We always do a check in. That's what the first kind of 30 minutes is about. Kind of get some guys in. You better have your coffee. It's going to be a long day. Now, of course, I think I've had this question about a billion times. Coach, do I have to stay the whole time? Well, no, this isn't prison. So do what you gotta do. Come and go as you please. Just know I'm gonna be here, and we're gonna have speakers all day long. So pretty much you should have uh, the schedule. I've put it everywhere. I put it on Facebook, Twitter. I've emailed it to my email list. Everybody should have a schedule. Some changes to the schedule already this morning. It is what it is. No big issue. But my 10 o'clock speaker, Coach Flora, he's not going to be able to make it. Um, and then Coach Kane, which I'm not sure what time he is. He's an afternoon time. Um, just this weekend, guys. The reason I'm doing it this weekend, kind of clear some air. The reason I chose this weekend is because my wife is out of town. She was going on a cruise. The reason I'm not on that cruise is because I teach, and I just didn't have the days to take for a 5-day cruise. So yeah, so that's why I'm here hanging with y'all. So, but where I was going with that, um, we're gonna adjust. Okay, so with this weekend, it's like a big recruiting weekend for colleges. So a lot of guys that I would have had on are not able to because of that. So it is what it is. But if this sounds great, make sure you like the video. Hey man, look, I can't show it to y'all, but I have my subscriber count. It's updating live right here on my big screen right here. We're at 990. So there's no reason why we can't get to 1,000 today and more. So go ahead with the check-ins. Guys are still blowing me up, which appreciate that, guys. Let's see. Make sure you guys are liking and make sure you subscribe. Let's see. Check-ins. Coach Gootwine, my guy. What's going on, Coach? What's going on? What's going on? I'm glad you're here. Good morning, everybody. Coach Kramer. Good morning, everybody. Heck yeah. Guys, make sure you put in where are you from? What do you coach? Coach Gootwine, OL, Green Bay West High School in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Appreciate you, Coach. Yeah, like I said, this first 30 minutes is just check in, hang out. So yeah. We'll see. Y'all go retweet the stream for me as well. If you're looking at it on Twitter, make sure you do that for me, please. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. Coach Job, good morning. Speaking here from Brazil. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach Ramos, good morning, everyone. Coach Kramer is the OL, but he's the head coach at Edward Little High School in Auburn, Maine. Coach, how cold is it in Auburn, Maine right now? Coach Fish, good morning, friends. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach Gerald Johnson, Caroline High School, my guy. Appreciate you, Coach, for being here. Jeff Allen, head coach at Peterborough, Ontario, Canada. That is awesome. Let's see. Coach Ramos, Delaware Youth Football. Appreciate you, Coach. Hey, got a lot of love for the youth coaches, man. We can't do what we do without the youth and middle school coaches. Coach Cunningham, offensive line coach at McFarland High School, McFarland, Wisconsin. Let's see. Let me make sure everything's going right. Okay, it is. Good. And then let's see. Coach Weir. I hope it's Weir. OL at Huron Heights. Okay. And Newmarket, Antonio, Canada. Man, love it. Coach Van Horn, wide receiver at Southport High School in Rock Hill. Love you, Coach. Appreciate it. Coach Whiting. Sorry, guys. My throat scratch. I'm coughing and all that stuff. Good morning, Coach Whiting. Hey, Coach at Augusta Eagles in Augusta, Georgia. Appreciate you, Coach. I'm gonna say Coach Mudick. Maybe Coach Mudick. Good morning from Europe. Okay. I don't even want to say how to pronounce that, Coach. Is it Urbro? Urbro? I don't know. Urbro. Black Knights in Sweden. Appreciate you, Coach. Bedford High School, OL coach in Bedford, Indiana. Coach Mo, appreciate you. Like I said, Coach Job, head coach OC for the Spartans here in Brazil. Coach Fish, free agent, OL coach formerly of Hilbert College and Erie Community College. Heck yeah. Coach Hamill, my guy. OL coach Jan Robinson here in North Carolina. Guys, if you didn't know, we have guys from everywhere. Now, when I say everywhere, I mean multiple states across the United States. I think we might have one representative from every state. I was going to do the tracking on that, but I didn't have the time last night. I'm pretty sure if I went and looked at my spreadsheet, I'm pretty sure we have one coach from every state. But on top of that, throughout the course of the day, we are going to have coaches from all across the world. Okay. My coach right here, he's from Brazil, coach from Sweden. Obviously, a lot of guys from Canada. Yeah. There's my guy. We've got coaches from Israel, uh, Egypt, Australia, Italy, France, obviously the UK. Let's see, Coach Torres. Good morning, all. Coach Torres, running backs DBs at Coronado High School in San Diego. That's my guy. Shout out to Coach Torres. If y'all know Kurt Hines on Twitter, social media, great head coach, motivational guy. That's his head coach. Appreciate you, Coach Torres. Coach Dickens, morning all. Morning, Coach. Morning, guys. Coach Dickens is from Nova Scotia. And then Coach Brown, who's the OL coach at Liberty High School in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. So yeah, guys, we are rolling. So with the schedule, okay, I was struggling to find a guy for the first one because my dude, Coach Davidson, son got sick, and he's having to take care of him, which is totally understandable. And so he's not going to be able to lead us off this morning. So I know on the schedule it says that we are doing. I'm talking about unbalanced formations. I'm not talking about unbalanced formations. So I kind of just put it on there so we can get the schedule out. I can if I want to talk about unbalanced formations, but I was going to talk about multiple OL within your formations. But Coach McCray from Allen, Texas, is going to talk about that. So I'm not going to steal his thunder. He knows way more and he's a better coach than I am. So he's going to talk about that, and then we'll get it rolling. But at 8:30, probably we're going to watch some film. Just some things we did North Norway I think were really good. And we're going to talk about that and stuff like that. Okay, Coach Moretti, Paulo Moretti, wide receivers and quarterbacks for that team. The reason I'm not attempting to read it, Coach, is because I don't want to butcher it. But they're in Florence, Italy. Appreciate you, Coach. Like I said, man, Coach Tatum's channel going worldwide. But if this sounds great, make sure you hit like, guys, and then make sure you subscribe. We're 8 away from 1,000, and I would love for you guys to be on here when we hit 1,000. Coach Mott, morning, gentlemen. OL run game coordinator at Benjamin Franklin High School in Arizona. The coach is up early. All my California, Arizona guys, all my West Coast guys getting up, grinding early. Appreciate the love. Make sure you keep checking in. Coach Johnson says, Coach Moretti, my guy. Yeah, y'all interact with each other. Make sure that you're talking and make sure everybody feels welcome. This is absolutely awesome. Make sure you share it and like it, and make sure you subscribe. 808. You can't tell me that all 38 of you guys, 39, 40, that keeps going up, are all subscribed. No, you're not. So, all right. Let's see. Yep. So another 20 minutes of check-ins. I got my water right here. Yes, I'm using my wife's cup. I'm not as bougie like that. While you're checking in, guys, tell me a little bit about two things. One, you've already done your check-in, tell me where you're from. If you haven't yet, keep doing that. Two, what is two-part question? One, how'd you finish last year? Guys, we went 3-7 and struggled a lot. We did some good things. We didn't do a lot of great things, but um, I think we did some really cool things this year. And my first year calling offense, but the record is what it is. But I want to know what was y'all's record last year? Just put record. I mean, you don't have to put like, oh, we did this, did that. If you want to, it's whatever. But what was your record last year? And then another one. What is one thing, at least, you can put multiple, what's one thing that you want to get better at this off season? You know, with clinics, visiting schools, just your own development. Um, I guess for me, I want to get better at defense. That's why my clinic series, I'm having more and more defensive guys on. Now, this week, it's going to be an offensive guy just because Coach Cooley is my guy. So I'm going to have his video go out. Then I have a string of defensive guys. But I know basics of defense. I want to know intricacies of defense. Like I want to know. You know what I mean? So that's my biggest thing. So I'm kind of like jumping into things. Coach Velez, good morning. Good morning to you, Coach. Hope you were doing awesome. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. It is 12 minutes. 12 minutes of about 12 and a half hours of lock and loaded. Coach Weir, 11-1. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, man. Getting after it. 11-1. Clinics, you want to get better at triple option? Okay. Well, I had a triple option speaker, but he unfortunately couldn't make it happen today. But I'm sure we can try and figure something out for you, Coach. Coach Dickens, 5-4. Okay, then bronze in the playoffs. Need to get better at O-line schemes outside of my comfort zone. Okay, so what specifically are you looking for? Run a Canadian version of double wing. Not sure what a Canadian version of something is, but if you can elaborate. Which I'm like CFL Canadian style football. Let me know. The man, the myth, the legend, Coach Austin Trotter. Y'all know who he is. Coach Trotter, good morning. Listening, headed out of town, man. Love it. Enjoy going out of town. Coach Moran, one of our speakers. How you doing, Coach? Coach Moran, Martin Luther King High School, OL, run game coordinator in Philly. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach is one of our speakers, came to hang out with us. Coach Totten, Trenton High School, OL. Good morning. Good morning. Coach Dickens, inside zone, wide zone stuff. Okay, cool. Coach Lowry, how do you teach the OL part of speed option? Well, for me, when we ran speed option, we did it backside of whatever play you're running. So I would say whatever your base call is, whether you're running wide zone, whether you're running power, which you have to teach some things, whether you run inside zone, read, I would have the line block the play that we've always blocked, right? So we're going to go inside zone to the right, and we're going to read the backside defensive end. But let's run speed option to the left. Don't teach the OL anything new. They're running inside zone to the right. We're running speed option to the left. Quarterback, running back, only ones have to get their pitch relationship correct. the read correct, don't touch the offensive line. I don't teach the OL any different on speed option. Now, one thing you could do if you want to read the front side guy, say the back side guy, run duo. Okay, duo without a tight end H back. So you're still getting your two double teams. Now your front side guy is your read. Now pitch off of him, but don't change the offensive line. In my opinion, might be wrong, probably not, but don't change the offensive line. Let them run what you run. Sam Sports Media Network coach says, I want to add more trap play and don't want to overdo it because it works for us. How do I balance it? I'm going to assume you're saying that you want to add more to your trap play because you already run trap because it works for you. How do you balance it? I would say it depends on how many runs you have. And if trap is what you do, then you need to invest in it. Get multiple through it. Because if that's what you do, that's what you do. Who cares about all the other stuff you run? Like last year, we gonna run power. Okay, last year we were gonna run a power. Eventually, when it's on me, I'm gonna run counter. Okay, so last year trying to find ways to get multiple in power was big for us. So if you needed to drop a run or drop a scheme to add something to power, now up front they're gonna run power, right? They ain't changing. Two double teams, block back, skip, pull, hinge. Like it's not gonna change. So do that with trap. Just get multiple with it, and maybe you need to change something, drop something, so you can be balanced. Coach Torres 3-8, expand general knowledge, and that's the mark of a good coach, man. Expand your knowledge. Want to soak up everything, especially young guys like us. Coach Gray, Coach Richard Gray, O-line, Jordan High School in North Carolina. Shout out to North Carolina guys coming out in force. Great morning. Great morning to you, Coach. Tell me all these names. Let's see. I'm gonna say Fadrosi, Coach Fadrosi. Let's see. Sorry, my brother's sending me something. Coach Fadrosi. If I'm butchering your name, I apologize. I'm not an English teacher. Retired college coach, 1-9, youth fourth grade last year. What can fifth grade handle up front? Fifth grade can handle whatever you can teach, whatever you can get them to understand. I've coached middle school. That's the lowest I've coached. I've helped out with some new stuff, but I've never coached them. So so I guess the youngest I've ever had to deal with and coach is 11 years old, right? What I have found is that your kids can handle whatever you spend time on. Now you're gonna have your jokers. I know kids, yes, but whatever you decide to invest in, they're gonna be able to do. So what I would do simple gap down backer, up front gap scheme. I don't think I'm speaking strange when I explain that. Or I would teach simple zone rules. Okay. Um, I would do. I don't think I would do cover on cover with young guys, but what I would teach them is you're always trying to double somebody, always. So regardless of front, always trying to double 2-on-2, right guard or right tackle. I mean, right tackle's solo, right guard center, double whoever the D lineman is, play side to the play side linebacker, try and teach him that. And then backside, guard and tackle, always double the backside D lineman to the backside linebacker. And then if you have a tight end or H-back, somebody to account for that backside. Let me see. Other questions, guys. Keep them coming. Coach Lowry, interesting concept. I like it. Could be a good way to distract the linebacker if they regard. No doubt. That was the speed option question. My bad. I'm driving. No worries, Coach. Hey, don't be texting driving. Coach McMahon. Coach Mack, got me high school with 9 and 4, interested in Gallop technique at the high school level and overlapping technique on combos. See a lot on TV, but not in high school. Yeah, talked to a coach, excuse me, last week, and we talked Gallop and we talked about piggybacking, overlapping type stuff. I'm definitely gonna be doing that more this year. We dabbled in it a little bit my last stop, but we'll definitely be doing that. Love it. Coach Matt Mahan is one of our speakers, by the way, if y'all didn't know. And Gaffney is a historical program in the state of South Carolina. So excited to have Coach on. Let's see. Coach Gutwein, 1-8. Improvements made offensively from winless year one, doubling our yards per catch or yards per carry. However, still young culture. Clinics wise, wanting to learn about defensive rules more to take advantage of the scheme, no doubt. Um, I plan on doing a defensive coaches clinic, guys. I don't know when that's going to be at all. Because I still have my do my OC clinic, but I'd like to do a DC clinic. It's not what we run. We have weak linemen, so everyone thing got to be quick. I understand. Coach Dan Miller, Portland, Oregon, OLDL, 8-2 record, looking for a third run scheme after inside zone and multiple counter schemes. Well, Coach, there's two for you. I'm just definitely joking right here, right? I'm not trying to tell you what to run, but you asked. If you were to run the counters, there's only two things you can run, in my opinion. What I would do: run power or run buck, pin and pull buck, so whatever you want to call it. That's what I would do. If you're already running counter, you're basically running power, right? Just change the pull for the guy on the backside. So yeah, that's what I would do: run power, and the pin and pull it's pretty simple, right? So, Coach Marcelo Newkirk, understanding the overall big picture of defenses, goals, and objectives, understanding the pictures defenses present. Ditto. Same. I'm with you. Let's see. Coach Kramer, expand knowledge on techniques for undersized, weaker, but undisciplined linemen, specifically blocking services, shoulder contact versus hand contact. I like it. Coach Fatrosi, thank you. Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you being here. Guys, 23 minutes into the stream. Make sure you have subscribed. I know I'm saying that a lot, but we are 4 away. 4 away. Let me check socials, make sure everybody's good. I feel like some people have been texting me. I don't want to miss anybody. Also, we're gonna watch some film at 8:30 potentially. I don't want anybody to get mad at me. But if you want to come through. If you want to talk right now, not present, but if you want to come and talk to me this morning at 8:30 to 9, DM me on Twitter. If you have my Twitter is at Coach Tatum 90. This right here, it says Coach Tatum right here. It's Coach Tatum, puts the 90 on it. If you put Coach Tatum, you'll find me. Like Dion, I'm not hard to find. DM me. And then if you DM me and you ask to come on, I'll send you an invite. We can come on and talk for 30 minutes. Multiple guys. I think I can get like 5 to 6 guys on here at one time. I'd love to have a roundtable real quick. Just a straight up, spontaneous roundtable. We just talk. Yeah, but if you want to come on and hang out, DM me. I'm serious about that. There's 50 guys on here. 50 guys ain't DM me right now. So Last of the Fullbacks. If you don't follow Last of the Fullbacks on Twitter, you need to go right now and follow him. I don't know who runs Last of the Fullbacks, but he is a great account. You won't be disappointed. This is counter power. Switch it up with down schemes, pin and pull. All similar teaching progression, 100%. On the front side, it's all the same. Well, pin and pull is different, but excuse me, power and counter is the same. So now you're just changing up the pulls. And teaching a skip pull versus trap pull ain't hard. Okay. Let's see, Coach Trotter, counter, dart, power, tackle wrap, GH counter, GT counter. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I know my late mentor was huge. Um, he was huge on dart, man. Huge. Let me see. All right, Coach Gootwine ain't scared to come on and talk. So I'm about to send him a DM with the details to come on and talk. Coach Mott, 74 general knowledge, looking for possible change up to pregame drills. I like it. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, with my iPad. Yeah, Coach. So Coach Livet or Livette, I don't know how to say his name. I apologize. From Hawking College, at 9 o'clock, he's gonna go over EDDs. So hopefully that can help you out. Last of the fullbacks is an S tier page. Salute. Heck yeah, sure is. All right, let's get Coach Gutwine on here, and we'll talk a little bit. Coach Gutwine just sent you that. Come through and hang out. Then Coach Bardrosi wants to come hang out. I love it. I'm sending you that too, Coach. Just join that. Oh my goodness. Coach Saunier, my guy. Coach Saunier is awesome. He is awesome. O-line coach. He's going to come on and talk to us as well. Guys, just DM y'all that link. Come out and hang out. Kevin Hopkins, Coach Hop, OL, Page High School in Greensboro, North Carolina. I love it, Coach. Appreciate you being here, expanding knowledge. Okay, then Coach Gideon. I know how do you see your last name? It's Cavallo. I would hope it's Cavallo. Coach says pass pro versus multiple fronts and close loopholes for each call and condense them. Also, best ways to still run base plays and combat a dominant player of the defense. All right. Heck yeah. Coach Brandon, I mean, how do you say your last name? Is it Ron Aker or Ron Nature? I don't know. I'm terrible, guys. Coach says yes, awesome. Heck yeah. And yeah, Coach Hop Page went 5-6. All right. Let's see. All right. I sent the invite to those guys. They probably checking the hair, make sure everything's good. You know how folks are. Just kidding. But yeah. All right. If nobody's watching on Facebook, I'm about to turn that off because remove because I don't want to slow us down. Cool. All right. Twitter and Facebook. I mean, Facebook's gone. Twitter and YouTube are up and going, guys. We're still 4 away from 1,000. Let me show you this. I'm gonna show you this so you guys. Y'all think I'm playing? Ain't nobody playing. There you go. 996. We can make that go up. Sitting here right now. Okay, we're at 1 minute from technically the first session. There goes one. Boom. 997. You guys are awesome. 997. For those coaches that asked if they could come join, heck yeah, guys. You just got to click the link, come through. $9.97. There he is. Scoot Wine. Let's see. Let me get him on here. What's up, Coach? What's happening?
I'm good. You hear me?
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you.
Sounds good.
Coach, is it Quadrosi?
No, you got it right, Fedrosi. Yeah. That was right.
All right, cool. Like I said, I'm not an English teacher, so I don't grammar. I don't do none of that stuff. I teach social studies. I be butchering historical figures' names. Like if I don't know it already, I call them by their first letter. So that'll be
Call me
Coach
Dan.
G. Oh, but yeah, guys. I'll remove that. What's going on? How y'all doing this morning?
Good morning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
doing good.
heck yeah. Just guys, I've been waiting for this day for obviously several months, and so it's like Christmas almost. Do your own clinic, but appreciate y'all hopping on. Um, the the biggest thing with this is just the community of O line coaches or just offensive coaches, whoever wants to come out and learn some OL play. So appreciate y'all investing in that as well. Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys, if y'all have a question, we'll talk about it. Just kind of round table type deal. If you have a question y'all want to put out there, I guess one thing we can ask is, have y'all dabbled, I guess, in like the Gallop, like piggyback type double team stuff? And if you have, like, what, like, so Coach for Jersey, how's that help with you?
Well, I will say this. So in 2009 and 2010, I was a graduate assistant at North Dakota State, and this was the first time I had seen or kind of been, we actually use the term shuffle,
Yeah,
and I'm not sure if that's the exact same as Gallup. I had never seen that before in my other stops. And Scott Fuchs, who was the offensive line coach, went down, I think it was to the Mushroom Clinic,
yeah,
the O-line clinic in Cincinnati is what they call it.
yeah,
And
yeah.
he heard
Mushroom
that, and
Society, yeah,
yeah, we started implementing that in 2009 and 2010. I'd never seen anything so effective in keeping your body square. And now this was pre NDSU and their, massive run, right?
yeah.
We were actually, I think we went 3-8 my first year there, and the next year we got better and snuck in the playoffs, and then they went on the run. But the what we called the shuffle, or more of a gallop, just keep yourself square
Mhm.
versus lead steps. I've told people, I think was one of the biggest reasons NDSU got to where they were from a technical standpoint. Culture and all those things are a different conversation, but from an O-line play to be able to keep your back on a track versus them having to play off of offensive line blocks, it's easier for the offensive line to just stay on track and pick people up that come into their space, and the running back can stay on his A gap track, especially for things like A gap power. I have not seen it done better than my time there, and I've started to see more people do it. But it is such an effective way to keep yourself square and keep your run play on track versus deviating off what the defense does. Because I think lead steps kind of start forcing your blocks combos on angles versus just
Mhm.
staying square. It was one of the most effective things I've ever seen, and I think it has a huge reason to why they've been successful since then. It's my opinion.
Awesome, Coach. Go on. What about you?
Yeah, we didn't really do too much of Gallup. So the school I work at, Green Bay West High School, we've got a lot of the guys playing for the first time.
Okay.
So they're not really used to the game in general. So for us, teaching the lead step is a little bit better for us. It keeps them a little bit more of, all right, we know what our track is. We're gonna, run it, especially when we're doing zone. A lot of the guys at our school have issues with, you know, gap plays where they won't get themselves into a good position early. Like they're not trying to use their leverage correctly. So
Mhm.
the way we kind of work our double teams is more with the lead step, and maybe introducing Gallop as we get a little bit more experience will be beneficial for us. But currently, we don't use the Gallop.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I've dabbled in it a little bit, and I want to expand upon it. 'Cause I've always been a shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, move 'em off the ball type of guy, and nothing wrong with that. Obviously, just different type of way to teach it. Even with zone or gap schemes, so I kind of want to work on piggyback zone, shuffle or gallop for your gap scheme stuff.
Now, the only other quick thing I'll add in real quick is this wasn't a big point of emphasis for us at the beginning, but when we started doing it, we started feeling like it was really taking the head out of the double team So
Okay.
from a safety standpoint, again, this was not the reason why we did it, no offense,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
NDSU is about winning national titles, and this is going to help us win. So we
Yeah.
started evaluating it, and I think it was even Tim Polasek, who was a running back coach there, who's the head coach now. He was like, we're not seeing very many people smash their helmets into these guys. It gets you to shoulder so well.
Yeah.
And Scott, and I don't know if they teach it now, he taught what's called the flipper technique. There
Yeah.
was no hand placement on, especially the double teams for power and whatnot,
Mhm.
but it's all flipper and lift. And I think from a standpoint, and again, Tim and Scott used to say the same thing. If you're teaching flipper, you don't have to worry about a broken finger on a aiming point double team. There was a lot of ancillary benefits to safety that, again, we didn't approach it for that. But from a double team, from a power and gap standpoint, there is a lot of value. And from a safety standpoint, that I would highly recommend it, both for the effectiveness of it to keep yourself square, the ease of it. The footwork is much easier than I thought it was. I was a tight ends coach, GA at the time, and I was like, man, is this going to be easy to teach? And the great thing about it is you can actually use lines on the field, because it's kind of about getting your foot down, hammering it down, and then pounding back to keep yourself on that gallop. And we literally would just use the tick marks on the field. So I'd actually rarely would ever use any kind of pads, at least on the on the field.
Yeah.
It was super effective, and I think there was also a safety element that I would highly recommend for people that want to consider it from a technique standpoint.
Heck yeah. So what was y'all's most effective runs? Maybe top three, or if y'all have more than that, it's cool. Coach Goodwine, what was y'all's more? What was y'all's bread and butter in the running game?
So number one by far was our inside zone game. That was pretty effective for us all year, and that was kind of where we built our run game base off of. Then we went outside zone later in the year. With Wisconsin, a lot of it is you do it just all week to week, so you don't have everything installed for the whole season. You're gonna install it week to week for where we're at.
Uh-oh.
And
Might have lost him.
you guys still got me?
Can y'all hear me?
I got you, Coach.
Oh,
I got
there he is. Yeah, there you go. Kind of bugged out for a second. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, so you'll have things installed for a couple games, and then it might not be in the next plan for 3 weeks, especially even our run game. We do a lot of things off of QB wristband rather than signal things in. So later in the year we went to outside zone, became pretty effective for us, especially in our rivalry game, and then ended up going with power. Power was installed for the whole season. That was one of the few hand signals we had power attached to it. It was QB power, and so it was really more of an empty look, reading the sixth guy. If the frontside backer went with the back, running a swing out of the backfield, QB would run the power. So it's almost more like running RPO with it, but that ended up being really effective for us.
Okay. Coach.
Yeah, I mean, I guess again, I've had so many different stops. It kind of comes down to the philosophy of the place. But I'll reference NDSU real quick because we were talking about the Gallop and the shuffler and whatnot. We were such a big gap scheme team. We were actually very limited in our zone, and I think they adapted to that over time with Coach Kleiman and Coach Ensign. Again, I don't know what the future staff's process will be as far as zone versus gap. But we were such a heavy gap team that we were so big on A gap power, which I think a lot of people talk about, and in my opinion, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I don't know if people really understand the true element of what A-gap power at the North Dakota State or the old school Buck Nystrom A-gap power, which I had a chance to work with Buck at Northern Michigan in my last stop. So at NDSU, we were so big on A-gap power G, and there was a couple different variations of G scheme, again, Buck sweep. G scheme, and then also a concept that we called STAR, which is really true C gap power, aiming point at the C gap power that you're just trying to ram it in there for 2 or 3 yards at the end zone. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. You're actually starting to see it in the NFL. I've seen a few variations. I had never seen that concept before. Aim at the C gap, power it in with a front side guard pulling, and then you're just hammering down everybody else, and you are ramming that thing in the C gap for 2 or 3 yards. And Tyler Roll, who was the offensive coordinator there for a long time, just took a job at Texas State as the OC, was probably one of the most highly regarded guys at North Dakota State when he ran that type of play for years and years, and then helped him to beat Minnesota. So those concepts were by far our biggest at the time. And then the other places I went to, I was at a school that we were so heavy on inside zone. We were probably at 90% inside zone team at my alma mater at Saginaw Valley, which was one of my last stops. So again, it really just comes down to pro, as Coach kind of said a minute ago, it kind of depends on what each program wants to, focus on, and then game by game. But we were so focused on power at North Dakota State in my time there, which was 15 years ago almost.
Yeah. Let's see, Coach Moran says for guys like me who like wider splits, 3+ feet, staying square into the combo is a must, and Gallop really helped with us. Let's talk about splits. Every coach complains about splits. I don't care whether it's too tight, too wide, not enough, whatever it is. What is y'all's philosophy? Are you one standard across the board? Do you like different splits between the guard and the center versus the guard and the tackles? What about you, Coach Goodwine?
Yeah, for me, it's more about can they do their job, right? Are they able to do their job from whatever split they're in? The only thing I ask of them is be consistent. I don't want them to, I don't want them to go and be completely wide for one play and then the next play, they shallow up and give a tell. So I tell my guys, I'm going to give you a little bit of wiggle room, right? Usually go about 1.5 to 2.5, depending on, who we're playing. It might get shortened or it might get widened. And I tell them, this, however you're going to do your splits, you have to be consistent. You have to be able to set up for whatever play is coming. And ultimately, we had success with that. We kind of went to wide splits for one game just because of how the defense was playing us. But ultimately, I kind of leave it a little bit more freedom to the guys as they come together. Now, if they're way too tight, obviously that's an issue. And now if they're, 5 yards apart, we got a problem. But ultimately, it's kind of working with the guys and then also giving them a little bit of feedback on if they're too wide. Now I can tell them, okay, come in a little bit. Can you get to it?
Yeah, so I actually have two philosophies on this. They're maybe kind of counter to each other, so it'd be good for coaches to hear and choose what fits them. At NDSU, we would change our splits based off what the defense would do because we trusted our technique to still win. So, for instance, we actually had a split, and again, I was coaching tight ends. I don't know if the O-line would adjust this much, but we had a split. We would call it a nasty split. I would have the tight end wide out. It would be close to 4 to 5 yards. And I know it sounds crazy, but there were certain teams where that 7, or 6-eye, whatever you want to call it, would continually move with us. And Scott would keep saying, well, just keep widening your guy out. Like, keep going. And I'm like, well, how far? He's like, take them to the sideline. If they'll line up with you, you're trying to cut that guy off on the backside of whatever. So keep going. And I'm like, just because your guy has his hand down, who cares? If they'll keep moving with you, our technique will adjust. Now, I'm not saying the tackles and guards would adjust maybe that much, but if I have a block back for the on the center that's got a block back on the 3 technique, sometimes it's good for that center, depending on who we had, to have a really widened out 3 tech. Sometimes it wasn't. So again, we wanted to move the defense because we trusted our technique. So if we had a center who was extremely athletic and could handle a really wide 3 and the guard could still get around and pull into the open B gap, then we would keep moving them because we trusted our technique. However, at Saginaw Valley, I was the running backs and at time also a receiver coach, but Mike Ancona, our offensive line, wanted to move us for our opportunity to be successful. It was more about you need to do kind of what Coach just mentioned about there. You move as tight as you need to reach that A-gap defender on the backside of zone if we're running it towards the 3, which we did. If we have that guard who's got to reach a darn near a 1 and, the center's got to step to the play side 3 technique to protect, it was our job and they would almost be foot to foot. So again, 2 different philosophies. At NDSU, we trusted our technique and we would see what the defense would do. And then at Saginaw Valley, it's all about us. So on the backside, if we were reading a 5 technique, we would have that tackle widen out because we wanted to hand it off, if that makes sense. But some weeks that we wanted to read it. So we would kind of manipulate it based off us. And in NDSU, it was more about what does the defense do, because we trust our technique to handle it. And, those are just kind of 2 different philosophies I've been around with gap splits.
Yeah, I tell my guys 3 so I can get 2. How that works. I'm a 3-point stand guard guy. I like 2-point stance for the tackles. I know some people like that's heresy. I like them to be able to see what's going on. I like more athletic tackles. If everybody's a 3-point, cool, but we're not going to be changing every play. We're going to be established. Hey, you're either in a 3 or you're in a 2. Now, I have had 1 tackle in a 3, 1 in a 2. One guy can stay low, one guy can't. So we'll work with that, and then we're trying to develop the other tackle. Hey, working on the shoot, trying to stay low, different like that. Working on bending, and staying low. Because I'm still an old school mentality, guys. I still like shoots and sleds. So I know that's kind of some people are like, oh my goodness, but it is what it is. Let's see, Coach Miller, hi, 8-man OLDL coach here in Oklahoma. Any other 8-man coaches here? I've coached I say lesser players on the field side of football. It's insane to watch. Like it's faster. There's more scoring. I played 11-man in high school. We had to play 11-man for one of the teams on our schedule. It was crazy. I know there's 6-man as well. There's 9-man. So if anybody has experience with that, hit up Coach. So let me get a feel. So Coach Goodwine, you're in Wisconsin, and Coach Verdrosi, where are you at?
Wisconsin. I'm in Milwaukee.
You're in Wisconsin? Cool. Okay.
I'm in Milwaukee. He's in Green Bay.
All right. So it's a Wisconsin chat. All right, cool. So tell me, educate me a little bit about Wisconsin football. Like, obviously not about the Badgers, but like high school in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Either one.
Yeah. So at least where we're at, it's a lot of, run the ball down your throat. Teams want to run the ball down your throat every day of the week. A lot of power scheme. We've got a school that's 5 minutes down the road that will run every version of power you can think of, including wraps, kickouts. They'll log some plays. I mean, it's insane to watch. And so I'm originally from Indiana. Played ball in Indiana. So the style difference is probably the biggest thing. Is it's slower. It's not so much of, okay, we're getting, a playoff with 20 seconds on the play clock still. We are running the ball, taking the clock, get the play in, whether that's a receiver coming in, whether that's, whatever. And especially at the lower level, we're D3, which is just the 3rd highest level within Wisconsin. You're still seeing, the old school style. I mean, we play teams that will run pistol triple, and you're like, they're running this here? Wow. It's a whole culture shock, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I was in college coaching up until 2020. I moved down here to Milwaukee. So I've been here about 3 years, and I've coached youth football with my son, and I've watched the high school programs here in the Milwaukee area, and both from my time in recruiting them when I was at Northern Michigan, and then also now obviously just as like a parent or a fan watching them. I would say that from a standpoint of the football in the state of Wisconsin and the areas that I've seen, I think there's a really big high-level offensive line play here from a skill standpoint, from a what people run standpoint. But I also think it's because it's emphasized. And I think part of that is also a little bit of perception within the own state too. Kind of like Coach just said right there, they feel like it's a little more old school. They feel like this is a state that produces offensive linemen, both from a just standard development standpoint, but then also opportunities at the next level. This last 2024 class had a lot of kids that I work with, at least, which I'm fortunate, the schools that went on to play in Big Ten, and their offensive linemen are extremely talented. But a big part of that is just because of the emphasis. I think that perception that, you come to Wisconsin to recruit big offensive linemen that can move. I think we all kind of embrace that. And I say we, I've only been here a couple of years, but I think as coach said, you embrace that. It's not to say the skill players are as good as what you might see in Texas and Florida or South Carolina. I'm not, saying that. I work with schools in Georgia and Tennessee as well. The talent down there might be more speed, but I also think it's an emphasis thing. And we all kind of buy into the fact that you've got big kids here that can move, because some of these prospects that I've been able to kind of help their families and coaches through the process, their movement ability at their size is on par with anything that I've seen throughout the country. So, from a standpoint of what the football is like up here, I've been impressed. I do get to see a lot of different variations of offenses, especially in my area. I think as you kind of get outside of Milwaukee, you might see, as coach said, you might see a little bit more veer. You might see a little bit more wing tee, especially if you get like way up, even past where coach is in Green Bay. From what I've seen, it might be even more hardcore wing tee, but it's not from a lack of resources. There's a lot of programs around here. I can't speak for coach Gutwein right up where he is, but there's a lot of teams that have field turf now. Okay, so the speed can be worked on. There's a lot of kids who work in the off season to really develop themselves to be high level athletes. So I think it's really a kind of a perception thing, and we all kind of buy into the fact that this is a state that produces good big kids, and we all as coaches, as parents, as kind of a community, embrace that. And I think that's why you see a pretty good high level player, whether they're college players or kids who are just going to play high school football. I've been really impressed with the technique and the focus that the coaches put into it. And I think it's because we all kind of buy into it, not in a negative way. I'm saying this is a positive. Like, we all kind of embrace what we are in this state. I think some more push could be given to the skill players. I think there's some good ones that come out of here. But at the same time, everyone just kind of says, this is kind of what we are. And let's, you got really good coaches at these schools. They're focusing on these type of technique things. And I think it makes the kids really good. And then again, I think there's good facilities and resources for teams to run more scheme-based things if they wanted to, but they kind of know what they are and they really push those techniques and fundamentals. It's pretty impressive to see, honestly.
Like, yeah, well, guys, I'm gonna move forward. Okay, we got coach right here in the waiting room, so y'all fall to the back, and appreciate y'all coming on and enjoy the rest of the clinic. All right,
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, let's see. So before I bring coach on, I might just go ahead and get him started a little early. Let's see. I want to bring coach on here. Coach, I'm gonna bring you on real quick because you asked us to come on and hang out. We got about 8 minutes until coach is gonna speak. Go ahead and introduce yourself, coach, and where are you coaching at? Can you hear me, coach?
So I think, well, let me, yeah, I need to, I've got you running through both my, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me, coach?
I was running through both you here and anyway, yeah.
Coach, you're breaking up. I can't really hear you. You're glitchy.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I had the TV running, had the computer running, trying to get
Yeah, so like, here's where you coach at, something like that.
There we go. So, all right. Yeah, no, I'm Coach Mont out of Arizona. Been coaching for a good 14 years out here now. Had some fun with doing personal training and personal work with some of the big boys that were going up to college, but I've got my love for sticking with the high school level, and just seeing the growth and potential. Arizona's got doesn't get a lot of the recognition for football nationwide that, well, everybody says that about their own states, right?
Yeah.
it's been fun getting some of our guys up into that national recognition and getting them up into the bigger schools around the nation. So I love wanted to say that I love the look of the clinic that you're putting on. I wasn't able to see last year's in real time, but I've watched it. I've watched it over and over here in the past year. And you got some great guys, great coaches, and like I put in there, I don't know what I don't know. So I'm just excited to maybe get 1, 2, 10 different things that I can bring to my kids.
No doubt. Well, Coach, I appreciate you joining us. I'm gonna get you to fall back real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and get Coach on here. We can go ahead and get started. But I appreciate you joining and hanging out with us.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. Before I bring Coach on, I'm gonna do a couple of housekeeping things. One, make sure that you like the stream. Make sure you subscribe, guys. We're at $9.99, like one away. Like I'm sitting here holding my breath for 1,000 to come up. Let's see. Let me present. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. Maybe somebody be like, "Hey, yeah, man, I should go ahead and do that." Look, $9.99. Like we've been sitting there since we started the roundtable. Like, so whoever do me a favor, go ahead and do that for me so I can take a picture of it. But we will have Coach come on in a second. But I want to do a little announcement. If you are in the North Carolina area or southeast region of the country, you have the means to get to North Carolina. Oh shoot, just went to 1,000. Hold on. Let me get that right there. Awesome. All right. Appreciate everybody for doing that for me. But if you are in the North Carolina region and you can get here, myself, Coach Austin Trotter here in North Carolina, we're going to be putting on a in-person offensive line clinic. It's going to be local guys. We're going to try and it's going to be high school guys, try and get a college guy to come in and talk to us. We're going to have, a great time. We're going to announce that stuff a little later. But if you guys would have interest in that, let me know. DM me, text me if you have my number, whatever. If you would be interested in that, we're going to be trying to put that on. Not sure what a date is yet, but it'll be in the Huntersville, Lake Norman, Concord, Cabarrus County area. Like, if you know anything about that, it's north of Charlotte. Probably like 30 to 45 minutes north of Charlotte. I don't even know Huntersville, maybe not even that far, like maybe less than 30 minutes outside of Charlotte. So if you're interested in that, let me know. But yeah, just wanted to go ahead and announce that. Coach Trotter was like, hey, let them know about it. So I did that. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get Coach on here. Coach, how you doing? I can't hear you, Coach. Let's see. Maybe something wrong with the mic. That's why we try to get you to go early. Let's see. It's clicking on you. We'll get it right. Let's see. Yeah, it's like making like a clicking noise or something's wrong. I don't know if you have one that's plugged in or is it internal into your computer? Okay. Yeah, it's still doing it. I know if you go to settings and go to audio, there's a way to change where your mic comes from. Yeah, it's making that clicking noise. Maybe go out and try to come back in, and maybe if it'll allow you to select a new mic or something like that, we'll get it right. All right, so yeah, while Coach is doing that, let's see, coaches, can't wait for 1,000 to come for you, man. You deserve it. Bring us all together. I appreciate it, Coach. We hit it. We're at 1,001. kind of we've been working for that for a minute, man. So Coach Esposito, good morning from Rock Island, Illinois. Coach Wood, hey guys, thanks for putting this on, Coach. Youth coach here, so I'd learn, love it, appreciate it.
Let's try this one more time.
I got you. Let's get it, Coach. That's awesome. All right, so yeah, Coach, good. I don't want to mispronounce your name. So how you say your last name?
Levitt.
Levitt. Perfect.
Yep.
So yeah, it's Coach Levitt from Hocking College. I've been gracious to come on and talk with us, Coach. If you have a presentation, you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah.
You go to present, and then I should say share screen, and then you pull up entire screen. Usually is the best. Because you're gonna talk about some everyday drills, run and pass. I know this is something personally I really look forward to when it comes to clinics. All right, so we'll go add a stage, and then you go to full screen, and we'll get it.
Ooh, where am I at? Well,
yeah, so if you can pull up your slide, you can't you're not gonna be able to see yourself. So
okay. Oh, there we go. All right. That looks a little wild.
Yeah. Let's see. You stop and then you have to click on your slideshow.
We good now?
Let's see.
Do you have my screen?
No, you have to go back. You had to stop presenting. So present again, and then pull it up. Technology it's a beast, man.
Man, who you telling? Entire screen. Here we go.
All right, and then go to slides. Go up to your tab, Coach, and then hit slideshow, and then we're good.
All right, here we go. Okay. Yep. All right.
Awesome.
So just a little bit of background of who I am before I get into the video. My name's Tatum Levitt, like I mentioned. I'm in my second run and second tenure here at Hocking College. I'm now the associate head coach. I'm the offense coordinator. This was my first year as the offense coordinator this past year. I've also been an offensive line coach. I played O-line. It is my passion. That aspect of things, it wants me to stay involved with the O-line no matter where I go. That is my passion. So a little bit more about me. I'm from Thornville, Ohio. I graduated from Sheridan High School in 2013. So I'm only 29 years old. I went out to Hutchinson, Kansas. I was a non-qualifier. So taking the JUCO route, I got a passion for the JUCO route in and of itself. I then was a highly recruited kid. I went on to the University of Kentucky. Things didn't work out on the playing side there, but I enjoyed my time. I was a grad transfer where I then went on to Indiana State, where we had a lot of success with Coach Mal, who's still the head coach there, Coach Mallory. We were 0-11 in his first year before I got there, and then we turned it around and went 7-5. So, I'm a proud accomplishment. My coaching side is on the right side of your screen. Grad assistant in 2019, Hocking College run game coordinator in 2021 during COVID. Then I go on down to Alderson Broaddus. For anybody that knows about Alderson Broaddus University, it was a D2 school in the Mountain East Conference down in West Virginia. I got the job in 21 in November, late November, early December. And then this past July, actually, July 31st, the school closed down just a few days before report date. So it was kind of a wild transition. But I'm back at Hocking College, back in my home state, back in the state of Ohio. And like I said, I'm the associate head coach, OC and O-line coach. And this is just a little rundown of guys I've coached. So you know you're not getting some slap on here that's talking. I got Brody Thompson, Garrison Wheatley. Let me see here. Mikkel Clay, Taven Levitt, and Michael Broom all played on the same offensive line that was here. And 3 years ago now, would have been probably one of my better offensive linemen groups in and of itself. But you see, I got some good guys on here, man. I've been fortunate enough to coach. I've been blessed with the opportunity to coach these guys and help further their careers. But some of these guys are from AB, some of these guys are Hocking guys, and some of these guys, or all these guys on the right side, it shows you where they are today. So before I go any further, I just sent, do you still have this screen, Coach?
Yeah, you're good, Coach. Yep.
Okay. All righty. So I don't have this is one long clip. So I'm going to kind of roll through this as quickly as I can, and please stop me if you have any questions. If I get anybody, I can't see the chat, so Coach, just feel free to interrupt me whenever. But what this is, so who you see on the screen here on your left is Amir Hodgic. He's a German cat. He's at Bethune-Cookman now. This is David Gomez. He had an opportunity to go to Bethune-Cookman, but he went out to Harding and just won a national title. So shout out to Dave. And then Peyton Hawkins, he's at Glenville State. He's a West Virginia kid. I mean, he's a big old 6'8", big, long, athletic tackle who I was thankful to coach. These three guys. So if you're looking at them, this was a freshman at this point in time, spring of freshman year, and spring of sophomore year at these guys. So this first drill I stole from Bill Callahan. This was Trent Williams' favorite drill. It's called the first two drill. And what it is we are trying to get our first two in before we get to the end zone, the blue here. So you see here, this is one of those drills that this is pre-practice. Okay. So our pre-practice drills, we're more so talking, we're trying to get the body warm, right? Trying to work all the angles. We're trying to get the aspect of getting our body loose, making sure that we're striking the ground how we want to. A lot of this, you know, some guys teach the pound it, the duck walk, whatever the case may be. You know, I've kind of done a little bit of everything. And I'll pause here a little bit. I was spread in at Indiana State, pro style, Greg Roman tree. Then you move on to Hocking College, and then I'm running the veer. Okay, so I'm speaking to everybody here. I ran the veer, Carson Newman style, split back here at Hocking my first tenure. We transitioned to zone triple my second year at Hocking. And then we go down to AB, which is what you're seeing video of, where we're spread, where you're seeing a lot of influences from Tennessee, Baylor from back in the day, and things of that nature. So a lot of my belief comes from running off the ball. Okay. I do believe that you've got to get your first two steps in quicker than the defender, and obviously striking him is important, but that is not the focus of this drill. The focus of this drill is truly just getting our first two steps in. These guys aren't, Peyton's not wearing cleats down here on the end, this big old tackle, which is why you see this little false step, and you'll see him slip and almost fall here later. But this first two steps drill, you know, you see Dave's got a little giddy up, his butt comes up, and then he's kind of leaning out and rolling out of his stance a little bit. Don't love it, but you'll see it as we go through. We got a couple reps of this where we'll go left leg lead on that first one. We came back and we did it again. I said it was a bullshit rep. Excuse my French. Sorry about that. But in terms of, you know, the repping of itself is you see it's getting cleaner, how they're striking the ground, see how they're all striking the inseam. We don't play on our toes, man. We're playing with all cleats in the ground with our first two. And the real emphasis when we got pads on, and I got these guys out here for a day because I lost all my my practice tape, which was very unfortunate. So before we left, I got them to do this for me so that I had clinic tape that I could use. So usually we're sprinting through about 10 yards. And then this next one, okay, this is a variation of what I call the M drill. This M drill is still a pre-practice drill. All right, so there are times we are going to pound it. I think it is more situational, okay? There are times where we are going to pound it, where you get a head-up defender and an odd front. There are times where it is needed, okay? But the basis of it, of my principles is running off the football, okay? But here you see it. We are pounding it, so we'll practice it, absolutely. And then we're going to transition into a 45 set, okay? And I'll get into some of our sets and things of that nature here later. And then we're driving on the angle as if we're on the front side of tight zone, mid zone, whatever the case may be. And we're working the case of still pounding it. Okay. So this is not the emphasis of running off the football. And then we transition to a vertical set where we are foot fire at the top. Okay. Getting ready to sit it down, ready to sit on a bull rush. And this is a pretty good look at it here from the back view. Okay. And then this is a mirror. Okay. Center. He still does the 45 set. He's working to that middle cone. He works then to a vertical. He's struggling. He had a little bit of a knee injury in this spring that he was battling through, and you can see him. He's not really getting much depth here, but he's doing a good job here. And I'll talk here real quick. You see his front foot, and Peyton does a good job of it too. I'll show him on the next time he goes. But you see the tracks where their foot was dragging, okay? And that's why we do it on the line. That's why we do it on the end zone, or in the end zone, excuse me, to set this up so that we know we're staying vertical once we get to that point. All right, I'm going to fast forward through this one. This is not a great rep. All right, here we go. And now you're seeing more of the body angles at which I teach. I like to have a little bit of forward lean, guys. I don't like the flat back aspect of things. I understand it. I did that whole ordeal when I was in high school, and I understand that aspect of it. Firing off, flat back, bow on the neck, and all that good stuff. But, at this level, I like to be able to get bone on bone, okay? And I don't want to get too scientific, but taking a biomechanics class when I was in college helped me out a ton in understanding how the body moves and why it moves the way it does. And so in terms of being the strongest we possibly can, he's a little too rolled forward with his shoulders. I'd like to have him so where you see his shoulder blades, okay, his lats are locked as if you were on a bench and you're bench pressing, okay? But you see the body language. He sinks back into it. This is a really good job. Peyton was a great practice player, man. I mean, he's 6'7", 6'8", and he plays like he's 6'4". That's one credit I can give him. He does a really good job of emphasizing the details in this picture here. Yeah.
Hey, question says, Coach is asking, do you teach the lift technique for your blocking? I know he shows like he's doing that double under, so those like, so you're teaching that lift.
So we teach it when we get a head up defender. So absolutely. Now some people lift and they're wanting to, I overemphasize it in drills because I know we're not going to lift in this aspect. I know it's really hard, aim small, miss small. That's beautiful. But in order to get into that relationship with a defender, I think it's really hard. So really what we try to get into is where you're getting this kind of lift, okay, where we're kind of more up and in, okay, like you're throwing an uppercut almost.
Okay, awesome.
And then transitioning here to this next one. This is a good one. I'm going to fast forward because he didn't do it correctly on this first look at it here. So this is just a set tree where we're doing our 45 set. And guys, I teach the vertical set first, and I'll elaborate to that here in a few of why we do that. In short, it's just I believe it's easier to get a young man to push vertical rather than and teach him how to strike the ground while pushing vertical. You see how Dave overemphasizes it really well. You see where his knee's inside the ankle, his knee's just slightly outside the hip. Okay. This is a beautiful angle. And we're talking about being strong and being able to sit it down. Guys, this is a really good look. So he's a little short. What these cones are for, when you see these, we're trying to get our nuts so that they're right over the hole of the cone. Okay. So he's a little short on the kick to the 45, and Dave's he's a guy that's truly 6 foot, maybe 6'1". But he does a pretty good job here at the end, and everything is emphasized on holding our posture too. Once we get to the point, okay, see how he resets, and this is a mirror, so this is really good for our center as well. This set tree, okay, where he's now able to set both ways. He's now going to go to what would be his right, getting back to it. And when I talk pound it, guys, and I want to talk about this here real quick. When we're trying to cut off that inside move, absolutely, if you see it, yes, stop on it and go back up into the line of scrimmage. If you see it, I'm absolutely a firm believer in stopping on it. Okay. But the realistic aspect of it is defensive lineman fast, offensive lineman slow, right? Where if I'm setting to him and he's at the point where he's gotten to my nose, okay, where he's splitting my body, I've got to drop and get back to even, okay? So that's something that I'm a little different on than some guys where they want to keep the post foot. But if you see it, he's dang near getting back to even. He's getting back to really what is this stance relationship. And that is something that I believe is huge, because what's going to end up happening is when he goes to go stop on it and he's late on it, then he's falling and you're lagging behind it. Okay. Whereas if I don't see it and I'm not as quick to it, I might have to lose a little bit of ground, but I'm still able to stay frontal on a guy. And that's really, some guys talk about it, but staying frontal and covering a guy up is just half the battle, man. If you can do that, it's not always going to be the prettiest picture in pass pro. Okay, and this is another look at what was my left tackle. Peyton does a really good job, and I'll go back to this. So this is talking about setting our stance. He always got in this little rhythm of locking the gate. Okay, so what this is I want to start off. He's got that bend, right? Okay, that's naturally power angle. I want you in that position, especially at a tackle. And I don't coach all five the same. And man, I don't believe it's a good idea that you do. I believe that you have to teach each position, differently. Those interior guys get coached differently when you're talking pass pro in comparison to those guys on the edge. And if you got further questions on some of the set stuff, I would be more than happy to talk further in detail about it. But when he is not wasting ground or wasting movement, you can see that he's striking the ground, and he's got shoes on. That's why he slipped. But you can see he's striking the ground the same way that he is setting himself up in his stance. It's the same exact angle. Okay. I'll move on. Trying to make sure I'm staying on track here. All right. So this will be the first drill that we do every day. And I don't care where I'm at. This is something that, I did when I was in high school. I stole the name, or I didn't steal the name. I don't remember what we called it in high school, but I call it step progression. Okay. So we'll do a 1-step, a 2-step, and then all the way through. So you'll see this. We're going to set our track with our first step. Okay. And if you notice, I don't have defenders out here. I have cones. Okay. So this is what we would see every day out of our defense: a 0, a 4-eye, a stand-up rush into the boundary, and then a 30, okay, here at this inside linebacker spot. So we saw you see half the picture here, where I can do all 5 and get the whole picture with cones. We don't need this to be a taxing drill on our body, okay? This is about the details. And what I love about this is you literally see all these guys in sync. And it's fun to watch. And when you get that noise of when they're stomping in the ground, man, and they're striking the ground with force, because we're playing, like I said, we're playing with all our cleats in the ground, because we've got to be able to create force through the ground. Okay, then you see the 2-step. We set our track. All right, this is a really good job of understanding by Amir. Just because we're not working through a defender, I think he's a little turned here for my liking, for our zone progression. It's a little better on the front side. I like this because if you're talking mid zone, which is what this picture is. So if we're talking mid zone, we're wanting to get horizontal expansion on the front side and vertical cutoff on the back side. I'm sure everybody's talking some sort of similar language in that sense. Okay, so this is a really good job. We get our 2-step progression in. We go right in, and it's all the way through. Okay. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this. Check out my guy, Peyton Hawkins, the left tackle here in this picture. So this is what I call subtle step footwork. Okay. I don't know where I got this from. I don't know who I saw it from first. This is something that I used to do in my game. When you get a edge defender who is a through and through edge guy, he is a C-gap defender, and you can widen him by really opening up, staying square with your shoulders and your hips, and gaining width on their first 2 steps. So it's a 1, 2, 3 should still be square. He gets a little, he goes a little early for me, but you kind of see the premise of it there, of what I'm talking about in terms of subtle step footwork. When you really get to throw that dude out of the club, when you're talking about a 5 technique, a rush, whatever it is, in the picture. And then same thing here. We just went again. This is now a different look where Amir is not necessarily setting it as long, okay, where he's a little thinner on the combo as in comparison to this one. You see he's hanging in it a little longer. I didn't love how turned he was, but the aspect of seeing the different footwork where we're a little thinner in this picture than we were in the last. We're going to work that on cones just as if we would as if we had a body or a bag or whatever the case may be. Now you see it. We changed the front. Okay, we got a 1, a 3, a 5, and then a backer and a 30. Now we're going to an over front here in this picture. All right, I do like to see them hold the position. You see Peyton's leaning. Okay, hold it. Okay. Be under control. It's controlled violence up front, man. Okay. And then some offensive linemen, some defensive line coaches call this the piggyback technique, whatever you want to call it, a scoop. You see this relationship where we're overlapping, where Amir's left foot is in behind David's right foot here, so that we are able to be 2 for 2. There is no crease here. And depending on where that defender goes, obviously we stay on our track in terms of our zone rules. Pretty good look at it here of the all the way through look. And then this is Peyton here with a slightly different approach to it, our traditional zone look, traditional zone footwork in this case, where he's not as wide with it. He feels like he's tight. He doesn't have the confidence or belief that maybe he might be playing inside. So where he's going to be attacking inside out, okay, threatening the play side V with that first step. The second step is attacking then that inside V, okay, and staying inside out. Same look there, just a different angle, okay. And then just the opposite way. Now we're going back. This is backside of it. All right, so zone right, first step, okay, 2-step progression. It's a good job there. It's a good picture. Now this picture, what we're seeing here is Amir is thinking that he's got this one technique all by himself. He's not getting help here by the guard, okay? So where he's staying inside out and we're trying to get the horizontal push. He's a part of this just based off of the front, why he's staying inside out here in this picture. Okay, there you see it where he's got it. He didn't translate it as well as I would have liked in that all the way through. That's better. That's better. 7 minutes? I got you. All right.
Yes.
That's a good look at it. Here we go. So Amir staying inside out where he knows he's got this one technique on his own. Okay. All right. And for those of you that are doing some gap scheme stuff, so this is where that double under stuff comes in, coach. Specifically, it's always going to be used in our gap scheme stuff for sure. So that double under look here, we're 1-2, gain a little bit of ground. I'm not looking to gain a whole lot of ground here. This is a lot about just setting my base and making sure I've got my position, my body position where I want it. My feet are rooted in the ground so that then I'm able to, okay, this is the 2-step version of it. You'll see it here in a second, where Dave is going to be up in front on this high gallop technique. Look at that. That's a really good look. 1, 2, 3. That is exactly the picture that we want to end up in. Okay. And then all the way through, you see it now. Amir is going to big arm on David's third step. It gets timed up correctly because of the step progression. Look at the same time that punch comes through, that inside hand is being strong and being violent, okay, and throwing them out the club. All right, this is for our gap scheme stuff. Like I mentioned, if you're a duo guy, any of your power counter and all that good stuff. All right, and you get the same aspect of it here, where we're going over and up, okay, traditional footwork, where we're going back to the backside inside linebacker, and we're not working a gallop technique there, okay? So you can do it on everything, okay? This step progression is a beautiful thing where you get to focus on the details. It's great for this off-season stuff right now if you get the luxury of having spring ball, and it's great for summer work as well, okay? So this is sets on command, okay? We can do this as a whole group, or we can do it individually. What I love about this is where I'm at is where they're going to climb back into the defender. You'll see it here in the next one here with Amir. He's going to climb back through the defender on the angle, okay, based off of where I am. Climb through the defender, okay? And when we climb through the defender, you don't see it here because we're not connected to a body, but when we do it, we're going to truly lift them, okay, as if we're trying to finish. All right. This is the point of no return drill, okay? What we're going to do is it's going to be a jog initially. David here, the rabbit, is going to run, okay? He's going to turn it on, and then he's going to get to the point where point of no return, all right? The defensive end is past the quarterback, and the tackle has to now settle at the top of his set, okay? And you see him turn it on. He tempos his set initially. It's a tempo set, turn it on, and then settle, okay? This is a really good drill for if you're having a hard time of a guy running past, if you're getting beat on an inside move late. You talk about the depth of the pocket being at 9 yards for your tackles. This is another good one, 1,000-foot steps, okay? Trying to get as many steps in about a 10-yard gap, 5-yard gap that day. All right, this is the big one. I know I only got a few minutes here, okay? But cone sets, okay? You saw the set tree earlier. This is the vertical 45, okay? Vertical 45, okay? And then he's going to settle. All right, vertical 45, good. All right, this is our 45 set. Notice, I don't have my guard doing some vertical 45. It's not going to apply to him, okay? So this is a pretty good look at it. He's a little narrow. I don't love it. And he didn't have the foot fire. Corrected it. We go again. Boom. Okay? And then Amir, vertical 45. Not a bad one to have, especially if you see edge pressure and you've got to set to a 5 technique as a guard. It does apply here. Or if you're a center and you're expecting movement from a 3 technique, very similar set in that sense as well. Okay, this is just a straight vertical 45, like I mentioned. Foot fire. Okay, a little past the point. This is the details. Okay, the details. Notice my crotch is not directly over top of this cone. Okay, that is important. It is the details, man. Okay, this is one of those sets that I stole from Teron Armstead. I know I only got 1 minute left. This is called a chase set. We're going to show wide zone with our first set, and then we're going to transition to a set. It's nasty if you see it executed well. I only allow certain guys to do this, okay? And this was one of my guys that I allowed to do it. This was Peyton Hawkins, coming off of shoulder surgery here, so he wasn't able to strike here, so he's just kind of absorbing it. So, again, open up wide zone. First step, staying square. That's what the subtle step should look like initially, okay? And then transition into a 45 or a vertical set, depending on where the defender is. We don't have set 45 versus a 5 tech. It's all based off of alignment, and that's what I want you to understand with my sets. And I know I'm short on time. This is 29. So, Coach, I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen here and open the panel up.
Yeah, Coach. I appreciate it. We're going to just go ahead and transition on to Coach. I appreciate you joining us, Coach. If anybody wants to hit up Coach on Twitter, he's on Twitter. You can find him, and he answer any questions you got about that. But I appreciate it, Coach.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Coach Cornell, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Man, I'm good. Rocking along this beautiful Saturday morning, hour and a half in. So if you want to go ahead and you want to share your screen, Coach, you can do your own little intro, and we can get it rolling.
Yeah, let me figure. I just hit the present button down here.
Yeah, present, hit share screen, and then if you have multiple things you want to go to, like a presentation and huddle or something like that, do entire screen. That's better. But if you're gonna stay on one program, just do the window.
All right, I'll just share entire screen.
Okay.
I should be good then. Yeah.
Let's see. It hasn't come up yet. Let's see. I'm about to do. If you go ahead and did you hit present yet?
Yeah. Hold on a second. It's want me to change some settings or something. It's gonna kick me off. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, no problem. All right. While Coach is getting set back up in here, let me talk about a couple things. Again, make sure you like and share this out for anybody you might know coaching wise. Send them the link. Make sure you hit subscribe. I know that we've already hit 1,000, but that doesn't mean we stop there. I appreciate y'all getting me there. It's been awesome. Make sure you're watching all the other videos that we have on the channel as well for you guys. It's all about just learning and trying to get better at this point. And again, we're going to be having an in-person clinic in the North Carolina area. If you are interested in that, make sure you hit me up. I already had a couple of guys do that. It's in the Charlotte metro area, the Huntersville type deal. Let's see. So, yeah. All right. While Coach is still trying to get back in. Keep signing in, guys. If you did not sign in and tell us where you're from and where you coach at, let me know. There's Coach right there.
All right. Let me see if I got that to work this time.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, and then go. And you're not going to be able to see yourself. So.
All right. That's fine. Don't need to look at myself anyway.
Let's get it.
All right, guys. First off, thanks everybody for hopping in here. My name is Noah Cornell. I'm the offensive line coach, run game coordinator / co-offensive coordinator at Deer Creek High School. About us, we're a 6A program in Oklahoma. We're in the second largest class. So Oklahoma splits their 6A instead of calling it 7A and 6A. They call it 6A1 and 6A2, which is weird. Last 3 years, last year we were state runner-up. Then the 2 years prior to that, we were state semifinalists. And then some of our counter stats from this year. So every type of counter we ran, we averaged 5.1 yards per carry. GT was our highest. I think it's really just due to our tagging system we have off that, which I'll talk about later. But GT counter, we were able to run at 6.5 yards clip. GY counter was 5.4. TY counter was 5.7. And then our YY counter, which is really like counter solid, was a little under 5 at 4.8 yards a clip. So the way that we teach this to our guys is we don't teach individual plays. Okay. So we have, like I said a second ago, we have GT, we have GY, we have TY, we have YY. We don't teach those to our kids as, hey, this play is called X, this play is called Y, this play is called Z. Now the skill kids know that, the quarterback, the running back, the skill kids know that because it changes their rules a little bit. But for the O-line, we just talk about skills. I think it was Bill Walsh a while ago said if you can identify the skills, you can succeed pretty much with any scheme. Okay. And so a lot of the things that we do on offense is predicated on skill mastery. So we kind of boil down gap scheme to 4 skills. You got to be able to trap pull, you got to be able to rat pull, you got to be able to slam or hinge on the backside, and you have to be able to angle drive. We don't teach gap scheme combos. We use gap scheme as our cheap install to where we don't need it. We're not going to spend, 3 days on working a deuce or working an ace or working a tray block and the different combos and landing points there. We're just going to teach you guys gap down backer. And if somebody's in your gap down, double the backer. We really try to keep it simple for these guys because we do throw a lot at them with all the different schemes that we do by teaching them these skills. So firstly, trap. The biggest thing with our trap pulls is we've got to make sure that we trap the inside shoulder or die trying. And we emphasize that by the coaching cue, pull left, hit left, or pull right, hit right, okay? If I'm pulling left, I want to be able to pull and hit the dude that I'm trapping with my left shoulder. That way I'm on the inside half of him. Same thing if I'm the left guard, I'm pulling right, okay? I'm going to take a right foot step. I'm going to hit him with my right shoulder. That way I'm hitting him on the inside half of his body because we really, really, really we want to trap that inside shoulder or die trying. With our wraps, we teach a square pull instead of a skip pull. And it's really personal preference on that, I feel. But with our wraps, it's a vertical pull. When tipped to wrap, the designated second level defender. We teach our kids that you have got to stay as tight to the angle drives as you can. That way we do not get ripped underneath by a linebacker. I spent my first year coaching linebackers, and something that they were really good at was taking a jab step to the outside and ripping underneath and essentially spilling the gap scheme out. So when I became an O-line coach, that was the number one thing that I wanted to make sure that we did was that we were just tight to those angle drives. That way the linebacker would have to bounce around us and our running back could keep the ball running north and south as long as possible. So I might be able to show you guys a drill here at the end if I have time. But anyways, slam's pretty self-explanatory. That's going to be our hinge to secure that backside C gap from a puller. It's really self-explanatory there. Anytime we tag something, we can manipulate that slam by doing a couple different things, and I'll get into that later. And then, like I said a second ago, angle drives, 45-degree drive of the defender. We tell our kids to make an L or R call, and that usually comes from our center. And then our head has got to be across, and our backside hand is to be on the hip. I'm a big believer in natural bending points in the body. You know, you got your wrists, you got your elbows, your hips, and your knees. So if you can get a hand on a hip that's going to pinch your defender, and he's really going to be in an awkward position because you have a natural bending point advantage to where if somebody hits you in the hip, you're going to bend a little bit, okay? So I just think that's a really important coaching point, especially to get movement on those angle drives, okay? First up, we're going to talk about, these are our 4 skills. I'm sorry. These are our 4 skills just illustrated. The only thing that I don't like about this slide is this trap right here. This is not how I would draw it. I inherited these from one of our coaches that's really good at Adobe Illustrator, and he just drew that trap flat. If I were to do this over, I would draw this trap going into line of scrimmage at a 45-degree angle, basically cutting this right tackle in half. One of the coaching cues we tell the kids on the trap pole is to make sure that you are aiming for the left hip of the right tackle or left tackle. So left hip of the play side tackle is what we tell them. That way they are aiming here. So as the angle drives move themselves that way, we are into line of scrimmage. Our running backs really just follow the inside leg of the second puller. It's not super complicated for them. They're going to make that second puller right. Our first puller is never wrong, whether he gets that trap, whether he gets a log. That's the other thing. We don't coach logs. If logs happen, they happen inadvertently. And then our second puller is to make that first puller right. And then the running back is to make our second puller right. So really, the running back makes our pullers right, both of them in a sense. Excuse me. All right, so GT counter. This is what we call pit and panthers. So as I was saying a second ago, we do have different names for them. We just really don't let the O-line in on it. It's not because they're dumb or anything. It's just we try to simplify it for them. So pit and panthers are GT scheme. I mean, you guys already know GT will have a pull trap for the emul for the backside guard, and the backside tackle will pull wrap for the play side linebacker. This is one of those plays that I love, and I think if you're going to, there's a couple things that you got to do for it, and I'll show film of it when I get through this slide. But there's a couple things you got to do to it, or that you can do to it to influence the read on the backside. So here's our pit play, our GT counter versus odd. and versus even. Now we have a read tag here, and I'll talk more about those later. Then we have GY counter. GY counter is our Georgia and Bulldog scheme. GY is our guard and our tight end. Our tight ends are our Ys in our offense, and sometimes our Fs, but I'll talk about that later too. But Georgia Bulldog, same thing. Backside guard, pull trap. Backside tight end, pull wrap. Center calls the angle drive, either river or lake, depending on which way the counter scheme is going. We just kind of get busy from there. One of the things what's difficult about this play, and I still love it, but those tight ends, you've got to spend indie time working on these fits, okay? That's the biggest thing with any tight end counter is for us, we're such an air raid team in the passing game that our tight ends are always gone, doing fresh weather stuff. But, the times that we get to steal those guys and do inside and run game fits and fits on air and, just plays on air, it's really beneficial for them because they end up taking that job of that wrap. So they have to be as tight as they can to the hip of the angle drive, or they have to make that first puller right. So they really have to live in both worlds. And it's kind of difficult for them sometimes starting out just trying to pick that up. So that's our GY counter scheme. Here it is on Illustrator again. And then TY, this is our Clemson Tiger. This is our tackle and tight end scheme. So sometimes against the off front, we think it's better to run tackle pull instead of guard pull, just because of how easy is it for us to secure that backside defender. So if it's easier for the guard just to base out, or if it's easier for the tackle to slam. So for example, if we're in an even front and we've got a 5 and a 2, well, I'd much rather pull the guard because the tackle can just slam on the 5. It's super easy. Whereas if I'm playing the odd front and I got a 4 or even a 4-eye and I'm pulling a guard and you're telling the tackle he's got to dig out the 4-eye and not allow any upfield penetration, I mean, that's a tough job for him. So something that's just easier in our opinion is to just block back with the guard, make a late call, block back with the guard and just pull that tackle and pull that tight end. Just the angles work out a little bit better for that. So the same thing as a GY counter, it's just tackle pull instead of guard pull. And like I was saying earlier, the beauty of how we do our gap scheme here is we just teach the skills. So I can just walk up to the kids, be like, hey, we got Clemson here. And everybody on the front side knows that they're lake. Everybody knows that they are, I can walk up to the left side and everybody knows that they're river. Everybody knows play sides angle drive. I can walk up to the backside guard. He goes, okay, Clemson, I'm part of the river. I walk up to the tackle. He goes, I'm trap. So when we're installing this on Mondays, I can just say, hey, we ran buck sweep one week. We don't have buck sweep in our playbook. It was really honestly bastardized buck sweep, but we don't run it, period. But during install on Monday, I just said, hey, your angle drive, your pull wrap, your pull trap. And they're like, okay, easy enough. And we ran it really well. So if you're not teaching skills, I think that's something that you guys really need to start looking at is what are the skills necessary to succeed at my position? So then, like I was saying a second ago, this is the only thing that we can't run versus an even front, because if you're going to ask the guard to back block on a 5, or even the center to block back on a 5, I think that's really tough to do. So if you're going to do that, you've got to read the backside. And we'll talk about our tagging system, like I keep saying, at the end here. And there's ways we can get to reading that 5. But here's a Illustrator image of Clemson of Tiger. All right, now our YY counter. That's going to be Wisconsin and Badger for us. All counter schemes, like we said all day, of a backside trap and a backside wrap. What makes this unique is there's no pulls on the front line. So we use it sometimes against guard read teams. That way they get influenced by the down blocks and they try to fast fit. So the way that this ends up working is the entire offensive line. So if it's Wisconsin, the entire offensive line is going to angle drive in the opposite direction of the call, okay? So they would all make a river call. And then both of our tight ends would, first one pull kick or pull trap, second one pull wrap. And we'd get in there. We'd hopefully be striking up the band. But since there's no line pull against teams that are guard read teams, they're going to fast fit the angle drives because that's what they're taught to do. They see down, they're down. So it's really a cheap way for us to get outside and make it easy for the second Y, that's the wrapper, to succeed at his job. So it's just something we like doing against guard read teams. Here's a cut up of it. Here's another one. I'm going to put on some film for us for a second, and we're going to watch them. All right. So the first thing we got here, we got GT counter. I'm going to kind of go in the same order that I did on the slideshow. So we'll go GT, we'll go GY, we'll go TY, we'll go YY, and then we'll go tags. So GT counter, this is Panther, so this is to the right. We're going to be going that way here, okay? Should have our late call on here, so he should be anything inside. These guys should be working for the nose. This should be a beautiful play, and it was. I mean, we ran for 36 right here. One of the things I like about this clip is, you guys can't see the scoreboard or anything, but we're up like 48-0 in this clip, and they've still got their ones in, and these are all of our JV guys that are getting run right here. So for our JV guys to be able to go in there and, not do it perfectly, but do it pretty damn good, made me pretty happy to see that in real time. So we get a great trap. He pulls right, hits right with that shoulder. Our guard is a little deep, our tackle is a little deep on his wrap. I'd like to see him a little bit tighter, but he's going to get a good fit right here. We get a good angle drive on the mic. I would really like for this wrap to be inside out, but you're going to take what you can get, I guess. Yeah, we busted for 36. Okay, JV guys against ones, so that's pretty good for me to see there. All right, here's one of our tags. Okay, so this is our away tag. This tells the back that he's going to run away from the play call. Okay, so right here we have pit, which is our GT to the left. So we're going to be angle drive. We're going to be angle drive. We're going to be angle drive. We're going to be pull trap. We're going to be pull wrap. And we're going to read this guy with our away tag. Okay. He commits upfield. We're going to pull it and run quarterback counter. Okay. Or excuse me. He comes upfield. We're going to hand it and run tailback outside zone because there's just one guy to block and one guy to beat. Okay. He's going to come across like this. He ends up surfing it, staying out here. We're going to pull it and run quarterback counter. Or when you got a guy like we got, we can make the wrong read and still not follow our pullers and be just fine. This was first round of the playoffs. These guys have been talking. The team that we're playing been talking a little bit before the game, and we were just happy, to go out there and perform well. So that's our away tag. Basically turns into bash GT. Tells the back to go away. We don't do a good job on the front side here at all with our pulls. If we look, we got the tackle and our right tackle doesn't make our left guard right, okay? Our left guard doesn't do a great job of trapping, and we don't do a great job of fitting outside. So we end up with a double team on the end man, which works out because we take the double team into the mic anyways. That's just not how it's intended, but man, if it works, can't really beat it. Here's a tight view of that one. Really, our guard right here needs to be inside, and something this team was really good at. Excuse me. They're really good at spilling everything, so they're really good at getting underneath, spilling everything to the outside. I'll show you another clip from later in this game. We end up running our GY counter with a bluff tag, and since these guys were so good at spilling inside, we just bypassed them with the trap and ran basically outside gap scheme. It's filthy, and I'll show you guys clips of it, but it worked out really, really good for us towards the end of this game. But sometimes I'm reminded that it's not about the players at all, or excuse me, it's not about the plays at all. It's all about the players, because this is a completely busted play. I mean, there's a gap there. Just because we get this double into the mic, we have a gap, but it's not how that play is supposed to be running at all. So, sometimes I just get reminded it's the players, not the plays. All right, here we go. We got another GT concept here. We got, looks like GT away again. So we're going to perimeter block. Away tells him to arc release, get the first guy. We're in a tailback outside zone. We're in a quarterback counter. Okay. Go to the bus shot of this one. This guy right here, man, this is in our state semifinal game last year. This guy right here is really freaking good. He kind of gave us our problems all night, but our guard does a great job right here, 57. 57 does a great job of pulling left, trapping left, okay? He's going to end up trapping the inside shoulder of that guy, and he does a really good job pulling, getting square on the inside. Like, that's textbook, man. That's really good. We do a good job collecting right here, and we've got a wrap crease, okay? We missed our aiming point as a runner, but we still get positive yards, right? That's just a really good clip of pulling left and hitting left right there. Okay, here's another one of our pull schemes. Our guard's a little wide here. Let's see if I get the butt shot. I don't. Guard's a little wide here on the pull, but you guys get the gist. Okay, we go down to our GY stuff. Here's first play out of halftime. You know, we made an adjustment. We run a lot of this close bunch stuff, and how they were playing the bunch. We decided to go ahead and run a GY away from it. It's first play of the game against our rivals, and we're able to buzz it for 65. Kind of a backbreaker and a statement win for us. So here's another clip of it. This guy's square shoulders. So this is something that we see a lot of, is people spilling this right here. So he gets hip to him. He's going to square shoulder. Because he goes into the line, one of the issues that we have as coaches is these guys, as the angle drives move, hold on, I'm going to pull up some, I'll stay here. As the angle drives move, okay, so I'm going to find another clip real quick. So as these guys move on their path this way, okay, so that's really hard for these guys to understand is I've got to adjust my path into the line of scrimmage instead of staying flat, okay? That's why the left hip of the tackle is a really good coaching point because that forces them to go in to the line of scrimmage. Let me talk about tags real quick for the last handful of minutes, and then we'll move on, okay? All right, so as I was saying, bluff is a tag for our traps. We've got a bunch more tags on these, but this is one that I really want to focus on. Bluff is a tag for our traps. It tells our trap guy to bypass the first helmet in the C-gap. It's very good for punishing well-disciplined spill teams, and we carry it into the game plan when we know that they're spill players, okay? So if we see on film, hey, these guys, every single time they get a pull at them, they're going to be square shoulder and they're going to be hugging the hip of the angle drive. We actually like that because that means we can carry bluff into our game plan. We run it a lot off of split zone. So we'll run zone bluff. But we really just started doing this with gap scheme in the playoffs. It's kind of like a curveball. We tell our kids that if this is a negative play, it's our fault, okay? It's not on them because we have to do a good enough job in film study to say, hey, 55 is really good at spilling, but 53 is really loose with it, okay? So we tell those guys, hey, if it doesn't work out, it's on us, and we'll own that. We pair with both calls. Split zone GT, GY, and YY are our favorites to pair it with. I'll show you guys a couple real quick, if I can. I'll show this one real quick because it's fun. But we got into we got two receivers. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 6 OLs here. Here's our left tackle lined up right here as the middle guy. And we ended up running super counter into this. It wasn't good because our second puller didn't make our first puller right, and our first puller didn't get a great pull. But I think it's fun to watch, to be honest with you. We get 4 pullers, so we get a pull trap and then 3 additional wraps, which I think is pretty sick. And we pick up 9, so it's not a terrible play. Let me find those bluff calls for you guys real quick.
Coach, you got about 7 minutes.
I appreciate you. All right, so here's a couple that we got. So this is, like I said, this is our playoff game in the semis, or excuse me, the quarterfinals. So we know based on film study, hey, 25, okay? 25 is really good at hugging that hip and squeezing. So we're just going to bypass them, okay? So you guys see how he does a great job of collisioning the hip of the tackle. He does a really good job of not letting that tackle get to the second level and making sure that we have to bounce everything, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to avoid him. We're going to angle drive to the first guy that shows, okay? It's probably going to be 28 because of the way that they're going to flow over top. We're going to double here. to 28 as well. I mean, if they're going to play a 5-man box to 6 guys, that's on them. Then we're going to gap hinge for this guy or slam for this guy. And then all we're going to do here is pull and give the notion that we're going to trap, and then we're just going to wrap outside. Excuse me. And this guy's going to wrap outside of him as well. So we get into the line, and we get a little okey doke. And we basically trap for that next guy, okay? So we skip that guy. We let him intentionally go through. And we pick up 11 here, okay? Here's the wide copy of that one. Skip him. And he's just not in a position. He's expecting a trap all day. And so he's not in a position to make that play right there. It also helps that our running back should be playing somewhere, man. He's 6'2", 230. He's a freaking nail. He's a hammer, man. So there's one of them. Okay, here's one where we didn't run. So this one, we did this as a halftime adjustment, really. And our guard didn't do a great job here of getting outside of that. That's really all that happens here. But our tight end does a good job of understanding the concept. And he keeps working outside. And if we can break that tackle right there, okay, we actually have a positive play there. Here's from the butt side. Our guard just got to get around there, okay? And this is also what we tell the kids. I mean, this guy doesn't do a phenomenal job of surfing that hip. So this could be one where, we get outside of him and he doesn't do a great job, or it's not a really explosive play. So, we would tell the kid on the sideline, hey, this is on us. We won't call it to that guy. Okay, here it is based on our Badger play, okay? So like I was saying earlier, Badger is our YY counter. So both of our Ys are going to bluff that guy. And our quarterback's got to stay outside. Quarterback's going to follow his pullers. Okay, our Ys didn't do a great job there, but that's kind of how that's supposed to look, okay? Everybody's angle drive, bluff outside of it, get outside there. Okay, here it is in the goal line. Once again, tailback's got to follow his guys.
Hey, Coach, a couple questions.
What's up, man?
Coach Bittner here says, do you ever teach your guys to cut on the slam block if you are having a hard time securing the hinge?
Yeah, we've talked about it a couple times. We just never really had it in theory. Like it's something that we can do. It's something that we can do. We just don't do it just because if we've got a hard time on the hinge, then that means that we should just, in my opinion, we should just read that guy or run a different play or do something. Because if we read that guy, we can get a +1 hat somewhere else. And if we run a different play, we can just take that guy. We can turn that disadvantage into an advantage for us, in my opinion.
Yeah. And then Coach says, does the running back's path change with the bluff call?
Yeah, it does. So with the bluff call, we always teach the running backs to follow the inside leg of the second puller. With the bluff call, we just tell him to follow your second puller, period. It's really all that is, just because, that nature of we want to get outside now. So if anything, the running back's got to be more patient. But I think that's really all I got for you guys. If anybody's got any more questions, you guys can drop them down there. Other than that.
Awesome. Well, yeah, you guys can find Coach on Twitter. And if you have any questions.
Here's my stuff. Hopefully, if you guys want to email me, shoot me on Twitter.
Yeah,
right here.
At Coach Norfolk now.
Yep.
Hit up Coach. I'm sure he'll be talk counter for days. I love counter. Counter's my deal. So if you guys have anything you want to talk about with counter with Coach, I love being multiple with it. I love your YY stuff. We got into some stuff that are late in the year. I love, obviously Bash is my favorite play, and so we all have your away tag. And then the bluff stuff, and then I like quarterback, which having the T lead up too. So I love all those variations.
Yeah, we got bluff from a guy down in DFW last year at Denton, one of the Denton school, or excuse me, Geyer, and he was talking about how all the issues they were getting on their front side spills, so where their guys would just turn it into logs every time, and so they just came up with the tag to be able to make sure that they get that log every time and hit it outside, and we put it to work for us in the playoffs. We started it with our split zone stuff, But I was banging down the desk trying to get us to do it on our gap scheme, and we started doing it on the gap scheme, and it turned out really well for us. So.
Well, awesome. Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming on, and definitely, guys, make sure you go follow Coach.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Yep. All right, guys. Yep. So we are now at the 10 o'clock hour, 2 hours into the stream. So Coach Flora could not join us today. So y'all stuck with me. Haha. So yes. So if you guys want to continue with some of that roundtable stuff, if not, it is what it is. I'll be here chilling with you guys for the 30 minutes. Coach Larry McCray is coming on at 10:30. He is the O-line coach at Allen High School. If you don't know where Allen High School is, I'm pretty sure that's where Kyler Murray went. Yes, I'm eating Pop-Tarts. Leave me alone. But he's going to be on here at 10:30. And so we are just chilling. Coach Fawcett, morning. Morning, Coach. Hope you're doing good. And then over East JD, what's up? What's good, Coach Dan? What's good, man? What's good? What's good? For anybody that is still in here, make sure that you are checking in. William Patterson, yeah, you can go on somewhere with that. Go Chiefs crap. We know what we root for over here. Where we at? Right there. Anyway, Coach McCray, you can come on sooner if you want me to. Yeah, let's do it. Let me hold on. I'll send you the link. I literally have it in the email right now. Okay, just sent to you, Coach. You can come on. I can finish you my Pop-Tart, and you can come on and chew. Let's see. Jay Weekland, one of the speakers right here. Jay Weekland, what's up? What's up, Coach? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Bill Patterson, Bellevue East High School, Nebraska. And then, like Coach, we just saw Coach speak right here in Noah Cornell. OL's Deer Creek High School. Coach Wiggin, go Ravens. Go Ravens, guys. Go Ravens. Go Ravens. I had somebody check me on my Ravens stuff the other day, and I was like, man, I got receipts on how long I've been a Ravens fan of not having a coach, hiring Harbaugh, not having a quarterback. Bowler didn't work out. Drafting Flacco, all the matchups with Pittsburgh. Then Cundiff missing the kick in the AFC Championship. We should have went to back-to-back Super Bowls, by the way. We won the Super Bowl against the 49ers. All the heartache, all that stuff. So I got the receipts from being a Ravens fan, but we will get it going. So Coach Green, coaching the offseason, how long do you guys work on counter? I don't know if it's for me or for Coach Cornell. You can kind of DM him on Twitter, guys, if you want to get that. And yeah, Coach Trotter, great stuff so far, making my drive enjoyable. All right, so Coach McCray, how you doing?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, I'm good, man. I'm glad you could be here with us. Yeah, let's get it going early. You got your presentation. We'll go ahead and share it. Yeah, you can go to present, and then you can go to share screen. And then if you're going to do two different things, like a presentation and the huddle, it's better to do entire screen. But
yeah, no, it's all in huddle, I believe.
Okay. All right, there it is. All right, Coach is going to he can do his own intro. He knows himself better than I do, and we'll get it rolling. Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Appreciate you having me, man. This was an awesome blast watching it last year, and blessed to be a part of it this year with you guys and everything. So, just actually was at a clinic, the DFW clinic that Coach just mentioned a minute ago. I'm picking up some good stuff last night and everything as well. But blessed to have the opportunity to be here and everything. I didn't do a slide with with my past. I'm an O-line guy, through and through. Started off, played at Baylor University out of high school, graduated in 2000. Immediately kind of got into coaching. And the crazy thing is, got into coaching with the guy that I currently work for now here at Allen High School. So, I've kind of gone back with that guy and gotten back with him and, got back together again, here at Allen High School. So the school we were at first was a 1A school where we had about 40 kids in the graduating class. So it's quite a different set of circumstances, if you will. here at Allen, where we have 7,000 students and about 400 to 500 kids in the program. So from ninth grade all the way up. So just a great place and everything like that. But, I was a head coach, after Bosqueville High School was where I was with him first. After that, I was at DeSoto High School up in Dallas. I'm sure a lot of folks have heard of those guys, state champions this year as well in 6A Division II here in the state of Texas. After that, I actually went back to my hometown, which is Angleton, Texas. Was there for 2 years before I went to Manville High School down in the Houston area. I was at Manville High School from 2006 to 2016 as the offensive line coach there, run game coordinator / OC for several years too. And then following that, for whatever reason, I decided to to jump into the head coaching world. So I became a head coach at Clear Lake High School, which is a 6A high school down in Houston. If you don't know where that's at, it's down by Kemah, Galveston area, but also where NASA's right down there in the backyard of Clear Lake High School. So I was at Clear Lake for the last 7 years as the head coach and athletic director on campus. And then, I just wanted to get back to coaching ball again a little bit, and just wanted to get back to coaching some O-line. And so Coach Wigginton's been working on me, ever since we coached together way back in 2002, 2003 to come and join back with him again. And so, I just, like I said, just wanted to get back to coaching some offensive line again. And, been blessed with that opportunity here at Allen High School, to be the offensive coordinator and offensive line coach here now. And everything. So that's kind of a little bit of history of myself. Like I said, I don't want to bore you guys with too much of that stuff. Just kind of wanted to jump into it a little bit, if you will. Kind of want to do something a little bit different. I mean, we're an inside zone, outside zone team. We have all the gap scheme stuff as well. The heavy personnel is something that I'm really kind of trying to dig in myself and learn more about it. And do a little bit more with it, if you will, because we do have, the personnel kind of to do that here at Allen, as well as some other guys. I'm sure other people across the nation have the ability to do as well. But this is something that it grew a little bit out of not a have to, but kind of a need to, if you will. Our starting quarterback broke his collarbone week 1 of the playoffs this year. It went down. He was a running threat, throwing threat type guy, but when he broke his collarbone and went down, obviously we went to a little bit of wildcat stuff, and then just the offensive line coach and me, we started kind of coming together as an offensive staff and realized we needed to run the football, and we got a little bit of a wildcat formation with a do everything type of kid for us. And we just started adding more hats into the box, and eventually we look up, and we're in, obviously we ran unbalanced, and everything like that. But and I'll skip over the slide there. We ran unbalanced and everything like that early on a little bit, not a ton. So there's not a lot of clips of that I have on here. But kind of as that need to, situation kind of occurred, you look up and you've got 6 O-linemen in the game. And then the next thing you know, deep into the second, third round of playoffs, we're looking at, we got 7 offensive linemen in there and trying to run the ball downhill. And, for us, can you run out of it? Can you pass out of it? We were able to do both at times, as for us. But, it's kind of the evolution of what we were doing. But I don't have a ton of clips on some of the certain sets. Because it's still kind of a work in progress. I want to kind of expand that thing. And, any guys that do have a lot of experience in the unbalanced, the unbalanced or even, the heavy personnel stuff, the 7 O-linemen, 6 O-linemen stuff as well. Man, I'm ready. I'm all ears, man, because I like this stuff, and, it really digs into, I'll talk about it in a minute, but, it really gives your kids an emphasis of like, hey, we got 7 O-linemen in here. Like it's just a mindset thing that kind of comes along with it. So that's kind of what we like about it. For us, what constitutes heavy for us, I feel like unbalanced is heavy. I mean, I may be wrong on that. People may disagree with that. But to me, I think when you go unbalanced, you're trying your very best to, in different cases to see how the defense is going to align to it. But also you're getting a little bit of you're getting your best offensive lineman possibly together, on the same side, and so That's kind of what we feel about it. Our 12 personnel stuff, different forms of it. We got a ton of different ways to get into that. Our 6 O-line package, like I said, it's a true offensive lineman that comes into the game. We also go unbalanced out of that as well. And then our 7 O-line look package that we had as well. We called it Big 7. Big 7, is our 7 O-line look. And then everybody's got a goal line package. I got a few clips of that on here as well. You go over there and they won't say it, but every defensive lineman wants to play a little O-line or actually want to be in the backfield. They want to block a little bit, So we feel like bringing those guys over and throwing them a bone a little bit on the offensive side, kind of gets those guys excited a little bit, and when they come over to that side again, it's an instant feel of, hey, we're running downhill on you. But again, we do have the ability to pass out of it as well and do some other things. So, numbers, obviously this time of year, everybody's breaking down their stuff, looking at things and everything. And so, just going back and doing a deep dive into our stuff this year, our heavy sets, what we define as heavy, 15% of our downs this year accounted for that. Average run game was about 4.3. Average pass game was about 8.4. The effectiveness of the play, which I consider, it's not a negative play or it's a 0-yard gain. 87% of the time we were going, 1 yard or more. And I'll be honest, 82 plays this season total that we ran it. There was 11 touchdowns on it because, again, obviously we get in the red zone, you get down there close. You're going to jump into these, a heavier set, possibly bring an extra O-lineman in. Not to take a shout out to NFL, but hopefully, I understand in the NFL, those guys got to check in. Luckily, in Texas in high school football, you don't have to do that necessarily. So it's kind of, you don't have to worry about that too much. It's for that debacle that happened with the Cowboys. So anyway, in the Lions. But for us on the year, 11 touchdowns on it, 11 explosives, and we don't necessarily run these heavy sets looking for explosives. But depending on how the defense lines up to it, how they account for it, it did lead to some explosives for us this season, which was really, really great when you do a deep dive back into it and look into it. And when you're doing your weekly self-scout, you look at those things as well. And then on the year, also, it was 15 passes and 67 runs on the season that we had. Why we love it, I feel like, there's some obvious reasons, but then there's some others that might be a little bit less. The hat differential, more hats in the box, on the offensive line with an offensive line mentality. The more hats in the box, that equals more gaps. We feel like if we can get people, having to fit different gaps than they normally do or playing just a little, things just feel a little bit different, whenever you add an extra hat in there in the box, and the different things you can do in heavy personnel. And so, you might get, that safety having to fit in a different spot than he normally likes to. You might find out real fast that the safety, he sees all those extra linemen on there and he might start getting a little nervous, as well. And so the extra lineman might come and light him up a little bit. So we feel like also, again, like I mentioned before, establishing a tone. It's a physical brand of football. Even if you're throwing it out of that, we don't our pass pro, we feel like it's not passive either. We can slide, we can slide protect it. You can also honestly man slide it. It changes a couple things here and there, but you can full slide it. You can play action it. You can do all those things as well. Personnel match, it matches kind of what we have. Personnel wise, we have the ability to kind of throw some guys in there. Offensive line wise that need in the game, but we're only starting 5 of them at a time, obviously. But you're able to get a 6th and 7th offensive lineman in there. That's good stuff too. Eliminates the guesswork sometimes when you start throwing those extra hats in there and you go heavy. The option out of some defenses, is a lot of them will go base. And so if they go into whatever their base is, there ends up being somewhere, somehow, somewhere out there, there ends up being a mismatch in the run and passing game that we may be able to get. So our unbalanced 11 personnel, we set a 3-man surface with our 3 best offensive linemen possibly. You get that left tackle over as the extra guy, and you got your 2 tackles next to each other. It may be your 2 dudes, and so it allows for that. We run our full offense out of it. Again, our gap scheme, our inside zone, our outside zone, all of our passing game as well. We love it. Obviously, we love it versus odd fronts, because it kind of makes them declare a little bit and change a little bit. You might that outside overhang. He may have to come down now and play in the box where he might necessarily not want to do that. And so we like having getting that little bit of that declaration out of him. What are you gonna do? And so it can grow the mentality of your team into a gritty team. As offensive line guys, we all love that. Who doesn't want to be a little bit more gritty? And then if you don't have a true blocking tight end, but you're running your tight end sets, it allows you to get away from that a little bit, and obviously we would all love to steal the tight ends a whole lot more, and have them with us. I feel like we do a great job. Our H's coach, John Broom, does a great job with our guys at tight end. He's an offensive line guy that's with those guys full time. So they definitely, can block it here at Allen. And so, but if you don't have that guy and you don't get to spend a lot of time with him doing it, you can you can get away with it a little bit more than that. Our 12 personnel in general, we feel like it allows us to, run and pass both out of that. It mimics our spread formations. We can move guys around, and we were blessed this year where we had guys that could stay in for those things. For example, our ex receiver, could easily slide in and be the point guy on our tight bunch stuff when we were running duo and things like that. So it allows, you have that guy on the field already, and he was also the Wildcat guy that would slide back there. So what that allowed for us was, it looked like some spread stuff. Our head coach, Lee Wiggins, is very big on, we'll line up in something and jump to something else also, and just try to get the defense in positions that make them a little bit nervous and not what they thought was coming. So if you can couple it with tempo, if you don't have to change your form, your personnel, you can couple this with tempo, and it's even more effective. It's even more deadly, if you don't have to change personnel in order to do these things. So, the tight end H position, if you have that kiddo that's, more of a deep threat and one's more of a blocker, you have that flexibility to kind of use that. If you got an athletic tight end that can do both, then, awesome. That's really, really good. If you have two of them that can really do it, then that's really, really awesome. So the mismatches in the passing game or, up front wise too, both of those can present. And the last thing is, again, if a defense is, if their bases that go to a cover 3 look or something like that, your seams are open to those tight ends. If you got two of them in the game, 6 to 7 O-line looks, we can change the surface real easily. We can go a 4-man surface, possibly a 5-man surface. You can do some of those things, which, we were prone to do at times. We would actually do that. And again, like I mentioned earlier, you have that 6th and 7th O lineman that instead of having to sub him in and sub him out for another O lineman, you actually get him in the game. And he comes in with that gritty mentality, and he's able to roll a little bit too. So that helps kind of getting those guys and keeping them engaged and part of it, and knowing that they're all a big part of what we're doing. It changes fits for defenders as well, like I was talking about before. We easily max protect out of it. And the last thing is, everybody in a stadium knows, a lot of times, hey, everybody knows we're about to run the ball downhill, and there's good and bad of that. But I mean, we enjoy it, and like I said, and then you throw a little play action in there, and then, things change a little bit for them. So answers from the defense, we see different things from the defense, the defensive perspective, and there's probably more things than this, but this is just kind of some of the things that we see. A lot of them will they'll disguise their coverages, to how many hats they're going to have in the box and what they're doing. Some of them, like I mentioned earlier, they'll just go to base. They'll see a heavy formation coming in, they're going base. And so again, the advantages of having not to change personnel, help a lot with that. If you have hybrid guys, that can do both, that can play the pass, play the run. If they have those guys, great. And then the other thing is from their perspective, sometimes they may want to bend but not break. Limit the big explosives. And again, we would love explosives every time we snap the ball, but in these heavier packages, at times, we're not going into it expecting an explosive. We're looking for dirty runs. We're looking for 3 and 4 yard gains. at times. This may be something that we institute to kind of finish out a game. It could be something we run in the middle of the field, in the middle of the game. It's just the variety of it. When you use it, is kind of what works best for you in the situation that you're in as well. And then, if you're successful with it and the defense doesn't have an answer, their only hope is that you get out of it. And so get into some film a little bit, the tackle over stuff. And like I said, I'll go kind of through some of this. Again, this is a gap scheme. This is our, we call it GH counter, basically, out of a Wildcat set. We got a pull and kick guy. Coach was talking about counters earlier. Our kid comes a little flat. He comes flatter, and then he has to adjust. Love for him to get more on 31 there off the edge. He does take the high side, so we're able to get underneath it. This is a Wildcat formation, third round of the playoffs. A lot of times you want those guys. You don't really want those guys bouncing this thing. If I go to the end zone view, you can see everybody kind of coming off. They're coming off of patience. Our two tight ends are to the right over here. We got one cutting off C gap or cutting off B gap now, actually, because it's tackled over. And then got a double team coming off on the other side. Decent job by 51 getting interior with his left arm kind of posting that up for 74. I left the line on there actually. We'd love for this guy to hit it right there where that yellow line is. So you can see it open up right there. But that's an example of our gap scheme out of it. Here's another look of it. This is off a little jet motion as well. Puller comes flat. It's decent start on the start off. I don't like how he hops 76, hops outside there for a second. We like for those guys to stay on the path. What we say, come hell or high water. If he would just pull left, hit left, like Coach was saying, that's the same exact thing we coach. But sometimes these 16, 17, 18-year-old kiddos, they're knuckleheads sometimes. So, but we like to play. Running back's patient right here. We love to have an explosive, a huge play and all that. But it ends up not being that. But again, you can see down here on the bottom. This is Midland Legacy, number 90 down here is defensive end. This is us asking the H-back to do this, who's a tough kid for us. But you see 90 getting after him a little bit down here on the bottom. He pops him pretty good right there in the jaw, and then he kind of corrects himself. We'd love for 10 not to let his hat get outside. We just want you cutting off 90, man. Like if you got to throw your body in there and just lay down, then great. We skip the end zone to that one. We go tackle over here. Okay, little play action off of it. Okay, our quarterback reads it pre-snap. We were actually going duo on this a little bit. Running our duo that we love so much here as well. Quarterback pulls it, throws the snap route outside. It's a little bit low. It ends up being incomplete. I think if he handed it, I don't know if we get through that crease or not. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But quarterbacks, they make those decisions, and we let them roll with it. So too hot off the edge. We have other calls that we do to account for that in different run game that we do. He liked the throw. He liked the matchup. So two true tight ends. Okay, same side up here at the top. Okay, we're run a little jet motion, running our duo stuff here. A little kind of an all-out blitz here. Again, third round playoff game. Later in the year, again, this thing kind of evolved a little bit as the year went on. Bodies on bodies, no safety in the middle of the field really. And you can kind of see how it sorts out. So when we draw it up on the board, we want it to work 100% the way we draw it up all the time. But you see on this, the bodies get picked up. So as an O-line coach and as a running back coach, when you see, that right there, and the guy in the pinstripes, the only one that can make the tackle, which they do at times, we give our running backs a hard time if that happens. But, when you see that right there and you pick that up correctly, it's a beautiful thing, and again, we're not asking a ton out of our H. We're not asking a ton out of our, our two tight ends that are in there per se. Cut off some stuff, fit on some stuff, get a body on a body. Here's a look at we're just running power here, to that two tight end surface over there. Would like for the guard. It's a little bit later in the game. Not all the starters in there per se, but would like that guard to keep it tight. I would like for him to fit off of 74's inside hip right here. I'd rather him be going, right through here looking for this guy. But again, that's kind of what you get sometimes. You coach these guys up on everything, and take the good with the bad sometimes as well. But, great job by the left tackle here with his cutoff. Okay, he's able to get, +2 kind of on this, be able to get that defensive end kind of high walled up the field. And so at all times, always, again, teaching physicality and everything like that as well. You just want bodies hitting the floor as well.
Hey, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Question here: do you play with your splits?
As far as the O-line splits?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, time to time. I mean, we try not to do it where we're just obnoxious with it. Obviously we try to. We'll tell guys to, that they can cheat them a little bit where it's just not obnoxious, and things like that. So it may be that another guy might have been in a game that might not be in a lot. And he may be really, really close to that guard or that center because he's a little bit scared. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, we'll tinker with them a little bit. If we were talking outside zone stuff and things like that, we might tinker with them a little bit on that. But with our pull stuff, typically we don't as much. Just kind of depends. Okay. This is a I counted it as a 2 tight end look. That's more of a wide receiver kiddo, but I went ahead and threw in our 12 personnel stuff here. Coming in motion here. We ask our wide receivers to block their tails off too. And so this is an example. The wide receiver coming back in motion. We got them to overload a little bit to this side down here. We motion. We get them to kind of get back out of it. And then it works better for our fit, for our pull out of our quarter. Our quarterback ends up pulling this thing right here. So ends up being a little bit, a little bit powerish type scheme, if you will, a little bit different play that we run. So when you have a quarterback that can run a little bit, it's a good thing. And again, down here, close to the goal line, a little play action stuff off of it, and again, we missed this. This is against a big district game for us against McKinney High School down here in Dallas also. But, obviously, they just got a little excited because it was wide open. But, you do so much stuff and you run that same look as before, and then you just slip that tight end out there. He was a little upset, that he just didn't get to walk in on that one right there. But, again, the play action stuff, again, at the end of this, I've got, my email, my phone number, things like that. I'm more than open to anything. If any guys want to talk about any stuff at all out of the, the heavy personnel, again, I'm ready to learn about anything, man. I'm excited to, to talk and clinic with guys and everything like that. So, I just want to throw that in there just to show you that you can do, a little play action stuff off of it. So, this one a little bit more, this is more, again, if we got in 4th and 1, 4th and 2, more than likely, if you scouted us, we'll probably run in duo. And so this ends up being a duo look out of that 2 tight end set. Like Coach was talking about earlier, coming off the ball, and I played, Coach, I played for a flat back, bow the neck, and da-da-da. But, man, with defensive linemen and the way they play nowadays, man, you're gonna get swat and swam, real fast. You're gonna get your weight maybe too far forward. We're more of let's get on, let's displace. I guess I'm having ends on that. Let's get on, let's displace. If it's a double team, obviously do our thing, take our right steps. They work out a little twist on the top side right here as well, on the bottom down here. But it's patience to violence. Is a lot of what we do. Obviously I want them putting guys on their back and everything like that. But if you don't get initial contact on those guys, then you don't have the opportunity to put them on their back, And so we try to get fits on guys and then go to work on them, And so, just like hopefully, I know everybody out there teaches the same thing. And then, this is a little jet sweep out of it, to the tight end set over there at the top. Love the double team between the left guard and the left tackle up here at the top on the top side. They between these two guys right here, they do a great job. 51 and 79, take 33 for a ride and dump him. Probably should have came off to somebody else, maybe, to kind of keep maybe that linebacker that made the play right there. But anytime we see physicality of our guys, man, we're going to celebrate it. This is a big first-round playoff game against Louisville, who's very, 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 very talented as well, play hard, have a good scheme. So, we'll take 5 yards. We're We're not. This is Denton Geyer. This is a replay. My center's not that bad, I promise. This is a replay. High snap, not good out of him. But this is a replay. We're reading that nose guard. Quarterback ends up having to take he's making the read a lot quicker than he thought he was going to have to, and his eyes had to leave it for a second. But just a play to kind of show you can get lucky out of some stuff sometimes also as well. But we're reading the nose, we're running a stretch one way. Quarterback can pull the other way. So, like I said, Denton Guy, very, very talented. Going back to another 2 tight end stuff. And again, 3-yard gain. It's a dirty run. Okay, that's power read right there. Again, same deal. You may look at it and go, "Dang, golly, man! Like hit it right there, please." And it's an explosive, like no doubt. So that's a young sophomore quarterback that's going to be a great one. And again, third round of the playoffs and all of that. And so, again, as O-line coaches, we feel like hit it up inside, and that's the shortest distance of that end zone when you do that. So, again, I'm going to skip past the 2 tight end stuff.
You got some questions right here, Coach.
Oh, yeah. What you got, man? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Coach says, what tends to be your first answer when defenses match your personnel and then you get a stalemate?
When he's talking about just when we're running the football, we may, if that's the case, then we may run a little play action off of it. We have a few answers. If they do load the box up, but I'm gonna be honest with you, man. If they match it up, I mean, we believe in what we believe in, and again, we're typically, we may spread it out. Again, I feel like our tempo, I feel like our ability to not have to change personnel comes in handy for us. And it gives us the flexibility, versatility to kind of get out of some stuff possibly if we don't like it. But again, like we believe in what we believe in too, and like I said, we're gonna run duo, in some sort of way, in every sort of way that you can possibly run it as well, out of different looks as well. So if they're matching personnel, we're still gonna take our chances and see what we can do with it. So we feel like the versatility of the speed sweep and getting on the edge. With the interior running game as well, coupled with the ability to play action out of it, we feel like all those things give us, at some point, it gives us some sort of answer out of it as well.
He also says, and when you're in your unbalance, do defenses tend to overshift to you? Because when we got into unbalance this year, personally, definitely teams were overshifted. They didn't really see it before. So.
Yeah. There was times early we were running, and we tried to account for that, and that's why. Having the ability, if they overshift it, having the ability to run your counter back away from it, and do some stuff away from it, or a run read possibly as well. That kind of holds that front side while you do get out the back door on it as well. So, it's set up for us when they overshifted it. It set up good angles for us for some of the stuff that we like to do. But yeah, some people did overshift to it. It played in a little bit to our protection scheme if we did play action in it as well. So we tried to have an answer for those types of things also. So, again, this is in, and if there's any more questions, just let me know. This is our 6 offensive line set. This is us running, a counter scheme back away from it. Also, this is our GH counter. That's an extra offensive lineman in our left tackle. We got our backup right tackle is over there as lined up kind of as the top side as the tight end. Just running some gap scheme. I would really like for the right tight end, the guys line up 75 to be more patient. We tell them all the time, if they're +1 or, if you got man on, man outside, be patient and collect this, possibly on the first level. So don't like that part out of him. He does track up to a backer, and all that, but I would rather him just collect that front side initially. Cause I feel like we still have numbers for it. I think 85 would have came around and got who the tackle ended up getting to possibly. So again, a little gap scheme. Same thing here, 75. He's in a different spot this time. He's as a left tackle. Need a better step out of him on the initial part as well. Cutting that off and walling that down. But we are running duo here. It ends up cutting back all the way back across the board. Now, and I'll say this. I mean, if we ran duo 150 times this year, it hit play side about 4 times. So it was a rare event if that thing hit play side. So our mentality on it is, at times we're we're play side A, all the way out the back door possibly whenever we block our duo. So again, this is kind of our mentality. But again, I'd really like to have a better block out of 75 there, but he is able to watch it eventually. So a little bit more 6-0 line stuff, kind of trying to run a little power out of it. Got the backside guard pulling around. Would like for him to get up in there. Again, this is a little bit later in the game. Backup left guard is in there. It's still a 9-yard gain. Still a positive play. He skip pulls, gets up in there, just go create a hole. Like for 74 to get up in there too as well. Again, late in the game, trying to finish the game out here. Go to our 6 offensive lineman set. This one actually hits. It does hit play side this time. So, and like I said, this is kind of that point in the game where we actually got that first down and ran the clock out there to finish out the game. So, just a good tough run out of that guy. Okay, same thing here, running power back this way as well. Again, would love for the left tackle 72 to latch onto that guy so the puller doesn't have to kind of account for him right there. Or 72 needs to just go on to the next level as well. So I'm going to skip on a little bit past all this and get into 7 offensive line sets. Again, this is a third round playoff or second round playoff game. I'm sorry. And you don't see, you're like, man, coach, they ain't firing off the ball. They're coming off the ball. Their feet are moving. They're taking their steps that we work every day under our shoots. They're going with patience to violence. You can see them searching, for bodies, and so, that's a big part of what we do. We have great running backs that have great vision. And again, we just want to grind up front a little bit, and just grab bodies, and so, you can see a little bit, the safety number 7 coming down. He's not quite sure. Is this thing going to go outside? Is it going to go inside? He's a little bit late to the party and decides to kind of shut it down a little bit for a second there. So, 7, for us, it ends up being a 19-yard gain. If it had been 6 or 7, we're just as happy, because, like I said, it's 7 offensive linemen in the game. Our mentality has changed a little bit. So a little bit from the end zone here. Love 76 and how he posted up right there. Like Coach was talking about earlier. 76 just a senior kiddo that just grinded his way in a starting force this year, and everything like that. I got here back in April to Allen High School. Like I said, after giving up my head coaching job down in Houston, and got to know these kids, man. What a great group of kids, and everything like that also. So, they try their best, man. They want to please, me as their offensive line coach and Coach Buckley, who's their O-line coach as well, the head coach, their teammates. So again, I'm just proud of how they perform. They're not perfect by any means, and all that, but I love them to death, So this is a little stretch out of the Wildcat stuff. Getting on the edge here, we're asking our running back to go out there too. In the past, we'd probably tell our running back to run and cut, and obviously we can't do that anymore. But he goes and busts the guy up. And one of the biggest things for us is, we're going to be pile pushers, and so, man, I told our kids, man, this one gave me goosebumps right here, man. Like, this is late in the game. We're trying to go down for a game time score, second round of the playoffs. We end up winning on a walk-off touchdown by our running back. But, you're getting this effort. It's play 185 in the game. You're getting this kind of effort out of your guys, man. Like, they're bought in, so that's, you can go, obviously there's lots of talks about, buy-in and getting kids to play hard and just things with offensive line, but man, it's really cool when you see it on film and it translates, and these guys are doing everything they can do to push that pile. So, again, this is another duo out of the same play. This is the walk-off touchdown, second round. This one kind of more is all on our running back because we got 2 guys that show up in the hole. He just does a great job. I mean, sometimes, the Jimmies and Joes matter a lot of times as well. So just a great play by him to win the game right here. So backside, definitely need to cut off, do a better job on the backside cutoff as well. Needed to be better, but like I said, sometimes good things happen when you have a longer surface. It's just different gaps for kids to have to fill. And so it's different. It's different telling the surface is long over here. I've got a 5-man surface over here down on the bottom side. Just running a simple stretch play, getting up in it. We'd be happy with the 3, and he almost pops through this thing and takes it on to the next level. So, and you can see this early on the film here. We do line up and jump a lot. We actually jumped the 2 the 2 offensive linemen this time as well, and the tight end kiddo as well. So we're actually jumping. That's our starting right tackle and left tackle that are both jumping. And you see, we're just trying to get body on the body. Okay. And again, this kid almost squirts out the other side. Like I said, we're happy with the gain on that. Again, same thing here, a little stretch stuff. We like for our blocks to be better, obviously, but again, just outmanning people, a little bit up front. I'm gonna skip past our big 7 stuff. Heavy stuff, obviously, this is where we throw a bone to our D lineman. We got a defensive lineman in here at fullback on the top side. He's going to go play. I believe at Rice University, but he's still making decisions. I believe. We just got big bodies. We're trying to wrap around. We're trying to run power. It's obviously a short distance to go, but we're trying to get bodies up in there. This is an unbalanced heavy set with some D linemen in the game, simply because we were in a field goal extra point. And we jumped real quick to an unbalanced set, and we asked our kicker, and you can see he might be scared to death down there at the bottom. We're asking our kicker to pick off the backside edge, which I would like for him to have got the other guy that was inside right there, 94 possibly, 84 possibly, but just tempo thing. We jumped into it. We were lined up for a short field goal late in the game, and kind of rolled the dice here and felt good about what we were doing with this, and watched that thing go. So ended up being a different look at an unbalance for us.
Coach, I'm gonna need you to send me that. That is
I got you.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it was, like I said, more than anything else, it was just kind of a, one of the, it's kind of one of those nail in the coffin moments too, man. Like, do you take the field goal or do you take the touchdown? So it was good stuff, man. Here, same deal, a little unbalanced early in the year, second game of the year probably. Puller gets knocked off. Right guard gets blown up. Again, our offensive line got better as the year went on. We averaged 240, 245 rushing a game by the time the end of the year was here against a really great schedule. We go all the way to the 4th round of the playoffs. We played DeSoto week 1. We played CE King week 2. So we played the state championship team, regional final teams. In our district, we have Prosper, Denton Geyer, a lot, great teams that throughout the whole, up and down our schedule, great teams, each and every week, nothing but respect for the teams we played. So, but again, you see our guard get pulled off here, but hitting it downhill, the different gaps that you have to fill, there's just different gaps on that and everything. So, and then shout out to our student section back there. You can see those guys in the background, man. Like, our student section is awesome here at Allen High School. I'll tell you that, man. They race to get to those seats right there. So, really cool for them too. Heavy D line, D linemen, linebackers in the game. Same type of stuff here. We didn't end up not getting in right here, but I really feel like had we hit it, possibly we let a guy skip out. And again, this is probably 4th or 5th week of the season. We went to more 6 and 7 man stuff. Again, how much time do I got, Coach?
I'll give you go about another 8 minutes, Coach. Give me.
I got you. Yeah. So this is kind of my last little bit right here. We consider this a heavy package also. Again, this kid at the top right here, that's the kid that played out wide for us. He was our Wildcat guy. He's our point man on our tight bunch stuff when we run our stuff out of it as well. Just an all everything kid. He's got an offer from Navy, Southern Arkansas, some others, but just a great kid, man. Team captain for us. So we consider this a heavy look also. This is us play action out of it. We call it diamond. Sometimes it's diamond up. Sometimes it's where they're back next to the quarterback. Throwing out of it. Again, I didn't show you a ton of passes. And again, we only passed, 17 times per se out of what we call our heavy stuff. So, just a little pat just to get you out of the box right here. So, it's a lighter box. But we still like what we got out of the passing game in this one. So, again, I only have the tight angle on this. But for the offensive line, it's just a slide protection. We feel good about it. Tight end's off the edge and running back is off the edge also. So, we're actually in a 7-man protection that we feel good about. So, running back's looking off the edge as well. We account for bodies on bodies. Quarterback's got time to throw, and we like it. Make the catch on that. We go diamond. This one's a different look because we're back a little bit. We go diamond on this one. I'd like for my tackle to come around the horn on that a little bit better. This is a true counter off stretch action right here. Quarterback reads it. Again, ends up being a dirty run. He ends up popping through right there. This is a game he actually broke his collarbone in a little bit later than this, but this is first quarter, again, against the Louisville team that's very, very talented. Yeah, pulled the cameraman right there. Diamond again, another pass play out of it. Like for our running back to check. He's helping. He's actually helping out the kiddo that's a right tackle. He also has the ability to scan, and maybe account for this guy's coming off the edge over here as well. So again, a true 7-man protection. I think same kiddo, pretty much same play. This one takes me back a little bit right here. This is when I was at Manville High School. Some of you guys may recognize, we had a starting quarterback at Manville named Derek King, who I think a lot of people have heard of before. Was a great quarterback for us at Manville High School. And his backup at Manville High School, taking the snap right here in this play, was Kyle Trask. He's a backup to Baker Mayfield with Tampa Bay Buccaneers, had a great Heisman Trophy finalist career at Florida. This is a diamond, what we call diamond at Manville as well. But we just, all we did was take one of the backs and put them on the other side. We actually called it diamond stacked, I believe. But this just running. Well, what I loved about it is just a nasty, gritty play, running straight ahead. It's just double lead, and we get lucky because one doesn't fit in the box effectively on this. But again, different fits for different gaps, and different hats equal different gaps sometimes. And so this running back right here ended up playing at Ole Miss. We went to the 4th round with those guys 3 years in a row. But again, just the initial part of it, I like the grittiness of it. 44 is a defensive tackle that's coming through first. And again, this is 2015. So we're able to run through there and cut guys differently than we were before. Same thing back in Manville. That's Derek King at quarterback there. We run the counter to the other guy. We have the ability to run an option off of it. If he reads it correctly and wants to, he has the ability, he's handing it with one hand there, so that's probably a giveaway, but he has the ability to ride that. We're running counter, true counter one way, counter F one way, and then we have the ability to run option with the quarterback running back to the top side as well. But what we like about it is counter. Again, a gritty run down on the goal line. I like a better, guard pulls flat. That guard ended up playing in Indiana, had 38 starts at Indiana. Left tackle, I love the physicality of him taking his guy to the end zone and finishing his guy, that guy had a great career at Austin Myers at TCU and also played at Memphis and finished out at Memphis last year. So, again, just different options you can run out of what you call your diamond. It's good stuff. Then we also had the play action off of it. Being able to max for, we actually released these guys. We protected it with the running back. And then, great throw by Derek. And sometimes your great throws end up, not being caught sometimes. So, great job up front by those guys, though. So, again, back to our diamond, another run. We started messing with a lot of some duo kick stuff as well. Which, again, if you guys want to talk more about duo stuff, I'd love to. I'm ready to learn anything and everything I can about duo, as well. It's a ton of what we do here as well. If guys want to talk about that, feel free to reach out to me and all that. Again, protecting it, making it look off the play action here as well. Great catch. That was actually a completed pass. That's a good job by a wide receiver. But again, you can see we're sliding in here. Not a great job by 74, my right tackle. He should have been, and this is Prosper High School, who does a ton of movement. So, it's a different mentality that week a little bit, but a ton of movement they do. 74 should be almost hip to hip with 76 right now. We are 7-man protecting this. Almost, it's pretty much an 8-man protection, if you want to be honest, out of this. So, we felt good about our matchups out there as well. And so, again, great job by number 5. Again, like I said, he's a do-everything guy. Ain't afraid to stick his nose in on a defensive tackle, to help get that play off right there. So, again, you can max this thing up, and in our world, we love that. If you can 8-man protect something and like your matchups outside, then great. So same thing here. We actually release one of them. We're 7-man protection here. We release 5, get him in the middle of the field, run a little route in the middle of the field late in the game. He gets a big catch for, I think he might have got it for a first down right there. It was close. But again, going to the end zone here. Same concept though. We're sliding it. We're looking, we're better job by my guys there. H is getting hit a little bit on the top side. The running back's there to kind of help out, if he needs to as well. So, again, different options. Same thing here. A little slide, but it's an incomplete pass. But sorry, my bad. Let me go back to. Sorry, Coach. Let me go back to my information. Am I good, Coach? You want to?
Yeah, you can pull up your information. Good.
Got you. Okay. So again, that's lots of different ways to spell McCray. If you want to find me, that's the way you spell it, though. So you throw a couple of C's in there, or a couple of R's, and all that stuff, or some Y's. But again, that's my information, man. Feel free, reach out. You text me. Text me if you want. Email me if you want. I didn't put my Twitter on there either, but it's very simple. It's at Larry W. McCray on Twitter or whatever. Also, so and everything like that. So. If you, like I said, reach out, feel free to reach out. I have other things that I've done. What I thought was a cool idea, the clinic that I was talked at in Orlando recently, just taking one drive offensive line wise, and the diversity of one drive was really, really cool, and kind of did a deep dive into that as well. And then also how we handle 5 and 6 man pressures and things like that as well. So if any guys, want to talk ball about any of that, man, I'm always open. Appreciate you having me on and all that. Do I need to stop sharing on here? Or no?
Yeah, you can if you want to.
Okay.
There you go.
I was trying to get up. So, but again, I mean, if any guys want to talk ball, man, like more than happy to, I want to learn just as much as, as the next guy for sure. Cause, definitely don't know it all. Definitely don't. So, but appreciate you having me on, man. I love what you do, man. And like I said, getting anytime offensive line stuff's out there, man, it's just it's a great thing, man. That's what I am. Born and bred. And that's what my son's a sophomore for me here at Allen High School, playing for me now as well. So just a cool deal, man. We want to be as good as we can up front, just like everybody else. And we're blessed to play against teams that have great offensive lines also. So I'm able to take ideas from guys all the time around here. But man, like I know there's great knowledge out there around the country, and you do a good job of getting that information out too. So I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Hey, like I said, make sure y'all hit up Coach, because I'm over here taking notes. I'm taking like screenshots. I'm sitting here like this stuff is absolutely awesome. I love 6 and 7 man O-line stuff. Yeah. I love unbalanced stuff. Like we dove into that towards the end of the year just because of based off of personnel and what we need to do. But it's I think that's the new frontier of football to a certain extent because it's so different and not many people are seeing it. So you can kind of trip up some DCs week to week. But Coach, I appreciate you coming on and talking.
Yeah, man. Anytime, man. I appreciate you, man. Good luck to you guys. I'll be watching the rest of the day too.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Yep. All right. So I don't know if y'all were excited for that, but that was basically I was, but that was awesome, absolutely awesome. I'm gonna talk for y'all for a minute before we have Coach McMahon come on. Again, I hate to keep saying this, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't. Make sure you guys subscribe. We're at 1,015, so we've gained about 15 since we hit it over. Make sure you do that if you like this. Make sure you hit the thumbs up on that, guys. And then one thing I want you guys to do: generate some traffic and some interaction. Everybody's got one of these, right? So take your phone out, and if you can do me a favor, just I'll put up something so you know to take a picture of me. Let's see. Present, share screen, window. We'll go here. Share. All right. So I'm gonna have that up there. Okay. If you do me a favor, just take a picture. Okay, and then go to Twitter and just tag me in it, and just be like, "Hey, the Tatum OL Clinic, come join." And then. Just tag me in it, right? You ain't got to post the link or whatever. Just tag me in it. And then hashtag Tatum Talk. That's what my hashtag I use. Tatum Talk. I'll put it in the chat right here. TATUM. TALK. Hashtag Tatum Talk. And then I can keep up with everybody and all that stuff and kind of get it going. But tag me and the hashtag if you would. I'll give you a second. I'm not going to pose or anything, but make sure you go ahead and you do that for me. And then comment in the chat any comments that you want. I'm gonna have Coach come on in 2 seconds. Like I said, we are almost at the 3-hour mark, and we are just getting started. I'm gonna go ahead and send that. Let me stop doing that. You'll see my emails. Send. Cool. Awesome. I don't know if y'all follow the Texas high school football chat, but oh boy, he just did it for me, and he's a good one, man. Texas high school football chat. All right, so waiting on Coach to come in, and we will get him going. Coach McMahon is going to talk about creating movement through force, which I think is a phrase that a lot of people say, but what does that really mean? We're going to talk about how they do it at Gaffney, South Carolina, one of the premier programs in the state of South Carolina. If you don't know about them, you're probably just not from here. So awesome. I'm getting all these mentions, guys. I love it. Appreciate y'all. Let me text him so he can come on in. There he is. Coach Mac, what's going on? Let's see if we can get him set up on his mic and stuff. I cannot. You have your if you go to settings, is your audio? Did you hit? Usually you got to hit confirm or allow or something like that with your microphone. Oh, you did. Huh. Let me see. Not sure. Let's see. Voice not connected. No, I still can't hear you. Do you happen to be on like your school computer or something, Coach? If you are, then that might be. Sometimes they have issues. I still can't hear you. Let me see. Maybe once he gets back in here, guys, maybe we'll start working. But anyway, guys, I appreciate all the mentions that are coming through. Go and make sure y'all follow each other, man. If you go follow that hashtag. Let's see. Yep. Love it. Y'all are absolutely awesome. All right. Let's see. Guys, got 95 folks in here watching the breakdown, 78 on YouTube, 17 on Twitter. And it is a day to have a great day. Let's see if it works. Nope. Let's see. Hold on, I heard something. What was that? Let's see. No, it was like a split second. I don't know. Mm-mm. I don't know, Coach. What you could do, I have had it do this before, is maybe you could join on your phone. If I could send you the link, and you join your phone for the audio, and then you use what you have right here for your presentation. There's the hashtag. Yeah, I can see your screen. Let's see. What Coach Birch says, it's all good. Coach Mack just gives us time to go to the bathroom. All right, so let me remove that one and add this one.
You get me on my phone?
Yeah, I got you.
Is that clear?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's gonna be there's an echo.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute this.
Yeah, you mute that, and then I'm gonna let you just go.
All right. Yeah, I'm getting all kinds of text messages too, but I'm an idiot about my technology. We're in Cherokee County. We're known for our football knowledge technology, that's for sure. All right, guys, I'm wasting enough time, so I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna talk about development. Really talking about force. I thought Coach L from Hockey College was awesome this morning talking about it. I'm gonna hit on some of those things as well and kind of carry over. I'm also gonna talk a little about where I'm at and background real quick. So about me, I'm a coach's son. I played center in let me mute this other one. Played center in high school. Grew up the coach's son on the field, practice field, and we ran the ISO V or GT, and really one of the best memories I have growing up is my dad. He taught me how to draw up ISO when I was in 5th grade on the dang car window of a Chevy with an expo marker, and that's really carried over for me. That's something I'll never forget, and that's really my background, kind of the old school, hand in the dirt. And it's really I've really had to change over the years with the offenses, and I've really seen a lot of different things throughout the time growing up. So, and then from there, I went to I wasn't really good, obviously, so I didn't get a scholarship or anything. I didn't play college ball. I went to Clemson, got on the equipment staff of Robbie Caldwell, worked on the OL for him, and folded a lot of towels, changed a lot of helmets, face masks, that sort of thing. I got a picture up here of me cleaning the flooded laundry room for the 100th time, but this happened right after practice one day about 7:30. We were on laundry that day. It was just about 3 of us as our day, and it flooded right as we were leaving. That we had to stay extra 30 minutes, that sort of thing. That's really where I got to be, and then it was a good time too, because you can see in the next picture that's me in the Orange Bowl there for the second time. I got to go to 2 Orange Bowls. We were very successful. I was there from 12 to 15. Clemson was really starting to roll around that point. Chad Morris had really changed the offense and came in, and Venables had just came in. Venables' first year was in 12 at the same time, and I came in, and I really got to see the defense turn. Like Chad Morris came in at 11, Venables came in at 12, so it was really a good time to be there, obviously, and we were real successful. Lost the national championship my last game in the program there to Alabama. So that was hard, but there's never anything that's going to be worse than that in your career, hopefully. So that sets you up. You learn a lot from failure. I was dying to get back into coaching because I knew my dad didn't have a whole lot of time left in his coaching career. And I was really anxious to get back and work with him. I was blessed to be a part of that staff for 5 years, and I really wouldn't trade that for anything. That's me in that third picture there. And then he finally hung it up, and he moved back to North Carolina, and I really wanted to get close to him. And then Gaffney's right on the border, so it was really the perfect fit, and it was great timing, obviously, there because we won our first state championship my first year here, and this is our first championship in 8 years. So that's just a little bit about me, my background. Gaffney High School is a very special place in South Carolina. We just had that. I had to follow this tough one with Coach McCray from Allen, Texas. That's Texas football is different, obviously, with their support and everything, and it's just really awesome, But growing up here or around South Carolina or in North Carolina too, because I grew up in North Carolina, Gaffney's always been a school you hear about, and then this is the kind of crowds we're used to playing in front of with, and here this is 2012, the semifinal game and against Burns, a big rivalry, and it's like that everywhere. It is. You don't get this atmosphere a lot of places. It's Friday night's always special, just having that hometown feeling, but the kind of support we have here is just special. Okay, we're located on I-85, about an hour from Charlotte. We're an 18-time state champion. Most recent in 21. Got a lot of NFL players. We're about 1,800 kids. We play in 5A. We travel too. That's a big part about Gaffney. So we don't mind traveling. We got a great fan support. This is probably the best picture I could find in just in 2012. 2021 in the state championship, we took the lead. Our philosophy, really to start at the top, this is probably the biggest thing. We want to get the best 11 on the field at all times, okay, for all situations. We're trying to get athletes in space. We're a spread team. Most people in South Carolina run the spread, especially in 5A. So it's not really anything different. And everybody's used to seeing it, but that's just our philosophy. We got we do have a lot of great athletes in Gaffney. That's part of it too. We got some outstanding receivers, and we like to spread the field, and we usually got a guy that can get them the ball too. So that's part of it. What we do, spread the field vertically and horizontally. We try to change the tempo a little bit. We do check with me a lot at the line, but we also go fast at times, and that's one thing we're really trying to work out this year is going faster and playing fast. From an OL standpoint, it's a lot better when we are playing fast and not sitting around the whole lot. The more we sit around, the worse we play. Usually we false starts, that sort of thing. We're 50-50, so whatever your offense is as a coach on OL, you got to decide, how much are you going to be running, how much are you going to be passing. If you're running the ball, you may need more weight forward in your stance, and your stance has got to reflect that. But when you pass that, and the stance has also got to reflect that too, and you can't have a lot of weight forward. We are RPO and play action as well. That's our stats. 21, we were 15-0, 4 seniors, 1 junior. On the offensive line, that's really the best OL I've been around in the high school level as far as that. And then we really lost a lot off that team. We had some great backs on that team as well. I think we rushed for 3,000 yards that year. And it really been trying to get back to that senior group. It's been trying to get that too. We hadn't been quite as good the past 2 years for our standards. We've been 9-4 in 22 and 23, and points per game. It averaged about a touchdown less. You don't see that. All right, this are some non-negotiables. Before you even think about development from that standpoint, I believe you got to have some of this, or at least most of these. If you don't, you're going to have some problems down the road. First thing, you got to have a desire if you're going to be an offensive lineman. It takes a special kid, and really 1 and 2 go together. Desire and attitude, the selfless part. It's hard to find 5 guys to play the position. So really, when you're trying to get that 4th and 5th guy, and maybe the DL's got that 8th and 7th guy that's not playing a lot, or 5th or 6th, and he's playing maybe 8 snaps a game, and you're trying to talk him into playing OL, there's got to be a desire from that kid to want to come over there and do that. And it's really hard to do that nowadays. We live in that entitlement society right now, and it's just, participation trophies, that sort of thing. So you really got to have a special kid to want to do it. And it's really hard to talk that kid into wanting to play it. And then the next part's the toughness, physicality part. Obviously, your only job as offensive lineman is to just to take and deliver hits for your teammates so they can be successful. You know, you're not going to get your name called in paper. You know, that going back to that. And then the last thing, you got to have a little smarts about you, because it takes some thought. It's the most technical position on the field other than maybe quarterback. And it's, you know, we're the lesser athletes. Usually the best DL, the athletes are on the DL, right? So we got to have better technique and cheat for success to have a chance. And then effort. At Gaffney, we don't really coach effort. I mean, we're blessed to say that. But we got great athletes, and I don't know what's something in the water down here. The way they compete is just unrivaled. If you got a place like this, it's hard to explain if you're not around here and if you're not in a program that's similar. But the way our kids compete is something else, and that's something we're fortunate we don't really have to coach here. If a kid's not giving effort, he's not going to be better than the kid that's behind him waiting to take his spot. All right, so I got a clip here just talking about movement. I probably need to speed up a little bit, but this is just the idea. Look, I want y'all to take a look at this right guard right here. He's one of the best I've been around. Okay, and this nose guard right here is from Spartanburg. He was a Shrine Bowler. This is his junior year, his first game of the year. And really, this is one of my favorite plays that Gap since I've been here. It's just we had a lot of runs like this night, just inside zone, and just talking about movement. We'll watch that a few times. You can see we're getting underneath the pads. Let's see. Back makes a great cut too, untouched for about 5 or 6. And that's about 10, 11 actually. And these runs just kind of wear down. We had a bunch of these runs that night, and I think we rushed for about 300. This kind of summed up our season on the ground. Just imposing your will. You got a hat on the hat coming off the ball. That's what you're looking for, finishing, you know. We really warmed down towards the fourth quarter. All right, so some common problems you see on OL. You know, everybody talks about wasted movement, false steps. You want to be efficient, and that starts with the stance. Being able to move in all directions is key for us because, like I said, we're balanced. We got to be able to pass that just as much as we got to be able to come off the ball and then pull as well. You know, and it starts with always hear about pad level, right? Well, you can get underneath the chute. I'm a big believer in the chute still, but, you know, if you got poor pad level, it's going to be really hard. You get at a problem where if your pad levels, if you're just focused on that, then you're looking at the ground, you're ducking your head. So really the key problems with pad level is your flexibility in your hips, knees, and ankles. Okay. No force in the ground. You know, chopping the feet, you get on the sled, and you'll have them ninth graders. You say, run your feet, and then all they do is they just kick your feet up and down. They're on their toes, and there's no force in the ground. So I believe you got to have all your cleats in the ground to generate force. You know, you squat. When we squat in the weight room, you know, we don't want our heels up. It's the same thing on the field. You just got to get all your cleats in the ground to generate force in the ground. Okay. And then balance in your stance. You got to be able to move all directions. You can't be too wide. We'll talk about that later on. Phrases I don't really like to use anymore. And, you know, I still use some because, you know, you're around some old timers sometimes. You always hear these, and if you kind of change that, it's really they're gonna look at you funny, right? So 6-inch step. You know, I don't really teach off the inches. You know, everybody's built different. Our tackle, he's huge. He's probably right at 6'3", 6'4". You know, he's not gonna take the same step this 5'10" kid's gonna take. He's just not. And then the DL's lined up different. You got 3 techniques, 2 eyes, shades. We're not going to take that exact same step every single time because they're lined up different. Okay, so I've kind of gone away from that. You know, same thing with the head across we talked about when y'all had the round table earlier, you know, getting the head out of it. That's the key thing that's kind of gone away, emphasizing safety. You know, and it's really not the head anyway. Because you're focused on the head, all they're going to do is lean, and then they're not running their feet. Okay, so, you know, you talk about LaCharles Bentley. He talks about on the reach block, you know, trying to get the backside hip to the front side hip on the reach block. Okay, so it's more about our framework of our body. That's what I try to focus on. You know, same thing with low man always wins. You know, yeah, we want great pad level getting underneath, but at the same time, if the low man always won, you just see everybody out there army crawling. So it's not that either. Okay, it's really talk about flexibility in ankles, knees, and hips. Okay, you know, kick slide. Everybody talks about kick slide. We got kick slide. I've kind of, if you read Charles Bentley's book, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. But he talks about drive catch. Okay, it ain't a kick. So like when you're kicking something, you don't go anywhere, right? Try and kick. You're just gonna stand there. You're not moving. Okay. And our strength coaches, Tony Smith, he talks about it too in the weight room. We clean. It's not a kick when you're trying to get force in the ground. When you're stomping the ground, it's not like a donkey kick. You're trying to drive through the ground to generate force. So we're trying to drive, and then the slide, the catch. I'm not that smart, so I don't really get all that part, but I understand the drive part of the drive catch. That's kind of what I've gone to. All right, so strongest objects, starting from the ground up, the pyramids, Colosseum, the Roman arch, those have been around for thousands of years, right? The reason they're still standing is because they're very strong structurally, okay? And I heard this from Dwayne Letford a while back. He gave a clinic. He said, we want to model the strongest objects in nature with our body. Okay, we want the arch. Got Hoover Dam down here. I saw a video on it the other day on TikTok, just scrolling. They made it with an arch because it was a whole lot stronger and it wouldn't have held up structurally if it was just a straight line. Okay, it's also got a really low center of gravity at the bottom that holds back all that water. Okay, you see the same thing with 45-degree angles. The maximum launch distance when you throw a discus or projectile motion, whatever, is 45 degrees. Okay. I don't know anything about welding, but I just saw this picture when I was Googling about the strongest angles. Apparently, if you weld a brace at 45 degrees, it's the strongest for a 90-degree side. Okay. And there's some trigonometry behind that, and I ain't going to bore y'all with the math. I teach math, by the way, if y'all ain't figured that out. But that's part of that. So 45 degrees comes up a lot. Charles Bentley talks about that in his book as well. And then I'm also going to get into starting from a knee, leverage, balance stance again, and that drive. So to understand force, you got to have these three basic understandings. It goes back to Newton's law. OL is the hardest position on the field because we don't get to move in our stance. We have to stay sound. We can't be moving around. The DL gets to play. They can stem and do all this stuff. We don't get to do all that. So we got to start from a stance, and then so the first law is we move external force to create movement, right? Objects in motion tend to stand at rest, tend to stay at rest. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion. All right. Second law, okay? Force equals mass times acceleration. Okay, so the more mass you have, the more force you can generate. Okay. Flip side of that, the more acceleration you have, the more force you can accelerate. Okay. But as a math teacher, I can tell you when you multiply something by 0, you get 0. Okay. So you got to have a little bit of each. All right. Third law, and this is really what I'm focus on with our the drive catch again and going from a knee. Every action has an opposite and equal reaction. Okay. So going back to our posture again with the arch and the angle. So here's just a deadlift or clean pull we're working on that day. We want to eliminate this arch in our back right here. Okay. We don't eliminate the hunch, I should say, and then we're going to get the arch that's going to be a slightly up. So we got the center on the left and the linebacker on the right. We want to get our butt down, chest up, and just really want to model this in our stance. We want ankle flexion, knee flexion, and hip flexion. Okay. Weight room setup, in essentials, this is what we try to do every day. I'm not going to tell you everything we do because I don't have enough time, but this is probably the majority. If you walk in our weight room, you're going to see some of this pretty much every day to some degree. We're going to get a dynamic warm up with our hurdles and ladders, working on footwork, hip flexibility. We're going to make sure we get the big 3. We got squat, power, clean, and bench. We're going to make sure we hit those. We're going to make sure when our kids go to school and they go in the weight room, they're going to know how to do those. Okay. Clean pull, jerk, broad jump. Working on explosion again. Hurdle circuit, box jumps, our hip flexibility. We're going to get that posterior change to get that arch in our back like we're talking about with hypers, reverse hypers, RDL. And then hand strength is very important for OL as well. Because, if we can hold people inside the framework, that's the way we can achieve for success. And, the guys with the strongest hands, they catch them and then they just don't let them go. All right, we got a very good budget at Gaffney too. We got great support, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that now. I'm not gonna lie to you, sugarcoat anything. We got great support. We got a lot of resources that we use. We're fortunate enough to have a perch system that gives instant feedback, and they get it on the clean pull or bench or squat or whatever we're doing. We're trying to get explosion. They're going to give it instant feedback on their velocity for their reps, and it makes bar graphs, or it gives them a bar to compare. And, they do 2 sets or 2 reps on the set 1, for example, and it goes up, and then that last set may fall off, and they'll get mad and say, I got to get better, right? So they compete, first of all, and they compete with each other. We can give them a target goal right away and say, hey, we need to hit 1.8 on this lift or whatever. Our strength coach get all those numbers on. I can't keep up with them, but he gives them a target to go and compare and see how they're doing. And it encourages competition again. Also, we got a really big weight room, and it's a blessing and a curse. The blessing is we can get a lot of kids in there. We have around 80 kids at a time for 4 block, and that's good that we got them all in there. The bad part is we got 6 TV setups, and honestly, we're fortunate enough to have everybody in 4th block. We got a full-time strength coach. The head coach is in there. We also got 7 assistant coaches in the building with 4th block punting, 3 more off campus. And we usually they can get here about 2:30 if we need them to. And we got anywhere from 70 to 80 in there. We got around 5 in baseball class 3rd block as well. So right now, January to March, we're lifting 5 days a week. Our multi-sport guys, our basketball players, are lifting 3 days a week. Around March, we're going to go to 4 days a week and start doing a day of practice outside. And we can also start doing some stuff in the afternoon after school in March. Now they kind of changed the rules, so we might take advantage of that as well. But we're going to try and tone it back and get a little bit better at our stance and stuff like I'm going to show you today. And then in May, our spring practice starts. We go at 3 days and we ease off for everybody. And we watch film for 45 minutes on the practice before. All right, then June and July is pretty similar, y'all probably. All right, so our stance.
Coach, you got about 8 minutes, Coach.
Okay, I'm going to speed up then. 3 points in a stance across the board. I believe in 2-point is fine if you're going to be at tackle. I like the 3 at guard. I have a hard time telling my guards to be able to pick their hand up. So, but we're 3-point across the board. Obviously, you can cheat for success on 3rd and 12, and it's 2 minutes to go. When we're down by 7, we know we got to throw the ball. You can pick your hand up. It's fine. Okay. And I'm not saying anything that's wrong if y'all are 2-point or you're 3-point, whatever. You got to do what's best for your kids, and your offense has got to reflect what the OC's philosophy is as well. We're 50-50. We feel like we can get everything we need to done out of a 3-point. All right. And it's also not as big of a deal if we got to move a kid from tackle to guard. The 3rd string tackle might also be the 3rd string guard. So you got to be able to play both, and it's kind of it's going to fit seamlessly that way. All right. Key thing I'll touch on before I move on, make sure you're aware of your tendencies in your stance. You can't be too far off the line. When you're pulling, for example, on GT or whatever, you got to make sure you're consistent. I don't like changing our splits a whole lot also because we're a no-huddle team and we may get the call late or we may get quick or we may be going fast. We don't really have a whole lot of time to change our stance. And if our hand's down, we really can't do that either. Okay? So I think that is easier to have a 2-point to be able to change your splits quickly. There's pros and cons of each, so you got to decide what's best for you. All right, so I'm going to go over this quick, so I'm a little bit behind. So we had the old school O-line stance when I played. Weight was forward. We had air in our heels, okay? I was almost like the D-line stance, right? And I still think this is great for goal line. We need a yard, 4th and 1. I think still some of this a lot applies, okay? But to be able to pass that out of it, we can't really be like this, right? And I'm not saying these stances are great, too, because we're a little rusty. These 2 kids are basketball players, and I didn't have a whole lot of time with them these past 2 weeks to get some clips off them. But right now, talk about the toe being out a lot. If you'll read up on stuff, everybody's got that. You watch NFL, you see it too. That toe's out, the knee's in. Okay, talk about lock the gate. Coach L talked about that earlier. I really hate where his hand is right here. I'd like it more out here, and his kind of shoulders are out here. He's a little rusty. I do like that. I'm big on this. The feet need to be inside the framework. Okay, I hate when the feet are really way out here, and you can get away with it some if you're a really big guy, but especially if you're small and short, my feet can't be inside my framework if I want to be able to step equally. Okay. Here's the right guard. I think his stance is really balanced. I really like this. I think this is about a perfect stance for me at the right guard. So his feet are really balanced. There's not a whole lot of stagger. Okay. Feet are inside the framework. We're looking for 3 45-degree angles in the ankle, the knee, and the hip again. Got a slight arch in our back. We're able to see. There's not a whole lot of weight in my hand. So I am a believer in this. Even though we're 3-point, I should be able to pick my hand up and become a 2-point right away. Okay. If I'm in a truly balanced stance and truly balanced offense like we are, we should be able to pick our hand up and there should be no change of weight, any shift. It should be natural. Okay. If I'm falling forward, if I have to shift my weight, I got too much weight on my hand for just a balanced stance. All right. So I got some clips again. Talking about center stance now. We got to be balanced, right? Okay. I don't like where his knee is right here. He needs to be a little more balanced with his knee. I also want to get some clips of dead ball versus regular. We got 2 guys right now that are dead balling, and then the center we had for the state championship the first 2 years, he was dead ball too. So I guess that's kind of how they go. They get on YouTube too and they watch and they train with their guys in the off season as well. So they find something they like, they go with it. I do think it's easier if you got a dead ball guy. If they are tight in their hips, it kind of gives them a little more wiggle room to not have. Sometimes you got guys with short arms, right? So that dead ball gives them a little bit more wiggle room. All right, and here's just some steps. Make sure you're stepping and snapping at the same time when you're working. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. You can't be just have a snapper. You got to have a center. You got to be able to move in all directions. Sometimes snapping's 90% psychology. Okay, so they'll get in their head. You got to be a psychologist to them sometimes. Especially that snap goes bad in the game. You can't really jump them. You got to bring them in, pat them on the back, whatever. All right. This kid also has some problems. Just the other day, every step he took to the right, it was perfect. And then every step he took to the left, he was 3 foot left for some reason. So I had to get in his head. Sometimes you just got to move that ball an inch over. And then he gets it right. And he said, that's perfect. Yeah. Y'all know. Just takes a little bit of work. Repetition, obviously. So here I'm telling him to move that ball over. All right, so angles and force, drive catch. So obviously if we want to go to the right, we're going this B direction. I've got to drive off this left foot in the opposite direction, that third law again. So to go to the right, I got to drive off this left foot. This is what from the knee is. All right, so I got just working tight zone. Okay, driving off that knee. And when y'all do this, I would do this in any level. I don't care if you're in middle school. I don't know about Pee Wee, but I think it still applies here. It doesn't matter where you're at. To go to the right, I have to drive off this foot if I want to eliminate my false steps. Okay, so go ahead and tell them to cheat their stance in a little bit. Make sure they're underneath their framework. I tell them to go ahead and load up this foot. Okay, so when I drive, you shouldn't see that shift in weight because the weight should already be on that left foot when you drive. Okay, the knee doesn't want to be outside the body either. It wants to be tucked. And you can get a lot of reps of these really quick. I'm just kind of stealing some time right here in Fort Blog. I didn't have a whole lot of time to get film because we're in the off season, and this took about 5 minutes just to do real quick. You can get these at the end of the day, whatever. I would have went outside and did this too, but it was South Carolina weather's been crazy this week. It was 14 degrees last week, and it was 60 degrees this week and raining all week. All right. Same thing, or wide zone reach or cut off, working on an angle. I don't like how his knee's outside of his body. Okay. So, and this, you see how his weight's on this knee? It needs to be more on this foot. It needs to cheat a little bit more. So you see he loads up Go ahead and tell them to put all that weight on that left foot.
All right, Coach, you got about 45 seconds left.
All right. Open pull, a little more advanced. Drive catch from a knee. Z drill. You can do this from a knee too. And if it's hard, you can use that med ball, right? A lot of people doing that. Just application for hypers, just punching. Trying to punch at the top, get that arch in your back again. Med ball throw. Just trying to generate force. We got one of these jammers too. That's great stuff. They're not overly expensive. If y'all don't have any of these, they're about $800 a piece. And you really don't. We only got one. I know there's a lot of schools have 5 or 6, but you can really get away with just one. So we can get a lot of reps of these. They get them at the end of the workout. We don't really have to coach them on this. They know how to do it, and then get a lot of reps punching and pass setting that way. There's some influences I got. Y'all can take a look at that. There's my contact info if y'all want to get in touch with me. Sorry, I kind of was late on the technology issue. If y'all need to talk, y'all can get in touch with me that way. I'll send you this if you need it.
Appreciate it, Coach. Loved it. Appreciate everything you did for us here. Forced to the ground. If you want to follow Coach, there's his Twitter. If you want to send him an email, if you want to talk about any of this stuff. But Coach, we appreciate it. Now I'm gonna get Coach Manley in here. All right.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Yes. Coach Manley, how you doing?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, if you have your presentation, you want to hit present down here, hit share screen, and hit entire screen. You can pull it up.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Hold on. I didn't hit the entire screen. My bad. Let's do it again. Let's do it one more time. All right. Let's go entire screen. All right, cool. Hold on. Let's see what this was.
If you're only gonna stay on like slides or something, oh, here it is. Let's see.
That work?
Yeah. Yep, that works right there. Perfect.
We're good. Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Go full screen for me on there, and then I'll let you take it away. Appreciate it, Coach.
No problem. I appreciate you. I might change a couple of screens, so I think you can just hit the view tab, I guess, on the next screen or whatever, but we'll make it work. What's going on, everybody? I appreciate, first of all, Coach Tatum for having me, man. This is I'm an old lineman, former, and I've really, other than D-line, I played linebacker for like a day. This is really all I played, really all I've done my whole life. And so I'm excited to get talking to you guys. My contact information is up here. I forgot to put my Twitter up there, but it's simple, Coach D Manley. So Coach D and my last name, nothing crazy. My email and my cell number. So feel free to hit me up. And especially if you're in the North Carolina area, the Raleigh area or whatever, hit me up and we can talk some ball or go get lunch or whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? So just let me know. So I'm going to talk some inside zone stuff. Probably not going to be up here super long. I know my kids talk about, I get long-winded sometimes. So I got about 16 slides. So they give me about 2 minutes of slides. So I'm gonna do my best to stay under this time. So just moving forward. All right. So my journey, playing. I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina. I went to Grimsley High School. Well, I went to the Grimsley High School. I played from 07. I graduated in 11. And so I loved it, man. I love it. Grimsley is giving me everything, man. I learned so much there. Played with some good dudes. And I mean, we weren't the best while I was there. My freshman year were pretty good. Got a chance to play with Keenan Allen my freshman year, and then DJ Reader my after that. So my sophomore year, he's a year younger than me. And so I learned a lot from those guys and kind of learned how to work and prepare and everything like that. And so I'm grateful for everything Grimsley has given me. So I take a lot of pride in being from Grimsley. I went to North Carolina Wesleyan College after when I got done with high school. So played in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, played left tackle there. Started actually halfway through my freshman year. And actually my first start was in my high school stadium because we played Greensboro College. Greensboro College used to play at Grimsley for their games. And so it was a really cool moment for me. But played O-line there. When I got done playing, actually, before I went into coaching, I started working. I graduated college in 2015. And I started working in the workforce and everything like that, doing insurance sales, all Brillborn stuff. Then I was like, that's not for me. And so started coaching, right? One of my coaches, his name is Damon Corio. I think he's at Providence Day right now, if I'm not mistaken. He had just gotten a job at Marco Island Academy in Marco Island, Florida. So I put my 2 weeks in, and 2 weeks later, I was in camp, ready, ready to start my coaching career as D coordinator, O-line coach, and D-line coach. Then left there, got a chance to come in GA at North Carolina Central University in Durham, North Carolina. My first year, I was O-line GA under Coach Lonnie Teasley, who's at South Carolina right now. And then I got a chance my second year to serve as a tight ends coach. Right, so things, and I graduated, got my master's, and then things were real dicey, and so I'll end up going to Mallard Creek High School in Charlotte, North Carolina, coaching running backs for the spring season. So in North Carolina, I don't know about you guys, but we had a spring season, so from about like February to March, April, somewhere around there. So did that, coach running backs, and then got a chance to go to Bluefield State University. That program was just coming back after 40 years, and so actually Coach Teasley, who I consider my mentor, gave me an opportunity. Knew the offensive coordinator, Coach Jermaine Gales, and brought me up as the O-line coach, right? And so I coached there my first year. We went 4-4. We went 3-3. Whole bunch of freshmen, right? So it was a new experience, everything like that. But I got a chance to learn a lot about myself, a lot about how to coach from the baseline, from guys that are coming off the couch that gained 50 pounds after they stopped playing because of COVID, right? And so I learned how to kind of coach those guys and learn how to play with a whole bunch of freshmen. By the end of the season, we probably the last game finished with like 5 guys, right? Had 5 total guys in that scout team. That's ones, and so all my guys were taking all the reps, and so it was rough. But like I said, I learned a lot. So got a chance to do that. Then I went to Rockford University up in Illinois for the spring. I got a chance to go up there and coach O-line, be the run game coordinator and recruiting coordinator. So really enjoyed that, man. And then I got a chance to come home right before the season back to North Carolina and be the O-line coach. Started off as O-line coach, then end up getting promoted to offensive coordinator. And so that's where I've been this past year, and that's where I still am now. So talking football, right? Y'all, it's done talking about my journey. Let's talk some football. So inside zone. And so I'm going to talk about just techniques, not really a whole bunch of rules and everything, but just techniques and how I teach my guys and how we execute inside zone here at St. Augustine's University. So first thing I like to do is just set the mentality for my guys, right? So I tell them, run game football running the football is solely about a mindset, right? We take pride in our offense's ability to gain yards on the ground whenever a run play is called, independent of the situation. So I don't care if it's 3rd and 20 or 1st and 15, 1st and 10, it doesn't matter, right? That's not our job to worry about what situation the offensive coordinator or myself, we get a run play call, right? It's our job to execute at the highest level, because if we do that, any run play can be successful. I don't care what the down and distance is or what the situation is, right? So at all times, our team has to know that at any point during the football game, when we need a positive play, right, we can run the football. Okay, and we all know run game defense travels. And so regardless of the situation, regardless of what stadium we're playing in, regardless of the court, it doesn't matter. Our team has to know at the end of the day, when we need a positive play, if things are going bad or whatever, we can run the football. All right. And so I established that mentality from day one with my guys, so they know what type of time I'm on coming in. Okay. So I give them the 5 P's of the run game, right? 5 P's of the run game that I preach to them. And I nail in there, drill in their head every day. It's posture, position, power, punch, and pride, right? Posture is just the way you carry your body, the way you carry your body when you're entering a block. That's how I define it. Position is the alignment of your body in relation to your work, right? So if your work is wider, right, you might have to take a wider and more deep step to get in position to get that block done. Okay. Power, right? How much force you're putting into the ground. So a lot like Coach Mack said, right? How much force you're putting into the ground with every step that you take, right? Knee drive. I'm a big knee drive and instep guy, right? My guys, they'll tell you knee drive and instep. They hear it more than probably they hear anything else, right? And so that knee drive and those insteps really are dictating the power that you're putting into the ground on every step that you take in the run game. Okay. And then punch, right? It's just your strike. Okay. Your strike, your aiming point with your strike, how physical you're being with that strike, and how you're controlling that block with your strike. Okay. And then the last part of me is just pride. Like, it's just pride. You can have the first 4 and not have the last one, and you still be terrible in the run game. Right. And so I'm doing my best not to cuss up here, by the way, but just taking pride. How personally do you take your ability to get your job done? Like it was personal for me. I think that even if, and for speaking for myself, I was really an undersized guy. And so I think the biggest thing that made me as successful as I was, and I wasn't a super all conference guy, nothing like that, but the success that I did have, the reason for that success was just because I was just a competitor, right? I just didn't want anybody to say, oh yeah, we weren't successful because Manley didn't do his job or something like that, right? So I preach a lot to my guys about pride. Like, you got to take pride in this, right? Because we're different than everybody else on this field, right? We're the most skilled athletes. We might not be the best, but we're the most skilled athletes on this field because playing O-line is truly a skill, right? And so I preach that to my guys every day. And you really got to take pride in this. If you don't, then we really can't use you. Okay, so then just general run game terms that I talk to my guys about. Position step, right? Your position step is your first step in the run game, regardless of the play, right? It could be zone, it could be gap scheme. It doesn't matter, right? Your position step is your first step. And for us, or for me, what that does is it gives my guys some flexibility, right? To be players, to be football players, right? Not to be robots. Okay. And so, like I said, if you're the guy you're blocking a little bit wider, right, your position step may need to have a little bit more width and a little bit more depth, right? And I don't use like a lot like Coach Mack was talking about, like 6 inches or 45-degree angles or whatever, right? It just depends on where your work is lined up, right? And so your position step, all it does, right, it sets your hips on an angle to capture your aiming point, period, right? So I talk to my guys, once you take your position step, right, your aiming point should be directly between your hips, okay? So your position step, all it does is not complicated, and it sounds complicated, but it's not complicated. All it does is set your hips on an angle to capture your aiming point, all right? Then we talk about, I work off of, in zone purposes, I work off of covered, uncovered rules. Right. So for us, cover just means you got a D lineman or immediate threat lined up, head up, or in your play side gap. Okay. Uncovered means the opposite of that. There's no D lineman lined up in your immediate threat lined up in your play side gap. Okay. Then I talk a lot about owning your angle, right? Especially on zone. Okay. And what that does, it makes my guys take pride in, once you set that angle, you stay on that angle and nothing takes you off that angle. Right, you have to own that angle. And what it also does is it gives our running backs, right, a two-way go. Okay, so if I'm staying on my angle, right, then my running back can choose, okay, do I take his play side or his back side, right? And so, but if we allow D linemen to flatten out our angle, or we have to adjust our angle, then it just kind of throws off the play and the running backs read. Okay. And then, like I said, I talk a lot about insteps, right? What those are inside of your cleats, right? And so it centers your weight down the middle of your body and allows you to stay balanced. Okay. And then forklift is just a term that I use to describe the way we strike, right? The way our hands move in our strike, right? We move like a forklift. We see go to any warehouse, you see the machine, the forklift lifting things like that. That's how we strike. We don't strike forward, we strike up and under like forklift. Okay. All right, and then I talk aiming points, and again, a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about right now is just so we can communicate on the same wavelength, right? Because I think communication is huge, especially when you're talking to 18 to 25, 26, 27-year-olds nowadays. But just so we can communicate on the same wavelength. So when I say something, right, you've heard it before, you know what I'm talking about, you can execute it when I need you to execute it, right? So I give my guys aiming point visual cues, right? So when they're on the field, they can know where their face is supposed to go, right? And so these are the three aiming points that I use for their face. Okay, so play side via the neck, screws, backside via the neck. Okay, so most of the time in inside zone purposes, our aiming point is going to be screws, right? If we're covered, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But these are the three I use regardless of play. So gap scheme, zone, doesn't matter. These are the three aiming points I use. Now I'm thinking about maybe adjusting the screws piece a little bit because my guys played a little high this year, and so I'm just evaluating myself and trying to see what can get them, what visual aiming point I can give them, right, to make them play a little lower. Because at the end of the day, if their screws are on the D lineman screws, right, then they're face to face, but I want their eyes to be below the D lineman's eyes, right? So they can play lower than that guy. So just working on adjusting that, and we'll see how that goes this spring. And then we'll talk about just briefly zone combo charts. We won't talk about a lot about combos today, but this is just the zone combo chart that I use for my guys, so they understand the double teams, right? So if we're going play side first, a double team on, this is just for zone, a double team between the center and the play side guard, single, double team between the guard, play side tackle, double, play side tackle, play side tight end. And if we're going wide, or YU or whatever you want to call it, we go quattro, right? And then backside center and backside guard is an A, backside guard, backside tackle, B, backside tackle, backside tight end, C, tight end, backside tight ends, just D. Okay. Again, just so we can communicate on the same wavelength. And when we're running zone, I have my center make these calls, right? And we do enough film study during the week and in camp and things like that. So when my center gets up there, he sees a front, he's able to ID the front and make the call in a split second because we are no huddle as well. And so it comes with a lot of film study and just a lot of drilling it in practice. So he gets the most pressure during practice. So the big A, big double, stuff like that, we don't use a whole lot unless we're getting a whole bunch of movement, and big single as well. If we're getting a whole bunch of movement, then those are just 3-man combos, right? And so that's a little, once we get to down the line where we're getting movement and guys are trying to do things like that. So so this is the my flow chart, right, that I use for my rules for my guys, covered, uncovered rules. That's all we work off of, right? And so I start with, am I covered, right? They ask themselves, am I covered, right? If I'm covered, which means, again, I got a D lineman or immediate threat in my play side gap, cool. Am I on? Then I ask myself, am I on the front side of the play? All right. Yes, play's going right. I'm the right guard. I'm on the front side. Okay, cool. I got to drive, right? So let's go back to the start. Am I covered? Yes. Am I on the front side or the back side? Okay, play's going right. I'm on the back side. I'm on the left guard, so I'm on the back side, right? I got to drive cutoff. Simple. Okay, if you're covered, there's only two things you can do: drive, cutoff. Really, they're the same block. The drive cutoff just tells you you're on the back side of the play. All right. Okay. Moving on. The uncovered. Okay. If I'm uncovered, right, if I get to the line of scrimmage, I don't have a D lineman or immediate threat in my play side gap, I realize that I'm uncovered. All right, then I have to figure out, I have to listen to my center, right, who's telling me the double team and who's telling me who I'm working with. Okay, he decides, all right, am I working with a front side player or a backside player, right? And so with that front side player or backside, is it front side of me or is he backside of me, right? Is he not front side like on the right or on the left, but is he in front of me or is he behind me? Okay. If I'm working with center tells me I'm working with a front side player, okay, I got a Gallop, right? Center tells me I'm working with a backside player, I got a lift. So, for example, okay, if we're running zone to the right, which is 10 for us, okay, and I'm at right guard, I got a 3 technique. Center tells me, right, I'm sorry. I'm at right guard, I got a 1 technique. All right, center tells me we're working a single. Okay, cool. Now he knows. Now the guard knows I'm uncovered, working with a backside player because I'm working with with the center, right? And so I have the lift. Okay, and we'll watch it in a little bit on film. All right. So our cover techniques, right? If I'm covered, that means it's my block. All right. Period. I don't care what else happens. If I'm covered, that means that's my block unless something changes at the snap of the ball. All right. Drive block. Okay. Drive block is a front side block. All right. Our aiming point is the screws of the defender, like we watched in that picture of LT a little bit ago. Okay. Now my footwork, I give my guys a AFC for every block. All right. Aiming point, footwork, and your contact. Okay. My aiming point is, like I said, the screws. Okay. Footwork is always my position step. All right. My position step with my play side foot, driving off my opposite foot based on the defender's alignment. Like I said, if he's a little bit wider, my position step would need a little bit more width and a little bit more depth. All right. Than if he was tighter. Okay.
Coach, you got about 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. No problem. All right. And then my second step, all right, I'm lead stepping with my backside foot and my knee driving vertical through his inside foot. All right, through the inside foot of the defender. Okay. And so I highlighted the inside foot in red because if we're running outside zone or wide zone, whatever you want to call it, all right, your second step changes. All right, the aiming point for your second step changes a little bit. It changes to the crotch. All right, so my first step is my position step. All I'm doing with that is setting my hips to my aiming point, which is the screws. Okay, second step is driving vertical through his inside foot. All right. And then the contact, simple. All right. Face through your aiming point. Okay. Tight elbows, 2-hand strike through the breastplate. Okay. To finish, driving backside knee through the defender, pressing aiming point vertical, right, on my insteps. And I think the biggest part, and I should have highlighted this in red, is strain. Right. And I think that, and I don't know about you guys, but I think the new wave of guys that are coming in, right, they don't understand how to strain, right? So we have to teach it and preach it. Right, and straining, that means using every muscle in your body, right, to get this guy blocked. Okay, and so I preach a lot about strain and running your feet through with a base violently through the whistle. Right, and the last part is stay connected. Okay, and the guys, they don't understand, right? But if you stay connected to a block, right, which means you're just fighting, you're just trying to block the dude, however, even if it's not perfect, you mess up, like you take the wrong steps or you take too tight of a step and it should have been a little bit wider. If you still stay connected with that block, running back will make you right? But if you just let him go, like, oh man, I messed up, right? Then we don't have a shot. Okay, so I teach my guy, we have to stay connected. Okay. And I got a little, let's see if this works right quick. Just talk about a drive block. All right. I use a lot of clips on Twitter, guys. So, I mean, keep posting your clips on Twitter for me, please, because I use it for my guys a lot. But if you look at it, right, the knee drive, the insteps, how his feet are turning over, hands are tight, face is on his aiming point, and he's just driving his knees. Okay, so I use this for my guy. His back angle, right? Look at it. His knees are bent, hips are low, right? All of that kind of stuff. Okay, so I use this to preach about it, to teach about a drive block. Okay, because I think that's a perfect clip right there. Okay. How do I get back here? Boom. All right, cool. So that's a drive block. All right. Drive cutoff. Okay. It's the same thing as a drive block, really just telling me on the backside of the play. All right. Really nothing's changed. Aiming point is the same. Okay. Position step stays the same. All right. Second step is the same. Everything else is the same. Okay. Everything is the same. So I won't beat a dead horse. All right. Uncover techniques. Okay. I'm uncovered. All right. That means I'm helping or protecting to the linebacker. Okay. I'm helping or protecting to the linebacker. All right. Now, my first uncover technique, all right, is a gallop. Okay. A gallop means I'm uncovered working with a front side player, a player that is in front of me. Okay. There are 3 things you can do with this gallop. All right. But my first thing is, all right, my aiming point is the backside V of the defender. All right, the backside V of the defender, because I have to put my body in position just in case, right, something threatens my gap. I have to put my body in position to block whatever comes to that gap anyway. All right, so my first step will still be my position step. All right, first step will still be my position step with my play side foot, driving off my opposite foot. All right, my second step is a gallop step or a lateral step with my backside foot, keeping my base and staying on my angle that I set with my position step. Once I set my angle with my position step, I stay on that angle. Okay, so my second step is lateral. All right, when my shoulders and my hips are pointed to my aiming point, which is the backside V of the defender, because all right, I have to be able to read what he's gonna do. Okay, it's a three. This gallop is a 3-step read. Okay, I have to read that whether it's a 3 technique, all right, and I'm at center, or whether it's a 5 technique and I'm at guard. Where if I have the gallop, I have to put myself in position to read the inside shoulder of that defender, right, to see what he's gonna do off the snap of the ball. Okay. My third step is a lateral step. All right, maintaining my base, reading my near hip and my near shoulder to the defender. All right, so again, like I said, there's 3 things you can do with this gallop. All right, if the D lineman hangs, which means it's a stalemate at the point of attack. All right, with the say I'm at the top picture. Okay, say I'm at center. Right, guard has a 3 technique. We work in a single. All right, I have the gallop if I'm the single. If I'm the center. All right, so I'm working the 3-step read, reading the inside shoulder, inside hip of that 3 technique. All right. If it's a stalemate, okay, I'm going to go ahead and make the decision for him. Right. When I say that, I mean, I'm going to bang that D lineman out to the outside gap, right, and keep climbing on my angle, okay, to my back. All right. So I'm going to make that decision for him. All right. If the D lineman works outside, all right, then I'm going to just keep climbing on my angle, all right, to my linebacker with my screws as my aiming point. Okay. If the D lineman pinches, which means he crosses face, right? So that 3 technique spiked across the face of that guard, cool. It just turns into a drive block for me. All right. It's a little bit difficult. Okay. But that's why I have to make sure that my position step is still sets my hips still on that angle. All right. To that if he crosses face, I can still make that block. Right. I talk to my guys about stepping for the worst case scenario. Okay. If I'm at center, we got a single. All right, and it's a 3 technique over there. Worst thing he could do is cross the guard's face. Okay, cool. I have to put myself in position on my first step, right, that if he does that, okay, I'm in position to take that block over. All right, so those are the 3 things that you can do, okay, with a gallop. All right, the second uncover technique, all right, is a lift. Okay, I'm helping the backside player. All right, so my aiming point is the play side V of the defender. Okay, now my footwork. All right, my first step is my trigger step. Okay, my first step is my trigger step with my play side foot. All right, what a trigger step is a short, quick vertical step. All right, with your play side foot. Okay, with your play side foot in this case. Okay, gap scheme is a little different. All right, but a short, quick vertical step with my play side foot. Okay, really just trying to get that up and down in the ground quickly, right? So I can get to my second step, which is a lead step with my backside foot through the defender's crotch, lifting the near number. Okay, and keeping my base. All right, and I want to keep that knee high because at the end of the day, I'm still helping. Right, if I have the lift, that means my partner, all right, has the drive, which that means is his block. So I'm just helping with my eyes to the backer, right? Because it's still us 2, right, for these 2 as far as the D lineman and the linebacker as we talked about in that combo chart. Okay. My contact, all right, still faced to my aiming point, okay, with my eyes on the linebacker, and we work a flipper. We work it a lot with the Crowder sled, all right, we work this lift, like I said, a lot with the Crowder sled, working that flipper, right, and then once the linebacker attacks the line of scrimmage, then I snap off to the linebacker, all right, and press him vertical, all right, with my aiming point with the screws target, okay, on my insteps, just like I would if he was a D lineman, okay, and just a quick clip on this. So you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So trigger step, vertical. Now he was on his backside toe, right? He trigger step with his left foot and lead step with his right foot. He's on his backside toe, right? I don't teach my guys to do that, okay? But this guy's a better athlete than the guys I got. But I want to get all of that cleat in the ground, still staying on my insteps, okay? And still lifting that near number, right, with my eyes on the backer. Okay. All right. Now, watch a couple of clips if I got a second.
Coach, you got about 45 seconds, yeah.
All right, so I'll get one good clip in there.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a good one, but we'll see. All right, so right here we got inside zone to the right, so 10 for us against odd front. Okay, so right now, if I'm the tackle, I'm covered, I got to drive. All right, my center called a double in the A on this, was all you can call on with an odd front. Right, it'll just be a double in the A. So the right guard will be working with the right tackle. He's uncovered, working with a front side player. So he'll have the gallop. He'll be taking a 3-step read. Now he trips and falls because on his partner's foot this time, because the tackle takes a bad step with his first step. Right, so that makes him fall, but he's doing what he should be doing. Right, trying to work up to 9, who was his backer. All right, now my center, we consider head up players. We consider you covered. Right, so he's working to drive. My backside guard is now working to drive as well, because we don't know if that 0 is going to come to that backside A gap, so we consider him covered as well. All right, my backside tackle now has the gallop as well, and it's going to work to 44. All right. So that's all my time, fellas. Like I said, I appreciate you guys for letting me do this. And if you have any questions or anything like that, or you want to talk some more about it, feel free, hit me up, Coach D Manley on Twitter, or I go back to my my phone number, my email right quick, just so you guys can have it. So there's my email, my phone number if you guys need it.
Heck yeah, appreciate it, Coach. I'm gonna get Coach Brown in here and keep it rolling. But I appreciate you joining us, man.
No problem. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Coach Brown.
Hey, what's good, yo? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's good? What's good? All right, let's change the ticker. Cool. So, Coach Brown's on here. We're gonna, Coach, you switched up your topic, so we're not gonna talk about zone game. What are we gonna talk about today?
Yeah. So, man, I think, for me, when we talk so much about this offensive line stuff, one of the things that we don't talk about enough in a football game is how much your coach can help with your mentality. And for me, I think it's such a crucial point, man. I'm going into this will be my 5th year coming up. I was at 4 different programs in 4 different years. And, each program was a step up for me. But the one thing that stayed consistent was the mentality that I had at each unit I had. And this past year, man, was the best year that I had, because I had the most time with those kids. And, now I'm going back to the same school. And so it's just different. Like, already you see those guys putting in the work, wanting to do it. They talk like me. They act like me. They got swag like me. So I feel like today I'm going to spend a good time. I did come up with some videos for you for the vertical run game stuff too. So, just right off the bat, I think one of the first things you got to do when you want to build your O-line clinic, like when you want to build your culture, is know who you are and who you want to be, right? It's not about you just wanting to talk about it. It's about showing up every day, showing them the right way, showing them how to be leaders, especially with the offensive line. Like, when I first got there, I had a conversation with my center and I told him, hey, man, like, you are the focal point of what we do. Right? Everything that we do is going to be focused on you. And so I'm going to push you in a way that you ain't never been pushed before. But that's because I need you to be me out there on the field. And so when we go through these clips, you'll see there's times where we do stuff really, really well. And then there's times where we do stuff really, really bad. And I think the great thing is, we do film sessions on Tuesdays where there's no lifting. And we just watch film with the O-line only. It's just us and the T's. And we get to watch it, and like the guys like we'll start laughing because like the guy remembered like, oh man, when I got to the sideline, like Coach B, like I try to stay away from him because like we know we about to get scaled, or like my quarterback got hit right before halftime, and I tell him like the worst thing you could ever do is make a mistake right before halftime, because like I normally try to be chill on the sidelines, but when we get to that point and you're like, all right, now here's the situation, and something bad happens right before halftime where I'm trying to make adjustments and trying to correct it, that's a bad thing. But one of the first things you got to do, man, is teach these guys about themselves, of what it takes to be an offensive lineman, right? So, one of the things I tell them is that you got to take pride. And no matter what, I tell them there's 5 things when you talk about being an offensive lineman that are a must, right? Passion, discipline, accountability, competition, and family, right? And so when you go there, and I apologize that I don't have slides or anything, man. We moved recently, and so it's been chaotic, man, but I really wanted to do this. But those 5 things, man, will get you through, right? The discipline, the passion, the accountability, the competition, and being a family. No matter what, you got to be passionate. Even if it's picking your quarterback up, picking your running back up every single play, giving everything you got for your brothers, man, communicating, going to war for them. If there's ever a scrim or anything, the offensive lineman better be there first. And if you're not, I'm going to have a problem with you, right? You got to be disciplined. You got to put the work in outside of the classroom, outside of us being on the field. You got to put the work in with yourself at home to make sure you're representing. Accountable. You got to show up and have accountability to say, I'm going to do my job. And the offensive lineman is different because we control 55% of what happens, right? And so we got to say, man, everything that happens is a win or a loss because of us. And the competition, you got to have 7 to 8 guys who are capable to win. Like, you can't just, I got 5. It don't matter if you got 4 D1 tackles. If those 4 dudes go down, what are you going to do? And so the ability to want to compete and want to be there matters a lot, man. And it shows you a lot about who you are when there's a competition. And I was very open with my guys. Like, there was nobody who had a starting spot because nobody earned it, right? They didn't have a good year the year before. As far as running the football, and I really wanted to come in and change the way we do stuff, man. And so the last thing is being a family, right? You can compete, you can want to grind, you can want to do anything, but at the end of the day, you guys are family. And so how you deal with it is to make sure when you build stuff, when you do stuff, it's family oriented, right? One of the things I did that helped so much last year was in the off season. So like January, February, March, April, whatever. Once a month, I take every offensive lineman out and we all go out to eat. We normally go to Jersey Mike's. That's our spot, right? And so it teaches them like, oh, first of all, Coach Brown ain't like this all the time, right? He got a whole different personality when we're outside of football practice. They get to see my daughter and my fiance to let them know, like, man, this is my family. Like, and so you guys are a part of that because I'm spending time away from these two because I love you guys. I'm not doing it because, the pay ain't great. Like, pay ain't nothing to me. And so building that trust, and then every Thursday during the season, the starting 5, we all go out to dinner. And sometimes I'll invite the running backs, I'll invite the T's to come, but building that family matters, man, because if like these dudes, and if you come to Gateway and you get to come see my guys, man, the one thing you'll see is the offensive lineman is tighter than anybody else. They work out together, they bleed together, they sweat together, but we also put in a work outside of what we're supposed to do that. So it's not just like it happens by mistake, man. It happens because of the work. And so those things always will be a must. Those are my non-negotiables. Those are my hey, this is how it is, right? One of the biggest things I talk about is standard over feelings, man. My coach, Dante Green, at Westinghouse, when I was there my second year, man, he always talked about it. Like, you can't take it personal when it's true, right? Your feelings are going to be hurt when you're needing to be held accountable, but you can't take it personal, right? It's the standard over feelings. Our standard is we want to win a championship. So nothing else matters but that standard. And if it doesn't matter to you, then then you're not really buying in. And so when you start to take stuff personal because somebody's telling you need to put more weight on the bar, or somebody tell you need to squat deeper, or somebody tell you, man, your stance ain't good, or somebody tell you, man, you missed this block, or somebody tells you anything and you're complaining, man, you got to check yourself. It's the standard over feelings. And so giving my guys those standards, giving my guys those little tidbits, man, I feel like that was what helped us. And so that's the culture, right? Once you put that into place, once you talk about the non-negotiables, once you talk about how we do it, the implementation is the easy part because you don't let it change. You stay the same. No matter what, I'm going to be hard on you from January till March about your stance. I don't give a damn what you think. I don't care what it says. If I feel like your stance ain't good, I'm telling you I'm changing it. And it happened a lot, right? Those are my non-negotiables. From January to March, we're doing stances. And we're going to make sure it's perfect. We're going to make sure it's as good as it can, because when you get tired, your stance is going to change. And we know that. And so put them through the stress. Put them through the things that say, all right, when you get tired, here's what's going to happen. And so I always talk about standard over feelings, man. And so to give a little bit of background about who we are at Gateway, we're a perennial school, man. Terry Smith, who's the assistant head coach of Penn State, was the head coach before our head coach now. And so, we've won a lot of games, man, had a lot of guys, Jaquan Brisker, who plays for the Bears, went there, Courtney Jackson. We had a lot of names and a lot of good people. So, man, the Gateway is blessed. And so when I came here, I'd seen, man, the talent was ridiculous. And I wanted to know, like, why are we struggling to win football games, man? And it was, they had an O-line coach who had an O-line philosophy of him being older, back straight, 1980 style football, but we're running a spread offense. So there was a lot of problems. And so when I came in, the first thing I did was let them know, hey, man, you guys can trust me that I'm going to be in step with our offensive line coach. I mean, our offensive coordinator, right? Like, and our head coach. We're not going to be different. Whatever he wants done, I don't know. I don't care whether it's right, whether it's wrong. We're going to do it. And so when we talk about the vertical run game, we have a lot of talent on the outsides. And so we don't get a lot of 6-man, 7-man boxes. It just doesn't happen because we're so good outside. We get 5 to 6 man, maybe a 6-man box, but we normally get a 3-2, 4-1, somewhere where people are trying to switch it up. And so we started to go, our offensive coordinator changed to us having like a vertical style run game, right? So we know one of the biggest thing technique-wise that we changed is that our tackles use what's called hammer footwork. And so when we go through these clips, the great thing is we have an end zone camera so you guys get to see our process, right? And so hammer footwork is you taking, if I'm a left tackle, right, and I have a base block, we're running inside zone left, and I'm a left tackle. If I have a 5 technique, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a first vertical 6-inch step with my right inside foot, which is my post foot, and then I'm going to go left foot up vertical and get my outside hand to his inside shoulder, because we tell our guys it's not going to hit outside of you. When we go our inside zone, we want it to hit right, because we feel like if we hit it the right way, it's a touchdown, because based on the blocking and the way people do stuff. So our mentality when we go hammer footwork is, all right, we're stepping inside gap, and it's always when you got a base block. So if there's ever a situation where you got a 4-eye, a 4, maybe we'll use the hammer footwork. Maybe we'll just go base. It really is. If it's a dog, man, we probably gonna make sure we can hurry up and get you based up. But more than likely, we use hammer footwork. And to give a little perspective, man, last year I started 3 sophomores, and I started a junior and a senior. I ended up benching the senior for a junior, and so all 5 of my offensive linemen come back. And so when you go through these clips, you get to see the rawness and the youthness of my guys. Hey, Tatum, is it possible for me to share my screen?
Yeah, you should have, or should say present. I've never done it on the iPad before, but maybe an option to click the screen and maybe present, and then you can go and choose what you want to show.
I don't even got the screen to your audience.
You were singing the Bluey theme song, bro?
Yeah, bro. Hold on. I'm trying to. I don't even have the option. It just says I'm in the show. My bad. I should have.
You good? I'm going to share it to myself, and then I'm going to try it on my iPad and see where it is. Well, let's keep talking. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. So one of the things, for us, where what I try to do is I try to always give my guys a situation to where they know. So we have tags for our inside zones, right? So if we got a 5-man, 6-man block, if we got a 5-man box, normally we try to block 5 for 5, right? And well, that's always our goal is. So when we go inside zone, we normally try to go 5 for 5. If we have a tight end in there, we can go 6 for 6. We always want to get a hat on our hat, but really we have different tags. So there's some inside zone where we're all stepping play side, we're all going one way, and we're going to read the backside. Or, there's times where we might say, all right, well, we still got enough blocks. We'll insert our tackle, our tight end, and we'll kind of go like an ISO with it, but still give it the inside zone look. And so we also have tags to where it doesn't matter what it is when we call this tag. Even if it's a 6-man, 5-man look, we might still read the backside in and give you the inside zone look. And so for us, I think the biggest thing is always taking care of the fat guys that we can take care of. If it's a 4-2, we're going to take care of those four fat guys and always make sure they're accounted for. If it's 3, like we face the 34 defense, normally with those defense, man, they try to walk up to Sam or Will. We normally try to put those dudes in a situation with some RPO stuff to make that guy wrong, the read wrong. So you can't just show up and try to blitz the house at us because, again, we have the capability on the outsides to hit a home run at any time. And so teams have to play us a little bit different. We don't just get man-to-man because teams just ain't capable, and we don't get a loaded box only because of our skill. And so that was another thing that I changed, was to make sure, hey, in this situation, here's how we're doing it, and we're going to execute versus a 5-man box. Like, if somebody's disrespectful enough to give us a 5-man box, we got to hit home. And one of the plays that became a staple for us was actually our draw, but we kind of used it like inside zone principles with our lock on the backside tackle. And so it was a fun year, man, and there was a lot of good stuff. And I think if I can get this figured out, we're going to be able to talk about it.
I don't think there's a way to do it on the iPad, Coach.
All right, I do have my MacBook. So here, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get my MacBook.
No problem. I'll talk to the folks. It's all good. Let's see. Oh, pulling back. Yeah. So he's just gonna get his stuff together, and then we are going to continue with that. With that being said, thank you everybody for being here. We've been averaging like 70, 80 people the whole morning. I'm sure as the afternoon comes around, lunchtime gets here, people start falling off. But if you're still here, I appreciate it. If you're still here, tell me about it. Who are you? Where you at? If you have not signed in yet. Also, if you have not taken a picture, which don't take a picture of me because I'm weird. Let's see. I'll share. See, Coach Davidson, I did the same thing. I just did it on mine internet browser instead of an app. I did it on Safari, and it still didn't work. But as we're trying to figure this out, make sure if you want to go, I'm gonna present this and share. Take a picture, post it on Twitter at me and hashtag Tatum Talk. I appreciate that, guys. If you wouldn't mind doing that. If you've already done it, don't worry about it. But if you haven't yet, if you do that for me, I appreciate that. We are at 1,019 subs. I appreciate everybody for what they've done. Oh, let's see. You back?
All right, you got me?
Yep.
All right. So share screen. You got me?
Yep, I got you. Go ahead.
All right, perfect. So My bad. Sorry about that, man. I know I only got 10 minutes. So one of the things with the new, I'm gonna go to Huddle Classic real quick. I love the new Huddle, by the way. I don't know if you guys are rocking with it or what's going on, but so one of the things here real quick. So we'll go to play number 163. What is going on? All right, so one of these, this play is on here only because of one thing. And if you watch what happened, oh, this is 173. My goodness. So we scored a touchdown on this play, which is cool. But I want to go to the end zone camera and show y'all. So the mentality, right? We talk about it. So we score a touchdown, throw a good ball, and then just watching the background, you actually see somebody says something to the quarterback, or center looks at it and sees it, and he runs, and you see him take a full sprint, right? Building that mentality, protect your quarterback. He's looking at the touchdown. He sees somebody say something to his quarterback. He runs and goes to get him. And look at who's behind him, the entire 5 offensive line guys. So that was a quick mentality. We're going to take a look at, here we go. I got the plays down. So we'll go. O never pops up for ODK, man. I swear they hate us. So I'll go through a couple real quick. And you'll get to see the hammer footwork. If you guys have any questions, Tatum, I can't see it. So just let me know if there are any. So real quick, this is just our inside zone. You guys can go ahead and take a look at it. And you'll see our tackle take a good trigger step, man. And this was our 3rd game of the year. So they were still really, really young and really, really raw. And so you'll get to see, watch number 54 and watch 78. They both are going to be taking hammer trigger steps. And we're a no huddle offense. So you'll get to see both and watch. So he takes a strong power step with his inside, right? Normally I want him to be a little bit more square. These guys are babies. So it's something, and I want him to get vertical with that second step. But again, he's able to base block. And this is a part of just being in the weight room, right? He should know, just on his leverage alone, he should take his outside hand and get it on the inside. But because they're so used to grabbing and holding that they don't do a good job of it, right? And this is what we talked about in our film session. But watch. So our inside zone, we're all going left. We got 5 for 5. So I can't use my pen. That's why I wanted my iPad. But you got a base block here. You should be working a double team with these two, where he's coming off this way, and then you got him stepping and he's blocking off 57. So that's one of them. And again, big yards, man. It helps when you got a good running back. We had a stud. His name was Quan, man. So I got 8 minutes. So we'll go to another one real quick. Another inside zone. And a good thing, man, is for our inside zone, because of who we are, man, you're not just going to be able to play us one-on-one. So for our guys, the reads are a little bit simple, where our running back was really, really good at it. And you get to watch it from, again, everybody steps, everybody's blocked, and then you go ahead and your running back makes you look better. And then 105. And again, we run inside zone, but then we also have some duo. So I know there's some guys who, want to talk about the difference of zone and duo, and you get to see a good picture in some of these of the difference, right? So here's our draw play where, we try to get a hat on a hat. We were very successful with it. Our quarterback, man, was a tough dude. He never wanted to go down. Like, I would have wanted him to go down here. Then you take a shot. That's unnecessary. And one of the things about inside zone and the way we teach the vertical run game is you can be wrong, and because you get a hat on the hat, you get touchdowns. And this is the play, one of the best plays, my favorite plays of the year, because really, so right now we're calling our inside zone to the right, and our T, who, you know, you guys might call him the H-back, is supposed to account for this linebacker. And so you'll get hammer footwork, you'll get a double team with this guy to the linebacker, base, right? And watch, because of what happens, the Mike linebacker is wide open. He's free, and he doesn't make the play because if you look at it from the other angle, watch what happens. The center and guard do a great job of this double team and make it, and the center and the left guard comes off perfectly. And this is a great double team. Like, and again, for me, this indicates like, all right, we are supposed to go 6 for 6, right? And this linebacker scot-free. But because our running back did a great job of pressing it, and he knew immediately reading his blocks, he had enough space. You know, it ends up being a touchdown. And so when people are like, oh, well, why is the tackle going out when he should be stepping? It's because we tagged it. And again, we want to go vertical. We're not trying to go outside of our tackles. We know it's going to hit inside of our tackle somewhere. So we're going to go base block, because this is a 3-tech. So we're going to base block, double team, hammer footwork, and then a T would have him in the right situation. But because the 57 made a great job of reading it, he just wasn't able to make the play. This is what happened. And so this is one of them plays, and I'll play it through for you guys so you guys get to see it again. I know I got 4 minutes left, Tatum, or something like that. And then,
yeah, man.
Yep, I'm tracking it. If there's any questions or anything, if you guys got for me, please let me know. And then, you know, I want to show you guys. So now here against this team, we had a 3-down look. As you can tell, man, these are what our boxes look like. There's times where we go inside zone with our insert, and you just get to see, man, we just got to pick on people, really made a lot of people wrong. And there's technique-wise stuff, and you can get into the nitty-gritty about our guard, you know, chasing that linebacker, and he should have just stepped and shuffled his feet, you know. But I try not to get too critical when there's a lot of big plays, man. And so it's a little bit fun. But this play I have on here because you can block duo perfectly, and if the running back doesn't press the center enough, it doesn't matter, right? And so when you look at this play, and I'll go back, you get to see it looks like it's a 0-yard gain, right? It looks like a bad play. And as an offensive line coach, hey, Tatum, you'll love this, man. Watch what happens up front. You get to see it's blocked to perfection. I call this perfection, right? Watch you see the left tackle. You got the double team with the left guard in the center. You got the base block over here with 58, and then you got the base block where 78 is kicking his ass. And then you got the T, you got a double team over here on the backside, which doesn't really matter. He has 3 different lanes. This is a touchdown, right? And again, it happens where it's blocked perfectly, and then it doesn't matter, right? And then one of the things, again, I always talk about it, man. Take the hearts out of people when you get the chance. And because of what we can do, our inside zone run game was so good that we started to do RPOs off of it, where we just get the tight end out really quick, get the ball, man, and go ahead and be special. It also helps when you got the capability of those guys too. But again, up front was the key emphasis. And then when you look at, there's a couple more plays. I know I got a couple more minutes. So I'm going to give you 2 more duo plays on a goal line, man, which, you know, I feel like when you get scored on a goal line running the football, it doesn't get taken for granted. So here's one play. This is our duo. Really, really emphasize the double teams on the backside, man. So really, really try to make sure we got those double teams. We get it. So these 2 are going to work to this guy and this guy. These 2 are going to work to these 2. And then these 2 are going to sort out these 2 however they can go. But really emphasizing the double teams with these guys. And our T actually made a great block because our guard whiffed. And, you know, so this is one of the duos. And then the next play, here we go. We score right up front with our inside. This is going to be our inside zone left with our T coming back to cut off. And it's an untouched end zone. Everybody's in the end zone, man. This is always a great thing to see as an offensive line coach. So that's our inside zone. Tatum, that's all. That's it. I appreciate all of y'all, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If there's any question, was there any questions that I missed, bro? I didn't get to see them at all.
No, there weren't.
Okay. Again, my name is Coach Brown on Coach Brown 56 on Twitter. I'm also, you know, the owner of the Young Ball Coach Twitter space with Tatum, myself, Coach Chamberlain. So be on the lookout, man. It was a pleasure, Tatum. I appreciate you, my guys. Great.
Yeah, man.
Every year, you know, you don't even got to ask. I'm gonna make it happen. Like whatever you need from me, brother. So I appreciate you, my guy.
No doubt. I appreciate you, Coach. Y'all go follow Coach on Twitter and follow us on the space, man. Young Ball Coach. All right. Let's see. All right. Next up, my coach, my guy, Coach Stevenson.
Okay. Hey, Coach. How are you?
Good, man. Y'all don't know Coach Stevenson he brought him back from last year's clinic. Awesome, man. He's a humble guy, so I'm gonna brag on him. My guy last year was telling us like these guys were good. My man went out and win state last year, man. So congrats to Coach on winning state. And Coach, what you got for us today?
Okay, Coach. So yeah, I'm gonna be talking about some game preparation stuff and what we do at Mission Viejo here. So let me get this going for you. Okay, so I hit present, share screen, and it will be. I want to share this one because that's what I'm doing, and then that should be. And am I full screen here?
Yes,
Perfect.
sir. You're good.
All right, Coach. Thank you. Okay, thank you, coaches, for having me back again this year, man. You know, Coach Tatum, you do a great job. As always, you know, trying to spread the love to all my friends back home and anyone across the world. So there's some people I know that are tuning in from as far as Australia to obviously Canada, England, mainland Europe. So, I mean, as always, it's great. Been up since 5 a.m. once again, because I'm also out here in California doing this. So I'm absolutely loving it. But I want to talk to you today, guys, about the game preparation that we do at Mission Viejo. Obviously, my name is Tarquin Stevenson. Or Coach T, as most people will call me. I have my number, my email, my Twitter handle here for you guys. So if I know I follow most people from last year. I know we've been following, but if anyone wants to add me, you're more than welcome to, and I can go back to this screen at the towards the end for you. Excuse me. So a little bit about myself. Okay, my background. I'm born and raised in London. I'm a North London boy. I'm a Tottenham Hotspur supporter. If you ever follow any soccer. And with football, I'm a diehard Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan for the last 29 years. So I'm not a Tom Brady Buccaneer. I'm a full-time Buccaneer fan. My football career started back in 2000 when I was playing at the University of Hertfordshire and fortunately got to win a national championship with them back in 2004. So time flies. When I moved into coaching, I started coaching at a place called Essex Blades, which is a university in our collegiate league in England. And I was there for 7 years coaching with those guys and had a great time. I got some great friends who I still speak with now, hang out. I was also coaching in an adult league, which is known as the Colchester Gladiators, with them and got to win a national championship with them back in 2013. And then I was also coaching with our GB, which is our Great Britain Bulldogs, which is our international team and our touring side. So I was coaching O-line, D-line, and was a player myself way back when. So then I moved to the States out in 2013, actually 2 days after we won a national championship with Colchester. So I was still a little bit on the hangover. But I ended up moving to Laguna Beach, which is obviously a beautiful part of the world. If you've ever want to be, it's highly recommended. And I was coaching there from 2014 to obviously 2019, started off as a D-line coach for them and then also moved over to offensive line.
And then I moved over to Dana Hills, which was during the pandemic year, or years, should I say. So we had that year and a half of football, 18 months. So it was kind of a trying time, as we all know. And then now I'm currently at Mission Viejo. And as Coach Tatum alluded to, we ended up winning the D1 2A state championship this year, which was only the second time in the school's history. And we ended up finishing number 5 in the state and number 15 in the United States. So we ended up having a pretty good program. Unfortunately, we are really young. I've lost most of the guys, but we are very, very young in our skills. We had the number 1 sophomore in the nation statistically was on our team too. So we got some dudes, and they're pretty well. So the future is bright for us. So here, I mean, for me, obviously, it's like my guys who I love dearly and worked really hard and really bought into what part of a lot of what my talk is going to be about in terms of how we prepare. And it was kind of on the back end of what Coach Brown is talking about. It's that culture. Coach Brown did a really good job, and I really like that sort of talk about culture and what you try to instill in your team and how you do your things. A lot of what I will talk about, I no doubt, and the vast majority of which not all of you guys do anyway. Maybe it might be a slightly different thing. You might find a little nugget there. It may reaffirm that you're doing a great job. That's what I love about clinics, is learning more, reassessing what I actually do is still good, great, and then you get to a point where you can try and win yourself a state title and keep bringing success and getting these guys out to play at the next level. I've got a couple of guys. My tackle 75 is going off to UCLA, and then 74 is going to be going off to a couple of D1 school, and then I've got the gentleman in the grey shirts going to be potentially joining the Air Force, if not going to a D1 school. So I've got some pretty good kids to work with. So my group, and this is our brand that we had this year, we call the Hogs. It's the true and the classic term of what we have, and this is all, we got this on our decals, T-shirts, everything, all personally done for the guys this year, because I wanted us to make sure we really identify what we did and how we are, because we are, like Coach Brown says, we're a different crew. You're a different cat. You're unique in what we have to do. So the first thing we always talk about is our evaluation. That's how the process for me starts in terms of our game planning. And then we're looking into, obviously, the breakdown of how we break everything down in our film in terms of our scout. Then we also go into the plan and how we put that all together in our process and how we do and how much detail we go into that. And then obviously taking from the plan of the skill focus, what areas we're going to be focusing on as we get into our practice and as we start working in there. And then making sure we execute and then making any adjustments leading into that week. Okay, so it's just that nice little cycle of what we try and do each week, starting from our scrimmage, which by rule out here we have to do the week before our first game. I think that's pretty standard, but I know some states can vary in terms of what we can do. So in evaluation, the moment the game's finished, and it's all about, for me, the guys understand is that they have to create positive habits. It's all about creating that habit. The biggest and the most thing that I want to create for them is getting into the habit of watching film and looking at everything that we do. Now we get to watch our stuff on the sideline. Maybe use Huddle Sideline, Sky Coach, Game Strat. We use Sky Coach. Highly recommend Sky Coach. I think it's a bit more robust than Sideline, but I know in some states you don't have that ability to do that. So I know it varies, but we have that that luxury. So they're creating into the habits of getting to the hot bench, watching, and then we're doing that. Once the game's over, they're going to get into the habit of watching that film. They always want to watch themselves and enjoy it, whether they win or lose, but we want to create that positive habit. We want to make sure they understand what we're trying to achieve. That's what you always want to talk about, right? Every coach who's going to be talking later today, and making sure that you understand what you are trying to achieve as an offense, what you're trying to give at any given play. So we will make sure they do that and they can understand in the evaluation of what we do. The kids will have their grade sheets, okay? So they make sure they really are self-aware so they can talk about the good, the bad, the great plays that they did, what they thought they made a mistake on, it didn't finish a block, they got beat, they slipped, and then the ugly. Not perfect, by no means. Yes, I've had two guards running into each other because they can be idiots at times and they weren't listening or they weren't focused. But we will make sure that they do that. So on their grade sheet, which is what we produce. And I'm a 1012 guy. Gray sheet, and I have an example to come up here of what it looks like for our guys. But they want to make sure they understand what they're doing. So this sheet won't have it, but we'll have the play, what it is, and then they'll make sure they know what's good, bad, and they can talk about and be frank. Some guys are brutally honest about themselves and could be their own worst critics. Some guys, let them think they had the most perfect game in the world, right? But they might have missed stuff. So it's about having that trust and understanding that we can be self-aware where you're at. And then we look at the areas of focus. So they will talk about, hey, I want to work on my Gallop technique, or I need to work on twist pickup, coach. I need to work on any sort of movements, anything that we want to talk about leading up into that week. So here's an example, hopefully maybe a little blurry here, but example of how our sheets look here. This is one of the kids. He was one of my seniors. I know he is a pretty critical guy of himself at times. But as you can see, he talks about obviously not finishing his block, not getting a second level. He felt he had a good job. He talked about his backside hand. At times, he's got himself a pancake. Does he feel that, we talk about, is this huddle highlight worthy for themselves? Yes, maybe I'll always look at the clip and talk about it with them. So yes, you can put it in. No, you may have missed it, obviously because they want to get themselves recruited from then, and they tallied how many pancakes and stuff they did. He had 6 in that game, and this kid is one of my actually lighter kids. He's a little bit lighter. He's not one of the big boys on that group, but he's a really good athlete, an absolute warrior for me. But he's very good at understanding himself and being self-aware in terms of what we try to do. Then when we get to a breakdown, like everyone, we will obviously go to scout film. I'll spend all of the days like today, Saturday, actually usually after the game, by the time we get home and have a stiff drink and enjoy or get frustrated and whatever happens, win or lose. We'll obviously break down the film and go for all those clips and go for 100 assists, etc., and have that all filtered out. And then I get my O-line to actually, after finish their grading that day, they'll actually start charting the D-line. Now we'll break it down into individual moves, and then in their twists and stunts and any line gains. And within that, they'll have notes too, and I have an example of what the sheet looks like and how we break it down. Then I obviously set a deadline for those guys, and they got to stick to it. If they miss it, they pay the price. They pay the piper. So we always make sure that we get that information out, because I want it to reaffirm what I think and what I see, and I want to make sure they are understanding and creating that positive habit of knowing what they should be seeing and understanding the different techniques that they face, not just trying to play football blindly. So if I break down here, and this is from one of the different kids, and this is just a small snippet of it, but we'll break down, obviously we go from the first, second, third down, run them past, and then we'll talk about just the different moves. Okay, now if there's an additional move that a kid does, you might do jump chop or whatever it may be, they can add that to the spreadsheet. Excuse me, if they see that, and they'll work on if a different player comes in to that spot, then I'll do one for each player. Now if the player comes in for, doesn't matter if it's garbage time, they'll come in and they'll put in, hey, 10 times he did this, coach, or whatever it may be. So it forces them to watch film. I've been really fortunate this year. The guys watched on average around about an hour and a half to 2 hours of film a week, especially on the weekend. This charting plays for them, for some of them, can take about an hour and a half in that, and harder, which if you think it's a 10 to 15 second clip, is a lot of film that they're watching. So they're getting really into that and getting really in depth. Okay, so they get a feel of what they're going to see. So it makes our plan meetings a little bit more effective. Okay. Then the plan. So for us on Sundays as coaches, and we'd meet on a Sunday, and we'll obviously split out to offense, defense. And then for me, I'll be coming in talking with our head coach and OC about obviously the whole unit about our base runs. What we'd like. We'd always have some things out of our base, so our outside zone or inside zone are usually there for regardless of the front that we're going to face. But we'll have our additional. It may be from our menu, because we build everything in menus. So we know, hey, this time we're going to take H counter is going to be a great play for us. Pin and pull and something else, or whatever it may be. Or it may be dark concepts. We may be working into inside trap or linebacker trap, whatever it may be. So we'll take that as our base run. Then we put that down as our group. We're working on our normal down and distance. and then we'll chart all those players, everything that we see. What do they do defensively on every normal down and distance? Red zone. Short yardage, we go high and low. Red zone for that. And obviously, that will slot in everything from our run game. And then we go third down, medium and long within that grouping too. Now, there have been games where the run game is actually quite important in that third and long, where some teams play, they may drop 8 or they may play cover 6 or whatever it may be in the back end. No pressure, give us a light box, 3-2 box. Well, hell, we just run right at it. And we got some pretty good kids in our backfield, and we'll pick up first downs. And in games, we won't be afraid to do that. Okay, so there spends a lot of time breaking those down. Sometimes we don't even get past normal down and distance because we want to put so much in. So we have to force ourselves to hem down a little bit. Then we create our dirty dozen. What are our 12 plays that we're going to maybe start the game with? It could be start the drives. It could be whatever it may be, like, hey, these are 12 plays that we want to make sure we run. Be different looks, different fronts, different formations. And so we make sure we want to test and see what we like. And that can include, 4x1. It could be whatever, empty sets, whatever we want to see what we like, because we've seen so much film. We've gone through 500, 600, 700 clips of film, and we know we're going to get maybe a couple of coverages, a couple of looks. So let's try and test that as being a spread team. Then we'll talk about, I put together obviously our protections in terms of what we like. If we're going to have any sprint out, have any play action protections, anything for that week. Then I draw up and put together. I'll show you some examples of our BPU, blitz pickup, what we're expecting to see within that of our protections. Some teams are pretty vanilla, but out here we get some pretty exotic teams and some teams with a lot of sim pressures and stuff. And I'll show you what we go through that real quick. And then, we'll talk about any sort of new plays and any exotics. So new plays, new formations. We'd like to do a little bit unbalanced. Formations that might come out to an unbalanced exotic formation, maybe a double pass. It could be reverse. It could be a multiple thing. So we have all that built into it as well. That's a long day, and that's no doubt probably consistent with a lot of coaches do out there. And then we put all of that. We have everything drawn up because we use our scoreboard, so we can go fast. If we've got a fast team or particular defense, we want to have certain looks. We can have that on a scoreboard, so our scout team can look straight up, rock and roll, and have that play, and we can go through as much as we can. And then the second part of the plan is, taking it now what we take from what we've worked on Sunday and all that detail, and condense that and take that to the kids on Monday. I call it Marvelous Monday. For our kids, we like to have just, we start off by celebrating that success, watching all our scoring touchdowns, all our plays from the Friday night game the week before to kind of help put a note and close that down. But just enjoy it. Hey, that was a great play, man, etc. Won't get down into your foot should have stepped here. Don't worry about that. It's just enjoy it as a group, because you kind of enjoy it, but you're in the heat of the game. Let's sit back and enjoy that moment. It's real quick. You may score 2 touchdowns. You may score 10. Like, who knows? Then we get into the game plan itself. So we talk about the overall run game of what we're looking at. So the base plays, etc. that I've talked about before. And then we go into obviously our protections. We might be focusing on a particular protection that week. It could be, hey, we're going to full slide a lot more because they're giving us a bare front. I'm saying rather than being big on big, because it might be a Mike linebacker, might be a dude that running back may have a mismatch, so it's easier to slide, and he may be able to pick up an end because he's an outside backer, or whatever it may be. So we'll go over those different protections. Then we talk about the breakdown and review that they've all sent to me, because I would have read all of them that the guys have sent, and it gets a feel and a flavor. And we'll talk about the different meals. So, hey, you now know on the second down and medium, or at least second down, you're going to get, push pull, or you're going to get, he likes to work a chop, or whatever it may be in that place. So, you can anticipate that, and then that's what we'll have in a skill focus, and we'll get to that on the field. But the guy's going to understand, okay, this is what you've seen, this is what I'm seeing. Okay, I might miss something. They see it. It's better to have 15 pairs of eyes than just one, right? You want to have as many pairs of eyes on it and really get that, creating that positive habit of kids watching a film. Put it on them. There's watching film, and you can look on huddle and see it says 5 minutes. That's not a lot. You need to really, if you want to keep winning, and for our guys, if you wanted to win state, You have to do the hard work, which is what they did. And then in that meeting, we'll have the script review, because we would have put the script as part of our Sunday too, which I apologize I didn't get to say. But on our Sunday, we'll usually put the Monday's script together as a bare minimum, but we'll try and get most of for the whole week done on that Sunday too. So we'll review that within the meeting so they know exactly what we're looking at, what we're going to be running, any new plays, obviously any exotics. Okay, and then we'll take that onto the field, and then within our practice time, pre-practice, I'll go over the scripts, where we just be the line. I'll try and get the tight ends over if there's certain formations that we're working with the tight ends on that. So we'll try and get that information all together for them so they know and they're ready to go. So they know the plan like it's like the back of their hand. So with our BPU, I put these sheets together, which will go into our scouting report. They'll be due to the guys. We have to talk about the player personnel, coverages, run plays, things we like, so on and so forth, all gets put together. It's just an example of one of the sections we may put in, and some of the teams will face, the looks that they'll give, and then we'll do. We draw these up in huddle, and then we'll put these onto the scoreboard, as we mentioned before. So we see some guys do some interesting stuff, interesting sim pressures, and we'll work on that so the kids now know, hey, this is going to be how we work it when it's empty, 5-man protection to our 6-man, and so on.
Coach, you got about 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. I've got a clock right here. Thank you. And then the same here. We like to go empty, but I know we can run quite a lot of empty. So some of these we'll work on. Obviously, we really make sure we understand how to work on our slam backs in those for those working on sim pressures. And it helps when you got a 6'7" tackle and a 6'5" tackle, that kind of with some long arms so they can work that a little bit easier. And it's just a lot of communication. So we'll go through that. And then as we get in there now, it's a skill focus. Now we're taking whatever from the evaluation, what they have identified they really need to work on. Some guys are, hey, coach, I'm just not really great at getting my backside hand. I think I do get it, but it's not so much. So we'll work on that. Gallop, coach, I'm galloping, I'm hammering, but I don't think I'm hammering too much. What am I doing? What do I need to work on? So we'll take that information that they've had from the week before, put that in, take the D-line review. Hey, these guys are heavy on push-pull, then we'll work on counteracting that. I'm going to check when it's a pass game, I'm going to chase the hands guy. When they're trying to pull you, so you want to chase him, turn that into a run block, because everything turns into a run block at some point in the game of football. So we'll take that and we'll work on that for an example. As you can see here in the run game, Gallop, if our tackles were working on rolling over, so working rollover for us, that means, I like to think most people use that as a terminology. Maybe some guys call it like Ewing out, but if the backer you're working to on your double team works over the top, and he's coming off the tackle, you want to roll over, or Ew him out and work on open pull. So this could be an example. And like I said, in our sims, based on what I just shown you, we're going to have a team that likes to run a lot of sims. We're working it on our 5-man and 6-man in our pass pro and our twists, so from the classic Texas and exit. So we'll have that all built into our practice, which I have an example here of a typical Monday. So obviously after our meetings and as we were traveling to the field, the guys getting dressed and taped, etc. And obviously after warm-ups with our special teams, for us offense, with line our game plan, it's all about stealing time from every other section. None of my guys are on kickoff returns, so we don't need to worry about that. So that's 10 minutes where I can use that for script review and start getting a game plan. We're fitting up. We're just our group. Everyone understands where the guy is going to be, how our combos are going to work, how our double teams will work, so on and so forth. Indo, that will take what we've just talked about in terms of what they've identified and certain areas. If I'm working on Gallop, we'll work on that Gallop too. That time might be used in part of the special teams one as well if they're fit. So really quick, we can get into starting working on a particular technique. And then our platoon run, that's our first inside run. On average, we'd have about 15 plays, but we go pretty quick. So we get through that, go back to anything that we may miss, or we may have to adjust, or we didn't like, or run it again because we want to see it from a different look. And then we'll do the same thing, obviously, in our Indo 2. Tends to be more pass related for us. The scary time, because obviously the receivers love to do 7-on-7, and that's what they live by. So we would do more pass stuff. So working on our sim pressure work So I've just done, the fundamentals. Now it's about schematically little group drills, pod drills on that. Okay, then obviously field goals for us, and then the team, and then the conditioning for us is 8-play drive. So just as many drives as we can get on that. And then towards the end, we're getting towards executing adjustment. So in our team sessions, as we said before, we maximize the reps. We go as fast as we can. We are a no-huddle team, but we try to, we're not a huddle for the line, but we can be a pure no-huddle team for that. And we're obviously working on inside run, our situationals, which I'll show you in the last thing, will be the breakdown of our day, of how it may be, or so a breakdown of each day during the week. Then we'll have our PUP is our pass under pressure section, and then polish is obviously our team polish, cleaning everything up. We'd always go through everything. If we don't like stuff, scratch it, get rid of it. There's no egos, thankfully, in our team. For our coaches, everyone's put in an idea for a play. If we don't like it, didn't work, didn't really like the fit, we get rid of it. Actually, let's try something else. We thought we should have seen something else on film. Add this. Let's try this as well. We do a lot of tight angle. I bought a camera. My assistant online coach has used his phone for me if our cameras had issues. Wide view, got to do tight angle, guys. If you don't do it, try and find a way to do it. Even if you do, I will hold it too, because we haven't got time to stop in every play. So we want to film it, then I can review when I go home. Okay, so we always want to try and get that tight angle view, because that's as O-line coaches, that's what we live by, right? Is that end zone view. So might as well get the best view that we can of that. And then the review from a practice. So from a Monday's practice with the Tuesday's meeting, we review and we usually go through inside run first, as much as that, and then try and get some of the team, but definitely do inside run. And I get my players, it's not me and my players all lead it. And this was an example of my players. This was Brady, who's now at Cal Poly Slow, and he was reviewing, going about what we did, what he did wrong, what he did good, the good, the bad, the ugly for everyone. Okay, so you get those guys to lead it so they get confident in speaking themselves in front of people for the next level and the level after that. And some of these cases, but it's just about them understanding, so they understand. And there's something slightly different when it's a peer-to-peer explanation of a play, and those guys tend to open up a little bit more when it's the kids leading that session. So if it's something you haven't done, want to consider, really try it. I would start off with like one of your seniors or one of your guys that really knows your system through and through to kind of lead it that way, and then they can start giving guys time. And I give them like a day's notice of, hey, it's going to be you, and here's the script, and so you can watch the film, so on and so forth. And then we test. We'll put a test together. It'll be usually short 6, maybe 10 questions on a test, and we'll do that on our Thursday and actually on our Friday. So on our week, so Monday, obviously we're working on normal down and distance. Our Tuesdays are short yardage and red zone. That's our tough man Tuesday. So we're really working a lot of sort of like nice combos 101s and some good fits of our D line in there too. We do some nice group drills, so you get the receivers and everyone in there blocking too, in some condensed work. And then Wednesdays, obviously our longs, mediums, our screens, our pass under pressure, and our team polish. So the plays that we really want to make sure we really want to hammer down, that we really liked, that we ran well, but let's just make sure we got it down and go through there. And then we have obviously our walkthrough. And then Friday in our meeting, before we get to our we call clap and going through our dirty dozens or other plays, we'll test. And that's when we do our tests for the guys, so the guys can get in there and get that information and make sure everyone's on the right page. You'll be surprised how some guys can bring in that information. Some guys are really good at it, some guys are not, and it helps them to put it down, really make sure, okay, we all are on the same page and knowing what we're doing. And then that's it. Then we just try and go off and win. It's all about trying to go off and win. And this year, we're fortunate enough for me to go off and let's go back to my first page so I can get my details. Sorry, coaches. And then, so we go off and then we try and win that state, man, and try and get that going. And, like I said, this year I'm losing 4 guys. But, I've got some really good young kids coming through that we're working on. But, yes, it's all about that, taking that culture, what you want, taking all the great stuff that coaches have been talking about, the technique, the scheme, and it's just how this is just another element to what I feel is really important. And when, I said I'll help out again with coaches, like, I want to be something a little different and just talk about how to prepare. Like I said, it could be exactly the same for everyone. You know, it could be everyone could be doing exactly the same way. You know, more so. I'm not saying it's the greatest way, but it's just the way we like to do it, and you know, it's given us the results that you really wanted, which is winning the state title. So, I'm thankful for that, Coach. I'm pretty much done. There's obviously my details. Please hit me up, follow. I love talking football. I can talk for days, so I'm happy to listen to everyone too. I'm going to be looking forward to the rest of today. But hey, if you need anything else from me, you just let me know, Coach. But I am all set for you. Let me just do my stop sharing for you here.
Yeah,
you should be
Coach,
good.
I appreciate you doing that. You know, like we said, we want to do a little bit of different because you always want to have a bunch of counter, a bunch of inside zone, a pass pro. So like something a little different with the presentation today, and I appreciate you coming on and doing that because I know, hey man, you big time now and win the state championship. So
yeah, I mean I mean we're out here, and I mean it's California football, and yeah, it's a little different. We have some good teams, and you know we won a state championship playing against De La Salle, who is the most historic high school team in the United States. So, you know, and you could see why. You know, they got some dudes, and they're still pretty young too. So to go in there and actually, you know, give up one score initially and then shut them out till garbage time was great for our defense, and our offense got going. And yeah, it was nice to see. But yeah, there were. You can feel that vibe when you're like walking out and it's De La Salle. You're like, okay, you can feel it. But no, it was a great time. It was great fun, man. And we're back at it already and ready to rock and roll. And as ever with everyone, we've got coaches galore coming through. So we have been inundated with all the who's who of Big Ten, Pac-12. Well, no Pac-12 anymore, but SEC. Everyone's all here right now. So you know, it's nice to see, and especially for our young kids too. So. But Coach, yeah, man, you keep doing your thing. Hopefully you get someone. Glad you made it over 1,000. I like to think I pushed that over for you last night.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, Coach. Be good. All right. Let me switch over the banner. All right. So I got my buddy. And I'm laughing now because we've been texting back and forth behind the scenes and joking. But Coach Tony McCants, Coach is gracious enough to come on. We're going to talk about another different type of clinic, not really scheme or anything like that, which is how to prep for an interview. You're trying to talk to head coaches and stuff like that. So, Coach is the head coach. He's going to introduce himself. And Coach, do you have a presentation to bring up or?
Yeah, I got a couple different things I can show. I got some Google Docs and some and a presentation. So that's
cool.
Hopefully this will help people. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to hit present and then go to entire screen so you can kind of maneuver yourself on what you want to show.
Share screen?
Yeah, present, share screen, and then just go to the entire screen.
Share screen. Entire screen. There we go. Oh. There we go. I had to click on the actual screen, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and then you can go wherever tab you want, and we'll get it going.
All right. So, I appreciate the opportunity to come on here and speak, and I hope that this is something that will help everybody. Because I know there's a lot of football talk being done, and that's awesome and great. I know everybody here listening probably has aspirations on taking that next step. I can do this in a couple different ways. I'm speaking more or less trying to prepare for a head coaching interview. If you want to ask questions about how or what I look for in assistant coaches in terms of interviews or preparing for a coordinator role, feel free to drop comments, or there's my cell phone number, shoot me a text, and I can do it that way. So this is the easiest way to contact me. That first is my Twitter. There's my email address. That's my personal email address. And then that's my cell phone number. So first thing I always believe when you're looking to interview or trying to get that interview is make sure you know who your target audience is, and make sure that you're putting relevant information down that will expand upon the bullet points of resumes. Anybody can put together a resume. Anybody can put together bullet points. So make sure that you have a good interest letter. Make sure your resume, like I said, is on point and, concise and clear. It's not ambiguous. Everything's laid out. Let me go to my resume here. I don't mind sharing it. You can see that I try to put, skills, some bullet points about, what I've done and what we've been able to accomplish at different stops. And that to me, that's always something that's, will help, because people will look through it, see bullet points, then having accomplishments. I've seen people have, quotes from players, or they have player references as well. That's a good idea. I put my references in there already. That's just taking one step away from the people who are looking at it. So I found that has, been something that has been, productive. In terms of the interest letter, this is a generic one. I go in and if I'm interviewing, I'll change some of the details, make it seem a little bit more personalized. We talk a lot to the kids about being personal with recruiters. You just don't want to send like a generic message. I always say, hey, I'm interested in the vacancy at your school. I believe I'll be the best fit. Here's why. And then you give a little bit of detail about your experiences and what might make you different, any type of accolades and stuff like that. So this basically just expands upon your resume. And the general rule of thumb with your interest letter is, try to keep it about a page. This is like smack them in the face. Hey, this is what we got going on. This is why you need to at least interview me. And then there you go. And then what I send also is a condensed version of my portfolio. And this is what I have to present today. This is something that it took me a while to create, but now that I've created it, it becomes your program. So whenever you send something like this to administrators, it lets them know that you're organized, that you thought about the process, that you have experience doing certain things, and it kind of makes them feel a little bit more at ease about talking to you. Now, if you were looking to interview for an offensive coordinating job or maybe an offensive line coaching job, send some drills. Hey, this is my philosophy on coaching the position. Here's some drills that I use. This is, my philosophy when it comes to inside zone, or, just make sure you do your homework on where you want to go. If they're a wing team, then you may, hey, I've coached in the wing. This is how I would do it. If they're a gap scheme team, hey, I love power. This is how I've coached it. This is the terminology I use. So it helps. So normally what I do, you can see I put our base play here in McMichael, which is, a duo essentially, that we run more or less like a triple look. But what I will do is I will actually put the school's logo there. And then I'll also put the school name. So, it could say like McMichael Phoenix football program, my name, and then my core beliefs, which is SEO and soul. And I'll get into those in a little bit later. And then, like I said, now, a good thing about Google Docs, okay, if you're at Google Slides, if you didn't know, you can actually go up here to tools, and then you click explore. And I'm not very tech savvy, but you can click it and it can change like the layout with the picture that you want very easily and seamlessly. So, you don't have to spend a lot of hours going through trying to format pictures and stuff like that. I can show you exactly how easy it is. Let's say you want to right click that, come down here to replace image. Come on now. Replace image. Click hide. That way I can actually see what I'm doing here. Replace image. All right, and I can go upload from computer. And so stuff I have saved on my desktop, so I can click the logo for McMichael. Boom, there. That looks a little, pixelated. So if I wanted to, I could, resize it, and it's going to give me different options of what I can do. So I can say, I like that. If you wanted to get more fancy, you can change the colors of those arrows to match the school. That is what it is, whatever you want to do. Okay. All right. So first thing I do is I introduce myself. I put, some of my major accomplishments. I actually have to update this because yesterday was my youngest daughter's birthday. She's 5 now. So I let them know who I am a little bit of introduction, how long I've been coaching, how long I've been a head coach, my overall record, and any other accolades that I may have. For some of you starting out with no head coaching experience, you may want to put, region championships or conference championships, or have you been to the state championship? You want to put that type of stuff up front because it does matter to some people. Now, if you're interviewing for a head coaching job, I will be honest with you, it probably will throw a lot of people off. You're not going to talk a lot of X's and O's. All right. Some of the people that are going to be in the room with you, they're not going to understand power. They're not going to understand counter. They're not going to understand, fire pressures or dog blitzes or any other thing that you may feel may give you an edge as an X and an O guy. What they want to know, can you administrate? Can you be a CEO? Can you be in charge? Your football acumen has gotten you this far, but what about the behind the scenes stuff? The things that, you may not see your head coach do. Can you handle parents? How do you work with the teachers inside the building? Little Johnny gets in trouble. What are you doing? So you have to sit down and kind of plan that type of stuff out. So I do, put my why, my goal statement, and this is what I believe, and probably one of the greatest quotes of all time comes from one of the best coaches of all time, John Wooden. A good coach can change a game, but a great coach can change a life. And this is what you're really trying to highlight throughout this entire thing. Now, this slide is about 50 slides long. So I'm going to go through it a little bit quick. Like I said, if you have questions about it, drop it in the chat. And when I get done, I'll try to answer them or shoot me a text or whatever. And I can try to, clarify some things. So why, goal statements, mission statements, vision statements, some of those things may be redundant. They're all, things that may help clarify your situation a little bit. So management beliefs, obviously that's going to be something that people are going to look for. I personally believe that management, is attention through vision, like my vision of the program and my attention to trying to drive that as a core principle. I want to be a communicator. I want to trust the guys that I hire. So I want to put guys in positions that I believe that they can be successful, not only coaches, but players. So when you get a head coach, when you become a head coach, you're not only, trying to develop players, you're trying to develop your assistant coaches as well. So how are you going to go about doing that? And then I'm a big believer in self-positive, self-regard, positive thinking. Sometimes, through the season, it's easy to be negative. Sometimes you may be in a position where you have not, you're in the have-nots, but you can't communicate that to the kids. You can't communicate that to your coaches. You always have to operate from a position of self-regard and, being positive and uplifting. That doesn't mean that you don't have to be a realist. That just means that if, your attitude and your demeanor is going to end up permeating throughout the team. So if you're a negative person, if you're somebody who's always looking at the glass half empty, your players are going to be that way as well, and your assistant coaches. All right, and then same thing as I told you with the pitcher, here you go. Here's a nice counterplay for you. I make little breaks so that way they understand the sections and stuff. So core values and goals of the program. Here's my big core value. It is the only rule that we have in terms of football. I've found the more rules you have, the harder it is to uphold all of them, and the easier it is for it to be great. That may sound different. You think about it, be on time, don't be tardy, don't be a problem, don't do this, don't do this, don't. once again, that starts to get into the realm of negative talk, right? So our main principle, our main rule is serve each other. SEO. I adopted it from Indiana football. They had LEO, love each other. I felt our kids needed to learn how to serve, and then that would in turn teach them to love, because serving is love. So SEO is our core value. It is our culture, our vision, our belief. We want our kids to frame everything in how are my actions impacting my teammates? How are they impacting myself? And so that's, kind of what we do. So my main question I ask the kids all the time is, when you go home and before you go to bed or you get out of the shower and you look at yourself in the mirror, you need to ask yourself 2 questions. What did I do today to make my team better? What did I do to make myself better? And if you can't answer that in a positive manner, you might need to reflect on what you're doing and why you're at practice, and what the overall team means to you. And that kind of relates back to that idea of serve each other. We want to serve each other through being good teammates, making sure that we're giving our all in individual, that we're giving our all in scout team. If we're asked to be a special teams player, that we're doing that we need to. And then also, too, going into the classroom. Am I being a good classmate? Am I being a good teammate by making sure my grades are where they need to be? So that way I'm not jeopardizing playing time by having bad grades or jeopardizing playing time by getting ISS or OSS. So we want to make sure that we're serving those around us and not just expecting everybody to give us things. Okay. The next values that I implement that I feel, are very, very, very strong with our program is soul. And I got this from Tony Dungy. So if you want to read it, he's got a book actually called Soul of a Team. If you haven't read that, I highly recommend you reading that, especially if you are somebody who wants to be a head coach. It gives you a great management framework, and you can see what soul stands for. And you can see how it kind of ties in with the idea of service and how we're going to serve each other. All right. So you can see goals of our program. I communicate these with our players sparingly. I spend most of my time here with them. This right here is more or less for the assistant coaches, more or less for administrators. So that way they understand what it is that we're trying to do. And I really harp on number 7, to have fun. It's a game, right? My goal as a head football coach is to make sure that my players and my coaches 30 years down the road can look back and say, man, we had fun. And nobody has fun losing. So that's part of the reason, why we work as hard is to make sure that we're winning, but we also want to make sure that we're building strong connections with each other. Long-term goals, once again, more or less for assistant coaches and administrators. This is what we want to do. We want to make sure that we are trying to achieve these 5 things, over a course of, 4, 5, 6 years. And you can see it's things like making sure you take care of your facilities. Unfortunately, in North Carolina, where we're at, sometimes, that could be pushed to the back burner. But it's your job as a coach to advocate for your program and advocate for your kids and make sure that they have the best stuff that they can have possibly, making sure they have up-to-date weight room, making sure that they have an up-to-date, field equipment, sleds, everything like that. And it's going to be on you as the head coach to coordinate that stuff with the AD and your administrators and your booster club to make sure that you're doing the right things and buying the right stuff. And then daily and weekly goals, what we try to do, focus on the details. This is one thing that I do communicate with our players is I do tell them no detail is too small. That we don't need to get bored with the basics. There's a lot of times that we as coaches, will run power 4 or 5 times in a practice and be like, all right, it's good enough. Well, is it really? If that's your base play, then the kids need to be able to see it in their sleep and practice it and do everything that they can to make sure that they can execute it, even when they're dog tired in the 4th quarter. So that's one thing that we make sure our kids understand is that we're never going to be bored with the basics. We're going to run our base plays every day in practice. out of base formations. Then we try to dress it up, but it's still for the offensive line, the same base play. And then for our skill guys, it's different things that we can, different things that we can execute to make it look a little bit more snazzy. All right. And then obviously, you want to focus on your academics. So in our program, academics are obviously going to come first. I want to graduate all athletes, monitor all of the good stuff. And then we adjust our practice schedule if need be to accommodate tutoring, workshops, things like that. So this area here is for you to workshop and put down ideas that you have, things that you have seen work at other schools or work in your program to make sure that kids are going to be academically eligible. One thing I make sure our kids understand is that the academics world is competition also. Their GPA is their academic scoreboard. They're competing against thousands upon thousands of other students for scholarship money or admittance into a school. So we want to make sure that they understand that their GPA number needs to be as high as anybody else's, because it is a competition. That is life. We compete. Okay. So that's one thing that we make sure that they understand, and they do. We do NCAA workshops. Not every parent understands what the NCAA process is or to be eligible. Make sure that you have academic portfolios for recruiting packages. Colleges care about the GPA. Once they see, they have a kid that's within a certain range of GPA, they're able to recruit them. There's no worse feeling as a coach than when somebody comes to your school to recruit a player and you hand them their transcript and they see a GPA below a 2.0. And they're like, I can't do nothing with that kid. It makes it kind of feel like you kind of failed as a coach. So you want to make sure that you're always doing right by them, because they're giving you everything they have for 4 years. So we need to make sure that we set them up for success as much as possible. All right. For me, faith is a big thing. I'm a devout Christian. I don't hide that. I pray with the team. I do things like that. So I make sure we try to be regularly involved with FCA. I haven't done this as much in at McMichael, but I've been other places where we've had a breakfast club where, maybe you partner with a church and they're able to bring in biscuits and they're able to give a devotion to the kids that want it. And then I always bring I bring in a local preacher every Friday to talk to the kids right after we get done eating our pregame meal for about 10 to 15 minutes to give them a little weekly devotional. And then, like I said, partner with local churches. But what all this does is it shows whoever's in charge of hiring that you have a plan, that you know what you're talking about, that is, you would be surprised that every single question that is asked within the interview, you obviously have all of this stuff already done so they know it. Physical development, understanding what you're going to do with the bodies of your own young athletes. You want to focus on creating an all-around athlete, obviously, teach and introduce fundamentals every day during practice. And then I invite our middle school programs at different times, because it's illegal in North Carolina to have middle school and high school kids working out at the same time. Well, let me rephrase that. In the same area at the same time. So we could have high school guys outside running on the track and middle school kids inside lifting weights. That's perfectly legal. So I try to invite and work with middle school programs in the spring, especially those rising ninth graders, to go ahead and get a head start on them. And then our Parks and Rec does a youth camp. So we get kids to help with that as well. Discipline, what we try to do, discipline, like oftentimes, football players are role models for the school. A lot of time the culture of a school goes through the football program, so we try to make sure that our players, do what they're supposed to do in the classroom and not being a problem. One of my least favorite things is to hear a faculty member say the football team, because usually it's something negative afterwards, and it just kind of grinds my gears, because one person constitutes the football team. And it just, it really upsets me. So I try to make sure our kids understand that because you're an athlete, you are easily identified. So make sure that you're doing things the right way and that you're beyond reproach because you get the ability to do things that other kids in the school building don't. So they don't have consequences for their actions and you do. Not saying that there's not any consequences for regular high school kids, but we don't want our athletes to have something taken from them because of issues that could have been easily prevented. And this goes into that whole idea of SEO and serve each other. And also too, y'all know it, the more times than not, the most disciplined football team is going to win on Friday night. So there's things that we make sure if we want to be the most disciplined team, these are things that we have to do. Because at the end of the day, football isn't that hard of a sport. It is usually the team that blocks better, the team that tackles better, and the team that maintains their discipline is going to be the team that wins. In order to be the most disciplined team, these are things that we feel and that we've seen that we must do. Number 3 for high school kids. For high school kids are, sometimes it's a little bit hard to do. We want to make sure that y'all excuse me real quick. Sorry, my youngest was looking for a snack, so I had to kind of help her out. Number 3 is kind of the hardest thing to do for a high school kid, especially because there's a lot of discrepancies in terms of athleticism at times, but we don't want to take any opponent lightly. We want to respect all opponents because they are practicing, they are being coached, they are liable if we don't do our job to upset us, so to speak. So we want to make sure that, we don't take anybody lightly and that we finish the job in front of us. All right, so this gets into what I do give the kids, and I can come back and show you this because I actually have another packet that I print out when I get the interview, and so this is actually like our handbook that I do give the kids, with consequences and things like that. So this is things that they would, see, obviously parents would see it. We would have them sign it. It's kind of like a understanding, so to speak, kind of not like a contract per se, but something that we could go back and say, hey, look, you broke this rule. This is the punishment for this. Okay. Commitment. What I ask of the kids, we never want to be out of work. We want to dominate the struggle rate, daily. This is often where, you're able to put whatever mantras or, coaching terms that you want to put, off-season participation. We strive to have kids, attend more than 85% workouts. The summer is always difficult because you got kids going off on vacations. Rising ninth graders are always going to be like, well, I didn't know, because they don't do that stuff in the middle school. But if you go back and you involve the middle school early, in the spring, then they know. And these are things that we do to kind of, encourage multi-sport participation or winter, spring, and summer workouts that we'll buy them certain stuff, excuse them from some running in August and things like that. So, we want to show how we would commit to the community. What I'm doing on time. I'm running out of time, so let me speed up a little bit. Our summer philosophy, youth middle school philosophies, organization, how, now this gets into probably what a lot of you are looking for, what I look for in terms of assistant coaches. These are the characteristics that I'm looking for, in terms of who I want to hire. Obviously we need to know that these, we want people in the building, but outside of that, we want people that will have genuine care and concern for the athletes. People of high character and moral standings, be loyal to the program. And guys, this is getting harder and harder to find. We kind of live in this world, where people aren't necessarily as loyal to the program as they are the job. And I get it. Sometimes the grass is greener on the other side. But coaching is teaching. So we want to make sure that we get people in that can teach, people in that can communicate with the kids. I've seen plenty of guys, you talk to them on a coach level, their acumen is outstanding, but the second they get in front of kids or at practice, they can't take what's in their brain and teach the kids. that doesn't help. You can have, you can be able to break down all the film you want and understand that they're running this coverage and, be able to tell when they're in quarters or 2 or cover 6 or, when the linebacker's being able to blitz, when they're going to do a stunt. You can have all of that knowledge, but if you can't communicate it with the kids and you can't teach them what's in your brain and have them execute the game plan, then we're going to struggle as a whole. Here you go. Here's more of what I expect of my assistant coaches. I stress to my guys that they're the head coach of their position. You are the authority of your position. You're the head coach of your position. Make sure that you're doing drills that are appropriate to our schemes. Make sure that we're supporting each other, that everything is handled in the coaches' meetings and not on the field. Always find something to improve upon in the off season. A lot of you are doing that right now by sitting in this clinic. And that, Coach Tatum has done an awesome job putting this together and organizing it. And I know there's a lot of information out there. So y'all are all checking that box right there. Biggest thing for me that I've seen recently is being prompted on time to practices and meetings and being organized. You'd be surprised at how unorganized people are sometimes. All right. Those are our typical, just put in then your typical weeks, what it is, because there's a lot of questions that people will ask, what do you want your assistant coaches to do? What is their week like? How do you organize practice, put practice plans, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush through it now. It's a lot of information, I know. All right. And then you can see at the very end, I put my philosophies, because a lot of times when you get in these, when you get into them, people aren't really looking for X's and O's. They're looking for what it is that you're going to do to manage their programs. And then last bit, I know I'm going to go through this quick. I'll just let y'all see the table of comments or the table of contents. I'm sorry. When I do get interviewed, basically I take that PowerPoint, I create a PDF with it, and I print all of that out. And then it goes into more detail, obviously, with some of the stuff. So I figure out that when I do get interviewed, call for an interview or have gotten it, I ask how many people are going to be in the interview. And if it's feasible, you can see it is 56 pages. I try to print it out and put it into like a little 3-ring binder, and we go from there. So I wasn't able to see if I had any. Let me stop sharing real quick. All right.
No, you had some comments about how great it was and all that stuff, Coach. But...
I appreciate it. I couldn't see it, man. My PowerPoint was up the whole time. So
yeah.
So if there's anything I can do to help you, reach out to me on Twitter. If you're able to copy down my cell phone, I'll put my contact in the comments. If I went through something too quick and you wanted to see it again, just let me know. I can, reach out to you and share it with you, whatever. I'm an open book. Ian will tell you that. Coach Tatum will tell you that. I'm an open book. I'll talk football any time of the day, anytime. I don't think what I do is a secret. I mean, I've gotten it from somebody. Somebody helped me with this stuff. So, that said my comment post. So I don't know what that is. Okay.
Yeah. All right, Coach. Let's I gotta get Coach in here so we can get his time too. So
I
appreciate you. Yeah. Coach Moran,
hey, what's going on, Coach? Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and hit present and share your screen, we can get it on and popping.
Perfect. Let's get right into it. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So I'm Coach Moran. I coach at MLK High School in Philadelphia. Today, I want to focus on packaging a solution-oriented run game. This is sort of when I was originally kind of spinning the wheels with topics. I love talking scheme. I love talking specific concepts. But I was just kind of thinking of how do I kind of draft a presentation that's speaking to myself maybe 3-4 years ago when I'm going into year 7 or going into year 8. Sorry, just completed year 7. How can I speak to like year 2, year 3, me as an O-line coach, and sort of give myself tips moving forward. So anybody who's a younger coach, hopefully this applies to you. Hopefully this helps you out. Guys who've been coaching a while, but definitely don't log off, because a lot of this is about how do we streamline what we do to be as efficient as possible. All right, so just a brief overview of our program. We were 10-2 overall this year, Liberty Division champs, so that means we get to move up to the highest division. It kind of goes off of like soccer rules. Highest team in each division moves up. Lowest team gets bumped down for all the city teams. So we'll be actually against like the top competition next year as a result of this season. We were the 5A Philadelphia Public League runner-up. Team we lost to in the Public League championship game ended up going on and winning the 5A state championship. So definitely no hard feelings there, and definitely no no reason to hang our head. That was probably the proudest I've ever been of kids after a loss, and probably the most smiles I've seen after a loss were after that game, because they just left it all on the field. It was a great group. Since we're talking specific run game, we ran the ball 302 times. That's not counting scrambles. Accumulated about 1,961 yards for an average of about 6.5 yards per carry and 30 touchdowns. We were dealing with, we had a quarterback that had just transitioned to the position. He was our starting running back the year before. This was my first season with the team. So I was coming into a lot of, I was coming into a pretty strong cultural dynamic with this team. It was a lot of guys who had spent 2, 3, 4 years together playing. As far as the O-line goes, they had developed ways to be self-sufficient in their practice periods. So it gave me a little bit of leeway on like what I was able to put more on them, because sometimes in previous years they were running their day-to-day on days that their coach couldn't be out of practice. So I was definitely fortunate there. So on the left here, we have our seniors. Picture on the right, we have what was left of Trench Mob at the end of the year. We whittled down to about 7 players, guys either left or transitioned to other positions. All right, so I'm just going to open up with some general advice, just stuff I wish I would have taken serious a lot sooner in my career. I would say my number one bit of advice: study offensive design obsessively. This could really help you because then it allows you to become that expert on the run game, on run schemes and concepts that you're running. It allows you to practice troubleshooting, common errors. It allows you to come up with creative responses to defensive adjustments and certain alignments. That was something during, years 1, 2, and 3, when I was the only O-line background guy, the only person who had played or, coached the position before. I was just kind of going with what I knew. I didn't play in college. I played rugby in college. So I was just kind of going with what I knew from high school, what my high school coach taught me. And I was getting these questions on top of that of, hey, what should we do in this situation? What should we do in that situation? I didn't necessarily have the answer. So I would say if you're starting out, learn all that you can about offensive design, learn all you can about adjustments that you can make up front, as well as with pass protection schemes. The more you can establish yourself as an expert, the more weight you're going to carry on staff. And as we know, if you don't build an offense around the O-line, you're not getting much of anywhere come season time. So you definitely want to be one of those guys with a voice that carries weight behind it in the meeting room. Build open and honest working relationships with your OC. I'm grateful to have an OC that I worked with previously as a teacher. He was a content coach for my network when I was getting started as a math teacher in the district. So I was fortunate to already have a working relationship with him. I'm also fortunate that he definitely takes the attitude of, I want people who are going to challenge me and push me to the next level, and are also going to accept that same in return. He doesn't want the guy who's going to be sitting there on game day saying, hey, coach, why didn't you run this play? Or, oh, you should run this, or try to draw up a completely different play on the spot. He wants kind of like what him and I have established throughout this year of, all right, it's Saturday. You're already texting back and forth about tags and other things that you think are going to take advantage of certain things that the upcoming base defenses are going to give you. Moving on, when it's your time, get active. So our time as O-line coaches, indies, inside run, one-on-one pass rush, etc. Coach your butts off during that time. All right. It doesn't mean that you necessarily have to be the loudest. It doesn't mean that you have to say something after every rep, but make sure that what you say, it has quality to it, and make sure that you take control of those spaces that are yours to control. Even if you don't have the run game coordinator tag, get with the person who does. All right. Make sure that they know the O-line inside out like you do. Make sure you advocate for your athletes above all else. We kind of coach a position where we're the first to draw blame a lot of times, whether it be from the stands or from our fellow coaching staff or players on the team. Oh, O-line, you got to block somebody. But they don't know all the ins and outs that go with the position. It's not always on us. So make sure you advocate, make sure, you stand up for your guys. That's only going to build that confidence and that trust in you as their coach. Be data informed and communicate your results with staff and players. One thing I feel like I hated when I was a teacher the most was the fact that data informed was like this big buzzword, and we sent all this data and all these raw numbers up to administration, never heard anything back, and it never went to the kids. My biggest thing against standardized testing, you don't get the results until the following August. So how does that help me do better with the kid I have in front of me today? How does that help them better understand where they're at and where they need to be? So be data informed, but most importantly, communicate your results with who matters most, and that's our players. And then take lessons from every league and level, make it work for you. All right, I always say, take the best, leave the rest. The way I coach things, my coaching points come from a variety of different levels, and a variety of different coaches. And sometimes it gets to the point where you can't really track where any single idea came from. You just kind of meshed it together so it works for you and it works for your athletes. All right, so to start, when we're building a solution-oriented run game, build out your wish list. All right, and this is where you don't have to hold anything back. You draw out your base formations within your offense, base personnel packages, any way you want to work. This year we were multi-personnel pistol offense, ran a lot of 11, 20, and some 21 and 12 personnel. Ran a little bit of 10 later in the season when we wanted to give different alignments and different looks to the defenses. But that's mainly where we lived. And then a lot of what we do is modeled after kind of what Sark does down in Texas. And probably about 75% of what I do in my coaching points come from Kyle Flood. If you're not familiar with Coach Flood, definitely go check out his clinics on specific concepts, on specific techniques. He's thorough while also keeping things simple for the athlete. So at this stage, when you're building out your wish list, once you draw out your base formations, list all the run concepts you would like to potentially run. All right, so this is, like I said, here, you don't hold back. You can see on here, I have 2 of our formations drawn out. I'm making notes on each side of which concepts will work to and away from strength. This is what's going to help you eventually narrow that down, narrow that list of concepts down, is you're going to kind of see where you have overlap. I always like to say, even if I'm stationary, even if there's not a lot of motion, we were pretty stationary this year. We only had like a couple things installed on our motion package. But even when stationary, I want to be able to cut you 2 to 3 different ways. So this is kind of where you see how that's possible. And this is kind of where you see what those overlapping concepts are that allow you to hit either side to or away from the strength out of your different formation and personnel packages. Next, this is where you start narrowing it down. Choose your base concepts. I would say have at least one of each type: inside, outside, and misdirection. All right, have that inside run. Have that outside run for when the defense starts filling. And then once defense starts scraping over, have something with misdirection built in. And I would say at the high school level, ideally we want to cap this at 4 to 6 base concepts. And honestly, you see a lot of colleges sort of following suit and following this trend. Especially schools like Ole Miss, where and even like Michigan, where you see that really up front, the line's doing one of 4, 5, 6 different things. and then everything else is added in the form of tags. Next, you're going to use concept mapping to determine what learning needs exist for each of your base runs. The question that you need to ask yourself that whole time is who needs to learn what. I'm usually a very low-tech guy when it comes to planning. I just have that legal pad, and I'm literally just drawing a concept map, concept web. For those of you who are in education, just kind of have my concept up top, and then all the different techniques that I need to install, all the different if-then situations that I need to install, just to kind of see how expansive and how much time each concept is going to take in order to install it in full. And that also helps me kind of sequence things come May, June, July, August, when we're prepping for the season. It allows me to say, all right, well, things with a smaller concept map or concepts and techniques that overlap significantly, I could save those installs for closer to the season. So really where I want to spend my time April, May, June is really repping those things that have a lot of new content attached to it. It gives me more time to install it. It gives the kids more time to be comfortable with it. And it makes us as a collective a lot more confident about what we're doing. And then overall, just remembering, I saw somebody put this recently on Twitter, assignment is greater than alignment is greater than technique. I 100% agree with that. I would say in my last stop, this is my second stop ball coaching, the first place I was at for 6 years. Kind of had a consistency issue, both with staffs. I went through probably 3-4 head coaches in that 6-year span. And it also had a consistency issue with, just kind of like specific needs of the student athletes. We had a lot of kids who were in group homes, a lot of kids who were in shelter housing. There's a lot of inconsistency. So day to day, I can maybe only expect 3-4 offensive linemen. It was never the same group every day or any 2 days. So I really lived in that assignment world. And I had to focus all my efforts on that, on basic alignments and then assignments. And I barely scraped the surface with technique. So really coming here to King, I'm grateful to really have that culture of kids who want to be there every day, who want to receive instruction, who want to grow, who want to learn. And that's really allowed me to sort of, cover this whole continuum, not just assignment. I would say the further down this list we go, the less restrictive we need to be. I prefer to kind of put it back on players as we're learning techniques. They need to be able to recite those coaching points back to me. I went to plenty of college practices and just saw that like the people who had the fill in the blank questions as they were going through the everyday drills, and players were taking responsibility and taking ownership of that knowledge and those techniques and being able to explain, okay, when can we use Gallop tech? Oh, we could use it when we're the drive man in a gap scheme combo. Cool. Awesome. If they could say that back to you, that means they know it well enough to teach it to somebody else. They know it well enough to use it in an appropriate situation. The question as we go along that we want to be able to ask is, what can we use to get to why? All right. So if here's my assignment, I have to work my way to the sandbacker. What techniques can we use to get to him? Well, what if he's in this alignment? What technique would we use then? The more flexibility we have around technique and alignment, the more we're empowering our players to get to that assignment and execute it to the best of their ability. All right, once you've done this, once you've narrowed it down to a few base concepts, you need to create and test your, number one, your rules, and number two, your naming conventions. All right, so this is where you list out every formation tag, shift, motion, run concept, run tag, RPO. And obviously when you go to the pass game, you can make your passing concepts and everything else. So this is something that I did recently. If you're looking kind of my screen with my face on it, just kind of list it all out, figure out what's everything called. All right. Once you list all those things out, now you can start combining. And I would say get as creative and crazy as you can when drawing those plays up. We've all kind of seen those videos with NFL quarterbacks and, talking to Peyton Manning and kind of reciting different play calls or like all these long play calls that basically take up a paragraph, and we know that's something not to do at the high school and college level. But we really don't always explore where that sweet spot is. So I would say get creative, get crazy, use note cards. I have some on here that have 6, 7, 8 different tags on it. See how crazy you can get, and then start narrowing it down to that sweet spot, which is how many tags can you get out the play call in a huddle or signal the play in from the sideline, and it's specific enough to do what you want to be done without being information overload for any of the positions out in the field. All right, so get crazy, then find that sweet spot where you can combine, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. An important thing on this: names don't matter, but naming conventions are essential. I remember leaving my last school, and then somebody I brought in was asking me, hey, could you look over the offense? Could you look over my call sheet and kind of see, give me any feedback that you can? And as soon as I looked at it, none of the names had anything to do with each other. There was no theme. Everything kind of had a different name. Motions and everything were packaged into the play itself. So it was really just it was really relying on a kid's ability to memorize what these play cards look like. You need to have naming conventions. The names need to mean something. You can call it peanut butter and jelly, but something better be ham and cheese. Those naming conventions are essential. When you're talking about rules, especially blocking rules, which is our wheelhouse, what we're concerned with most, keep those rules simple and consistent. All right, that's going to build that trust and confidence with your players. Think of this. I always think of kind of installing these rules as, in these naming conventions as learning a language. As soon as you think you got a handle on it, and then there's a change up or an exception, that starts to erode at your trust and chip away at your trust. As soon as you learned all the verbs, and now you have all these different conjugation rules, and then you have exceptions to those rules, that's really going to make you a lot less confident in being able to learn that language. Same thing here. We're teaching our guys a different language. They need to be able to be on the same page as us with it. So we really need to keep things simple and consistent. If we need to change how we do something, then we either need to change the rule or change the rule from here forward, or add tags and things like that that will add to what we already know. Keeping those rules simple and consistent also allows us to build controlled discomfort around context. That allows us to really get into the pressure packages, stunts. It allows us to get into different alignments, different defensive fronts. And the more we can build confidence around those things, around what the opponent is going to do, the better our kids are going to become game day. As far as teaching these rules, as far as teaching techniques and everything else, keep it detail oriented with a conceptual focus. All right, the most important question we can answer is why. All right, and with that, I put beware of if-then learning that is uncontextualized or emphasizes rote memorization. All right, if-then statements are a great way to teach things. It's a great way to get our kids to learn how to adjust between different fronts, different looks, different pressures. But if they don't understand why they are picking things up the way that they are supposed to, it kind of dilutes what it is they're doing. All right. So if we're saying installing Duo, which for us is a day one install, if we're installing Duo, it's important for everybody, whether you're play side or backside, to know, hey, ideally we're trying to hit that play side again. The second, and then here, and then the running back is going to be reading the first backer to the play side to determine which way to go. All right. And then that helps our guys keep their hips to the gap, to be able to use lateral torque and leverage to be able to get their guy out of where we ideally want the play to hit. So detail oriented with conceptual focus, as long as we keep that at the center of everything that we do, we're teaching problem solvers, not just memorizers. And then be willing to sacrifice scheme for the sake of execution, and know your personnel. I knew I had tackles who could rap, so I knew counter was definitely something I wanted. As I was going out in the spring and sort of evaluating guys and getting a feel for who we had coming into the program, I was like, okay, counter's definitely something that we're going to install after our bread and butter plays of duo and pin and pull. That required me to have to take out power, just for the sake of making sure that the concepts I was focusing on, those 4 to 6, were executed, flawlessly by the rules that I had created for them. So as much as I love power, I put it on the back burner for this year. We didn't install it at all. So be willing to make those scheme sacrifices for the sake of execution. There's plenty of things that we want to do every year that we're not necessarily able to. Embrace the power of the one pager. This keeps our info in one place. Great way to map out, the cognitive process that goes into every play, every concept pre-snap. It provides differentiation for specific learners. I'm big on, if a kid has an IEP or something like that, once they feel comfortable, once they feel like they have a good enough relationship, if they could share with me what some of their specific accommodations are, so that I could provide those same things with what we're learning.
Hey, Coach, you got about 5 minutes. All
right, you got it. All right, let me ask questions about what has you focus on why and how. It helps build that no excuses culture. I tell guys, hey, here's this one pager. If you can't recite this back to me, don't ask about playing time. Like, this is your threshold. This is your bare minimum. After that, build that position room culture. Make sure you put it on wax. Here is our specific O-line philosophy. Make sure that you are introducing that in the beginning of the year. Make sure you're constantly coming back to it throughout the season, again and again. Use tech to your advantage. So this was a group me, a group me room that we used. It was just offensive line. And when I say make it exclusive, I mean that it was offensive line. We eventually lit one H-back tight end type into the room. And it was like this big thing where the guys welcomed him, or basically like, hey, you're one of us. The rest of those guys, they didn't really buy into it, the O-line culture, as much as you did. So it was like an honor when they were let into this. Establish that team culture of quality blocking. So become the staff expert on blocking technique, empower your O-line to sort of set that standard, and teach their peers what they know, and extend that knowledge to other areas of the game. So for instance, we were getting the first half of the season, a lot of special teams penalties for holding, for blocking the back, things like that. So that just took me, half hour, 45 minutes. I sketched out a quick circuit that we can go through. We went through it like 2 or 3 times during the season and saw those penalties pretty much drop down to nothing. And each of these stations, each of these rotations of kids had at least one starting offensive lineman in the group to be able to repeat a lot of the coaching points that they heard from me every day that other coaches didn't necessarily get from me. Feedback and acknowledgement, make sure it's early, often, and in detail. This is where you really get into the technique. This is where you can start making recommendations. This is where, hey, you did something well, but I challenge you to do it better. So correct the negatives, challenge the positives, extend feedback to all those blocking positions, whether it be H-backs, if you use tight ends, if you use fullbacks, make sure they're getting it from you as well, since you're the staff expert on blocking. Rewards and incentives, make sure they're tangible or data focused, clear objectives and benchmarks. Make sure you have position specific ones just for your offensive linemen. So for me, I have a cheesesteak bet every year. If you can get 250 yards rushing and no sacks in a game, that's a cheesesteak. Then it moves up to 300 yards rushing and no sacks. It could be whatever kind of food you want after that. We kind of talk about it as we're eating the cheesesteaks on the beginning of walkthrough day. And everybody has to, stare and look at us enjoying our time. For team specific, time to go into the 14% rule, but that's something that we use, that a lot of college programs use. Another incentive that really helped this go team wide were helmet stickers. So we just had these little paw print helmet stickers, and it was for if you had a block for the offense. I did it for the entire offense. If you had a block that created an explosive play, if you had a block that created a touchdown, or if you had an explosive play or touchdown. So I had receivers coming up to me like, hey, did you see my block? Even if they weren't the one who had the explosive play, they wanted their part in it and they wanted what came with it. So something to just get guys really excited about their performance when they don't have the ball, which is really going to drive your culture as an offense. Game planning. I'm sorry, I know I'm running short on time here, so I'm just trying to keep it short and sweet. I definitely have some film. If you guys want to see, you can hit me up after this. For game planning, how do I do enough but not too much? I would say keep first and foremost, keep a reasonable call sheet. Ours were 24 plays to each side, so a total of 48 things on that call sheet. And it went with a risk coach that the quarterback and center had as well, so that they would be able to communicate those calls in the huddle. I would say the ideal call sheet, somewhere between an index card and the Waffle House menu. Once you kind of get in that Waffle House menu, Andy Reid length call sheet, you're doing way too much, because that's not something that you can feasibly do, cover within a week. Building answers to schematic weaknesses. So may require combining concepts or using tags. So insert for ISO, maybe you do duo H insert, or inside zone H insert instead of just having a separate ISO play. Structure your base rules to set up complements. On counter, we always had the H arc, because even if the play is to the H, we want to leave that end go. So whether the H was to or away from the call, they were going to arc and block the outside linebacker on their side of the field. That eventually sets us up for pop. Consider and share the learning load. Sometimes can the O-line alert to something without changing any sort of backfield responsibility? So one way we really did this year was, my guys recognized, hey, what's the biggest weakness to our counter scheme? Oh, backside B-gap pressure. Okay, so when we see backside B-gap pressure, we're going to call an alert. Play side tackle now has kick out instead of down to the backside backer. And the backside guard is going to be the one calling the alert. You just now have kick out on that B-gap, backside B-gap pressure. Tackle, you're just going to wrap as usual. And that gives a start. And it doesn't change a single thing for the quarterback or the running backs or the wide receivers. So an alert call, I would just tell those other guys, means nothing to you, means everything to my guys. So when can you put it on your O-line to make those adjustments without changing anything in the backfield? Or when can you give a backfield tag to give us the answer? So for example, F freeze. So if we call duo to the weak side, so if we were lined up with strength to the right, we call duo left. That's run just like veer. The rule is to that tackle, hey, if duo's being run to you, you don't have anybody outside of you, you don't have a tight end helping, you're never kicking out, you're always down to the backer. And then that allows us to run freeze, speed option, other things off of that. If you add something, you have to eliminate something else. So don't swap 5 yards per carry for 6 yards per carry. Focus on getting to what works best in different ways, and you're going to get the most bang for your buck. Here's some call sheet examples. You could see that different weeks we emphasized different concepts. So this week was more duo heavy. This week was more counter heavy. It varied on our opponent. We didn't change much though. And then I have 2 more slides, Coach, and then I will be out of here. And then anybody wants to kind of watch film, we could do that another time and place. But game prep, putting everything in motion. Each phase of practice needs to reinforce the next. If you're doing something in Indy that doesn't apply to what you're going to be running in inside or in team, don't do it. All right, make your time count, and make sure that we're driving that pace. Okay, I'm a quality over quantity kind of guy when it comes to Indy reps, but I still like that quantity with it. If you plan to call it, practice it. Make sure everything's working smoothly, Monday through Thursday. Don't just roll it out on Friday or expect everybody to kind of keep an open mind with the playbook as you sit on the side with your whiteboard and create something new. Embrace the option. So that could be old school triple option. That could be RPOs. That could be read option. Embrace some form of the option, because that is going to allow us to hit different places on the field out of the same pre-snap look. That's going to keep the defense on their toes. It's going to keep them balanced in their alignment. It's going to keep them from overloading. Build those tags in the play calls. I've been part of offenses that kind of randomly. They'll tag an RPO that they like to different run concepts, but it might not necessarily fit in with who you're trying to target or pick on or take advantage of or take out of the box with those run concepts. So just make sure that you add those tags in on your call sheet. Don't just kind of freelance it on game day, because you want to make sure everything that you do is for a purpose. And then make sure tags complement that base concept. I would recommend scripting out the first drive. I would say at least a third of the touchdowns that we got this year were on that first 10, first 12. Take notes on your call sheet, organize situational play calling. All right. Make it a living, breathing document. If it doesn't work Tuesday, don't keep it Friday. Make changes throughout the week. Have that final ready before Thursday's walkthrough. And then these were our answers. I kind of covered at least the first two there. Those were the main ones that we did. We used H lead for that insert look. We used H kick to get out of like 20 personnel, but still give that traditional duo look up front. And then one thing that we did kind of have in the tuck for playoffs that we never took out was we ran our base version of trap as an influence trap. So both guards pulling. And then that would set it up for crunch to just be that trap call with now the H has a wham and the running backs coming out the opposite side. So that was just kind of something we had in the tuck. And then as far as pass pro, we started seeing a lot of bear front to try to take away our counter game. So we would check from half slide to big on big with the jump man call. Everybody would just jump right at the line because we were a pistol offense. We couldn't really drop back. But our guys knew, hey, you see 5 up front call, make that jump man call. Now everything shifts. So just keep it nice and simple any way that you can, allow your guys to be the problem solvers, allow, the first question that when you call off the field, ideally that first question is going to be, hey, what do you guys like? Whereas for years I found myself asking, what do you see? And they got to recreate all these alignments and pressures that they're seeing. I always want my guys to get to the point where it's, hey, what do you like? Hey, coach, I like counter to my side. Great. Awesome. We're going to run that. Besides that, willing to talk ball anytime. Here is my contact information. Easiest way to get the hold of me is probably a Twitter DM. But I put my phone and email on there. I check those as well. So I also included my personal development areas. So just things I want to learn more about. If you're somebody who considers yourself an expert in any of those areas, definitely reach out. Looking to learn all I can. Coach Tatum, appreciate you for putting this on, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Coach. Like you said, if you want to hit him up on Twitter, and he's got his phone on there. So appreciate you, Coach. Yep. All right. All right, let's get Coach Weekland. How you doing, Coach Weekland?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
I'm good. Yes, sir. I can.
Perfect.
If you want to give a presentation, if you want to click on present, and then share a screen, and then entire screen over on the far right is usually the better option.
Let's see here. Entire screen.
Yes, sir.
And then
click on screen 1 and then hit present. Then you can click your tab you want to go to.
Okay, so I clicked entire screen, but it's not letting me hit share.
It's not giving you the option's not at the bottom down there.
It says share and cancel, but the share is in blue, like a light blue.
Try do window and see if it'll let you.
Again, let's go. Share screen. Share. Let's go window. Yeah, it still says to share audio, share tab, and screen instead. It's not giving me the share button. It's like ghosted out.
Huh.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I clicked on the image. Here we go.
Okay,
how's that?
Yep, we got it.
All right. So can you see my huddle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to dive into this pretty quick because I know we only got a half hour. So I know sometimes we like to talk a ton. I try to talk to just coach football a ton. So born and raised in Oregon, I played JUCO ball in Siskiyou. Then I was fortunate to play at Morningside back in their Division II school. Got into college coaching at the D2, D3 level. dropped down, was a head high school coach for 4 years. From there, then I was an offensive coordinator and O-line coach, at which I learned I was an okay O-line coach as a head guy, decent O-line coach as an OC, and a pretty good O-line coach as an O-line coach. So I did high school, and then 2015, I got a call from the college level to come back. Kind of sat down with the wife and thought about it. We had a third grader, fourth grader, and a first grader. So I decided, it's probably not the best time. And then a couple years later, I started thinking, maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I need to be at the college level. So I got a call back from Coach Ryan at Morningside at the NAI level, which was in town here, Sioux City, where I'm at. I coached there for 3 years. We lost one game in the semifinals in 2017. We were back-to-back national champions in 18-19. I was fortunate enough to coach O-line with Dan Kelly, be the tight ends tackles coach. And then kind of after about the second year, I started thinking, you know what, I'm missing something. And part of it was kind of the family. When you're coaching at the college level, you're not around a lot, which was the reason why I got out of it to begin with. And then the relationships with my high school guys. So for me, I'm not saying it's for everybody, but for me, I loved the college level. It was fun. I can maybe look at that, down the road when the kids are gone. But I thought you get one chance to be a dad. You get one chance to be a father. So for me, I wanted to spend time with my family while still scratching that itch of coaching, and then also just being able to coach my guys. So kind of a philosophy. Coach, you're a Ravens fan. My O-line coach in college, Coach Harmon, was a tight ends coach, has both Super Bowl rings for the Ravens. He always taught me, make the big time kind of where you're at. So whether you're coaching 7th grade football or, you're coaching at Michigan, coach your guys as if it's the most important job. And that's kind of the philosophy I've done. So for me, I enjoy the high school level. I get to scratch that itch. I get to coach. I get to make a difference with my guys. But I also have time for my family. So you can see my screen, correct, Coach? All right, I'm going to keep talking, assuming you can hear me. So we're going to talk about city protection. We're going to talk about drop back city protection. And so this is how we teach our guys. Our city pro is a 6-man protection, 5 O-line, 1 running back. We have a man side and we have a slide side. Okay. So the call side is our man side. So up above, we have St. Louis left. It's our city protection. It's a drop back protection, whether under center or in the gun. The call side is the man side, and then we slide away from that. Our running back is on the man side. He's checking linebackers inside out 1 to 2 on his side. First open gap on the man side starts the slide side away. So this is nothing new. I'm sure everybody does this. It's basics, right? Slide side takes the down guys to the inside linebacker to the slide side. We can have a 1-man 4 slide with an open B gap on the call side, the man side, or we can have a 2-man 3 slide with an open A gap on the call side, man side, and then slide away. We can expand the slide side to pick up an outside linebacker blitz. We call that a buzz call. If the slide side inside linebacker doesn't blitz, we can expand to that. If we're getting both, we'll pick up the most dangerous 3 or 4, depending on how many guys are sliding. We can give a bump call to bump out to the 4th guy if the inside backer isn't coming. We will never buzz the man side. The man side is the man side. So I tell our guys, if you go to get a drink of water, if your guy, your DN goes to get a drink of water, hand him the cup. Just go with him and make sure that he's doing what he's supposed to. So don't leave him. We would never buzz the man side. We're on him. We have him wherever we're going. Okay. So let's go to the next piece here. Okay. Oops. All right. Okay, so here we can block 6 down. We can block 6. We got 3 down, 3 linebackers. We're going with the 3-3 first. I did this in order of the defenses that we see the most. For whatever reason, we see the 3-3 stack the most. So we got 3 down, 3 backers. We just worry about the box. We don't worry about outside guys. So running back's going to check 1 to 2 outside, and then we're going to pick up the down guys. The call side is the left side, which is our man side. So St. Louis left. Man side is left. Our tackle is man. And then the next open gap starts the slide. Okay, so again, nothing new, nothing groundbreaking. Okay, so the left guard is going to start the slide. Okay, 1-man 4 slide versus the stack. We can pick up these 4 defenders, and we will work our stacks. Okay, our right. Well, I'll start with the left side. So our left guard center will work the down guy to the near slide side backer, and then our right guard, right tackle will work the down guy to the stack backer, who we call the R. We get the L, the R, and the Mike versus the 3-3. Okay. If we get a blitz from either of these backers, we're good. We don't have to make any calls. We don't have to do anything because we have 4 for 4. Okay. Running back is checking 1 to 2 outside. The front will dictate who he works towards, and I have these in sequence of a 3-3, a 4-1, a 3-2. So we'll talk about that as we go through the clips. I got 27 clips of City Pro. I think I got 17 clips of empty that I've narrowed down from a ton. So I'm going to try to get through all of these in the 20 minutes or so that we have. Okay. So if we get the slide side outside backer pressure, okay, we can call a buzz call. Our tackle will say buzz, and that expands the protection to the 4th rusher as long as he's not the 5th. If these 4 guys show up and he comes, then we'll talk about that, but we won't expand it. If they bring the 5th guy, we turn the widest guy loose, the farthest guy away, or the least dangerous. So if we get 5-man pressure on the 4-man slide side, the most dangerous guy we're going to turn loose, and we're going to try to pick up the 4 most dangerous, the 4 most closest, or the 4 most fastest guys. Okay. Again, work your stacks. 3-3. Okay. 3-3. Man, we have 4 for 4. We can attend to the 5th. If one of these 2 guys does not rush pre-snap, we say work your stacks, but it's your 4 for these 4. Okay. All right. So you can see here our tackle's big on big. Our left guard starts the slide. Our center, the nose goes away. So let me start over again with the slide side. Left guard's got this A gap. Center's got the front side A gap. Right guard's got the B gap. Tackle's got the C gap. So your eyes should be in those gaps, and then you can sort punch away. So here the center steps. The nose goes backside A. He's going to hand that to the guard. He punches. He gets his eyes in his gap. All of a sudden, we get a D end or a head up or a 4-eye that wants to try to jump into the B gap and then jump into the A gap. Center comes over, picks him up. Okay. So we're big on eyes in our gap, presence in our gap. Okay. Again, call side is the left side. We have Pittsburgh left. Man side is the left side because it's the call side, and we will slide right. Okay. Blitz, no call because, again, we have 4 for 4. So here they're going to bring the R backer or the right backer. Our tackle just kick sets, lets the guard pick up the B gap player. He picks up the edge rusher. Our center steps, the nose goes weak. He puts a hand on there with presence. He's checking, his eyes get in his gap. He's making sure that his stack backer gets out of there and is not blitzing, and he's just looking to help. He's doing his job sitting. Routes are covered. Quarterback takes off. Okay. So again, this is our drop back city protection. Okay. Again, here, City Pro left. Call side's the left side. We're going to slide right. Man's man. You have him wherever he goes. If he goes to get a drink of water on the sideline, you hand him a cup. You do not leave him unless there's a twist. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. So here we get pinch or we get inside rush with it. He just simply goes down, caves it down, and it turns into a 5-man slide. Okay. It turns into a 5-man slide for us. Now, I'm talking concepts, not so much technique. So if you have technique questions, just coach, you can ask me or chime in. I'm really just more talking about the concepts of the protection and what we teach. I can get into technique stuff if people want to talk about that. The other thing is I had a bunch of clips on here. I could show you 40 clips of perfect pass pro, and I'm not doing that. What I want to do is show you our base pass pro. I'm going to show you where we're successful at some things, but I'm also going to show you where some guys messed up just from the coaching standpoint and how I would coach that and how they would learn from those mistakes. Okay. Good base City Pro here, 6-man box, City slide. We got slide right. Okay. Again, DN goes inside. Okay. Maybe I already covered that one. All right. Here we go. City left. So we're going to slide right. The R blitzes, we have 4 for 4. So again, we're good. work our stacks. These 4 guys take these 4 in the 3-3. Running back here is checking 1 to 2. Okay, 51 has the D end. He's got him. He goes to get a drink. He hands him the cup. Slide protection's good. Our quarterback escapes, throws the ball. Okay. Okay, again, city left, slide right, man side blitz. Now the running back is checking 1 to 2. His linebacker blitzes. So he just steps up, picks him up. Quarterback slides out of the way. Should have had a touchdown. Okay, again, city left, slide right. We get some D-line movement. Center's looking for help work. Eyes right. Okay, so we're going to slide right because the call's left. We have, I think the call up in here is wrong. St. Louis left. Okay, so we slide right. The center looks for his gap. He doesn't see anybody coming. He looks back to help. Again, head on a swivel, trying to get his eyes right. Protection's good. Throw's good. Life's good. Okay, again, city right versus a 4-eye on the man side. Okay, so we got city right, man right, slide left. We always slide away from the call. But because we have the 4-eye, our tackle's going to turn this really into 5 slide. He's man. He's got him. But he's going to end up just going with a slide, and the back just comes right off his edge and looks for anything in pressure. This stuff can get a little boring here. We get into the empty pro. I think that's, to me, that's the fun stuff to talk about. So city left, man side, right side, center with movement, eyes in his gap. Again, just showing some examples. Okay. The nose goes away. He puts his hand out to help. He gets his eyes in his gap. We get movement with this guy. He comes in, bam, helps clean up with the guard. Pressure's no pressure. Get the throw off. Life's good. Okay. All right. City right, slide left. You get a Mike blitz to the slide side. Again, we're working our stacks. So we got the man side to our right. We got the slide side to our left. The center and the right side guard are working the down guy to the middle. These 2 guys are working the end man to the L. Okay, in this case, he blitzes, he crosses face. Left guard goes with the slide. The nose crosses to the A-gap slide side. Our guard's just looking to pick somebody up. There's no work. There's no help needed, so he's just there to kind of pick it up. We end up clogging everything. We get the throw off. Again, life is good. Okay, city left, slide right. R and L blitz, so we get a man side blitz, and we get a slide side blitz. Again, we've got man here. Running back has him 1 to 2. These 4 take the down 4. We can pick up 6. We get 6. We're good. Again, probably could have been a good pass for us. Our tailback, what we emphasize in our tailback is meet that man at the line of scrimmage. He takes a couple steps and stops his feet. He absorbs the blow. We want to run up there, kind of like I teach the one-man sled stuff with our O-line. We want to sprint up. We want to get our right foot down, our left foot down. We want to shoot our hands to the center mass, punch, drive, and try to meet that guy on the line of scrimmage or as close to as we can. When we stop our feet and absorb the blow, we get dented back, which makes our quarterback a little happy, throws the timing off of the throw a little bit, which again could have been a nice little touchdown or at least a deep pass reception. So, okay, so here we got city right, so slide left. We get movement. We go from a 3-3 stack to a 5-1 kind of double eagle. Okay, so we get all this movement. These guys are going to bump down. Eyes need to stay in our gap with this left guard. So all of a sudden, pre-snap, the man side's to the right. Okay, so what we're going to do is pre-snap before this linebacker comes down. Tackles big on big. This guy bumps down here. We're going to go 5-man slide. I start to get some blitz. Okay, I start to get some pressure. And I know we're saying that could be the running backs, but when we let the linebackers come into the line, our line has the power to say, you know what, we're going to take those guys. So right here, we give a call. We just simply say, hey, we're going to go 5 for 5 across the board. 72 takes the stand-up end. Right guard takes the 3 technique. Center takes the left A-gap player. 74's got the 4-eye, okay? And the left tackle's punching but looking out here to the rush edge guy who ends up not coming. Now, 74, he was a younger guy for us when he started out. This was only his 3rd start, I think. He's done a good job as the season went on. He got excellent. He's going to be one of my main seniors next year. But you'll notice his eyes, he's looking left, he's looking right. He's looking left, he's looking right. Because we are sliding left, his eyes need to be in that left gap. That is his dude. He can feather the hand or help with the center if he feels that he's on him or there's a threat, which he's not. He's on the center. So right now, immediately, he should be going to that 4-eye and going out there and just picking him up. That's his dude, because that's the dude who's in his gap. Okay. So city left, we get some twists, inside twists over here. Okay. So we get a little bit of a stunt. This is kind of a witch now. So we get the slide side is to the right, the man side, call side's to the left. My left guard's going to go with the movement. He's got a dude in his gap, so he's on. He gets the twist. Now, he'd be able to come off if somebody hollered twist. So as soon as the right guard sees it, right, he ends up helping the tackle. Between him and the center, someone needs to be calling out twist. If we see that, then my center and guard can come over and bump this, and my left guard can come off and pick that up. We can punch and pass. He doesn't. He stays on. Running back comes up, makes us right. So sometimes that happens. So in film, hey, we get the twist. Just because your guy's the penetrator doesn't mean you can bury in there. You're on until you hear twist. Now, what we'll teach our guys is if we get the looper over the top, we got to make sure we keep getting depth, get underneath the penetrator, and then we can say, hey, twist, twist, and then we'll pass it off. Okay? All right. So city left, slide right, outside linebacker to the man side. Okay, so the running back's going to pick him up. Now here's what happens. My tackle, again, this was a guy that didn't have a lot of starts for me. So we're learning. He's on the man side, so he's got the D end. For some reason, he thinks, Coach, I can buzz this. We don't buzz the man side. So he should stay on. The back should pick up the edge rusher. He expands. The back sees it, steps up, takes on the D lineman. Again, we want to meet him in the hole if we can. He tries to protect us and help us, but that's a mistake by our left. You can see it on the end of the mistake by our left tackle. So I'm gonna jump out of this because I know we got time going quick. I want to get to the empty stuff because I think that's some good stuff. Okay. So
Coach, I'm gonna let you go to about 6:35.
Okay.
So you got like 10 plus minutes.
10 plus minutes. Perfect. Okay. So this is what I really want to talk about. The drop back pro is one thing. I mean, it's easy. It's 6-man pro. This empty stuff now, we have a lot of fun with this. So our empty city pro, our drop back, our first rule in empty pro is we're going to find the blitz. Okay. So in drop back protection, we're told which side is the slide side. We're told which way to turn. When we go empty and we have no tailback, my center, my guards, and my tackles have the ability to call which direction they want the slide side. They have all the freedom to move the protection and do whatever they want. Okay, so the first thing we do in empty pro is, do we have a blitz or do we have pressure? We're going to find the pressure. We're going to slide to that pressure. Okay, so if there's blitz, we're going to slide to it. That's base number one. Okay, and I've got some sub rules, and there are some things we can do that we'll talk about. If no blitz or no pressure, then we go back to our normal rules. Instead of saying there's a man side and a slide side, the first thing the guys do is, where's the open B gap? Okay, if I got an open B gap to my right, we're automatically going to slide away from that. We're going to slide left. If I've got an open B gap to my left, I'm going to give a call that makes us slide to our right. We give a lucky Ringo call. So R is Ringo, we're sliding right. Lucky is left, we're going to slide left. And then the man rules apply to that open B gap. So if we got an open B gap to the right, the tackle over here, and I'll go through all this, is going to stay man. And then we start the slide. Okay. If we have 3 techniques, we have 2 B gap players, right? Or we have 2 A gap players, which means we have double B gaps open, we will always slide to the boundary. I've just found that from a blitzing standpoint and from our formational standpoint, we seem to have more blitzes coming from our boundary, or we have more issues with a dude from our boundary, which I'll talk about dude stuff here in a second. But base, we will slide to the boundary. Now, game plan wise, if we're looking at stuff and we see that there's more blitz issues coming from the field, we will say, regardless of the B gap, we'll now say, hey, this week we're going to always slide to the field if we can. We're going to slide to the blitz. We're going to slide to the field and then follow your rules from there. Now, if everything's the way it's supposed to be and we're doing what we're supposed to and life's good, the next thing I ask my guys when they come to the bench is, hey, how's it going out there? How's protection? How's the dude? Meaning, who's their best guy? How are we doing against him? A lot of times my guys will say, Coach, we're doing just fine. Sometimes they'll get, Coach, he's a dude. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we'll turn the slide and we'll turn the help to the dude. So if they've got a stud D end and we got no blitz and the open B gap is to our right, instead of sliding left, we're going to slide to our right. So we're going to take the center and the right guard and work to that dude and give the tackle help. So it's just a way of kind of giving our guys backup. We always talk about Top Gun and your wingman and always making sure you're taking care of yourself. And from a wingman standpoint, don't ever leave your wingman. So if we got a dude, we'll slide to that dude and help. If they bring 6, we can only pick up 5 in empty pro. Okay, we're a spread team. We don't use a lot of tight ends and fullbacks. We will leave the deepest guy, like I talked about in our drop back protection, or we'll leave the least dangerous threat alone. And one time in film, one of our coaches was like, Coach, you guys didn't block the 3 technique. And I started laughing. And they're like, what's so funny? That's like a bust. I'm like, no, I asked the guys on the sideline, why didn't we block the 3 technique? They're like, Coach, he's slower than heck. He stands straight up and he stands there. Why block him? He's the least fastest guy. He's the least threat. They just, for a couple plays, they turned that 3 technique. Or if they moved him to a nose, they turned him loose. The kid stood straight up, started to rush. We throw the ball off quickly anyway and get it out, so we didn't have any issues. So it looks like a bust, but it actually wasn't. Okay, so let's go here. Let's go. Okay, so here we got the B gap in empty pro, base pro, no protection, no blitzes. We're going to slide left. Okay, so again, it just looks like city pro. There goes our back. Protections are good. Quarterback decides to take off running. That's fine. Okay, so I want to get to some of the issues in here. Okay, open B gap. We should get a slide right call with no blitz. Okay. The center and the right guard, eyes are in their gap. It's still a slide side once we call Ringo. So it turns into city protection left, even though it's empty, with no blitz. So we get some movement here. Now our guard should punch and pass to the center. Our center's trying to pick that up, but then he turns over and he helps the left guard. So the center and the right guard are wrong. They should punch and pass, but their eyes should be in the right gap, helping the right tackle. Now our right tackle buries that guy almost at the expense of our center, but the protection's good. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Open B gap. So we're going to slide away from that. Let's watch the left guard. Again, this was a sophomore for us. We had an injury, so we had to start the sophomore. One of my juniors got hurt right out of the gate. You can see he opens the gate. Okay. From a pass pro standpoint, we want to kick. I know some coaches, we don't want to kick set. I teach kick set. So I also teach creeping and climbing on guys. So we'll get into some of that as well. At this point, 2 years ago, we did not do that. Okay. So he should kick set a little bit and just make sure that he's taking whole man versus just opening the gate and letting the guy blitz upfield. But again, we can talk technique. Another point, we're just talking concepts. Empty pro, A gap starts the slide. Okay. This is a sophomore here. This was his first start. He had minimal reps all week. I had a senior who was playing both ways, and after two series, took himself out, put this kid in, and then this kid ended up taking every start from then on. He was a 3-year starter for us, and now he's going to Wayne State Division II school. It's going to play tackle or guard for him. He'll be number 75 in some of these other clips. But you can see here he's pretty young, heads in, right, feet stop. He's nervous. Okay, but we get slide right, so we got 4 slide, 1 man. Protection's good for the most part of them. We get beat there a little bit at tackle, but again, minimal reps during the week. He understood what he was supposed to do, but I think it's a reps game. We all know it's a reps game. Empty pro, B gap, right side slide, twist pickup. Okay, so watch the twist here. Okay, so we're sliding to our right in empty pro. We get a twist. They exchange it. They hand it off perfect. Life's good. Ball's thrown. Okay, let's go here. Open B gap. Okay, here. Now, this is my senior. This is number 60. 3 years later, he's with Coach Prosser, Wayne State. Coach Prosser is going to be a good coach for this kid, good technique player, or good technique coach. So he's excited to be going to Wayne. But here he is 2 years later. You can see a little bit of difference. Heads out, feet are moving, right? So Let's go. Okay, here we go. Man Pro, open B gap. We're going to slide right. Okay, so again, it just turns into City Pro. Quarterback pulls it and runs. Okay, let's get to some of the issues here. Sophomore, okay? So we get a little bit of movement here. I got a sophomore at right tackle because I got an injury. Okay, so you can see again, gets beat just on angles. We're not taking the right angles, and then those things we can talk about that. But as the season goes on, he gets a little bit better. But he had to step up. Kid got hurt on a Wednesday. He took Thursday practice and then started for us on Friday. So for the most part, he did a good job. He's going to be a good one for us. He's got 2 years. Okay.
About 1 minute, Coach.
What's that?
About 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. So here we got 2 guys outside. Okay. So we got the slide side. We get a buzz call. Okay. So I got both open B gaps. What do? We find pressure. We're going to slide right. Okay. So he gets buzz, buzz. All he's going to do is that tells the guard, hey, expand. Why don't you come out here and expand with me? We get a little bit of twist with it. Guard expands, center expands. Center's got his hand on the backside nose. It goes away. So we end up turning into 4 slide, 1 man. Life's good. Okay. Let me find some more clips here. Let's get away from this one. Let's go. Okay. All right. Okay. So again, B gap's open. We're going to slide left. Last man on the slide has to turn back with movement. I mean, that's the same with everybody's protections. Okay. So we get a little bit of delayed blitz here. Okay. So we got a slide side over here. Here starts the delayed blitz. The guard sees it. Okay. He comes over and picks it up. Center sees the movement. Okay. And he turns back with it, but my right guard does not turn back. For whatever reason, he turns that guy loose and he comes unblocked, which when you don't do things right, you give up the sack. So what should have happened is end man, or first guy to start the slide, but the end man on the slide, he's got to turn back with a movement. Center's going to turn back with a movement unless we get a twist call. And then my guard picks up the blitzer. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to get to a couple clips. Okay, here we go. So we get agitation from the linebacker. So we got open B gap. We call slide left or to the boundary. Okay. But all of a sudden we see this agitation. So my guys go, hey, we're going to go ringo. We're going to go to the field. This puts this guy man, and then we're going to slide right, and we're going to go attack this blitzer. Okay. We're going to go attack this blitzer. Okay. So we're able to pick everything up. So instead of being a base rule slide to the boundary, that's an example where we decide to slide to the field because we see agitation by the front side blitz. We're always going to pick up the pressure. Okay. Let's get away from this one. I got a couple here I want to show. Okay.
Try to get one more, Coach.
All right. So it looks like I pushed all the way through it. Okay. So I got past through a couple clips, but our empty stuff, I give our guys an opportunity to call it. So I'm not nervous of it. Our OOC sometimes go, what's going on? I go, Coach, they've got a system. We let them go. First thing they're going to do is they're going to look for pressure. We can pick up 5. We'll turn the most dangerous guy loose. And then from there, they just start communicating. When in doubt, as long as they're on the same page and we're blocking the 5 most dangerous, I don't get too excited.
Heck yeah. Well, Coach, if y'all want to talk to Coach about maybe some more clips or how he does this pass pro, definitely follow him on Twitter and hit him up for sure. But Coach, I got to get Coach Willie in here, but I appreciate you joining us. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Coach Willie.
What's up? Can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. All right. If you want to go ahead and hit present down here and share your screen.
You got it.
And then if you're only using one program, Windows fine. But if you're going to be using multiple programs, do entire screen.
Okay. Just hit share screen.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. All right. What's up, guys? My name is AJ Woolley. I'm the office coordinator, offensive line coach at Lubbock Monterey High School here in Texas. I'm going to go through this slideshow pretty quick. Obviously, here's all my info. Anybody wants to reach me, Twitter, my school email. Obviously this will be replayed. I know on YouTube, the coach's YouTube channel, Coach Tatum's YouTube channel. I'm going to go through this quick, knowing that people can reference back to it, so we can get to all the video clips. All right, a little bit of background of me. Started coaching Went to college at LSU, worked with the program there, learned a ton, working under Coach Pedrella, Coach Stud, our offensive line coach at the time. First gig coaching was at Pittsburgh High School up there in East Texas under Brad Baca. Learned a ton there. Great man, great place. Got an opportunity to make the jump to college football. Coach Kerrigan at UT Permian Basin and Coach Felt, our offensive line coach, hired me, worked there as a tight ends coach, and then moved on to Sam Houston State, worked under head coach Casey Keeler. Our offensive coordinator was Ryan Carty, who's now the head coach at University of Delaware. And my main mentor now that I met there was Darnell Stapleton. Darnell Stapleton. I was the offensive line coach there at the time, worked under Coach State. After that, I got an opportunity to run the room on my own at Pace University. Coach Rondo hired me there to coach the offensive line. I was at Pace for a couple of years. And then I moved back to Texas as a high school coach here at Lubbock Monterey High School, working for Coach Thrash, offense coordinator, coaching the O-line here at Lubbock Monterey High School, bigger 5A high school out in West Texas here. We're talking A-gap power here. So this is something that I learned initially really at Pace University under Coach Gil Martin, our offense coordinator. He was offensive line coach there before. Most people run power. We like to think we do it a little bit differently. That's why we tag it with A-gap power. Emphasis on getting downhill, trying to hit it in the front side A-gap. Obviously, it might hit B-gap sometimes. It might even wind back and hit backside sometimes. We do emphasize the lack of, we don't bounce power ever. Trying to box out defenders, trying to stay inside out. So here's the drawing. I'm going to go through this quick. Rules, just like everybody has. Front side tackle is B-gap -1. Front guard is A-gap -1. You can see all this. Got our combo calls here. We'll hit that in a second. And some alerts that we can use. The key right here for our running back, we've called him the B. Get vertical, stay in that inside hip of the pulling guard. Gap combos, we use ace, deuce, and tray. Whatever you use, that's what we use. So when we talk, that's what I'm talking about. The philosophical kind of reason behind all this is a physical downhill play. We're trying to divide the defense, get down blocks, get a kick out, get an extra offensive lineman, get a guard pulling in there. We're creating good angles for the offensive line. We run a lot of zone stuff. This creates better angles because obviously the linebacker that we're going to his backside, not front side. We can down block longer. We can stay under combos longer. It's an attitude play. We're trying to create double teams, trying to create combos, trying to create displacement on the first level, trying to move guys either horizontally or vertically. Kind of depends on the type of defense we're playing, depends on the technique of defensive linemen, all those things. We're trying to move guys, though. That's the key, right? And we're making the defense be gap sound by adding an extra gap to the front side. They got to call out the pole. They got to follow the pole with the backside linebacker. All those drills and stuff that they have to coach. You have to pull play. Footwork-wise, once again, I'm going to go through this quick. The base footwork here is a down block. We're attacking the V of the neck of the defensive player, defensive lineman on that first level. First step is at the V of the neck, so it's a downhill step, gaining ground. Our zone stuff is flat. Our stuff we don't have bucket step, right? Big step. This is downhill. This is downhill, gaining ground. If there was a plane of glass starting at your nose, you're going forward through that plane of glass.
Hey, Coach,
inside in, yeah.
Real quick, when you move around, it's hard to hear sometimes. It's like when you're right in front of your computer, it sounds good, but when you move around, it's starting to get a little muffled. I'm not sure why that is, but
got you. I know that the speaker on this thing can be a little weird, so I'll try to stay a little more stationary. Let me know if it gets bad again. Thank you. All right. First step, V in the neck. Second step is adjusting to the D lineman's reaction. It's adjusting. It's mainly a game plan thing. We know this guy is a penetrator downhill. We're stepping at the crotch, flying off the ball. If he's if he's a guy that reads and stuff like that, what'll be more upfield, cutting that guy off, or preventing the over the top, face cross move. Hand placement is big. We rep that. We'll see that on the film here in a second. Inside hand is on the breastplate, splitting, kind of grabbing where the strain used to be on a guy's shoulder pads, Outside hand is aiming hip to pit, is what we say, hit near hip to near armpit. We're shanking a guy or we're gutting a pig. Depends on what kind of kid you're talking to. Trying to punch him right there in the kidney area. Got to stop penetration. That starts with a great first step, and then move the D lineman. The other two steps we use on this, The lead man on the combo. So let's say, we're running power to the right guard. He's got a 3 on his right shoulder. We call that a tough step lift, right? First step is flat with his left foot to brace, kind of dig into the ground, create force. Second step is with that right foot vertical through his crotch or his near number. We'll use a forearm and a shoulder on this block. It's really the only block that we use a forearm or a shiver or a shoulder. If he's wider off the body, he's more in the gap, we'll use the open hand and punch the guy. Like the rest of our blocks where we actually use, long arms and stuff like that. But if he's tight to our body, we will bring a shoulder or a forearm through his chest. Got to see the linebacker, all right? All those things. And then the other thing we'll use here is a gallop step. I have this as an option for my kids. It's not a mandatory thing. Some kids are better and more comfortable with it, especially at the high school level. Some kids are better, more comfortable with it. Some kids are not coordinated enough or don't like it, or we hadn't repped it enough, whatever it may be. They don't really use it. But it's the gallop step that you see a ton of people using. We're aiming for the near hip of that D lineman. First step is kind of lateral to ground ourselves with the left foot. So this little picture right here, the right tackle, right? First step would be my left foot flat. And then second and third steps are together, and we are hopping or galloping right into that defensive player. Looking to make contact on that third step. If the guy's head up, we're aiming for the hip, trying to bang him over into the other gap, the A gap, most likely. If he's near to me, now we're aiming for our own hip, and it's a little more vertical. All right. Initiating contact with the shoulder and a forearm, banging the guy over. All right. This is the biggest difference in how we coach it at Monterey and how we coached it at Pace than how we coached it at other places and how I've seen other people coach it, is the way we coach our puller. I played in a power spread offense like a lot of people run, in high school, and then obviously have coached in a power spread, or not obviously, but I have coached in a power spread offense that has run this play for most of my career. We always taught a skip pull. The backside foot behind the inside foot, skip, and then get vertical. We teach a shuffle pull. North Dakota State and Wyoming at the FBS and FCS level are two programs that have done this for a while. We've taken stuff from them, and then we run it at Pace, and now we run it at Monterey. The key here is the fixer rules. All right, the fixer rules. On the next slide. No, it's here. The fixer rules, meaning as I pull around, I'm looking for anything that's wrong. All right, I'm looking for anything that's wrong. Right, I'm the fixer of the play. If I see any color, I'm blowing it up inside out. So as I shuffle around, I get my eyes to horizontal wash. I'm seeing what's happening. Is that tight end winning or losing? If he's losing, I need to fix it. Right. If that 3 tech is winning, for example, I need to fix it right now. All right. If I'm able to insert, if I'm able to get downhill, go as soon as possible. Even if that double team, 4 down front, 3 tech. If that 3 technique's getting pushed straight back and there's a giant A gap, I can stick my foot and go in that A gap. Right. The key is I do not get spilled by that play side linebacker. Right. I have to be head inside, body inside, kicking that guy out so the ball can then run off my inside hip. All right. And then blowing up any color on the path, no hole, make a hole. The idea that, even if it's all, stalemated at the line of scrimmage and it sucks, if I make a hole and our running back follows me, we get 2.5, 3 yards, we can move on to the next play. But it's an inside out block on any second level defender. We want to box out the extra fitters, that overhang or that safety, or if we're running into a nub, a corner, whatever it is, we're trying to box that guy out to prevent him from making a tackle where it gets spilled, and now there's an unblocked defender sitting there ready to make the play. We'll look at film of this, obviously. Something that we've done at Monterey that our tight end coach, Coach Vaughn, brought to us that has been really good for us is inline tight end has inside out rules. This is taught day 1 of spring. It's our camp rules. It's kind of our base rule. When your hand is in the ground and we call gap scheme to you, power or counter, right? If there's a D lineman head up or inside, so he's a 6 or we call a 6-eye, all right? Some people call it 7, we call it a 6 and a 6-eye. He's head up to inside of you, you have arc block, all right? Let's say overhang. There you go, I can't spell. That should be overhang, all right? So arc block to a second level, overhang or safety, all right? If the D lineman is outside, what we call a 9 tech, or we call a 9 tech here in Monterey. If he's outside of us, we're down blocking. We're leaving that guy. That'll be the kick for the fullback or the sniffer guy, all right? We'll down block. Inside linebacker, we may end up getting a double team on that guy, fuller as well, all right? So inside out rules are very, very key. We'll look at that here in a moment. calls that we can make up front as the offensive line. Tree, all right. It's the idea we have an odd front. There's 2 defenders on the backside. It kills that ace combo. All right. The center goes back to the 3 or the 4-eye, the D tackle. The backside tackle now seal hinges for that 9, that edge player. All right. It kills the ace. All right. It locks a tray in on the front side. That's the play side tackle, play side tight end. It locks them into a tray. All right. Timber. For us, it's a get out of jail card. We're in a bear look. We're in a pressure look. They're moving around. Maybe we called it as a tempo call. They're not lined up. We call timber. That means everyone's in their gap. All right. Center has minus or backside A. Play side guard has front side A. Play side tackle has play side B. Tight end has C. All right. Everyone just down blocks. It kills combos. I call it like junior high power. All right. If you're teaching a 7th grader the first day how to run power, you teach them, hey, you have this gap, etc. Timber turns it into that. There's no more combos. We're down blocking. We're taking what shows. All right. Man call. Odd front, 2 defenders on the front side. So you got a 4 and then a 9 or 4 and a 6, whatever it may be. All right. Tight end can call man, man, man. That means the tackle now takes that 4. The tight end has the next guy, and the puller knows he's getting vertical now. Right? These are tags that we can call as part of the play call. Swoop is a deal that we do when we have a more mobile quarterback. That backside tackle no longer seal hinges. He reach steps or swoops up to the -1 linebacker, like he's like the backside tackle on an inside zone or an outside zone, right? And we're leaving that 5 or that C gap defender to read it, like the zone read or whatever you want to call it. It's not zone read, but you're reading a C gap defender on the backside. We've done that when we have a mobile quarterback, and it adds a new dynamic to the play. Trench, or whatever word you want to use, we've used trench in the past. It means we're leaving the play side C gap defender and we're reading him. You'll do it with a shovel. You can do it. It can mean power read, whatever you want to build in, but it tells the O-line, hey, there's going to be an unblocked guy standing in the C gap. Your fixer rules are now modified. Understand there's going to be a guy there. You don't need to freak out and go fix it. All right. So it's signifying power read of some sort. Right. And then down is something we got into a lot this year. We faced a lot more odd fronts. We were more 12 personnel inline tight ends. Down means that the play side tight end is down blocking through the C gap. There's no more inside out rules. Later in the year, we had a very advanced high school center, extraordinarily smart, extraordinarily well versed in what we're trying to do. We played a team that gets into an even or an odd front, and we didn't know if we wanted to call down as part of the play, because if it was an even front, we called down. Now not as good. We taught him, hey, on an odd front, turn to the tight end, and down. An even front, say you got your inside out rules. So we put that on the center in the back half of the year. We won't be able to do that necessarily this year with a younger center, breaking in a new kid. We'll have to build it in part of the play call. College football, you could put it on the center. So those are tags that we use. All right, we'll go to the video here. Can you see this all right, Coach?
No, you got the good one. If you're on the huddle or something else, you get to unshare and then go back and share it again.
You got it.
Yep.
Here we go. Share screen. Huddle. All right. Should see huddle now, Coacher.
Yep, we got it.
Awesome. All right. So right here, this is against a little movement, little cross dog pressure from Odessa High. All right. They'd shown this on film. We repped it. We were pretty ready for it. All right. The year before. So, you can see I don't have the end zone shot in a couple of these games for some reason. But, starting front side, let's start there. The tight end is arcing, right? We didn't tag anything. We just called power left. He understands inside out rules. That guy's a 6. Boom, I'm going to arc for the first alley player. 42, our sniffer. He knows he has C-gap kick. Bam, right there. Kid runs upfield, makes it pretty easy for him. You can see the deuce double team right here. You can see the left guard's footwork a little bit. Tough step lift. Bam, shoulder through the hip. Shoulder through the near number. All right. And then coming off on that linebacker running through his gap, right? In theory, pre-snap, he called his combo to this cat right here. All right. Well, now they move. All right. I'm going to take the person running through my A gap, snap off on it. Bam. They twist themselves kind of right out of this play, obviously. All right. You can see the pulling guard here, right here, 77, shuffling through his gap, getting vertical. There's no one really there. So he kind of just seals the edge. So Marcus Smith, number 17, takes to the house. Big play. Same opponent here, same type of deal. All right. arc on the front side, 6 techniques firing off, told by his coach all week, hit that tight end in the mouth, jam him up, all that stuff. All right. He runs his butt upfield. All right. Huge movement here on the double team. Fit inside out on the pull. And we crack that thing right down the hatch. All right. Running back's footwork, should have said this earlier. Running back's footwork is slide step downhill. All right, that's how we coach it. So right here, Jamarcus, the tailback, does a good job doing that. It's really, really important to coach the heck out of the running backs, coach the heck out of the running backs coach so that he can coach the heck out of the running backs. The display is downhill. We cannot bounce. This must be a downhill A-gap run. When I was a younger offensive line coach, a position coach only, not a coordinator, it was hard at times because, I want to coach my guys and not step on anybody's toes and, that type of thing. But the running back has got to be in sync on this play. If he's looking to bounce it, it will look ugly and it will suck most of the time. All right, here we go. A little end zone shot here. I'll start with the wide or the tight. All right, we started doing some of this motion stuff that you're seeing more on Saturdays. Line up in an open set, motion into a tight end sniffer set. We bring our tight end in, boom, run power left. All right, we'll go to the end zone here. Just another 4 down front here. All right, you can see the left guard, tough step lift, boom, vertical, real physical. All right, he knows this linebacker is displaced. We're working our deuce to number 21 right here. He's wide, so we've got time. We can really beat up on this combo. We don't have to rush through it. Oops, we don't have to rush through it. All right, we know we have time. All right, left tackle, footwork's a little jacked, but he is running off the ball, being violent. All right, he is playing violent. This is a big rivalry game, first drive. Our hair is on fire for sure. He's flying off the ball, being violent, doing everything he can to earhold this defensive tackle. Backside tackle right here, right tackle. Let's talk about this. This is not a great job by him. All right, we try to coach this backside tackle that you are a point of attack block because of it being an A-gap power. It is a downhill run. You cannot back up into the play here because you are a point of attack block. All right. I like to teach it as the seal hinge as like a post or 2 posts and then a tight kick slide. All right. To cover up the departing B-gap puller. All right, teach it kind of in that same world as our pass pro 2 posts and then a kick slide, using those pass pro words, but making it obvious or, emphasizing that it is a point of attack block. You can't just cover the guy up. Once you're engaged, you got to be violent. Running back does a great job here. Staying inside the puller. Puller has a little pressure. Number 3 triggers on the snap or is pressuring on the snap. We kick him out. It almost looks like counter, and then we're making a line of scrimmage kick out block. Running back hits this thing downhill and it spits right through the A gap. Technically the B gap. Big first down run, 3rd and 5. We're not afraid to run the ball on 3rd and 5. We, that's our MO. Little return motion here. We like to use this at times to give our guy a better angle. Obviously, defenses are taught if this guy lines up inside the B gap, he's probably going to kick you out. If this guy lines up outside, he's trying to hook you, whatever it may be, trying to, key on alignment. We didn't play with a lot of tempo. We were a huddle team, which is crazy in the state of Texas this day and age. We were a huddle team. We would use motion and shifts to keep people off balance. So we would use this little return motion, try to stay inside out of the D end. Great kick out here, or okay kick out by 75, the puller. All right, you can see what we're talking about. We're trying to box this cat out. We're trying to stay downhill here. Young running back playing his first varsity game, ends up hitting it a little wider than we want him to. All right, and this guy's able to fold in and make a play. It's still 6 yards at 1st and 10. Another good rep here. Kid does a good job of staying downhill, following the puller, running through the smoke. Gets 5 yards on 1st and 10. Doesn't bounce it. Stays in it. Move the pile. Good physical hard run on 1st down. All right, this is from our spring. We're doing it out of the I formation here. Rules are still the same for everybody. Doesn't change anything. All right. Still kicking the C gap now with a true fullback. Still arcing with the Y, the inline tight end. This is a good example. The reason we have this on there is you can see the pulling guard, the right guard. You can see him shuffle around. You can see kind of the footwork and the inside out philosophy. And we're cracking that defense wide open. Running on a free safety. All right, this play is from a couple years ago. It's from our first year at Monterey. There's a lot of bad on this play. The reason it's on this is because you can see the running back's path is super downhill. The ball snapped on the hash. The running back's path is super downhill. All right, and we get 9 yards out of a poorly blocked, poorly called football play because of this, because of his path. Backside tackle is bad. Backside tight end's bad. Center's bad. It's not a very good play at all. We still get 9 yards, though, because we stay downhill. We don't bounce, and the defense over pursues, all right, and has its fitters coming from the outside in.
Coach, got a couple minutes left.
Got it. Fixer rules right here, all right? So you can see the pulling guard, all right? Oh, here we go. This is better. Fixing rules right here. Pulling guard, D-tackle, firing off the ball, hitting our right guard in the face. That pulling guard flattens him out, keeps working. Tight end's losing a little bit. I'm going to fix that. The ball stays inside. All right. We're running the quarterback power here. All right. Ball stays inside of this puller. All right. Ends up being a really good play. Fixer rules again. Pulling guard right here. I don't know that we needed to fix this necessarily, but he's being physical, blowing that hole wide open. Good hard run on first down again. This is an awesome rep. It starts a little late on the film, but running power to the right, the left as we're looking at this picture. All right, you can see the puller here. All right, he sticks his nose in there right away. We've got this like fullback, quarterback empty formation going on, 2-point play. He sticks his nose in there, tries to fix it, and we just end up pushing the pile into the end zone. This is good stuff. Being super physical, absolutely not bouncing it at all. How much time I got, Coach?
About 2 minutes.
Got it. All right, front side combo here, right guard, right tackle. Absolutely horizontally displacing the heck out of number 92. All right. Giant hole. Linebacker flows over the top and we miss him. That's not a good job. We shouldn't turn so much. We are moving that dude's hip. Boom. All right. 1 or 2 more clips here, Coach. This is a great example of having patience and seeing the whole picture, running this play a ton. This is week 3. We've ran it a million times in spring and fall camp. All right. He sees the linebacker start to flow over the top and overrun it, and he sticks this thing backside for a big-time touchdown. Playing an odd front, right? Backers are flying over the top here. It's just through the backside cat, all right? We don't do a very good job on the front side D tackle, all right? So that helps force the ball backside as well. And he sticks his foot, gets north, and now you're being a good football player. Great block by receiver right here, Cash Lewis. I think I got one more here, Coach. All right, yep, another backside hit. Running enough, backers are flying over the top, sticking it backside. This is a bounce. It's no good. So I'll put up my contact info real quick, and then I'll get out of here. All right. Once again, thanks, guys. Hope you got something out of this. If you have any questions on this or anything else, please reach out to me. Twitter is probably the best way, or my email right here. Once again, thanks for having me, Coach. Really enjoyed it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, like you said, guys, hit him up for sure. It got power. It's God's play, man. So you might as well do it.
Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate it, Coach. Yeah. All right. So next, guys. Before I bring on Coach, I hope to God it's Dryer. If it's not Dryer, I'm a fucking idiot. But Coach Dryer, I'm gonna say that. But if you have not, guys, make sure you like the stream. Make sure you go and you subscribe if you have not. More importantly, guys, those of you who haven't been saying this a lot, if you have not subscribed, make sure you hit the notification, the little bell on there, so you get a notification every time we do upload a video. But I'm not gonna take any more to Coach's time. Coach, tell me it's Dryer.
Yes, sir. You got it right.
Let's go. All right. So, Coach Dryer, you don't mind if you want to go ahead and share your screen, but Coach is from University of St. Francis, and he's going to talk about some inside zone.
Thank you, Coach.
All right. You got.
All right. So, my contact information is kind of what I want to start with. My email and Twitter. If you guys ever want to reach out, just let me know anything. I will share everything with you guys. First off, thank you, Coach Tatum, for letting me on here. And I've been lucky enough and blessed enough to be in a situation where I was able to get recruited by and now coach for the winningest active coach in college football. So our head coach, Kevin Donnelly, is 5th all times in college football wins. And he just kind of took me into his family and let me stay here. So I've been here this is my 4th year coaching now. So I'm only 25. I don't know everything. So hopefully you guys give me some grace with that. But a lot of what we've done at St. Francis recently is adapt from a count system inside zone scheme to a true inside zone scheme. We're in charge of our gaps, and we're just going to keep going forward. And we stole a lot of this look, lean, climb principle from Ferris State, but that's what we're going to go over today. So first off, just inside zone, let's just keep it simple. With that count system, it can get messy very quickly when you get into having to identify fronts. You have to know if it's a tight, if it's even, if it's odd. Defenses nowadays are getting very good at disguising what they're doing. So a lot of what we see in our conference is people will line up in an even front and stem into other things, or they'll put a third safety on the field and act like he's playing safety, but he's really a inside gap run fitter. He's not playing the alley. So we'll get a lot of guys that when our guys go to count, they don't know that he's going to actually be counted into our count because he's going to fit late. So we're able to get a lot of that post-snap identification without having to go through the pre-snap process of, is this picture what I've seen on film, and is this picture going to show me that he's actually going to come downhill, or they're going to twist here, or that guy's going to blitz through this gap. And really the reason we've kind of switched that system is we got a new defensive coordinator that he came in this past season, which was my first season as the offensive line coach, and he likes to twist almost every snap. His philosophy is just create chaos. So it lets our guys handle that. And then our real philosophy here at St. Francis is we are just going to have better players than you, just flat out. So we want to recruit really good players and let them go play. And running true inside zone allows your guys just to go play. So just to start with the look, lean, climb. So pre-snap, we tell our guys, you're going to have your eyes on the next play side defensive lineman. So if you're at left guard and the next guy's a 4-eye, you're going to look at the 4-eye. If he's a 5, he's a 5. But we're not going to waste our time looking backside because our running back is going to press it to the front side leg of the center, and we want him to go front side. We don't want him going backside. That cutback lane is an option, but he's going to know when to take it, and 9 times out of 10, the only way that works is when people overflow, and that's when it becomes a home run hitter. So our guys don't have to worry about that as an offensive line. And then what we do that's kind of different than everybody else is we want our guys one-on-one. So we're going to have them man block, and then those will turn into combos. So we go look first, but without having the count system, we don't do covered, uncovered anymore like we used to. So we would go covered, uncovered. If you're covered, you're man on. If you're uncovered, you're in a double. But now it's, is there a guy in my gap? Yes, take him. No, step to it. So we have a one-step read. and your eyes are on that next guy, if his knee comes towards you, you're probably going to take him. Now, if his knee comes towards you and he tries to go over top of you to go backside, you're leaving him and you keep going forward. So that's really our biggest thing is keep going forward. So if you look, this is probably the best example we have of our guys running this really well. Our left tackle here takes it, and on his first step, which his first step is wrong, but on his first step, he goes, guy crosses his face, he just leaves him and goes. And then he picks up that extra hat fitting on the outside. It lets our running back go free. So as a tone setter for us right here, first play of the game, they try to long stick it, and we're able to just keep going. Whereas if we used to do the count system, typically this guy would hang. He would hang on that, and then we'd end up with just too much movement going backward while everybody else is going forward, and defense can overfit it. So we get it again here where if you watch our right guard on this one, so this is the example of that look. His first step's going to play side, and he's looking at the defensive end. He leans back just a little bit too much. When we lean, we don't want guys moving actually backward. He's really just kind of supposed to be there and we'll do what we call a box out. So if you look, he has his high leg. Everybody's high leg should be left leg is high leg because they're all going to the right. And he's able to get out onto that linebacker. And then backside guys, we tell them to reach. So if you're a front side player, we want to keep the guy off the press point. So if you're front side, we want you to take him, get your hands inside and push him out. If you're backside, we want you to reach him so that they can't get to the press point. And a lot of what we do now is actually, we used to be very vertical. Now we're going horizontal just because it lets us really sort out those run throughs without piercing the defense. So we have a lot of examples of if we would have gone vertical and just try to knock heads off, defenders would have gotten through. And we're able, this is an example of that. It hits backside, but it's because they over pursue, we're able to keep going, and running backs able to take it through. But our guys have really bought into the fact that they're going to keep going forward no matter what. And really our biggest problem is our first team all-conference center thinks he's able to do everything. So he likes to just get his eyes off track and turn. And that's the one position where if you let that guy be undisciplined, it can absolutely kill you. Because if he turns back, that's right where the back is going to go. So when you're doing it a true zone, you have to make sure that center just keeps his eyes just locked in on that front side A, and just let him take control of the offense. But then right here we're blessed enough to get up big on a team in the fourth quarter, so we let our twos go in. But really it's just an example of the entire wall going forward, and that's what creates the cutback lane. It puts our running back on a safety, which is always ideal, is you want your running back on third level defenders. What we always say is defensive linemen make tackles for loss, linebackers make tackles. So we want to get on safeties, but if a linebacker is making a tackle, we're okay with it because it's not going backward. I don't remember who it was, but the coach earlier today on this said he wants when he's calling plays, he wants to make sure his offensive line mentality is we are able to pick up yards every time it's a positive play. And that's kind of how we do it at St. Francis. So just again, front side, if you look at it, our left guard starts off, he has a 4-eye in his gap. So he's going to go forward with it. Then that dude crosses his face. He should end up on this defensive end. And then our center is able to take the 4-eye that was on him. The only person that's wrong on this is our right tackle turning back. And he does block the guy that would have made the play, but the running back should have hit it inside. So with the lean, I kind of already said this, we're moving with a high leg. We really want to stay square. So we're moving lateral, but we're staying square because it helps us stop penetration. It helps keep your eyes on the second level and then see guys that are trying to cross your face. And then just if you're on the press point, you have to get the eye off. That is huge. But a lot of guys, I think, like showing or like to have the mentality of instead of keeping people off a press, we want to move them a ton. That's not what we're going for. We want control. We want to just keep them off the press point. So like our center right here, once he gets there, he's off the press point. I'd like to see his right hand out of it so his eyes stay play side, but he keeps him off the press point because the press point is his right leg in this situation. And that's the other big thing about this is when we're going, your gap moves with you the entire time. So a big issue we had was a situation like this. Our left guard, nobody's in his gap. Right now, that nose is in his gap. So now that gap that nose has become his gap. So he should be in there taking over that nose so that the center can keep going, because he's supposed to be reaching backside, and his eye discipline just made it so that he went up to the backer. So really the key to all of this is eye discipline and just owning your gap. Something our offensive coordinator had me do early, and I think this is the corniest thing I've probably ever done in my life. He did the Marine, this is my rifle thing, but we did it with the O-line as this is my gap. There are many gaps like it, but this one is mine. And our guys really started to understand how important we're taking it because of that. But again, it was corny. They didn't think it was really a fun thing to do, but it really gave them ownership of this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. And we'll take that mentality anywhere we go. So again, here, our left tackle is not going to go kill this guy. He knows press points inside of him. Take him, keep him off the press. And then our left guard does a great job here of look, lean, climb. This is probably one of the best examples we have is he takes a step to his left with his eyes on that defensive end, sees the defensive end is playing upfield. And then he's able to just lean back into that D tackle to make sure the center gets him off the press and then climb up to a backer that ends up overplaying it. But a big thing on this is just patience. Guys like to rush. Offensive linemen like to think we're athletes. That's just who we are. We are athletes, but we're skill players over athleticism athletes. But just being able to be patient and let the defense sort itself out. Defensive coordinators are going to gap out the way they gap out. So movement, all that stuff isn't going to end up with some funky out-gapping themselves defense unless the defensive coordinator doesn't really know what he's doing. But guys are going to gap out all of the gaps in the formation you're in. So let them sort themselves out and then just go dominate them because your guys are offensive linemen. Typically, you should have your strongest players, your biggest players, and your meanest players playing this position. So if you're able to just let them be patient and just keep going forward, the defense will end up getting out of your way essentially, and that's the key to the play. And then it's running back on safety. So right here, our center actually turns back onto his Mike backer a little early, and he's widening the whole time. But that guy would cross his face into his gap. Back should have gone and cut behind the center here, and it would have been him on the ref, which he did in a different game, ran over the ref. But if you're watching this, it's us on safety almost every time, no matter how they decide to try to fit it. Our players just really take ownership on they're not going to go move and pierce the defense a lot. So I already kind of said this part too. We're going to keep going forward, and then linebackers make tackles, D linemen make tackles for loss. That's something that as an offensive line coach that needs to be part of your philosophy, part of your mentality. So then here, our tight ends kind of just double teaming. So we actually took an offensive tackle and moved him to tight end for this game. And he got very, I want to go kill defensive ends in his mentality. So he actually should be taking a step to his right, picking up 22, who's a safety. But just the patience they have without playing slow, I think is the way to say it. So if you watch our center here, he's able to go look on that defensive tackle because that's his play side guy. See that he's in his gap. He goes to help clear the gap, gets a hand on his shoulder, pushes him over, and then gets up to the mic. And then the back's able to go. So I think a lot of what we're doing here isn't really that complicated. It's probably the simplest way to run inside zone, and it's very helpful for me because I'm 25. So being able to have a play that this is our bread and butter, no matter what they give us, we can run this and run it effectively without me trying to overcoach. So I don't have to outcoach myself. I can go up against anything and know I can run inside zone against anything. Our guys will be able to handle it. I don't have to try to go make adjustments that I'm not ready to make yet, which you can get in certain plays. there's some gap scheme plays where if you don't really know football really well, then you can end up out coaching yourself. And this play right here, early first quarter or early third quarter, so second half, we kind of got into that mentality of we're just going to dominate these people. So this is when we start piercing the defense, and our guys get too vertical. We don't want to watch you watch our right guard here. He's getting up on 11 way too early. So if somebody else comes to fit, we're not in a good situation. And then our left guard's taking bad steps, but he keeps them off the press point, and that's what matters. And then again, watch the right guard here. This is another great example of a look lean, but then we don't want him to widen here on his climb. He ends up in a really good position with his hands, but he actually tore tendons in both of his hands, so he doesn't really have hands. So he has to be a guy that it's really, really important for him to be patient and just kind of ride into it. So he should be look, lean, and then that's where we get the double team from. So we still want to go demolish defensive linemen, but his lean should be, I'm boxing out this defensive tackle, I'm going to stay in this double, and then the backer will come to him. So 44 is going to see the back pressing it inside. He's going to run back inside. So our right guard doesn't have to get out there to him. He can just stay sitting there, and most likely what should happen is he'll see 32 flowing over the top to the play side. He should take 32 actually. Or our center not turning back would also be able to pick up 32. So we should end up with hats on hats, but we have a guy that gets way too wide, and then our center decides to keep his right hand in the block. Our left guard isn't able to take it over because he's piercing the defense. He's getting too vertical. And then we end up with what ends up being a 3-yard gain that could have easily been a 20-yard or a touchdown just because of 3 small things, 3 really, really small details that our guys just need to get better at. But the beauty of being at St. Francis is we have 5 guys that are coming back next year that they all played, and we have the same offensive line for another year. So then again, if you watch the front side of this, it looks absolutely beautiful, except for our center who is turning back for another time. So we want him to take his step, stay in that. The right guard is either going to push both of them over off of the press, or he's going to go to reach that nose, just depending on how they're playing. So in this situation, this guy is rooting and just stays there. We expect our left guard to be able to reach him. Our back should just be going front side A the entire time and most likely bounce it out to front side B. But instead, we have a center turning back, so the back thinks that that's going to get taken over, and then linebacker's able to backdoor us. Our home tight shot decided to not be a tight shot anymore, but this is a really good example of just the patience that they have while staying square. If you watch our left guard here, he should turn this into a double, but he kind of whiffs, but he understands that his eyes have to stay front side. He should stay on 5 and beat him until right here. And this is micro decisions that take fractions of a second. The second he does that, he should bounce out to 10 because that guy's in his gap. Anybody behind you is not in your gap. And it really is that simple. A lot of guys that when we're teaching them, they're sitting here and they're like, but coach, is he in my gap? What if he does this? What if it removes all of the what ifs. There is no more what if. It's in that moment in time, is he in your gap? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, take him. If the answer is no, leave him. Or start to box out, just kind of depending on what everybody's doing. But like we have an offensive line that the guys really just want to be perfect. So they continually ask those what if questions on a lot of our plays. And then we go to inside zone. It's like, guys, you have no what ifs. It's take a step, play side, lean, climb. That's it. So you're going to look, lean, climb. And if you get a bunch of movement, all you have to discern is the movement going play side or backside. It has nothing to do with where the press is. It's play side or backside because it lets us sort out everything the defense is doing. And then our back is able to make the decisions to make us right. we don't have to go like right here. We don't have to go. Everybody's moving the right way and then jump out to a player out here just because he's play side. It's, is he moving play side or is he in my gap? So then this team right here played us with 5 different fronts that they just kind of bounced around into in the same personnel grouping. And they would do a lot of pre-snap stimming. And our guys, we don't even have to communicate. We don't have to sit there and say, no, now that they moved, I have him, you have him. It's, I'm going to take a step to my gap, see what's there, and then go. And again, our right guard is absolutely killing the defensive tackle because he's able to, but we're getting a big bounce out there. And then if you watch our left guard, left tackle, that's a perfect double team from this, where our left guard is stepping play side. He's not stepping to help. And then he's just kind of there. So our left tackle takes the defender into him. And then they're able to just ride it vertical. So then the beauty of this is we're able to do this out of everything our offense does, multiple personnels, multiple formations, and none of the rules have to change for our offensive linemen. The D-gap defender typically doesn't make the play, so we'll have an answer for C-gap at all times. Backside D-gap defender doesn't really make the play, but we'll have an answer for a backside C-gap defender, and then everything else is just the offensive line just keeps going forward. So we just go play side, keep going forward, let our back make a play. But this takes a lot of trust in your offensive line to just be able to physically dominate. But it's also a situation where you don't have to trust them with making a lot of course corrections after they get lined up, after a defense checks something on the sideline, everything like that. I love this clip because our left tackle just absolutely demolishes that guy. But just again, it's take a step left, back gets a little hoppy on this one. We want to see him just go straight through the play side leg of the center. Then he jump cuts, and because everybody's going forward, he has somewhere to go. And again, if our center doesn't turn back, this play breaks into a touchdown. So that's kind of all I have for you guys. Again, my contact information is here. We do a lot of zone plays at St. Francis. It allowed us to run for about 200 a game in our conference, and just the ability to just let your guys loose, let them go play is kind of a huge thing that I think is kind of getting lost in football. I think coaches are trying to take over a little bit, and that's a good thing because we do have a job and we have a profession, but at the end of the day, it's a game, and offensive line is a position that there's a lot of pride in being it, and there are guys that they don't care about themselves. So being the offensive line coach, you kind of have to just shed that from yourself and just say, I don't have pride. I don't need to go out scheme. I need to prepare my players to go out play. And I think just the ability to run inside zone in a bunch of different ways does that, but also, and again, the count system isn't bad. We ran it for years. I ran it when I was a player. But the ability to do both, or the ability to just have something that you're running a true zone scheme, so you have an answer to every single question that a defense can just propose to you, just because defenses nowadays, they're kind of becoming like an offense where they're gonna line up in a certain way, and then they're gonna shift. They're gonna essentially do defensive versions of shifts, motions, and personnel changes that we have to be prepared for. And a lot of teams are getting a lot bigger into stems. They're getting a lot bigger into simulated pressures, stuff like that, that if you have too many rules, your guys aren't going to be able to handle it. And at the end of the day, you want to be the team that just goes and physically dominates. And it's easier to do that if you're not the team that's outsmarting everybody. So we kind of look at it as 3 things where when we're recruiting, there's either the technician who knows it. His body mechanics are perfect. He bends really well. Hand placement's always locked in. Feet are great. Then there's the high IQ guy, and then there's the mauler. And of those three, we want the mauler because the mauler is going to go get something done just all the time. The mauler is the guy that he just goes and takes somebody and just moves them because technique matters. But at the end of the day, there's just a certain person that just goes and physically moves another human being. And then the high IQ does matter. Being a smart offensive lineman, a technician, it does matter. But if you have to pick between the three, we will take the mauler every day of the week. And then we're going to do our job as coaches. And our job as a coach is teach them what the high IQ guy has to know. And then also rep those technique things every single day so that they become muscle memory to the point where those maulers have good technique. They know their hand placement and all of that. So, Coach Tatum, I don't got anything else.
Awesome, man. Hey, I literally had lean, lean and climb, man. I love it. I love simple rules like that and things that have sequence. You can teach, and I love it. But yeah, guys, if you want to follow Coach, there's his Twitter and his email if you would like to get contact with him. Coach, I'm gonna steal some time. I'm gonna go ahead and get Coach on here. I appreciate you joining us.
It.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Coach.
Yes, sir. Coach, how we doing?
What's up? How's it going, Coach? You doing all right?
It's going good. It's going good. Now, how do you say your last name? Because I was debating with my wife yesterday.
Okay, yeah, it's Oyarzin.
Oh, Yarzin. Okay, that was pretty. I think I said Yarzin.
It's Oyarzin. The kids just call me Coach O because it's just like they just can't handle it. The Z and the O, it just freaks them out, so they just call me Coach O at Maryville. So, yeah, Oyarzin is how you pronounce it.
Nice. Well, Coach, you want to go ahead and you can go and share your screen. Just go to present.
Okay,
go share
present.
Screen.
Share screen.
And then if you have just one thing you're going to show, I would do window. But if you're going to bounce between two programs, entire screen is the best way to go.
No, it's just the huddle. So like window, you said?
Yeah.
It's just Chrome tab, and I think I can share that. Can you see that?
Yeah, I got you. Let's see. There you go. All right, I'm gonna back out. You got it.
Okay,
yes,
awesome. All right. All right. So, all right. I'm really appreciative. I really appreciate Coach having me on. This is awesome. It kind of happened last second, but I had some stuff dialed up, which is cool. I love talking about anything offensive line play. I've been at Maryville College now for about 3 years. I just finished my third season there. I got there in 21 during the COVID spring season. Coach Ben Fox is our head football coach. He got hired, like I said, in 21. He brought me on over, and it's been awesome. I've really enjoyed it. I coached high school football for a couple of years down in Miami, Florida, which is where I'm from. Went ahead and I went and interned at FIU for Coach Butch Davis. Coached the University of Rochester for a year, and then came back to FIU to GA with the offensive line, which was awesome. And then Coach Fox hired me to Maryville. We're about 15 minutes south of Knoxville. For those of you who've never heard of Maryville College, it's really awesome. I really enjoyed being here. We got really tough kids, which has been, kind of the basis of everything. So I'll just kind of get right into it. All right. So the culture and mindset, of our program and just kind of in the offensive line room, right, is just trust, right? Like I got to trust you. You got to trust me. So, accountable, dependable, predictable. When the kids are accountable, it just means that whether good or bad, they're going to be able to own it, right? It's easy to own it when you've done something good, but when you've done something, not right or incorrect, you got to be able to own it with the same type of, same type of energy. So being dependable just means that when they walk in the meeting room, that social life's handled, they're not acting a fool in the dorms, their classes are handled, they're walking in to be the best version of themselves that they could possibly be. And then being predictable, right? Like that might sound like a negative, but when I say that I want us to be predictable, I want people to turn the film on and be like, all right, like here we go. Like we're going to have to deal with, Maryville College offensive line. Like these guys are tough. These guys are nasty. These guys are going to play to the whistle. So that's what I mean when I say I want us to be predictable. I want us to be the same group of guys each and every day, just as nasty as can be, like real glass eaters, is really what, we kind of try to hit home on. And then the three controlled, right? Your attitude, effort, enthusiasm. It doesn't matter height, weight, what program you played at. These are the three controllables. All right. And I think we really hit these home on good days and bad days, right? Like whenever something's not going our way, we just fall on these two things. Like where is our attitude? Where is our effort? And where is our enthusiasm? So that's just kind of our mindset. All right. So like the teaching progression in terms of our room, right? Just the way we approach things everyone's always going to have a target, right, where they're going to go ahead and put their helmet, right? Where's my helmet placement going to be? Footwork, how am I going to get there? And then pad level, how am I going to get that done? And then once we make contact, right, when we talk about contact surface, defensive lineman isn't always going to give you exactly what you want. Sometimes he's going to give you chest play, sometimes he's going to give you shoulder pads, sometimes he's going to give you, just like the top of the pad. So it's just making, being able to make contact with that contact surface. In our Indy, we really use med balls just because, that's a little bit more realistic in terms of just like the hand shield that can kind of move around. So it just, kind of helps us out when we're getting through our Indy. So, and then our aiming point, that's really going to be like where our hands are going to be, where our hand placement's going to be when we make contact. And then, kind of going back to our target, it's just like our helmet placement. So, aiming point is really where our hands are ending up. And then our target is going to be where our helmet's at. And then obviously finishing the block. Okay. So some people think like finishing, like, you're just running your feet and you're torquing the guy to the side. Like, honestly, finishing to me is, lifting with your upper body, right, and gaining ground with your lower half, which is we'll kind of get into a little bit more in the next slide. All right, in our run blocking scheme, right, there's man blocks, right, one-on-one blocks, whether it's inside zone, outside zone, there's backside cutoffs, there's down blocks and gap scheme, back blocks by the center, and then seal blocks when we're trying to get something hooked. And then in double teams, right, we got zone double teams, and then our gap scheme double teams and our duo double schemes, which we run a little bit of in the duo world. And then pulling, right, trap, which is what we're going to be talking about a lot more today because we're going to be kind of hitting home on counter, which is the first level kick out. We skip pull here at Maryville, which is the second level kick out. And then, right, if we're trying to open up and run and really get on the perimeter, that's really when we use that. So, what are the keys to being an effective blocker? I think this is important for the guys to have like hard line rules, right? Like just, all right, what, how can I be an effective blocker? What are the things I can work on? And I feel like these are the things that I catch myself saying on a regular basis in our program. So, I believe that having the ability to strike low to high, we're a big, forklift team, like just elbows touching. We use tennis balls a lot to keep our hands tight in individual drills. So just kind of coming low to high, having tight elbows to have the ability, like I said, to forklift the defender. When you make contact, right, having your feet grounded on contact is a big thing. You don't want to make contact and just have a stalemate and kind of move back. Like, we got to have our feet grounded so we can go ahead. What I tell them is you want to be like a tree, right? You want to be a tree rooted and grounded in the floor when you're making contact with them, the defensive players. So if we have tight elbows, we're going to have tight hands, right? That goes back to the tennis ball thing that we do in individual drill with a lot of our run blocking stuff. We'll start with a tennis ball, and then when we make contact, we'll drop the ball. But up until that point of contact, our hands are as tight as possible. When I was at FIU, we used to have these like handcuffs we would put them in. Like, if we had a guy that was just a big grabber, we got into putting them in the handcuffs, which was, that was it. So we had a little bit more money at FIU than we do here at Maryville College. So, and then when you make contact, right, your feet gaining ground, upper body lift when I'm finishing and straining. And then, right, the most important one is just playing longer than the opponent, right? We just play longer than him, like just as long as I can possibly block. Like, I think one of the biggest ways we've made the jump, we were 4-6 year one, 5-5 year two, 8-2 this past season. I think we've gotten more glass eaters in the room, like guys that just want to block as long as possible versus guys who want to block long enough, which is, I think, when you're building an offensive line room and you're trying to change the program and change the culture of the room, right? It's just finding out, who wants to play the longest, okay? So we'll kind of get right into it. So, right, counter. We're just going to talk about GY counter, and then we'll get into like the GT counter with like the read on the backside end. So just regular, this is what it looks like in our playbook. It kind of just talks about the details. We can add an RPO tag if we want to. Sometimes we'll add like a now screen. We'll obviously do the bubble. But, like I said, we're just kind of, we'll get to that at the end. But, right, base package on the front side, you got your double going to the point. We'll point the second thread in the box. So as we look at it right here, first thread is the wheel, the second thread is the mic. We'll go ahead and point the second thread in the box, okay? That'll make the wheel the plus, okay? So the hardline rule is in counter, the second puller is always for the plus, and the front side double will always work to the point. So the way we teach it here is a frontside tackle. He'll have a high knee gallop to that 3 technique, and then the frontside guard, he's going to replace drive. So his inside leg, he's going to pick it up, put it down. Outside leg will gain ground, and he's trying to tear that over to kind of stand it up for the tackle to knock it over to himself. All right, so the center, if he's got an A-gap defender, he's going to go ahead and back block that, okay? If we got a B-gap defender, all right, let's say they set the 3 to the tight end, the center will go ahead and make a me call, which will then make him now the trapper, okay? So if he doesn't get a me call, right, and the guard, backside guard already knows automatically I'm kicking this out on the end, all right? But like I said, if we get a B-gap defender, we'll go ahead and make a me call, and the center will pull. That was something that we did at FIU that really helped us out. And then when I got to Maryville, we just had some physically limited centers, right? So how are ways we can kind of put them in success, and back blocking a 3 that's screaming up the field, picking off our second puller. That's kind of what was happening to us. Like we'd get this 3 right here. He'd come up the field, right? As the center's trying to go there, as much as we're trying to pinch hinge and hold this guy up, this guy was just making the play, picking off our second puller. So we said, okay, we're just going to man block it with the guard, and we're going to make a me call with the center. So we'll have a couple of clips of those as we kind of get into it. So let me see this thing load. All right, so here we go. So just 11 personnel, right? 2 by 2. We're lined up with the back, like in a sidecar position. Just kind of gave him it timed up well where he can go ahead, take it, take a breath, get the ball, and then follow the second puller. So his aiming point, right, is the inside hip of the second puller, right? And he can hit it A gap to B gap to C gap, depending where the kick out and the second puller fits in. So right here, you got the 2-eye, frontside tackle is going to high knee, knock it over just to clean it up. He's going to high knee no matter what, because that's going to keep him square on his way to the point. All right, here's the plus. So we got this double team working all the way to the point. All right. I want to say this is a head up 2 technique. So he's probably going to go ahead and say, look, I got this. Don't worry. He'll make a me call, right? Or he'll make a UUU call to the guard. So the guard's going to go ahead and head out, get this trapper. All right. And then the center will block back on it. Backside tackle. He'll pinch hinge and widen out for the backside 5. And the backside puller, or the second puller, is pulling for the plus. Okay. So when the back gets it, like I said, he's pressing the inside hip of the tight end. Once he gets that tight end, in the hip of him, he's just getting vertical as soon as he sees daylight, right? Because, this can get kicked out, this can get logged. And the way we coach the trapper on all our counters, I just tell him, just hit it as thick as possible on the inside shoulder, okay? Because when we got into the whole, is he up the field, kick it? Is he tight, log it? You get guys that are trying to force the log, okay? So I tried taking the guessing out of it for them. So the way I coach it, you're going to pull into the line of scrimmage, okay? Hit it thick. Just hit it as hard as you can, because if this guy really wants to squeeze, right, we get like a squeeze scrape team, and he really wants to squeeze, he's getting coached. You got to squeeze. You got to take your arm and cross face and get all the way across the tackle space. So, he's going to end up logging himself if we just hit it thick. Now, if we go loose and we're trying to log it, that's where we get in the war where this guy's going to jet up the field and make the play. So, again, always pull into the line of scrimmage, because if you're tight and he jets up, you can always banana back out. But it's, physically impossible. Like, there's nobody, especially at our level, that's going to be able to just go wide and then, oh, no, redirect and get back in. So, again, tied to the line of scrimmage, hit it as thick as possible. All right, so we go ahead, we get the U call. The guard's going to hit it nice and thick right down the middle. And here it is, right? He's going to try to cross face. He's going to squeeze it down. And he kind of just logs himself in this picture. The second puller does a great job of reading the log. He gets vertical. He's making contact with the screws. And the back does a fantastic job putting his foot in the ground and getting vertical right now, which ends up being an efficient play for us. So, I just think the crit, right, obviously the front side doubles, those are critical, but some of the nuances and counter that I think are important, right, is the kick out, right? The kick out's got to happen, whether it's we're widening this edge so the second puller can get inside, or it's just hitting it thick and it becomes a log. And then it's the second puller reading that first puller's block, right? Because then you kind of get into that whole log jam where the second puller isn't decisive and, the back's kind of waiting for this thing to hit. And I thought this was pretty good by our tight end. We had a really good tight end room this year. They all did different things, but they all did the things that we asked them to do at a high level. I think this is pretty good, just kind of being square by the tackle. He's knocking this over to the guard. The guard's tearing it. I just think the tackle kind of rotates and pierces up the field a little too soon, and he loses his guy underneath him, right? And then that guy's in on the play, which is, that stinks. But we get like I said, we get the log, we get the second puller, and again, the back does a great job getting vertical and ends up being a 7-yard gain for us. All right, I think this is like a check with me. It's 2nd and 5. It's kind of getting near to the end of the game. We're trying to, gap scheme looks, they're one-look plays, right? Like if you get a certain look that's just not favorable, you got to have something in your pocket. I learned that when I was at FIU working for Rich Skrosky. He was really big on that. Like, let's not beat our heads against the wall trying to run it into an unfavorable look. So, we kind of get a check with me. We look at the guys. We say, yep, we're good. We got 6 in the box. We got 6 blockers. Let's go ahead and let's run the play. So right here, like I said, we don't want the guard shooting all the way back over here because we're going to say this guy's going to be the edge defender here. So we're going to go ahead and pinch hinge for that guy right there. So the guard center will go ahead and make the me call. So we'll get the down block. These guys will stay in, pinch hinging out here. Front side tackle working to the point. All right, we got the plus right here. And then the same thing for the center, right? You want to hit it nice and thick on the inside shoulder. If he wants to cross face and tight and squeeze down, he'll log himself, all right? And the tight end's got to do a good job of reading the first puller. All right, we're running it at a pistol here. So he kind of just runs the S course is kind of what we call it. So he's right here. The ball gets snapped. He'll get in the hip, and he'll go ahead and he'll follow the second puller. All right, the center does a good job, again, hitting it nice and thick on the inside shoulder, all right, running his feet on contact, trying to widen this thing out, all right, and the second puller getting vertical right now. He sees it's a kick. He's getting vertical right now. He fits on the plus, and the back does a great job of getting vertical right now, all right. Does a great job of getting vertical right now. I think we could probably do a better job on the angle drive here by the guard. The guard does a poor job of not gaining ground on the first step. He kind of just picks it up and puts it down. So he's taking on this. He's taking on this zero. He's getting hit. He's not doing the hitting in this picture. And he's kind of just holding on for dear life, and it kind of gets compressed. So just kind of nitpicking at it as I'm watching it. But yeah, this is a good job by the center, kicking it out, tight end coming inside out, opening it up, and the tailback again getting vertical. Once they see the second puller make contact with the plus, they got to put their foot in the ground and get vertical right now. Especially, in most schemes, right? Like you want to gain ground, you want to go forward. You're not going to, gain ground going laterally. Like we got to get vertical right now. So that's one thing that we really harp our backs on. Once you see the hole, just get vertical right now, get north and south. And he did a really good job of that. So, all right. So here's like a 12 personnel look. All right. We were running this like out of a twin set in 21 and 22. We were really like a gap scheme team. We're power, 12 personnel power, 11 personnel power. And then counter was just kind of the complement to it. So we're running it out here. We added an extra tag. So like, all we're saying there is that my man right here is going to block the corner. We're going to read this apex defender, and he'll run a now screen. Okay, if this Sam runs in here, okay, then we're going to go ahead and throw it out there because this ends up being our X receiver. Okay, just formationally, that was how we kind of did it. So we just want to get the ball out there to a really talented player if we got an unfavorable look. So like in this picture, like I said, if this guy shows up, we'll throw it out there. He backs up right now, so the quarterback knows he's going to go ahead and hand it. All right, so we get this look right here, tight end's backside. So we get this like double pinch hinge look right here. All right. And again, we get the 3. So the center knows, all right, it's going to be me. He's going to go ahead, kick this out. The guard is going to wall this off right now. Frontside double team working to the point. All right. Kick out by the center. Second puller for the plus. And the back is just going to get in the hip and go ahead and end up in the inside hip of the puller. All right. Really good job by the double team right here. Again, like having a high knee, gaining ground, okay, being square, putting his hands on his hip. When we do the high knee gallop, like we're telling them, you really want to go ahead and take that forearm and put it right on his lower hip, go low to high, and then we'll get this guy displaced on the way to the point, okay? And listen, like I said, we try to high knee here, even if he's got an open gap, in case of movement. And again, just the biggest thing is keeping him square on the way to the second level. All right, so he'll go ahead, high knee, knock this over. The guard does a great job of tearing it. All right, we get that 3 technique displaced. The guard, like I said, just hit it thick, dude. Be nice and tight, hit it thick, and this guy will end up logging himself, okay? Right there, he logs himself. The back could be a little bit slower on the second puller because he's riding up on the second puller here. Second puller makes contact, but there's that, there's that foot in the ground. There's a different back, but he puts that foot in the ground, and that's it. He knows, I got to get north and south right now. So he does a good job putting his foot in the ground, getting north, and then he's trying to set up. He's trying to split 2 right here, all right, to really give himself an opportunity, and I think he does a really good job there. So again, right, this is that apex defender we were talking about. He shows up, we'll throw it, he jumps out, we'll go ahead and hand it off to a favorable box. All right, it ends up being a good play for us. Okay, here's another picture, back to 11 personnel. I mean, we're kind of getting close into that red zone. This is probably like we've already kind of made the decision. Look, it's 3rd and 7. We've made a decision. We're going to probably go for it on 4th down if we don't get it. So we'll go ahead and run it. Like I said, this was in 21 when we were, or 22 when we were still, gap scheme. We kind of became more of a, we were gap scheme-ish this year with some zone stuff and G lead, but the quarterback ended up being a really great player for us. So we threw the ball a whole lot. We were empty. I mean, it was awesome. Like, I'm okay with it. If we're winning, I'm cool with it. I'm the offensive line coach. I get it. We want to run the ball. But if we're able to put a lot of stuff on his plate and he sees it a certain way and we're winning games, the guys understand that that's the most important thing. So, we're lining up here. We're running counter. The tackle, he doesn't use a high knee here, and he kind of gets himself turned, and he makes it a little bit harder than it has to be, right? And then he's got to widen out. And he used the point right here, and he opens up. Luckily he finishes this thing, and we kind of get this thing open wide. It ends up being a successful play for us. So, center's got a shade. A got the fender. He'll go ahead and down block it. We got this deuce working back to the point. All right, the plus is right here. Guard is going to go ahead, try to hit it nice and thick, tight. You can see how tight he is because this 5 technique is literally taking the air out of it, and he's in the hip of the tackle, right? And the guard's just trying to hit it as thick as he can. He's trying to hit it as thick as he can. This thing logs itself. The second puller ends up out here, all right? And the back knows, I got to get vertical. You can see him. He's going wide, put his foot in the ground, and he's getting vertical right now, all right? And it ends up being a score for us. So, this is just a good job. Again, the 5 technique, logging himself. We're hitting it nice and tight and thick. The second puller, making contact, boom, screws on this guy. All right, you can kind of see, and when we're talking about offensive line play, and right, the tight ends are just an extension of the offensive line release in our program. The biggest thing is seeing a reaction by the defender, right? Like, how can you see you yourself being an effective blocker and not seeing a reaction by the defensive player? Like, you can see his helmet just like buckle, as soon as contact is made here, which really springs it getting vertical. So, that's a good play by the boys. All right. And then, the end zone shot's kind of rough here, but again, just kind of talking about being tight to the line of scrimmage, right? Because if these guys fly up, you can always banana yourself out there. All right. And we just saw that these guys, these 5 techniques kept flying up the field. So we just felt like count would be a good play for us. We'll hit it right underneath them. And you can see this guy just jet up the field. All right. And my man right here, he's tied. He sees this guy flying up, and then he bananas out. Right. And we just hit it right underneath him. Right. We hit it right underneath him. The running back does a good job getting vertical. He dips and slips off the wide receiver's block. All right, and then it's a first down play for us, which is awesome. All right, yeah, this shot's kind of brutal, and you can kind of see it here. Right, he flies right up.
Got a question for you.
Yep, what's up?
Yeah, so coach says, what are you stressing to the center when he is the puller to make sure you get a good snap first?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, right, is when we do in pregame, and I wish I can see like if there's any questions, please just cut me off.
Yeah, I got you.
Cut me off. That's fine. So we do a lot of snap and step. Like that's kind of like the verbiage that I use with them, especially in Indy. Like, and when we're getting snaps in practice, it kind of became, like it's just something that you gotta, hammer in practice in Indy in pre-practice because how many times do you watch the centers take snaps? Like if it's not monitored, right? And they're just snapping and just checking to see if the snap was good. Like they got to understand snap and step, snap and step, snap and step, depending on whatever scheme it is, right? If it's angle drive, if we're taking a pass set. So like snap and step is the biggest thing. And we do all our Indy with a football, especially with him and all our pulling stuff. So there's not really a word or like a coaching point. It's just snap and step in everything that we do. And again, it's something that's repped in practice, in pre-practice, for us to be successful at it. And, this kid is a great player, man. Like we had a freshman come in that was really good and he was an absolute mauler and killer. It just, when things were moving, it didn't make sense to him. And this kid, he stood ground and he played in every snap this year, every snap of every game this year. So, I think that was a big thing too. He's a really good player and, undersized, is 5'10", 280 pounds, but I mean, he does everything we ask him to do. So snapping and stepping and everything that we do, was a big thing this year and every year with the center. So,
yeah, coach, you got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to kind of go forward to Trey. So here's that extra look I was talking about, right? Like if they go ahead and they put a bunch of people in the box and this guy shows up, we're just going to throw it out there to our best player. Okay, so creates a one-on-one matchup. Literally, we got 9 people just coming, conveying into the box. We're going to throw it out there. My man does not block the corner, which is brutal, right? But again, one-on-one, he makes a play on it, which is good. All right, and then here's another picture, right? If it's just this guy's going to go ahead and kind of be, all right, quarterback wants to throw it out there. He throws it out there. Boom, he catches it. And again, it becomes a one-on-one situation for him. All right, so like as we get into like Trey, all right, this is just like the GT stuff. Reading the end man of line of scrimmage. If he squeezes, right, we're gonna go ahead. Quarterback's gonna pull it and it becomes triple option, and then this becomes the pitch guy for the bubble. Okay, so this is just true GT counter. Going ahead, started pistol, move him in the car. Great kick out by this guard right here, coming out of his hips. You can see him right here, truly coming out of his hips and getting this thing expanded. All right, boom, second puller inside out, right? And we're going to go ahead, right? The quarterback is reading this end man. He doesn't take the air out of it. So he's going to hand it off, and we'll be inside of that. All right, same thing. We're running this out of a, 10 personnel look. We got the bubble out here. If this end man goes ahead and squeezes down, they got that pull pitch relationship on the bubble to him. All right, so true guard center. This was before we were doing that me call. This was in 21, my first year there. So, that's why we're not pulling the guard here. Again, good job by the guard, kicking it out, us getting inside out, and again, the back, just putting his foot in the ground and getting vertical on it. Okay, and then another look we did. I want to make sure we get this. Right, there's some team, right? We got a lot of teams that were giving us like 4 eyes. Okay, we just lined up in an 11 personnel formation, 3-by-1. Okay, put the tight end on the ball, and he would just help out the tackle with this block right here. Right, so we were kind of dual accounting for this guy right here, but we just felt like it was helping us get this thing knocked over for a chance to run Trey to a 2-man surface or 3-man surface. Excuse me. We kick it. Still GT, tackle coming in here, and the back just hitting it vertical right now. Okay. And then, like I said, we talked about reading this end man when we're running this GT scheme. All right. He squeezes, then it becomes pull and pitch off of the apex defender right there. This guy takes the air out of it. Quarterback pulls it, right? And he flips it out to the bubble, which creates an explosive play for us. The sideline shot's probably a lot better for everybody. Pulls it, pull and pitch off of this guy right here who's already on the line of scrimmage, flips it out, to our ex receiver, and ends up being a big play for us. I'm fired up. Everyone, like I said, if we throw the ball and we're scoring, everyone's happy. All right, and the last thing with the last 2 minutes we got into, this quarterback, like I said, he's a great player, really tough kid, hard worker, and, good ball skills, right? He's a very good presenter with the ball in his hands, with all the fakes, play action fakes, boots, nakeds, and then this stuff right here, showing the ball. And when we get in the red zone, he's a big, like, let me carry it, and we're like, all right, dude, let's do it. Like, you want to carry it? You like it, we love it. So the way we coach this guy, reading the 5 technique, okay, he'll take 2 hops. He's coming out here right now, 2 hops, and he'll make his decision, and the quarterback will go ahead and carry it. Same rules applying up front, for our counter scheme, just a different presentation of it. All right, we get a great trap right here. Kick out, second puller up and in there. All right, and the quarterback does the rest, for a touchdown play. So we had, again, this was something that we ran, a lot. This was something that we really enjoyed doing. Again, he liked it. So, and it's just all we told our guys was, hey, it's the same thing as Trey, right? Like, we're running Trey, we're just running a Q Trey now. So again, 2 hops, he shows the ball, kick out, get vertical, and they were just efficient plays for us. And again, we run it like I said, the tight end's here. If he's got something inside of him, he's down on it. If someone's outside of him, he's down on the next linebacker. Quarterback, 2 hops, pulls inside. We get a kick out. We get right here, and this puts the ball, on the 1 yard line for us to go ahead and run power, to win in overtime, which is awesome. So, right, this should be the last clip. Flips it out there. Again, 2 hops. He kind of gets crazy with you. This is the first year we're running, and he kind of like, he gives him like another little oomph, and he comes around, guards on it, tackles on it, right? Gets in for the score. All right, so here's my contact. All right, Nico Yarzin, there's my cell phone number, there's my email. If you want me to send this cut up to you, I got no problem doing that. I really appreciate Coach having me on. This is awesome. If you got players that you think can play, the Division III level, and they want to play college football and get a good education, Maryville College to me and my family, and I've really enjoyed coaching there, and I really want to thank Coach for having me on. This has been awesome. So I appreciate it, Coach.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, guys. If you want to hit up Coach, hit his Twitter up, follow him. He can send you that presentation. All right, Coach. I'm gonna get Coach Thorne on here. I appreciate you.
All right, no problem.
Coach Thorne, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Let's go. Let's talk about some past sets, some independent hands.
Yes, sir. So we're going to let me see if I can share my screen here and get this thing rolling.
Yeah, you click present and then
here
share screen.
we go.
There we go. Awesome.
You good? You ready?
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
Perfect. All right, guys. So my name is James Turner. I'm the offensive line coach at Anderson University in Anderson, South Carolina. We've got kind of a unique situation here because we haven't started playing yet. So our first game will be in 2024. We practiced this past fall, and pretty much right now we're recruiting and we're the same as everybody else. So I know you're not here for that story, but what you're going to see is a lot of film from my time as the offensive line coach at North Greenville University. So it's going to be a little bit different. Why is everybody red, not black and gold? So that's what that's from, is my time as the offensive line coach at Anderson University. So my Twitter, my email for any of this that you guys need, I would encourage you to email me. It'd be a lot easier for me to see it. As you guys know, we get a ton of DMs and stuff with recruits and that kind of thing. So if you need something, be more than happy to share any of what I'm getting ready to go over with you. All right, going to try to go fast here. But what I wanted to talk about today is Pass Pro. And what we're going to start with is just kind of some easy, simple drills that you can do every single day. A lot of them really low impact. I know for myself, that when we're going from, drill to drill, hey, you got inside drill, and then, hey, in 2 periods later, I'm going team. You want to really get solid work in, but you want to save your guys' legs. So try to give you some stuff that you can do to start practice, and then some stuff you can do to split up your periods and be low impact, but really get some good work. So box drill for us is an everyday drill. We're going to do this every single day. Alabama's been doing this forever. This isn't new, but it's going to give us a great opportunity to get a great run base first as we move up. And then we're going to power step across and then either angle kick or vertical set back, depending on what you want to do throughout the day. But you're going to get a chance each and every week to get work in. So you're going to see our guys. I don't care if you play right or the left side, you're going to get work coming from both sides. So they're going to short choppy steps in the ground with a great base. Then they're going to power down and they're going to kick back. So in this particular day, we're going vertical. And again, you're going to see some guys where it doesn't look great or doesn't look quite as natural, where they might be right side guys who are working on the left. My reasoning for doing that is, hey, when we travel, take 8, maybe if we're lucky, we get 10 guys, but we all know we got to play our 6-man, right? So what's the best offensive line I can put together with my 6-man? Okay, so we want to make sure we're getting work on both sides. So they're all going to go from the left side here, and then we'll switch and come back. Again, same thought process here. Give them a landmark. They're going vertical, and I'm just blowing a whistle or telling them good as they kick back to end it. So they're getting a little run work. Again, short choppy steps, knees inside toes, getting that whole foot in the ground, and then trying to work on them staying low, powering across. And I'm doing this before we ever flex. We haven't flexed. This is a pre-practice thing for us. So this is just getting the legs loose and getting us moving. So simple box drill all the way across the board, and everybody's getting work on both sides. All right. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go the wave drill. Okay. Again, these are drills that have been done before, but these are things that I believe in because I believe in getting guys a multitude of reps, and I believe on working them on both sides of the ball. Whether they get a ton of it during practice is irrelevant to me. I want them to be able to work, right? Because I never know, I might start a sophomore at left tackle, or excuse me, I might start him at right tackle, but by the time he's a senior, I may need him to play left tackle. Well, if he's never kicked on the left side, that may be a hard transition for him. Well, I've got an idea every day by watching him whether he can play both sides or whether he's a one-sided guy. So we want to try to get a lot of work on both sides of the football. You're going to see here, they're all in right-handed stance, and we're just working. They're working off of me. I'm telling them to kick. I'm telling them to post. Now, some of them, you see 59 in the back. He's doing a good job of staying flat on his post. Some of these guys are getting back into the line of scrimmage. I want them to stay flat on that post step. But again, they're just working off of me. Kick, post, kick, post. I tell them to get out, and then they're running out. So we're trying to get a bunch of work, moving their feet back and forth. And also, I love this as an eval drill as well during camps because I'm seeing change of direction, right? Getting them to learn and understand, having the weight on the inside of their feet so that they can move back and forth. So that's something that's big for us is their ability to move. And this is teaching them to do that because they can feel as they're working this drill, they can say, okay, coach, I felt that as I rolled over on the outside of my foot and had to roll all the way back over in order to move. So really just trying to get them to focus on those knees staying inside and all of that weight being on my whole foot. So we're trying to get that drill, that accomplished here in this drill. And then again, same exact thought process. Okay, now I'm just left. Okay, and it doesn't matter to me, all right, if they're playing the right side or the left side. All right, I want them to get work regardless. Okay, hands, some of them are good with their hands. Some of them are a little low. I'm a guy who likes their hands, and we always talk about thumbs on their nipples. Okay, so I don't want their hands low. I want them to be able to be up, and I want to strike. Okay, be able to get a quick strike. So we do that by having our hands up. Some of them are good, some of them are not. But this is a process where they're learning to put all of this together, and it's rapid pace, and they're getting work in a hurry. So we're going to go from a box drill that would be something we would do before we ever get started with practice. Again, pre-practice for us. And then this would be something we're going to try to get in at least 2 times a week to make sure that they're moving. But that is, again, a drill that I can get in. Hey, I went from inside period to I got team coming up. Okay, well, I got 2 periods, or maybe it's a single period. I can do this quick, explosive, get them some water, and they're ready to go. But I'm actually getting positive work in. All right, next thing we're going to is a mirror drill. So my biggest thing here is we set, I want to give them an aiming point, right? We all want to do that. Well, a lot of times guys teach knee to crotch, okay, which if you look, we are knee to crotch, okay? But I don't teach the aiming point being knee to crotch. The reason for that is I want something they can see with their eyes. It's my opinion that if you teach them knee to crotch, then what are they looking at, right? What are their eyes? Are their eyes going down and then back up, eyes down and then back up? I want their eyes to stay put. So we tell them head on the inside pec, okay? Head on the inside pec. And if you're going to be wrong, I want you to be wrong to the inside, all right? Shortest point from the defensive line to the quarterback is a straight line. So we certainly don't want you inside. I want to keep the integrity of a pocket, that half moon, right? It's what we're trying to build. Excuse me. We teach our tackles that we want to run the hoop, okay? We want to push them by. We want to keep that integrity of that pocket, that half moon, okay? So right here, again, this is another drill that they're going to do on both sides. So this was my starting left tackle. He's in a right-handed stance. So we're getting work on both sides of the football, all right, so that they have the ability to be multiple, okay? And again, this is another thing. You go tackle over or you do stuff like that, hey, they got to be able to work both sides. So this is a great way to work that, all right? So for us, the reason we teach head on the inside pec is I want to be able to make sure that I can cut off the inside. We'll talk about our independent hands here in a minute, but I want to be able to cut off the inside at all times. Then the second thing I want to be able to do is I want to force that defender to make a decision. Well, I want to kind of make his decision for him, all right? Because if I'm 285 to 300 pounds, right, good for me, I can take on a bull rush, right? So I'm not necessarily 100% worried about that bull rush. We'll teach that. What I'm wanting them to do is take every possible scenario away from the defensive lineman and force them to work outside and run the hoop. Again, keeping the integrity out pocket, but it's also giving my guys confidence that I know what that guy's going to do if I trust my landmark and I trust my aiming point. So that's the biggest thing we want to do with keeping that head on that inside pec. So as they move, their hands are behind. I don't want them touching anything. Their sole focus is their feet. Again, transitioning their feet inside and outside, all right, keeping their butt low, all right, and learning to move back and forth. So trying to stay on that inside pec as much as humanly possible. You want that guy in front of them to make them work, okay? Make them work. Make them move, make them make decisions quickly, okay, but make them work. All right. Same drill, just another guy. Now look, hey, he's wrong here. Okay, bam. He's wrong, right? But at least he's wrong to the inside. Okay, so we're going to get it coached, but I'd rather you be wrong to the inside than, again, wrong to the outside, because I have a chance to throw by, push the hip, running by the quarterback. I have a chance to succeed. When that guy's in the middle of my pocket, right, now my quarterback's in trouble. Now he's got to move. Okay, and I don't want him to move. I want him to feel comfortable. I want him to be able to step up in that pocket and help us out, because anytime he gets outside, we can have problems, right? So we want to try to make that guy feel comfortable. And we also want the quarterback to know what we're trying to do, right, where we're trying to move guys so that he can feel comfortable. So we're just going back and forth, trying to keep that head on that inside pec as much as humanly possible as we move. All right. Now, we're going to progress all that into independent hands. So I am a big independent hand guy, and I teach it as if, and I talk to our guys as if if they were boxers, okay? So if you're getting ready to fight a guy and he's swinging at you two-fisted, right, I mean, what the heck is this guy doing? Okay, so I don't want to punch that way. I don't want to punch two hands. Now, if I'm getting bull rush, something like that, okay, yeah, I got to punch with two hands, okay? That's a little bit different. But if I'm in a normal pass rush scenario, every defensive line coach in the country is teaching get rid of his hands, get rid of his hands, get rid of his hands, okay? So I want to be able to, much like a boxer does, be able to shoot, jab, and fight the way that I need to with my independent hands. The other thing is, if I stretch two arms out and then I stretch one arm out, right, that one arm is longer than my two arms. So I want to create separation. If I'm a long guy, right, and I have some length to me, then I want to use that length to my advantage. The defensive line can't win if they can't put their hands on you, okay? So I want to separate and create some space, all right? So as we do that, we teach it very simply. Again, another low-impact drill, okay, that these guys can do, but it's meaningful, All right, so we're going to strike our aiming point. All right, number one, we're going to strike with our thumb up, and we're going to strike with our palm, okay, with our elbow tight. All right, strike with a palm, thumb up, elbow tight. All right, and we're going to extend from inside out, trying to strike that outside pec. Okay, our head should still be on the inside pec. All right, our head should still be on the inside pec, and our feet should be hot. So 59 here, he was an all-conference guard for us. He's a really, really, really good player. Okay, feet, like them to stay a little bit hotter, a little bit longer, but want them to learn to strike and keep their feet moving. Strike and keep their feet moving. So they're coming out of their stance. That guy on defense, okay, he's staying tight, but I'm wanting that offense. I just want him to step forward just a hair, okay? Because the other thing we're teaching them here is, what is your strike zone? What is your strike area, right? Learn how far it is and when it is that I need to strike in order to keep full extension. All right. I don't love elbows bent. The reason for that, again, that defensive lineman can now grab me. All right. And now as soon as he grabs me, I'm in trouble. I'm trying to create extension. I'm trying to strike and throw my shoulders back at the same time. Okay. I want to eliminate as much surface area as possible that he can grab onto or hurt me with. So I want to strike and extend. Okay. Strike and extend, create length. So we'll do that with the first one. All right, and then we'll come back with two hands, just like a boxer would. So I'm telling this defender, okay, you're making one step outside. As soon as he strikes, you're making another movement. Whether that's inside, outside, you're making that lineman work that second hand. Okay. If the guy's coming inside, we obviously want to strike and cut it off immediately. We should already have our head on the inside pec. So worst case scenario, we're face to face. Right? If my head starts on the inside pec, worst case scenario, I'm face to face when that guy strikes inside. All right. Then if I'm working outside, okay, and that guy works outside, then that's easy for me. I can strike and move, and I'm again running him outside that pocket, keeping the integrity of my pocket, giving my quarterback an area to step up in if he needs to from the other side. Okay. So we start with that one, and then we come to the two. All right. So you can see they're pretty quick. Right? It's not something that second hand is inside ready to strike, but he's working to try to cut off that middle. Okay. I'd like him to be a little bit further inside here. His head gets a little behind, but he does a good job of striking. You can see him try to turn and force and press on that inside shoulder to cut off that inside track of that defensive lineman. And again, try to flatten him out and help us as he works inside. Okay. So striking out, working inside. All right, you mentioned him earlier. So left tackle is a really good player for us. This is him working. All right, that independent hand. See how long stretch back, bam. See them shoulders are out, his head's out. Okay, his inside hand is a little lower than I'd like it to be. All right, inside hand a little lower than I'd like it to be, but you can see him strike quick. Bam, bam. Right, as soon as he sees it inside, he's learning to strike quickly. But now you see on this rep when he's using both hands, how that hand stays inside and engaged. Okay, inside and engaged, and you can see him work that inside post foot to work strong and to cut off. All right, be strong and cut off that inside. All right, that's what we're looking to do. Stay strong and cut off the inside. All right, this is a center working it. Okay, we all know that every center in America is working with one hand. Okay, so what we want to teach at all times is to try to get that offhand as much as I possibly can. I want to get that offhand on that defender as quick as humanly possible. Okay, now as we work this with the centers, and we have to work this quicker with the centers than we do anybody else, because again, every defensive lineman knows they can only strike with that opposite hand. Is we have to work what we call a flash hand. Right, so they're flashing that hand out and bringing it right back so that they get that swipe from the defensive lineman, bam, and then they stick it right back in there. Okay, but that flash hand is a progression. We're not showing that today, but that is a progression of what we do. All right, so that center, we want him to get his hands in there, and then we want him to bring that snap hand back as fast as humanly possible. Bring that snap hand back as fast as humanly possible. That center is going to be a little bit more squared up, right? But what I try to tell our guys is once that defensive lineman declares, let's make him a part of the slide. Now I'm going to get my head on the inside pec of the side that the nose declares. Okay. So if he's a shade or a 2-eye, then it's easy for me to know where my inside pec. But if I'm working a head up 0, then once he declares to a gap, I want to work now as if that's where he started. Now my head transitions to the inside. Okay. So we're just getting that defender again, move back and forth a little bit, make us work. Okay. Right tackle, really good athletic player. Love how hot his feet are, right? Stay inside. But again, you can see head on that inside pec, the knee is to the crotch, right? Knee is to the crotch. He's striking and staying extended. And I love, again, the fact that his feet are hot, right? Do not strike and stop your feet. That's not realistic, okay? And I love the quickness, bam, bam, to stick inside. And again, see the emphasis in this drill, overemphasizing the fact that I'm going to cut off the inside. All right. I want to cut off that inside. That is a big point of emphasis. I teach all of our guys, cut off that inside, cut off the inside. Okay. So 66 does a great job here working this. All right. So that's how we begin to progress independent hands. Okay. That's how we begin to progress independent hands. We will then transition that. And I don't have enough time today to go through it because I do want to get you some game clips of the guys working some of these techniques. But we'll then transition that into true pass sets and working it as they pass set. And again, I'll show my information again at the end of this. If any of this you want, or you want to do a Zoom or a StreamYard together, and I can walk you through all this stuff, more than happy to do it. But if you're local, you want to come see us, we'd love to have you. Got a beautiful new facility. I'd love to have you come check us out. So I'll give my information again at the end and be more than happy to clarify any of this or help you through any of this that you'd like. All right, so contact the chair. This drill emphasizes sitting back in the chair after the punch and creating separation between you and the defender. Biggest thing here, not leaning on contact. So I was before I got into the college game, I was in the high school game as a coordinator and a head coach for about 8 years. And so I understand that some of you guys who are watching this from a high school standpoint, that I understand your struggles, right? And leaning and putting your face into it is the number one struggle that I always had as a coach. So what we want to try to do is to eliminate them from leaning and get them to understand, that when I sit back, I'm powerful. Okay. When I clean, what do I have to, I got to sit down and catch it, right? When I squat, I need to sit back on my heels. Okay. So that's where all your power is. So we're working this drill to get them to understand that, to feel comfortable being on their heels and their whole foot and not on their toes. I want to get them off of their toes. And so this is a drill that we use that I think has really helped us. And we just call it the chair drill, right? Contact the chair. So you can start this and work independent hands and get into it. But when I first introduce it, I introduce it as them already locked up and engaged. Okay. Because again, my first emphasis is not their hands here to start with. My emphasis is them staying back. So I've got this defender. He is pulling and yanking and doing everything he can to get by this offensive lineman and get the OL to fall on his face, right? Or to get hip tossed. Right. That is the total emphasis of this drill. So he is working. The defender has to be as full speed and energetic about this as the offensive lineman does. Right. So you can see them working. All right. Fighting each other. Do I want that head on that inside pec? Yes, I do. Okay. 63 doesn't do a great job of that here. But what he does do is he's sitting back. His whole feet are in the ground. He's taking short, choppy steps. Right. He's giving himself a chance. Okay. Left guard here. All right. Really good player. He's a little hip stiff. All right. So this is a great drill for him. But you see the defender pulling. Okay, good. Sink back and anchor. Right. I get pulled, sink back and anchor. So I want to try to drop my hips. The big coaching point when they get pulled, right? The biggest coaching point I give them is accelerate their hips. Okay. Accelerate their hips. I tell them to go pecker to pecker. Right. That's the coaching point I use because they get it. Right. Hurry and accelerate your feet. Right. Go hip to hip with that guy. And accelerate your feet so that I can come underneath myself, right? And I can get my feet back gathered, all right? Because the number one thing guys do is they don't use their feet when they're getting tugged down, all right? Use your feet and get your feet back underneath yourself, and that'll allow you to sink your rear end and get yourself in a position to be successful, okay? So, again, this defender's doing a tremendous job of ripping him and yanking him, but we're trying to keep short, choppy steps in the ground. We're trying to keep our base, trying to keep our weight on the inside of our feet, right, and be able to change directions. 75 does a really good job here of fighting and working the drill, okay? So as we go, we got about 8 minutes left. I want to make sure that I get to some of these game clips, right? So as you go in the Gulf South Conference, we got a ton of different fronts, right, ton of different things that we saw All right. So in this particular clip, I'm going to show a couple of things. First thing, I want you to watch the left tackle. Left tackle does a great job of working a couple of different things here, right? Number one, boom, look at that independent hand. 61 right here, left tackle. Bam. Great strike right there, that independent hand. Got those shoulders raised. Okay, got those shoulders raised. All right, and then look at him fight and sit back. Okay, he's getting pushed. Bam, bam. Does a great job with his two hands, right? But I love the patience. Love the short vertical step. All right. Short vertical step, make the D lineman declare. All right. We don't need to get in a hurry. We're not kicking to nothingness. Okay. All right. And then bam, good job. Fights a little bit there, but does a tremendous job of sinking. All right. Now, these guys on the right side, okay, the center here, he's really my left guard, but we got a guy hurt, so he bumps into center. Okay, again, it's another reason we work footwork, right? Bam, got an injury. Our center literally in pregame warm-up was laying on the training table and his back just completely locked up on him, okay? So had to play somebody else. So guys got to move inside, all right? He tries the independent hand, but he misses, okay? But he's working. You can see him working. He's trying to do his best to sit down, doesn't do a great job. But the right guard and the right tackle, tremendous here. Again, 66. Watch the slow vertical set. Why? Because I need my head on the inside pec. Who's the defender that I'm going to put my head on the inside pec? Boom. 45 declares himself. So he does that, and then he does a great job of using his hands. Okay. 59 gets a blitzing linebacker. What we talk about, we might have to use two hands sometimes. That's a great time to do it. But when he makes contact, where's that head? His head's on that inside pec, right? I'm keeping the integrity of the pocket, all right? And luckily for us, the ball got out quick enough, but the quarterback still would have had an opportunity to step to the left, maybe even slide a little bit to the right and get rid of that football because everybody else was doing a great job of keeping the integrity of the pocket, all right? Clip here, let's go to right tackle first, okay? Right tackle doesn't do a great job. He shoots two hands. All right, this is what happens with the two hands. I go to shoot two hands, okay? What if they swipe, right? What if they swipe or even worse, kind of like he does, what if he misses, right? What if I kind of miss or what if he swipes, right? How do I react? How can I counter if I don't have either hand, right? Okay, well, if I punch with two and they swipe, okay, I'm in trouble, right? And if y'all got some coaching techniques on doing that, I'd like to hear them seriously because if I'm striking with two and I miss, I'm in trouble. All right. But what we teach is when you go one with that independent hand, if that the defensive lineman slaps that outside hand, bam, I've got an inside hand that can now get to the hip and at least give me a chance to eject that guy and move him out a little bit and then get my outside hand on him. Right. So that's why we want to use those independent hands. So the right tackle here is not great, but here's what I do want to the coaching point I do want to talk about. Is he's not great, but because his head's on the inside pec, he's keeping the integrity of the pocket. So he's losing here. This is not a great rep, but we still got a great clean pocket. And again, hey, coach, the ball got out. Thank goodness, right? I'm with you on that. But it's forcing 59 there, that defensive end, to totally run the hoop, right? Stay outside because we're staying on the inside pec. Now, 59, man, this is what I like right here. 59 does a great job, okay? Stays inside pec, but look at his set to start with. Bam, steps inside to make sure he stays on that inside pec, and then he gets ready to finish, right? Boom, strong with that inside hand, does a great job. Then the left tackle, again, he's in a fight. Look at him working the chair drill, okay? He's in a fight. They've grabbed him, which we don't want, right? But how do I react? Well, I react to the chair drill, right? I sit my rear end down, and you see him fighting and trying to pull those shoulders back, right? Pull those shoulders back, stay away from him, don't let him pull me, okay? So simple things that you see showing up on tape. All right. This is a fantastic clip of a mirror drill here by the right guard and the right tackle. Okay. They're going to do a phenomenal job of working inside. Boom. Okay. They see movement. Quarterback comes off his spot just a hair, but the OL does a really good job of working and staying on that inside pec. Okay. So they're the man side. We're working the slide man backside protection here into the boundary. And they do a great job of staying on the inside pec. Okay, and they're in unison, boom, of working inside and staying on an inside pec, right? So it works. It looks like a true five-man slide, but it's there because they're working that aiming point, right? That aiming point and their eyes are on that inside pec, okay? So that makes it easy for us. Even if you see 75 here, right? You got a 2-eye shade player there inside. Boom, he stays inside, lets him work. He allows him to go outside before he makes contact, and then he strikes him as soon as he gets to that outside peck and sits his rear end down. Right. So seeing what we're coaching in practice, seeing it transition to the game field. All right, really good job. Love this by 66, the right tackle right here. Watch these shoulders. Watch the shoulders of the defensive lineman. Bam! Right, gets raised up. The moment I get those shoulders raised up, I got a prayer. But look at him, keep that one hand out there. Use that length, right? He is a really long kid, converted tight end, tremendously athletic, right? But boom, sits down in there and extends that hand, right? And then now he's got that outside hand. This time he's using the independent hand on the inside. But that's perfect. Now he's got that outside hand to work, right? And he can sit in there, and we got a decent pocket that stays for a good little while, right? Center doesn't do a great job here, but check out the left tackle. Again, watch the shoulders of the defensive lineman. Boom, right? Gets jacked up. He gets curled back, right? There ain't no pass rush happening there, okay? Boom, right? He's sitting back, right? We're working. Get a chance to get the ball out and get a big play. Okay, so our guys doing what they're supposed to be doing to help us be successful. All right, I got 1 minute. Got to go. This should be my last clip here. All right, 61, left tackle, just looking at the chair drill, right? Looking at the chair drill. Okay, look at him get pulled. Sit back. Okay, he pulls, sits back, gets recovered, right? He's trying to do a little pull swim. Okay, nice try. Sits back, does a good job with his feet. Okay, and then the right tackle here, vertical set. Boom, passes it, patiently waiting on the inside, doesn't overset the looping nose guard. Okay, that walk-up linebacker they had at a 0. Good, stay patient. Okay, he's got to come to our quarterback. Stay patient, stay on that inside peg. So those are the things we try to teach in Pass Pro, some fundamental stuff that hopefully will help you. And again, this is my contact information. I would encourage you to email me. We can exchange phone numbers, all that good stuff when you do that. But more than happy to help with anything. Love to have you come see us, or we can get on do an online situation just like this and help with anything we can from a Pass Pro standpoint. And Coach, appreciate you having me and giving me a chance to talk about what we're doing here at Anderson.
Yes, sir, man. I love it. Coach right here said get elite sound effects, which was great. Yeah, I love it. But how's Coach Hickman doing up there in Anderson, man?
Man, he's doing great. So we just got done a little bit earlier today having official visit day today. So had some guys in. So he's doing great, man. He's done a tremendous job with our defense. He gives us a ton of looks during practice. So we see a ton of fronts and blitzes and things, but it's great because it's going to make Saturdays hopefully a little bit easier for us. So he's tremendous. And he actually was an old coach of mine at North Greenville when I played there. I've known him for a really long time. I love that cat, man. Great dude.
Heck yeah. Coach, I appreciate you coming on. And, if anybody wants to get in touch with Coach, like he said, get his email him, and he can get back to you. But thank you, Coach.
I appreciate you, Coach. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. So changing the schedule, always happens. So my OGs from last year, we experienced that a lot. So Coach Clark from Misericordia University could not make it. There was something going on with his huddle, and huddle couldn't fix it in time, so he wasn't gonna be able to make his presentation. And then so that was a 4:30 one, and then at 5, Coach Kane from Barton College, he's not gonna be able to make it. He texted me this morning because of weather here in North Carolina. They had to push their recruit visits farther back in the day, so he's not gonna be able to make it. Which it is what it is. Like, I appreciate those guys, but yeah, we're gonna make it happen, man. We're O-line coaches, we're football coaches in general. That's what we do, make it happen. So again, you guys, this sounds great. If you've loved this so far, hit like on this video because the video's got like 60-some likes. Like, give me a break. 200 and some guys have already watched this thing based off of views, and we have 60-some likes. Give me a break. But with that being said, make sure you go and subscribe, hit the notification bell, and keep commenting, guys. It's going to be more of an interactive type deal again. So holler at me in the comments. If you have been here since this morning, like me, tell me about it. Who has been rocking with me since this morning? Who has gotten every session? I understand people got to come and go. I totally understand. Like y'all have bigger things in life going on than I do, obviously. But if you have been here for every session, let me know. I wish there was a way to track that, where guys can be like, yeah, you can sign in. Coach Fawcett said he's been here all day. My guy, appreciate you, Coach. Coach Moran's still here. Hey, you know what's good about my speakers, man? I'm gonna get real quick, and I don't care who sees this. What's good about my speakers? Now, some guys come when they're supposed to talk, and that's totally okay. A lot of the college guys, they have recruiting visits, and they have other stuff, and this is like off-season stuff for them. So like they have things to do. But when speakers come and listen to the other speakers to learn ball, that's what makes good coaches, man. And just because they didn't do it doesn't mean they're not good coaches. I'm just saying. I pride myself in getting some great coaches, because there's a lot of guys out here trying to sell something, and guys out here trying to sell you something, and they'll never be on my channel. Let's just say that. So I'm not going to call anybody out, but if you know me, you know who those people are. Anyway, so 50 people watching. If you do leave to go to get dinner, it is what it is. I appreciate everything y'all doing. Coach Garrett is from Germany, if I'm correct. From Germany. It's 10:30 p.m. there. Still here, awesome speakers. Man, you are the man. I appreciate it, Coach. Coach Dickens is still here from Nova Scotia. My guy. Appreciate you, Coach. Now, again, keep on subscribing here at 1,035. If you want to come on and talk, hang out with me for a little bit, make sure you tell me, okay? Let me know, and we'll hook you up. This is an awesome clinic. Been loving it. I'm not even a coach. Man, that's awesome. Like, I'm sure somebody is probably sitting there thinking, like, that guy's crazy. He's not even a coach, but he's hanging out, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. I guess we can't call him Coach Mackey. We got to call him Mr. Mackey. Anyway, Coach Ivory, still here from Phoenix. Appreciate you, Coach. It's actually a decent time in Phoenix now. It wasn't this morning, though. Yeah, if you're still rocking with me, let me know. Coach Mac Mahan's still here. Can't beat free. Can't beat free. My father said to me a long time ago, if it's free, it's for me. And I believe in that. Now, in the future, and please hear when I say this, in the future, I'd love to get to the point where I can do certain things, maybe interactive sessions, and have maybe bigger names, not throwing shade on anybody, bigger names that maybe you guys would want to see, that maybe NFL guys, maybe one day. I might have to charge for that, but everything I charge for would go literally back into my school's football program. So it's not like I'm pocketing it. But as long as I'm doing this clinic, which I plan on doing it for a long, long time, my OL clinic will be free, and I'm not charging a dime. Not to make me sound good or anything, but I know a lot of people that charge to hear some content, and I'm not going to do that. All I ask you to do is like and subscribe, right? And interact. So, again, if you want to come out and hang out with me, let me know. If you were not one of the people that did, do me a favor, go on. I'm gonna share my screen again. Go on, take a picture, post it on Twitter, or go and retweet my tweet about my original one from this morning, 8:00. Just go to my account. Literally scroll down to find my live right here, and then retweet it, and just be like, "Hey, Coach Tatum is cool. Coach Tatum sucks. Whatever." On it for me. I appreciate that so much. Oh goodness! And like I said, if you want to come hang out, text me, and I'll get you on here. Next question. Without throwing any shade at anybody, because there's there's going to be not better speakers, not better topics, but some that you found more valuable. So not going to say who was the best speaker, but who is your favorite speaker so far, and then why. I thought that I think it's Coach Turn. I didn't think he'd want to correct me, but it's THURN. So I thought it was Thurn, but I think it's Turn. If it's not, whatever. But Coach, they just spoke about independent hands. I'm real big on independent hands. I teach it for a while now. So listening to that was really, really good. Some of the others, that was good. Coach Woolley, I'm saying, got power was good. Just 'cause I don't mention him doesn't mean it wasn't good. Let's see. I thought Coach Dryer's inside zone was good. I thought it was very simple, very to the point. It was really good. But my favorite so far, just had the most notes on, and I actually went back on my phone and like rewatched, was Coach McCray from Allen High School. That one was my favorite so far. The last coach had for inside zone was pretty good. Yeah, he was really, really good. Coach Dryer. Yeah, Coach Dryer. Inside zone was awesome. It was awesome. I'm a gap scheme guy. Y'all know that. But I do like some inside zone. So, I'll be a power counter inside zone guy when I grow up. But make sure you go and retweet that, guys. If you want to come hang out and talk to me, please do so. Also, I want to huge shout out because I know Coach Garrett. He just commented. He's from Germany. I just want to say huge shout out to all my international coaches. I had to get away from saying foreign coaches because I say foreign. I don't think it's like a bad term, but some people do, so I don't want to say that. International coaches, because y'all are holding it down where you don't have a lot of resources. Maybe you're not getting paid. You're making it happen with what you got. And shout out to our international coaches anywhere outside of the United States. Shout out to them for making it happen. Coach Tatum, can I get some gap scheme blocking advice? I can give you whatever I got, Coach. It might not be great, but I can give you whatever I got. And we can watch some gap scheme from North Carolina a couple of years ago, clips if you want to. So heck yeah. What advice can I give? I think it sucks about streaming on YouTube. I can't play music because it's copyrighted. So I'll send an email. Okay. Whatever you want to do, Coach. You want to be public, not public, whatever you want. But whatever you want to do. Yeah. Holler at me. I wonder who's still traveling. I know a lot of guys were listening to like a podcast while they were traveling, which I think is absolutely fantastic. That's what I do. I do that with clinics and stuff like that. Let's do like a podcast. Then I get in trouble because I look at the screen a little bit. Let's see. Did anybody DM me yet? Guys, just because you come on don't mean that I'm not gonna put you on the spot. You might not be comfortable speaking in front of people that ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm just trying to get to know folks. Like y'all are I'll be called my audience. I hate that term, but y'all are my peers of coaches, and I want to get to know you. I don't want to be like, oh, this is a number. Okay. I don't want this to be a number. I want this to be faces that I can put this number, right? That's the kind of guy I am. Again, throwing more shade. But I want this to be people. Okay. So interact with me. Okay. I'm the type of guy that I'm going to go back through and I'm going to write down names. Okay. Because I appreciate all that much. Also, that spreadsheet that I had guys fill out with their names, I have all that information. So I keep that for myself. I don't give it to anybody, obviously, because I'm not sharing personal information. But I keep that because I want to keep track of who this 1,036 people are. because I care, right? Like I care. So again, holla at me if you want to come on, chill. Again, power's the best run play. I say power's the counter. Excuse me, counter's the best run play. How can I email you or set this up? I got questions. Here, I'll drop my email. Coach Ivory, are you on Twitter? If you're on Twitter, DM me and I'll answer whatever you want to talk about. Yeah, Damon Ivory. I got your hair. Just text you, Coach. Oh. I hope you guys can feel like we're a community with what I do. Some places, I don't know. There's not a lot of interaction, but I got a bone to pick with some of y'all. Some of y'all be subscribed for a long time, but y'all never comment on any of my videos. How am I supposed to interact with you guys if you don't comment? So that's just me being crazy. But guys, we're coming on 8 hours and 43 minutes. And we are still going strong. Holla at me what you want to talk about. It's 50, there's 49 people. I'm losing folks because we ain't creating no content right now. All right. I'm going to put some film on. All right. So I can do one of two things. Y'all let me know. Okay. I can pull up some college film that might get me some copyright, whatever. I pull up old college film. Or I could pull up some old clips when I was at North Rowan, and we were really, really good at running the ball. Let me know. What would you like me to do? Y'all control this. Because for anybody joined late and you're looking for Coach Clark could not join us tonight because of some issues with Huddle. So you're stuck with my ugly face. And then Coach Kane. Okay. I wanted to say that, and Coach Kane is not going to be here next year's. Can we hit some youth level stuff? Yeah, we can do that. No doubt. I mean, I'm always down to do that. I don't know how many sessions it'll be. I'll be totally honest with you. Finding youth coaches that want to come talk is so hard. Because I've tried to get youth coaches to come on and talk on my channel and just interview them. But finding them, one, is hard. And then two, getting them to want to speak to me is even harder. So, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. All right, I'll make the decision for y'all. Let's see. We're going to watch some football. Hope we don't get in trouble. Be all right. All right, so I hope you can see that. Looks good. Let me make it full screen. I have two screens because I'm cool, so I can see the chat and I can see the film. Coach O'Hara says, Ian, I was curious. Is anyone here from New York City, Westchester, Long Island area today? I don't know, Coach. If there is, say it. What do you tell your linemen to do in the off season if they aren't doing wrestling and basketball? Come lift. Either come lift with us, do our off season stuff, or if you do indoor track, they can go and they can. I like to get them running. They might have to be actually compete in running because they might not do well, but get them running, stay conditioned, stay in shape, and throw the discus, shot put, stuff like that. Indoor track. So good question. All right, guys, let's watch this. It's just UCLA. I haven't watched this at all, so I don't know what's going to come up. Hope this looks good for you guys. So let's go. We'll kind of look at it. Always I'm pulling up UCLA because they do like a lot of different formations, motions, and shifts and trades. And it's Chip Kelly, and they're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff. So right here, we've got receivers up top. Okay, we got a tackle over a double tight end type deal over here. Little jet sweep, outside zone look like a naked, pulling it, throwing to the jet guy. Not a bad scheme. Let's look at it from the back shot. And this is against Oregon, if you can tell by the uniforms. So I'm gonna stop it right here. I wish I could draw, but I can't. Looks like I can try to do this. Hold on. That does not work. Okay. I had a draw on page app, but it doesn't work with two different things. Okay. So obviously we're going to reach and run. I don't think they really care about who they're reaching and running to because they're going sweep out the backside. They're going naked out the backside. They're all going to reach and run through their gap. And the outside, the motion guys going to run just a little outside sweep. All right. Next play. It is second, and they haven't updated yet. But very similar formation. So now they have both these. They have one guy on. They have both of them off. They have the tight end and wing. This guy looks like another lineman over here. Seems like they're running inside zone. Let's give them an end zone shot. So they're IDing. Looks like they're going to ID one. So they're probably, if I was thinking about it, they're going to fan out, and then they're going to work to him and cut off here. Yeah, so the center and the backside guard are working to one. Their eyes are on him. And then this double team is working to 33, which the tight end is ripping through. So I'm assuming they're blocking out here for the quarterback run. So if he squeezes too much, DTR will be out and they'll have it all blocked up. Again, I wish I could draw it, but he's fanned out, blocking here an ace to one, and then blocking here through this gap to 33. I'm going to read 95, and they have two outside. So, and that's Kayvon Thibodeau, number 5 right there. So I don't want to run off the edge against him either. All right. Well, this is a penalty, so. They come right back to it. Got a little bunch set over here, a little tight split over here. So this guy's going to set up over the ball. He's running a deep hook. Swing. Okay, so it's triple hook pretty much. Where's 24 coming from? From the backfield. Gotcha. This is OL Clinic, so let's talk about pass pro. All right, so they're going to slide to the offense's left. Be man on the backside. So these three are responsible for these three. So down lineman 1. And then these two he's out on Thibodeau, he's out on him, and the back's probably responsible for 33. So 33 after he came, he's probably throwing it to the back hot. So here's this tackle tight end play again. It's formation. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the line of scrimmage. Okay, so that's legal. Okay, then we got 4 in the backfield back here. So he's going to re-leverage. If he plays too far in, throw it out to the bubble because we have technically 1 over here. He's darn near 15 yards back, and he's playing half the difference. So he sees him creep. All right, throw it out. So let's see where we're running up front. Just zone. Okay. All right, I'm gonna see from the tight shot, and then Coach asked a good question. I'm gonna read it in a second. All right, 2 seconds. Let's see. For newer coaches with a couple years experience, going to a new program, what are some keys to gain the trust of the OL group while at the same time establish healthy boundaries? This is a great question. As somebody, I came into a new room in the spring last year. And so what I will tell you is establishing what you're cool with, what you're not, especially not rules necessarily, but like what your expectations are, right? Because I do the same thing when I'm a teacher in the classroom. I'm gonna set my expectations. I'm gonna show them I'm not gonna waver. I'm gonna show them exactly who I am. I'm not gonna be a jerk about it. I'm gonna keep it loose. I'm gonna let them know, hey, this is the way things are gonna get done. These are my expectations. If we can't meet up my expectations, then we're gonna have an issue. But if we do, we're gonna have a good time. So plus, so it depends on your situation. The last 3 places I've been, the year before I got there, they did not have a full-time offensive line coach. Either the head coach did it or some type of a defensive guy did it. So when I came in, it was a breath of fresh air, and the guys were like, "Thank goodness we have a coach now." Now they're still trying to get over on you, sure, but you got to set your boundaries and set your expectations. So that's the healthy boundaries. And then once you can pick around with them, keeping it loose, joke with them. If something happens, especially in this off season, if something happens, joke with them. Not inappropriate jokes, but like, hey, if they mess something up, joke. It was like, tell them, oh y'all, you suck and all that stuff. Once you've established that friendly, relationship, and then you hold them accountable, with the expectation, like, hey, if you would listen to me, you wouldn't have messed up right there. And then keep it loose. Don't be like a hard butt all the time. That's how I do. I mean, it's worked for me. I mean, I have a personality the kids like. Happens the same thing with my kids I teach. I can't teach people how to be me. I just have to be me. You know what I mean? So you have to find out what works for you. And I do other things. I work with them. I treat them a certain way. Treat them up here than the rest of the team because that's my mentality when it comes to offensive line, trench mob, and hey, treat them like they're better. Okay, which means you got to be harder on them. Not that. Oh, hey, y'all want to not stretch? Y'all want to come late? Come on late. It's whatever. No, you hold them super accountable. You have super high expectations for them. So then you can, when they do things well, you can treat them. Take them to dinner. My wife is big on the kids, so we'll make dinners and stuff for them. Or when we make pregame meal, when we have JV pregame meal. Not all the JVs eat all the food, right? So the biggest thing is for my guys, the OL on Thursday after varsity practice, go and eat the JV pregame meal that's left over first. And the fact that my wife makes a meal or gets the meals catered from somewhere, I can do that because we did it. So that works for us. And then you should know that, hey, Coach Tatum cares, right? He's going to be hard on us. He's going to hold us accountable, but he cares, right? And that kind of sets up that relationship. But yeah, I don't know how much film this y'all want to watch, but I'm kind of just looking through some film, guys. I'm just showing you what I would do. when I'm watching film. So what I would do is I have my pen and my paper, and I would sit here, and I would chart. Okay, look, hey, draw it up, boom. Okay, they're in this FIB, formation to the boundary. Three receivers, technically they're in quads, and they motion the guy. And he's gonna he's they don't have enough guys on the line of scrimmage, so he's gonna come over and motion to be on the ball. Okay, and then they're really just literally gonna run inside zone to the right. All that to do that. So yeah. But yeah, coach's question was really, really good. I'm gonna stop watching college film, and I'm going to pull up some clips from what we used to do. Hope y'all can see this. No, you can't. All right, stop sharing. Present. There we go. All right. So this is at North Rowan, small 1A school. Okay. Right here we're gonna be running power read. What really big for us? I forget what year this was. 21, I think. This is our last year when we were there. This is the fall 21 in the spring. And we're just running let me do that. We're just running power read to the right. And they had a really good alignment. This team right here. Look at this B gap to C gap. There's no one there, right? So obviously it's gonna be a pull. I mean, it's gonna be a give, excuse me. Well, assuming he pulls it, we're gonna be right either way. Yeah, so if we sweep right here, because what we teach our guys, hey, you're gonna block outside number. Okay. You should be getting on outside number because we're trying to get hash number sideline, get up the sideline. But the quarterback pulls it. And I was going to tell you guys that this year, that kid right here was a freshman. So, yeah. Because this fall, he'll be his senior year, and he's the truth. All right. Running power on quarterback, power read to the right and to the left. So we're going to shuffle. He can run it there. So we're going to have a double here. Okay, it's a 4-man front. I think we call this odd. So block there, block the nose to there, pull for him, and wrap. Y'all know how to run power. So the money's in the read. Read this overhang. He goes outside, stick it in. So I like to have my guard inside out so we can kick it there. He can stay down the middle of the field. If he gets outside, it's cool. We have a good athlete. He can bounce. Now, if you have receivers, it should be going down and blocking guys. Okay. Again, that's a freshman right there at the time. All right, what's this? All right, so this is our toss, our power toss. Really good, really good. If you're running a lot of power read, say you have the back over here, everybody thinks you're going to be running like inside zone. Or if you're on this side, because it looks like pistol, but technically he's just a sidecar. So not a good alignment, but these two right here are our best players. So it looks like this running power read. So let's just change it up. So let's just go deuce right here to there, block back, pull for that guy. We got pick and hinge. Okay, and we're going to read him. We got outside perimeter blocking. Okay, so now play it. Okay, toss, boom. He goes, the read key goes outside. Okay, he feels like he can get vertical and get past him and beat him, and he can. So, this was against Robbinsville in the mountains of North Carolina. This is the coldest game I've ever been a part of. It was like in the 20s, almost teens, and we lost by 3 points. Anyway, all right, let's get to our rival. This is Salisbury High School. That's me right there. And this bald-headed dude is Coach Pearson. Some of y'all know him. So we're running GT counter to the left with a roll tag, which is just toss. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a double team here to that guy. Okay. Block back right there. We're going to trap and go here. Okay. For that guy right here. And then he's going there. We're going to read this guy here. Okay. Should be block. And then if he doesn't like it, he can run counter. Okay. All of this is just GT. But instead of running it there with the GT, we're tossing. Okay. And again, this is our best player. So honestly, it doesn't take much of a toss. You see this guy, everybody's eyes are on him. But if he tossed it out there, if he get a crack right here, I think we can still get on the edge. But it pays to have good players. Now, they're a big spiel team, so they're going to come down here and rock arm. So we worked on logging all week. He's going to come, my guard's going to come here, and he's going to wrap and seal him down. Okay? Good log right here. See, the log tackle needs to go get the crap out of the way. It's me. Everybody sees. I say things on the headset to the head coach because I can. I get annoyed by this kid right here. He's a good kid, but he gets on my nerves. So I'm literally in my mind, when I touch my headset, I'm like, run down the field. Okay? Touch my headset, just run. See, he didn't not being a factor because he's got big old feet and can't run. So, yeah, great run. All right, this right here, it's just inside zone read. All right, so I wish we had a tight copy, but we don't. So all we're running, obviously, y'all know how to run inside zone to the right. Okay, he's got the base block on this guy. It's terrible looking drawing. So base. Okay, the way we do inside zone is we're always going to try and get two double teams. So he's going to go here. Center's coming with us. Guard has to get here. And so does the tackle. Okay, and they're working to him. And they're working to him. Okay, trying to make this really the aiming point is the butt cracker in the center. Or I think this year we were reading the first down lineman play side, so we're reading this guy. So if he goes A gap, he's going to jump B gap. Okay, so that's why this hits B gap so well. Okay, so running back now he's looking. Okay, where's this guy? He sees my guard having leverage here, so he's going to jump into the B gap. And yeah. Anyway. Let me show y'all something real quick. It hurts my heart, but let me show it to you anyway. Score 42-35. That is 10 minutes and whatever in the game. We just go down to the 15-yard line. We lost this game. Anyway, hurts my heart. All right. Next. All right, cards. Gonna be talking about the names, so it is what it is. Anyway, so this is just GH counter. Everybody knows how to run GH counter. Boom, boom, there. Block back. Trap. Remember, there are spill teams, so go there. Pick a hinge. We jab our H's and then go right there. And we jab these guys and they follow. Okay. This is because on that, we do a lot of that toss outside stuff, guys. And this action, look, we did it a lot. So that's why we try to marry a bunch of stuff up. So he's going to jab and come back, jab and come back. And he's going to go there and it's going to go and hit. Okay. So the guy, this linebacker came down. So now I just ended up trapping. He got outside. Now we're going. Okay. And it hits. All right. So I have this one on here. The other week, I did a video on marrying GT Bash and a screen. This is that screen, that fake bubble tunnel screen. So we go there and come back underneath. Okay, they're just out there. They'll come out and he's going to go and trap him. He's going to pull. He's going to block and then try to get there, block and try to get there, and then he's hinging, I believe. Okay, and then he's running like sweep that way. Okay, I think I love my drawings. Anyway, so the fake across. Purpose of the fake is to get all these guys creeping, which it did. Great. Throw it to your best player out here in space. Now, let me tell you what, we were not a great screen team. But this week I was very proud because I worked this block with this kid. This kid had all the potential in the world. He's sitting here blocking, and I worked on this, staying flat, trapping the heck out of this dude. I thought it was going to be a kill shot if you listen to me. He actually listened to me. Now, he ended up taking whoever was out here, but I don't tell guys who to get. I tell them to come out here and get flat and kick him. And bam, kill shot. And he gives you best player and touchdown. All right, so here we go. This is just outside receiver tunnel. So to go here and come back inside, it's still everybody's fanning out like we just showed. I'm gonna show you a little bit of screen stuff. Again, I really like the fake across by the running back. I'm gonna go here because these guys get nosy, especially when this kid's in the backfield. And yeah. All right. So this is just some quick game stuff, guys. It's just an out fade game. And we're all gonna slide to the right. Pick your pace out gap. Run the out, run the fade. Read this guy. Again, this guy was a dude. I'm gonna show touchdowns. I don't know why I have this on here. Here we go. Little flood for you. So everybody knows how to run flood. Flat, out, go. And then this is on sprint out protection. Everybody's reaching their gap, and these guys make a wall backside. He's running the post. Okay. So one thing that frustrates you as the coach, look at the alignment of this guy. I don't have the end zone, but I guarantee he's in a 4-eye or 4, and we can't reach him. That's what will get you frustrated as a coach. So that's that. This one's good. Mesh with a running back. So they're going here. Okay. I think he had a dig or some type of a post. Right up the sideline. Tutty. Of course, I know I'm showing a lot of like good stuff. One thing I want to say is right here, guys. It's kind of funny. This guy right here. That's my new head coach. We've been buddies a long time. That's me. That's him. I just got to throw shade at him real quick. I don't know if he's watching. I bet he is. Trip, love you, big dog. Over here, it's a flood variation. So right here, we got little whip route, the out, and the go. Okay. And this is still on sprint out protection. Okay. Oh no, we did the whip by number 2 and out by number 3. Great concept. All right, same thing. There. if you run flood a lot, I really recommend you putting this variation. Okay, run the whip and getting out. Run number 3 on the out, however depth you run it at, and then obviously number 1. And then the go. Look out, both of them open. You can get to either one of them. You get to him, you can get to him. Okay, just based off of leverage and space. And it's a little kidding, but I'm an offensive coach, guys. All right, so awesome sauce. Yeah, so let's just some film. I just want to show you real quick. We do have a speaker at 5:30. I need to text him real quick. And for everybody that offered to come and talk to me while I was doing that, I understand. I was gonna get through that and all that stuff, guys. But I appreciate everybody offering to come talk while I was doing it. Excuse me. Coach Man, yes, you can run a flood 1,000 different ways. Yep, that's why I like it a lot. Coach Vito says reach out if you have wide zone or duo technique questions. I guess Coach is the guy with those. I'm not as big on wide zone. Wide zone is a great play. I don't want to say anything wrong here. It is an awesome play. I just wasn't for us. So let me get out of that and that. I'm not killing my Wi-Fi. All right. So let me send Coach an email so if I can get him come on a little earlier. The 5:30 mark is Coach Bice. I'm calling him Bice because it's BICE and DICE is Dice, so I'm calling him Coach Bice. Device. There we go. Speaker link, and we can get Coach up in here. I know y'all don't want to listen to me no more. Copy, paste. Because I know y'all like to hear the college coaches. So, all right, just send that to him. Hopefully he sees that and comes on through. One comment come through. Can't wait for Coach McPeak. I was a town over from him and trained some of his athletes in the past. Wish I could have met him before I moved. Heck yeah, Coach. Well, guess what? You can meet him virtually by hearing him talk. But yeah. Everybody's blowing me up. Appreciate it. Yeah, Coach Dreyer says that he appreciated me for having him. It's my pleasure, guys. But yeah, you guys, Coach Dreyer wanted you to know that he loved the opportunity. Oops, there we go. Coach, how you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. Now, Coach, is it Bice?
Bice, yeah, BICE.
Boom, man! I am making it with this grammar. All right, Coach. So if you want to hit present, and then you can hit share screen. And in my opinion, the best one to do is entire screen, so you can kind of jump back and forth or whatever you want to do. Then we can get it going.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, Coach. You pull whatever. Yep. Pick up your screen. Cool. Yeah, you can hit hide down there, and it'll take that away.
Okay, perfect.
All right, you got.
All right, hey, so I'm happy to be here, man. For everybody that's watching, I'm Coach Devin Bice, the offensive line coach and run game coordinator at the University of West Alabama. And I know when Coach asked me to present and speak, I was happy. I love doing these things. I love talking ball, and as an O-line coach, you'll come to realize we share everything. I mean, we have nothing to hide. Quarterback coaches and running back coaches might not want to share stuff, but O-line coaches, playing and coaching, we realize that we're a family. So we try to take care of each other. So I just want to present today and talk about the best play in football, and that's power. Okay, so kind of get through this real quick and be able to talk to you guys and just let you guys kind of see how I coach it and how we do it here at West Alabama. And everybody teaches it different, but the way I do it, I think is one of the best ways to do it. Okay, so we'll get into this. We win in the trenches, and here at West Alabama, I call my O-line, we're the Hogs. Okay, so I know a lot of people do that, but we're the Hogs here, and we're proud to be Hogs. Okay, a little bit about me before we kind of get into this. I'm from the best state in the United States, Florida. I attended the Citadel, played tight end in high school and first 2 years of college, and then transitioned into a tackle because we went to the triple option. And I love it. And that's what I tell my guys every day. You choose to be an offensive lineman, right? You don't grow up putting your hand in the dirt when you're 3 years old, hitting the pad. Like you learn to love the position and you decide to be an offensive lineman. So you got to take pride in it. I played with some NFL guys, graduated in 2013, and I've just finished my 9th year coaching. I was at the high school level for 6 years, and then have been fortunate to be able to coach at NC State, Center College, and then West Alabama, where I'm at now. Okay, just a little bit of background. So now getting into what we do here. So gap scheme, power. Okay, so just want to talk about power here, and the biggest thing I want to talk about is just from the ground up. So going into what you're going to hear me talk about the most, and that's going to be power steps and the skip pull, right? So I know everybody teaches it different ways and all that, but just for you guys to understand and my terminology and all those. So when I talk about power steps and the skip pull, you understand what we're talking about. Okay, so kind of just showing the overview, and when I coach my guys, I teach them every element for the play. So I'm going to teach you. I'm going to put it on a diagram. I'm going to have you come up on the board. I'm going to show you and give you clips. And so by the time you get on the field, you should know the play in and out. And that goes for every play that's in the playbook. We do this when we install here. But just kind of breaking the play down. So it's very simple, right? When we give it to our guys, we give it to them on huddle and on paper form and all those. But this is straight out of our playbook. All right, so power, this drawing's to the left, okay? And here, my center's going to call the defense. I know everybody's different, but my guys are really involved, and it should be chaos when before the ball snap, right? So my center's calling the defense. He's calling where the mic is. The guards are calling the techniques that they have on them, so the center knows the defense. My tackles are calling the techniques that's on them, and they're listening to any combo tags that they're calling. So it should be chaos. But the way this is drawn up, right? So my center's calling the defense. With this being power to the left, my left guard is going to call the combo tag, which I know everybody does different tags, but we're going to call the combo tag, and we know who we're blocking to. So it's going to be the backside linebacker, right? So with that being said, we all got to listen to what the center's calling, okay? We call who's going to pull. So here I teach everybody how to pull, right? Center, guard, tackle, because you never know, depending on the defense, who's going to pull, okay? So I believe here, if there's a 3 technique on the backside, the center's going to pull. I don't believe in the center blocking back in a 3 technique. That's really hard for a lot of guys. You give up a lot of penetration. So if there's a 3 technique on the backside, I believe my guard's going to block that 3 technique, and I'm going to pull the center. So we're going to talk at the line of scrimmage between the center and the guard on who's pulling, depending on what the technique is here. So we have a 2 on the backside. So the guard's still going to pull. Okay, so they're communicating that. And with the skip pull, and I'll go through all this when I show my drill work and all that. But just going through the skip pull, you're going to step towards your target, skip, and then on your third step, you should be downhill going up to the place on linebacker. Okay, so just like how it's drawn here, the backside tackle is going to pick and hinge. And when I teach my tackles the pick and hinge, you're going to step inside gap first, right? Play side foot, look in the B gap, see any run through, because that could try to run through on a blitz, right? So we're taking care of the most dangerous defender first, which is the B gap defender, and nothing comes. Now you're going to hinge back and get that defensive end. Now we're a true RPO team here, so I don't have them just open up and turn and try to pin that defensive end. When it's a hinge, all he's doing is opening 45 degrees and then trying to pick up that defensive end to not allow too much penetration. So we could throw that RPO if we have it called. Okay, so kind of just looking at the overview of the play with the O-line, and we have the tight end. He's play side. It's a solo call for him. He's blocking that defensive end no matter where he goes. And on the skip pull, we should be able to adjust it depending on what that defensive end does play side. Okay, so just having it drawn up, 11 personnel. All right, so going into the drill work. So the way I teach it, like I said, I show the play, then I go into drill work. I go from the bare minimum all the way up to the play, and then we go into full speed reps against the defense, right? So we have a Crowther here. We're very fortunate to have this sled, which I love. We use it for gap scheme. We use it for zone. We do a lot of work on this thing. So right here, I have the drill of the Gallop, the high knee technique. Okay, and I know a lot of people call it different things, but with me, the play side tackle, if he's a 3 technique and him and the guard are comboing, the tackle is working the high knee. He is going to gallop through that 3 technique, knock it over, and that guard is going to pull the sink, pull that defender to him, and allow the tackle to go up to the backside linebacker. Okay, so working the drill here, right? So when I work the high knee, the Gallop technique, you're stepping towards your target, right? You're going to kind of hop into it, use that Gallop technique. You should be making contact on the third step. Okay, the third step, it should be on the hip. Now, I love every play, everything you do, there's coaching points, good and bad, right? So right here you can see on the left tackle, right, he has his left hand out, which I want you to make contact on the hip, nice and low with a good base, and you're trying to explode through that hip, right, using that one hand. Over here, I think everything's good. He's a little high, but he's using both hands, which I don't like because it should be one hand and keep that outside hand free so you stay square, right? So always coaching points, always 72 is doing a great job of exploding through, using that one hand to go up to the next level after contact, okay? So kind of working that. And I think the best thing, too, with this drill is once you explode through, you should now work to the second level. It should be second nature, right? You should be working to the next level, trying to approach that linebacker like it should be, okay? Next group, same thing. So you want to be, I think this big old joker right here, 73, does a great job of exploding through, using that one hand that's closest to him, to the defender, keeping that outside hand free. Now, he's 6'8", so it's a little hard for him to get as low as I want him to, but I think he does a great job of exploding through that, okay? So that's the Crowther that's the Gallop technique on the Crowther sled. All right. Now, the next thing is now working against the defender, okay? So we go from working against the Crowther, now we're working against the defender, okay? So now you can see kind of putting it together. You have 72 working the Gallop, knocking it over on the hip as a left tackle. All right, and you can see the guard. All he should be doing is just basing and allowing that tackle to get there. So once he knocks it over, I call it pull the sink. So you're going to have your inside hand on the sternum. You're going to have that outside hand right there on the shoulder ready for that knock. And then you're going to pull him across your body and try to take that defender away from the play side. Okay, and you can kind of see it right there. I think he should be a little bit more explosive through that, but I think it's a good job by the tackle knocking it over. Okay. All right, showing another one. All right, so right here you can see 74, the right tackle exploding through. You can see the guard trying to pull the sink. But you can see that first step with the guard, he just picking it up, putting it down. Pick it up, put it down. Second step, making contact. You're waiting for that tackle to make contact, knock that thing over, and then you're exploding through, pulling the sink. All right, and I really like how 74 is really emphasizing that gallop, really getting low on that hip, knocking that thing over, working up to linebacker. That's a really good job with this drill. Bang. Now we're incorporating the linebacker. So you just saw how we go from the crowler, we go to the pod where it's just the defender on the line of scrimmage. Now we're working the whole pod. Okay. And I'm a progressive teacher, and I believe it should be this way, right? So you should be going step by step to really make these guys successful and understand what you want throughout this play, right? So you can see right here, 75, the right tackle, 78, the guard, really working that gallop, really working that pull the sink technique, and now approaching that backside linebacker. Bang, knock it over, work up. Now, I teach my tackles. The linebacker's not going to stay there. So when you approach him, knock it over. Now I'm working vertical, and I want to go where he's going to go, right? I don't want to try to go flat where he's at now. I want to make sure that I'm working up the line, up the field, working vertical, and allow him to come to you, and then adjust accordingly. Now, perfect world, we're gonna attack, stay on them, try to allow that running back to go right off of our butts. Now, it's not going to be a perfect world. So if he goes and keeps working and we can't get to him, now I want to stay on him and block him and allow that running back to adjust off of me. Okay. Now I know that happens a lot where he just goes flying across. Our tackle's got to adjust and stay with them, stay on them, and that running back's got to adjust off of us. Okay. So this is a good example of my tackle. Bang, knock it over, work vertical. Okay, now he's in my face now, so I got to stay on him and allow the running back to make a play because we could have that cutback lane. All right, now we're going on the left side. Left tackle, knock it over, work up. He could be a little bit more vertical with his approach. All right, you can see really good job by the guard, 79. Pick it up, put it down, basing that defensive lineman. Pull the sink once it gets knocked over, staying on it. It's a really good job by the guard. Should be a little bit more vertical with that tackle, but really good job being violent through that drill. All right, another example. All right, now, and this is the next phase, okay? So 3 technique could move. He could slant, right? So I teach my guys, yes, I'm working that gallop technique, high knee, all right? But if he disappears, now I got to get vertical. Now I got to approach, looking for something coming to me because that defensive end just left. Everybody, the defense got to be gap sound, right? So we got to make sure now we're ready for the next thing coming to me. So you can see 73 does a good job. He's working his gallop. Oh, shoot, 3 technique disappears. Now I'm looking for the next thing coming to me. Really good job approaching that second level. All right, really good job by 79. He picks it up, puts it down. Okay, that guy's in my face now. I got to take it and stay with it. Really good job. All right, now, so we just worked the gallop technique, high knee, right? Worked the play side guard, pulling the sink. Now, this is my favorite drill, okay? This is called the gap circuit. I got this from West Virginia, O-line coach. He works this every day. I work this every other day to keep my guys honest, okay? And the way it's set up, you can see you have 4 stations, okay? You're working the back block, and you're working the high wall. So the back block high wall is for, let's say, perfect example. So the guard's pulling. Now the center's on that nose. He's got to basically base that guy and high wall him to not allow him to cross his face and get to the play side. Okay. So these are 2 examples. I'm working the back block, the base block, working the high wall, like I'm in the center, not allowing anything to cross my face. And then we have our pulls. Okay. We're working the skip pull and working the square pull. Okay. So the square pull is going to be if you're running counter, that first puller is going to try to kick out. All right. But it's also really good for us too, because let's say I go into my skip pull and that defensive end is right there in my face, or a linebacker blitzes right there in my face, it turns into a kick out. Okay. So this drill is amazing. And everybody does it. Like I said earlier, I teach everybody how to do the pulls, everybody how to do the drill, everybody how to do the techniques, because I mean, I could change you from playing tackle to guard next week because somebody got hurt, or I feel like the best 5 are going to be changed up. I want everybody to understand what's going on, right? So this is a great drill. This is just a pre-practice drill, so it's just rolling through. It's going to be chaos the first time you do it because you got to teach them how to do it. But it should be rolling through. You can see the first drill's here. They're working the down block. Next drill's here, so they know how to really work it. And then they're going to go here to the skip pull and the square pull over here. So you can see there it's on them. Okay. Quick feet, hands are tight, quick fire. All right. You can see like 74 has cuffs on. He has a problem. So 74 right here, he has a problem of really opening up and not keeping everything tight when he punches. Okay. So I put rubber bands around their wrists as cuffs to keep everything nice and tight and keep them elbows tight and those wrists against each other, so he can really learn and understand that process. Okay. So if I think you need more work at that, I'll put the cuffs on you. In camp, day 1, day 2, I'm putting cuffs on everybody until you can prove to me that you can keep everything nice and tight. All right. So that's going to be the high wall. Like I'm center, really working that. Skip pull, you can see over here. They're stepping towards the target. All right, so I know this guy's gonna be really good. So step towards the target. Second step, you're skipping. Third step, you should be downhill, working up to the next level. Looking. And when I teach them the skip pull and the pull approach, my eye should be on that linebacker that I'm pulling for now. Right. So I'm taking my first 3 steps. My eye should be on that linebacker now. And then I'm weaving through traffic. But my eye should be on my target right now, so I can adjust according to where he goes. He could come, he could blitz, he could play back, but I want to have my eyes on the target now. So that's why I'm standing there so they can look at me through the process of that pull. Okay, and then you can see 65 approaching the last station right here. This is going to be the square pull, right? Working down the line of scrimmage. And when I teach the square pull, it should be first step. I'm really opening up and I'm trying to elbow the guy behind me, open up my hips, and now I'm looking down the line of scrimmage. And when I teach that, I'm going flat. I should be right there down the butt crack of the down lineman, of the offensive lineman, nice and tight, and then adjust according to what that defensive end's doing. Okay, so you can see 65 is working through and really being nice and tight on the line of scrimmage and looking for the defender. Okay, but this drill is amazing, man. I'm telling you, for you guys that have never seen it or have done it, this is a drill that you should do. It's pre-practice. The guys, once they get the rhythm down and everything, it's really good. Okay. Now the next phase of that, okay, is adding more elements, right? So we're still doing the drill. We're still doing the gap circuit. But now on the high wall, we're working the defender there. So you can see right here, Coach Thornton, my student assistant, he has the ball. Okay, so he's really working. Hey, I'm basing this guy, but I also want to have that inside hand presence so he can't cross my face. Right now, you see me over here working the log technique. Okay, so we're working the pull, the square pull. Oh shoot, the defensive end goes inside. Now I got to log him. Okay, so there's a lot of different things that you can add to this circuit as well. Okay, but the guys they really like it. They do it every other day, depending on how I put it out there. But once you get it taught, it's a really good drill. Okay, and we do it both ways. So once you get done, we do it twice through both ways. Okay. All right, next step is really incorporating the pull drill. Okay, so now we're doing a circuit over here. We're doing the pick and hinge with the tackles, and we got the center and guards over here working the pulls. Really good drill right here to kind of separate the guys, but also to incorporate methods of the gap circuit and the methods of working the gap schemes. Now we're approaching the linebackers. It's a really good drill right here. High wall drill. So same thing like we talked about. Really having that inside presence with that inside hand, not letting them cross my face, keeping the hot feet. We do that both ways. Working the base block. So really working, you can see it, working on the med balls. Now we go against the defender to kind of put it all together. All right, next thing is now putting it half line. So you saw the different drills, the different techniques that we did. Now we're putting it all together. So now we're doing half line. So now we can work the combos. We can work the base block with the tight ends. We can work the pull with the backside guard or the center right here because we have a 3 technique. So we have the center pulling. I know on offense, being an O-line coach, we got so much time while everybody's running scaly and doing all this other stuff. You got to make sure you have enough stuff to get these guys going and continue to work and make it good drills. But this is a really good job right here of the play side tight end, caving the defensive end down so that pulling center can get around that. You got to be nice and tight. Another look at half line, other side. Also, same thing. We had a 3 technique backside where I am. Center's pulling. All right. So that was drill work. This is everything I give my guys. So we gave them the diagram. We do the drill work. Now we're going into full speed game reps. Okay. So this is going to be power right here. Game against Delta State. All right, let me go to the end zone. I don't like watching the wide. All right, so this is a great example of a high knee technique with my tackle. Okay, you got a 3 technique right here. Going power to the right. Tight end's got the defensive end no matter where he's at. All right, we got a 2-eye right here on the backside. So now the guard should be pulling. We got pick and hinge on the backside by the tackle. All right, so this is going to be kick out, tight end art. A really good job right here by the play side tackle, high knee technique. Bang, knock it over, work up to the linebacker. All right. Now, the one thing, like I said, there's always something to coach, right? He has both hands involved, shouldn't. He should have the inside hand involved to knock it over. But he does a great job of coming off vertical to 35 because he's the only linebacker that's in the box. Bang, knock it over, got 35. Now, like I said, perfect world, 35 will be in here. He would block that up. Nothing, right? But 35 moves, and he's in his face, so the tackle does a great job of staying on him, staying square, let the running back adjust off of him. All right, now moving on. So you got the play side guard, pull the sink. Really good job right there. Now he's just a little high, but he pulls the sink. When I say pull the sink, I'm talking about pulling that thing out the wall, right? So really good job by the guard right there. Got the back block right here by the center. Only thing is he doesn't stay in front of him like we worked with a high wall. Okay, so that's not good. Pulling guard, kick out. Really good job with the square pull. Now I just got to explode through and drive his feet, but I think overall this is a really good job. All right, backside pick and hinge by the tackle, off to the races. Bang. Gain of 9. Love it. All right, now we're running power to the left. Really good job right here of the play side tackle understanding. Hey, I don't have a 3 technique. So I can't gallop through that. I can't high knee that. All right, so now I just got to understand I'm working through up to the linebacker, but I have a 5, so I got to be patient through and really slow play that just in case that 5 crosses my face. Okay, good job right here by the center understanding that's a 3 technique on the backside, so I want to pull. So now you got the backside guard basin, pick and hinge on the backside here, base block high wall right here, can allow him to cross my face. All right, so now we got to see how this works. All right, so play side tackle does a great job of slow playing that. 5 technique crosses his face. Now the tight end's got to understand my guy just moved and crossed the tackle's face. Now we got to swap responsibility. So if the tackle takes my guy, now I got to take his guy and go up to the linebacker. Okay, so really good job right here by the tackle and the tight end working through that, communicating that. Good job right here by 79, the play side guard, high wall in that, not allowing him to cross his face. Center pulling. First thing off the edge, does a great job of approaching the linebacker. Now, I would like him to be a little lower, and I would like him to have tighter elbows and ready to strike, but he does a great job of running through the block. All right, then you got the backside tackle and backside guard basin. high walling. Don't let them go inside. This is awesome. This is a textbook. Really good job by the O-line, tight end. Now the running back, I don't coach running backs, but when I tell them, hey, when my tight end is covering him up, follow him, right? Go outside of him. Follow my blockers. Okay, you get more yards running that way. But he wants to go underneath. That linebacker folds. Got the safety inside. Could have been a lot better if you'd followed the tight end in the pulling center. Okay, but really good job up front. Gain of 14.
Hey, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Question right here. Coach says, what's your suggestion when doing these drills to keep your OL's pad level low? Because like a lot of your stuff, you're out there in space, like on the sideline and stuff.
So the biggest thing, because we don't have a 5-man shoot, which I'm working on getting a 5-man shoot, so I can really work on that. I think that shoot work, if you have a big enough shoot and getting under that is a lot better, but we don't have that. So the biggest thing for me is just coaching the approach of when you're on the defender, right? So especially on the line of scrimmage, you should be nice and low. Faces should be on the numbers of the V in the neck. When I'm approaching the linebacker, if I'm the puller, I want to make sure that I'm getting down. I'm trying to push towards his toes, get as close as I can to him, and then I'm trying to get to the same pad level that I want my lineman on the line of scrimmage to. So I want you trying to bite the number, via the neck, trying to approach him nice and low. But the biggest thing is just if you have a 5-man shoot, try to get under that as much as you can. But, I mean, we don't have that. So I just really coach on the approach of the down lineman and the linebackers.
All right. Then one more, Coach. If you have a 3 technique, do you teach the step near foot first, where the help is coming from, or with your inside foot?
On the 3 technique on the backside?
I'm assuming.
Yeah, so 3 technique on the backside, the guard that's basing him, I'm telling him it should be I'm stepping towards him with my backside foot according to the play, right? So the closest foot to the defender. All right. Now, I was teaching before, so it's the high wall, right? So I'm trying to first step towards the defender, trying to get that first step in his crotch. Second step is now going to be up the field, vertical, because at the end of the day, I don't want him to cross my face. So I want to try to get as much body I can on that closest number as possible. So first step, try to get on his crotch. Second step up the field, make contact on my third step, and bite that closest number, that play side number, and really work to stay high wall on that guy and not let him cross my face. Okay. I don't tell my guys 6 inches. It's all going to be landmark, right? So I know zones. I'm teaching them, hey, I'm trying to pee on that closest leg to get my hips in that landmark, right? It's all about landmarks and where to step. I don't ever want to say 6 inches or 8 inches because at the end of the day, I mean, those guys probably don't even know how much that is, right? But I really teach landmarks and where to step. So that first step's going to be trying to get to his crotch if he's a 3 technique.
Cool.
Really good questions. Okay. All right. Same thing. So we got power to the left. All right. I know this is odd front, so a little different, right? Got the guard pulling on odd front because we don't have a 3 technique, right? So we should have the guard pulling. All right. Now, I love doing power against the odd front. Okay. We should have 2 gallops, high knees, with the tight end tackle and the center guard. Okay, so that's why I do that drill with the Crowther. That's why I do that drill with everybody, because it could happen if you get odd, right? So you'll see it right here. We should have the guard right here, high kneeing, knocking that nose over up to linebacker, and you should see the tight end high kneeing through this defensive end, tackles basing, centers basing. Okay, and then you still got the pick and hinge on the backside. All right, so this is against the odd front. Bang. So you see the guard, high knee and through that, knock it over. You got the center pulling the sink. Tackle basing, tight end trying to high knee through that. This is really good. This is awesome, man. Oh, man. Now, like I said, we are a true RPO team. So you got pre-snap. I'll go to the wide. So you got pre-snap read. All right. Quarterback sees, hey, that corner's playing back. He's going to throw it out there. All right. So I tell my guys, hey, it could happen, and this happened quite a bit last year. We block up power amazingly, right? Everything is textbook 100%, but the quarterback sees something that he likes, he's going to throw it, and he's not going to let us know. He's just going to do it, right? So we got to block it up no matter what and adjust accordingly, okay? So this is a great example of we're blocking power up. Man, if he hands the ball, you got the guard skip pulling, blocking the linebacker. He gives it number 3. I think we're off to the races, but he throws it out there, get a gain of 18. I'll take that all day, right? So I love yards. I love scoring. I tell my guys all the time, you do your job and you adjust according to what happens. Okay, so that's why you see the quarterback throw it out there. All right, another example of power to the left. All right, got a 3 technique. All right, tight end. You should have there's no 3 technique right here to the play side. Okay, so the tackle should be working slowly through that up to 12. All right, base. Got to pull by the center. Base block that. Tackle should be pick and hinge. All right, so you got the tight end base blocking no matter where the number 1 goes. Really good job right there. Now he's got to be a little lower. All right, got to run his feet through contact. All right, tackle. Slow play that. You got the shade that slants to him, trying to knock it over. Guard, pick it up, put it down, work vertical. Center pull, bang. That's a really good job right there by the center. Skip pull, nice and tight. Approach on 7's really good. All right, backside base by the guard. All right, and this is, like I said, this is another example of RPO. So we got the glance. Really good job right there. Like I said, we blocked it up perfectly. If he hands the ball, I think we get really good yardage as well. But he throws the ball, you gain a 16. All right, so all these are going to be, it could be called, it could be pre-snap read, a lot of things that can go on with this play. All right, so we got another example. So this is going to be quarterback power. Quarterback power. So there's a lot of different variations you can do. You saw where we had a power kick. Now right here, you see the quarterback power. We don't have a tight end on the line of scrimmage. We're using the running back as the blocker, the lead blocker. Quarterback is going to fake the RPO and keep it. Okay, so same thing that we're doing here. So we got the guard, skip, pull, kick, first thing off the edge. All right, running back lead block. Now he could approach that linebacker a little more, a little better than that. Stay on him. Okay. Same rules for us up front though, right? So we still have a 3 technique right here. So we're still comboing that. Still high knee that. Still gallop through that up to the backside linebacker. We have the back block, the base block right here by the center. Still got a pick and hinge on the backside. And then we got a kick right here by the pulling guard. Okay, so really good job right here. Really good job of the backside guard, his approach. Run his feet after contact, open that thing up. Gain of 14. Take that all day. Like I said, there's so many variations of power that you can use depending on what y'all want to do. And we had a really good quarterback this past year, dual threat guy, so we wanted to throw a little bit of quarterback run in there. Now, I'm not saying do that 100 times a game. We do that probably 5 or 6 times a game when we run the quarterback. But it's a really good series to have in your pocket for sure. But that's it for me, guys. If y'all have any more questions, love to hear them. Coach, you have anything?
Let's see. Let me make any comments. Coach said good stuff. You want to go ahead and stop sharing? You can, Coach.
Yeah.
Coach says great stuff. I know my mentors and coach, Coach Nigel Pearson, he's been watching the whole time. He was talking about your circuit. He loved that.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys were texting me talking about the circuit was really good. So
and like I said, I got that from West Virginia. I mean I went to their spring practices and it's funny because they are a air raid team, right? And he was like, Coach, all we do is run inside zone. We don't even run power account. We don't do gap scheme. But I keep my guys ready because if Coach says, hey, I want power this week, we've done it. We've done the circuit. We got everybody's done it. So that's why I was like, shoot, like I need to do this as much as possible because, like I said before, it incorporates everything for the play, right? You got the base block, you got the high wall, you got all the pulls that you need. So when you go into it, you're ready to go.
Yeah. Well, Coach, we're just waiting on other coaches to come in. But if anybody wants to reach out to you, it's at Coach. I mean, it's at Devin Bice 88 on Twitter.
Yes, sir. Yep.
If you want to hit up Coach, talk to him anything about ball or anything like that. Coach was very gracious and talking to me, so I love it. But there's Coach. We'll get him on here, Coach. But I appreciate you coming on and talking to us.
Absolutely, I appreciate you guys. And like I said, if y'all need anything, let me know. We're a brotherhood, so love to talk ball, love to get together and do some more of this.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir. All right, Coach McPeak.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Coach? How you doing?
Good. How are you, Coach?
I'm good. I'm good. It's been a long day so far, coming up on an hour 10, but we're making it happen, and we're going to keep rolling through, Coach.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a great thing that you're doing today, and a lot of great coaches, a lot of great topics. So appreciate you asking me to talk a little bit about our program and some O-line play.
Yes, sir. So I got a comment right here. Coach Peel said he was under Mike Bolin and Tyler Goebel, I assume, last year. Love what you're doing at Freddie D. And wish I got the chance to meet you before we moved. So
I appreciate that, Coach Peel. Coach Bolin is a fine guy. I know he's now left at East Jessamine, but I appreciate the kind words. Anything we can do for you, let us know.
Yeah. All right, Coach. So we can go ahead and get you to present. So you can click the present button, and then you can hit share screen. We can get you rolling. The best one to do, I think, is go to entire screen and then share it that way.
Is that good there?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Okay, good deal.
All right,
All right. So, guys, I appreciate Coach having me on. My name is Nathan McPeak. I'm the head football coach at Frederick Douglass High School here in Lexington, Kentucky. Feel free to contact me anytime you need to. That's my cell phone number, my email, and my Twitter account. Any of those will work. If there's anything that we can do for you, or if you have any questions, we all steal ideas from each other, and it's a situation where we can always help one another. So please reach out if there's anything that we can do. Like I said, at Douglass, a little bit about myself. I just finished up year 20 in coaching. My planned days were at Marshall University. Started offensive line there for 52 games in a row. I was a 3-time All-Mid-American Conference player. Played with Byron Leftwich. If any of you have seen the iconic clip of linemen carrying him down the field, I was one of those guys when he broke his leg and carried him to the line of scrimmage. You would not get away with that today in today's game. Had an opportunity to be in mini camp with the Green Bay Packers in 2004, and that didn't work out for me. I had back surgery, I had turf toe surgery, never really recovered from that. And as soon as I got cut from the NFL, I went straight into teaching and coaching. So I've been doing that ever since. So I've been a head football coach going into year 11 now. Overall, like I said, just finished my 20th year. I am the head football coach at, like I said, Douglass here in Lexington. We're a relatively new high school. We just finished our 7th year with a lot of success. We've been a state champion in the state of Kentucky in 2022. We were in the state semifinals last year. Got beat by Louisville Trinity in overtime. And then we've played in 2019 and 2021. We played in the state finals as well. So had a lot of great players. You'll see a little bit of that in my clips today. But, we ask a lot of our guys and try to run it the right way in our program. So, like I said, I'll put this back up at the end if there's anything that you need from me. All right. So I'm not going to talk about anything, earth-shattering that you guys probably haven't seen, but I am big on OLP. I really like it that, Coach Bentley started with Charles Bentley, and now there's some other guys that are kind of running it with, a lot of the same terminology and a lot of the things. I know Duke Merriweather does a really big O-line clinic in Texas, very similar concepts to a lot of things that they're all teaching. And like all of us that have been coaching, we evolve as we see certain things and as the game is designed for whatever group of kids that you have or whatever offensive system that you have. So by no means am I saying that I'm right in what I'm doing, but I'm going to cover a few things that, I kind of teach. So I'm going to talk mainly about pass protection, just fundamentals and drills. I'm not going to get too much into scheme, of empty protection or 5 or 6-man protection or max protection. You can reach out separately if there's anything that you need from me on that. I'm just going to basically talk about a lot of our, like I said, pass pro fundamentals of kind of what we do. Okay. If this doesn't fire you up, you're doing it the wrong way. All right. And as the head football coach at Douglas, I still coach offensive line because it's that important. Our defensive coordinator that in our program, he coaches defensive line because it's that important. Line play, all of our skill guys know how important it is in our program. I love it when skill guys come down and do some pass sets with us, just goofing around, and we critique them. And to me, that's important because that means a lot of our guys that don't play that position at least value it, and they know how important it is. So it's important as the head football coach that I still coach offensive line. It's not easy to do. We're blessed with about 130, 140 guys in our program. We might be close to 150 this year. We're a relatively pretty big high school in the state of Kentucky. But again, offensive line play is where it is. And like I said, I still coach it even as a head football coach. All right. So I talked a little bit about, OLP, and this will probably seem very familiar to some guys, a lot of you. I'm not going to talk necessarily about the run game with the 8 angles. All right. But we do talk about dominating all 8 angles. And that's really, all you have to do and work in your drill work. In particular, in this talk, we're talking about pass protection. So we're really working kind of that southwest, southeast, or south kind of demeanors. All right. With the pass protection. And we teach it a lot the same way, at least I do, all right, with the drive catch phase where we're working force to the ground. Same thing, all right, when we're talking about pass sets or pass protection, whether we're working a deep drop in our pass pro or jump setting, maybe if we got quick game, or, we're having a slide protection where we're doing more gap protection. All right. So what we really want to do in my coaching point is we want to get the whole cleats in the grass or the turf. All right. And we always want to be on the midfoot. A lot of our guys, I have to explain, especially incoming freshmen that don't know what that means, kind of what that represents with the weight on the inside ball of the foot, where we don't have too much weight on our toe. We don't have too much weight back on our heel. We really focus on that. I talk a lot about it in our off-season program when we're squatting, we're front squatting. All right, we're doing power clings. That way our guys are familiar with that terminology, especially as an offensive lineman. So I'll really coach that, technique in the weight room, all right, very similar to kind of how I'll teach it out on the field. Pressure to pressure phase called PTP. All right, that's just where I'm going against a defender, 60, 70 times, however many snaps that you run. As an offense, and in particular in pass protection, all right, when that D lineman gets hands on me or I get hands on them, I'm working that PTP or that pressure to pressure phase. And, am I going to win majority of those battles when I get in that pressure to pressure phase against, another defensive lineman? So really talk about that with our guys. Teaching progression, all right, stance, same thing, all right. Stance progression. Stance is a skill. So we'll spend a lot of time in the summer. We're allowed to have spring practice in Kentucky, so we do it in May, let the weather get a little bit better, and college recruiting is live during that period. So we're allowed to have practice during that time, similar to Georgia, which I coached high school football in Georgia for a couple of years as well. All right, where May is a big month for spring football in the high school realm. So we'll work a lot of that leading up to spring ball, and then I'll obviously start that way early in camp. We'll always have some segment of that stance as a skill, all right, where we're working, having that weight on the inside ball of the foot, or what we call the midfoot. And we're working, where we don't have too much weight on the hand and we're in the hip. I do not force an offensive lineman to either be in a 2 or a 3. I just don't want to give away run pass. So I'll kind of evaluate my guys. What I like to do is obviously have my guards down and my tackles in 2s, because they need to see more space with all the different defenses and defensive fronts. Our defense at Douglas, and our defensive coordinator, he does a lot of different fronts with, a 5-1 look, a 3-4 look, a 4-down look, and we'll rotate that. And, we're seeing AA mug stuff. So you're seeing a lot of different fronts. Obviously, we all are, as defenses evolve and they continue to try to stop offenses. All right, but that's how I like to start. But if I have a kid that's more, able to do stuff out of a 2, I'm fine with that as well. It's based upon the best ability for the individual player. All right, if it's a 3-point stance, the outside foot is slightly back and outside hand. All right, splits, obviously that's a system based upon you. We start out at 2 foot. I know some air raid stuff is 3 or 4 feet foot split, whatever you're comfortable with. And then the depth, the offensive line should get enough depth off the ball so that their helmet is on the hip of the center. And what I call is the belt line of the center. All right. I get on my guys constantly in practice and obviously in games when we crowd the ball too much, because in pass protection and in run, you want to create angles for yourself. The more you crowd the ball, all right, if it's 4th and a foot, I understand that, and I explain that to our guys. But especially in pass protection, you want to create that space. So we always want to make sure our alignment's on the belt line so I can create angles. All right, and it gives me a lot better angle too, whether I'm a slide pro, I'm a man pro, 4-man slide, man the backside, whatever it is on pass protection, all right, that I can do that. So it's really, really important, all right, that the offensive line has that ability to have that depth, all right, off the ball. All right. I teach, all right, I do an O-line school. We'll start this in February and March, but I start here with stance and understanding the teaching progression. I just want to throw this in there because I know a lot of us are high school coaches, and I've been to enough college coaches or college practices where incoming freshmen, they still don't understand what the gaps and the alignments of the defenders are. So I want to make sure our guys understand what the A gap is, the B gap is, the C and the D. And then I want to make sure our guys understand alignments of the defensive fronts. Because like I said, we're seeing a multitude of fronts. We're seeing a lot of different blitzes with mug stuff and dropping out. You're seeing a lot of that in the NFL now. All right. And it's all trickling down to high school. So you got to make sure that your offensive linemen understand what angle they're working based upon the alignment of the defense and what your pass protection is there. So, I'll have to explain, okay, here's a 2-eye, head up 2, outside 3. All right, is he a 4-eye? Is he a 4 or 5? And then obviously with your tight end, all right, is he a 6-eye, 6 or a 7 in that gap? All right, so understanding what that defensive front is important because it's based upon the angle of your departure for your pass protection. Fundamentals of pass pro, all right, we talk about our midfoot a lot and splashing water with that midfoot, okay? I just want to splash, all right? I don't want to take my whole foot and, create a big hole or have the water come all the way up on my face. I don't want that much necessary force, but I want to be really light on my midfoot to where I can move in space based upon what that defender will do. All right, we talk a lot about the second phase, which is drive from the knee. All right, and I'll show you a couple of cut-ups of some drills that we do throughout our off-season program leading up to spring practice in the summer. All right, but I'll really focus a lot on the drive from the knee inside out with our knee inside our ankle and our ankle mobility and making sure that everything is in alignment from our ankle to our knee to our hip. All right. And I do that a lot with med balls. All right. We work ground, we work landmarks. All right. We'll drive from a stance. So we'll work a 1, a 2, and a 3. What I refer to that as is, like I was taught in college a power step, which is kind of what we call 1 set, which is an inside set up toward the ball. A two set or taking a 2 is just basically replacing my midfoot. Again, splashing that water, getting it down. All right. What I was taught in college was it's almost like I'm kicking down a motorcycle stand or I'm kick starting a motorcycle. All right. It's all kinds of different terms. All right. But that's kind of a 2. And then a 3 is a wider set. Okay. That's where you're going to have a wider rusher. I'm going to have to really get force off the ground to that inside ball of my foot to get some space against a wide rusher. These will typically be if you're a tackle, you got those wide defensive ends, all right, or you're a guard and you got a wide defensive 3, or you're fanning to like a 4-eye, all right, where you're a 4-man slide or something like that. Constantly checking posture of maintenance, and you're getting away from the line of scrimmage and creating space. All right, that's really important, and some coaching points for me of kind of how I'm teaching offensive line play, all right, where we get away from the line of scrimmage and create that space. So some drills I'm going to show you here in a minute, just some fundamentals of pass protection is we're going to start with obviously set work, and then we'll get into the progression of the punch. And then obviously we'll put it all together when we do one-on-ones, all right, with the defensive lineman or whatever, however you have your practice structured, all right, where we're hitting that. All right, you have med ball in the hand where it helps reinforce keeping the core tight. I know the coach that just went from West Alabama had a couple of his kids with handcuffs, similar type deal in pass protection where you're holding the med ball, all right, where I have my elbows tight. I'm really working that posture, and it helps reinforce, again, keeping that core tight, upper body not lagging behind or jumping ahead, all right, where I'm leaning, I don't have good posture, and I don't have good knee bend with my hips in alignment. Med ball in the open palm, like I said, helps reinforce keeping that tight, proper structure. So there's a lot of different drills you could do for that, but we start there. Knee to crotch alignment, all right, allows the offensive lineman to maintain inside-out leverage. All right, you're really working. How do you do that? You incorporate either cones, landmarks, defenders. All right, just working on drive catch phase. All right, I have some of that equipment. I'll show you here in a minute. If you don't, there's a lot of different things that you can do. All right, really to incorporate that knee to crotch alignment. All right, and you're incorporating that either with PVC pipe, strings. All right, you can pretty much come up with anything that you're working that drive catch fundamentals. And then obviously you incorporate a live defender. All right, oversetting or undersetting, change up the landmarks, knee to outside knee, knee to inside knee. I don't ever want to overset, meaning I don't want all my weight on the outside foot, all right, where I can give up the inside, which is the quickest way to the quarterback in a straight line. So I always want to make sure I make those guys run the hump, all right, and I'm doing that all in my drill work as well. Hand placement, all right, between the upper nipple and belly button. All right, want to be on different levels. Your elbows are screwed to the rib cage. All right, I've heard a lot taught about independent hands today. I'm the same way, but I really teach it as based upon rush lane and rush demeanor. All right, so if I get a really wide rusher, all right, and I'm getting a half-man rush, and I have to explain that to the kids, and I'll show you that here in just a minute. All right, we're really working on those landmarks where I'm either going to use my outside independent hand or I'm going to use a two-hand, all right, traditional punch with my elbows tight to the rib cage if I'm getting more of a head-up technique, a bull rusher, all right, knowing the guy that you're going against. If I get chest right down the middle of my body, I'm having two hands on him. All right, if I'm getting more of a half-man rush, which obviously a lot of good defensive line coaches are going to want to do that and pass rush, all right, then that's where I get into my independent hand look. All right, and we work those drills. When to strike, all right, is different for each situation. Know your strike zone and your pass rush, depending upon that independent hand, double hand strike. Know your opponent, and obviously the rush plan of action. All right, and that's all worked in your drill work that you do as an offensive line coach. All right. That's all in your drill work, putting those kids in situations where they have to really work that. They must have a stable base. All right. And don't ever want to be completely locked out. All right. So we don't ever want to be completely locked out. All right. I always talk about a quarter punch. All right. And a lot of kids, I'm like 25% quarter, right? They're like, yes. All right. So we always want to work an elbow where we're 25% lockout. So I can always recoil those hands. All right. And we're really working those hands inside out. Okay. Back foot or the kicking foot. All right. You really want to keep that weight, like I said, on inside ball of the foot. Continue working with knee. All right. Your knee's flaring out. Make sure I'm really checking my knee. Is it inside the ankle in the stance? All right. Am I really squeezing my body? All right. Where I'm really working on that core in that 3 to 5 second window. Because remember, on offensive linemen, we got to teach as coaches to be uncomfortable for 3 to 5 seconds because it's not a natural thing. It's definitely a skill set. All right. It's not a natural thing to be an offensive lineman. So you got to really teach being dominant on that angle for 3 to 5 seconds, sometimes longer, but in practice, you got to really put them in that. All right. And then your upper body lagging behind or jumping ahead, reinforcing, squeezing the core. All right. Revisit. All right. Just making sure I'm working that. And this is a lot of weight room work that you're doing, obviously, that's incorporated. All right. And all of your off-season work leading up to camp in the summer. All right. If your hips are too high or you don't have any hip hinge, make sure you check again. Am I in alignment? All right. Every kid's made different. You know, we all know some kids have great hip mobility, some don't. You try to work on it. All right. We're made how we're made, and we can make some improvements. But it doesn't mean that that kid can't execute what you need to get done because every kid's made a little bit different. You know, if he's 6'5" or he's 6 foot or he's 5'8", it doesn't matter. Figure out what your kid can do really well and put them in that proper alignment of ankle to knee to hip. All right. Where is that proper alignment? All right. Moving where you need to move. Drills that we do mirror drill. We do a strike drill. We do eye drill. We do bump drill. All right. We do mirror bump drill where you're working twists. We do pretty much everything that a lot of you do. There's not really, you know, again, a lot of these drills, all right, you guys all do. You're great coaches or you wouldn't be on here watching some of this as offensive line guys. All right. But it's very important for that movement drill set. All right, so I'm going to show you a little bit of film, kind of what we do in the, leading up to spring ball and some work in the summer that we do, like after weightlifting and things like that. All right, that is important to look at. All right, so we'll take a med ball. I know it's hard to see here with one of the kids that has a hoodie on here, but he's got a med ball. He's got it tight to his body. All right. And again, these aren't perfect clips by any means. All right. But we're really working, splashing that midfoot. All right. Really working knee inside ankle. So what I'm really trying to teach our kid, he's got a little bit too much of a forward lean for me, but I love how his elbows are only getting a quarter lockout at that 25%. All right. I like how he's got weight on the inside ball of the foot. His knee is in alignment with his ankle. All right, his hip is in alignment with his knee. Now, this kid is obviously a good player. He's at Arkansas now. All right, and I've had guys that went to Division I schools. I've had guys that go to NAIA schools. I've had guys be good players that don't play college football at all. All right, but he was blessed with the measurables. He's a good athlete. All right, obviously he can bend very well. All right, he's already there. He was a mid-year this year. He was a senior. He graduated. He's at Arkansas right now. All right, but he's really working on the inside ball of the foot. All right, really driving that. And then we're just incorporate where we're getting a double hand punch. So what will work here is like if we're getting a full man rush. All right, we're getting a full man rush off the line of scrimmage. All right, so we'll go through there and do a couple of 10 reps that way. Everybody will go. Now we're going to work independent hand the same way. All right, where I'm got a little bit of a wider set, or I got a wider rush where he's a half man rush. So even though he's not really moving around, it's the same drill, but I'm going to put him on the outside shoulder pad, all right, where he's working that independent hand, all right, meaning he has a half man or a wider rush, all right, that is there for him. So we'll get 10 good punches there, all right, where I'm getting, again, splashing my midfoot, really working feet fire, all right, knee inside ankle, outside independent hand, working that motion there, okay? We'll do this, all right, where he's got his elbows up. We're working a set, and then we'll incorporate the independent hand punch with a med ball. Okay, so just like it's representing movement, all right, I know it's not a perfect throw sometimes by high school kids that are helping each other, all right, but again, we're just telling them what shoulder pad to throw that at, and we're working an outside independent hand. We really want to drag that inside post, all right. I like how his knee is in alignment with his hips. All right, again, elbows are tight to the body. All right, and we're working that independent hand on a wide rush. All right, so it's a teaching progression that we'll do with the medicine ball. All right, then this is a guard here that's a little bit tighter. All right, same type thing here. All right, he's going to throw it. All right, really working the inside set. All right, so again, I like how he's in a 2-point stance. It could be a little bit better with his hip hinge. All right, but he's really working speed. All right, where he's working on that inside foot, all right, where he's really drive catch phase. I like how he's setting back, all right. I'm very jealous of his hair because I do not have any. Coaching 20 years, but he's got great hair. He'll be a senior for us this year. He's a good kid. He'll start probably tackle or guard for us. But inside hand, all right, really working that double hand punch, all right. Now, same thing here. All right. Not a very good set here by him. All right. Obviously, he's got length. All right. Again, crazy on the hair there. But we're really working that inside drive. I'd like to see his feet fire a little bit more like we did with the previous kid. All right. Instead of having dead feet. All right. I don't like how he's setting with his hands and kind of looping his hands. I'd rather them be still. All right. And we're working that, again, either a double hand punch. All right, where we're throwing that med ball through the sternum, or we're throwing the med ball out here to work independent hands if you got a wider rush. I have a couple of sandbags. These are 25 pounds each. Again, if you don't have them, there's stuff that you can incorporate that's pretty cheap. These weren't too bad, like maybe 70, 80 bucks. All right, I can't remember. All right, but again, same thing. We're putting landmarks, working the drive catch phase. All right, I'd like to see him punch just a little bit more to continue working, all right, the quarter lockout. All right, but again, you're just working set work. All right, and you can go slow to fast here with how you're teaching it, and that's how I'll do it. So, like, I'll go, all right, quarter speed on the first rep, and then we'll go, full speed, all right, game reps. That way you can really coach and get a lot of reps in and out. All right, obviously we'll incorporate back to the post. All right, where we'll have a landmark here where he's got to post that back up. Similar thing here. All right, really working that. All right, just working that drive catch phase where we're working a lot of 2 sets and 3 sets. All right, I don't like how his knee is flaring over top of his ankle here a little bit. It's not awful, but I don't really want that big a stride. All right, I would rather have that knee inside ankle where I'm at drive catch phase. All right, but again, really working on that punch, really working on that technique. All right, same type thing where we're drive catch phase on that. All right, I don't like how high his hip is here, and he's kind of flaring his knee. We want to try to stay as square as possible where I'm keeping that knee inside the ankle so I'm not bailing, all right, to the quarterback. All right, we want to make him run the hoop, all right, where I'm really focused on drive catch phase through, all right, where I'm on that sandbag. All right, so really working on that drive catch, like I said, phase where our knee is inside the ankle. All right, I'm really working on my posture. I'd like to see his hips down a little bit. They're a little high for me, all right, where they're working that punch. So, again, you saw the med ball progression. All right, they grab sandbags and we'll work landmark sets. All right, kind of like a mirror drill, if you will. All right, where we're putting them in that posture and they're constantly working on it. All right, so we'll do that. All right, then we'll incorporate it, all right, where we're working that post. Now, I'll set them here, all right, on the landmark, and now we're going to work a power step or a drive catch phase where we want to get where you got maybe representing an inside rusher. All right, so it's the same principle. Really want to get that head out of there, really drive catch phase. It's a pretty good job by this kid here, all right, where my knee is inside the ankle. All right, I'm really working on that drive catch phase. All right, again, where I'm going inside. So this would represent, possibly a guy with an outside rush to a spin inside, or you got like a 4-eye. All right, maybe I'm sliding away and I'm trying to really get inside on that guy based upon that defensive alignment. Okay, so here's a couple clips from our state championship game a couple years ago. All right, in the state of Kentucky, we play those at the University of Kentucky's field. All right, but I do want to show you here, all right, it's against a really good Bowling Green team, just kind of how these incorporate, all right, these sets incorporate into the game. So I'll go to the tight copy here. Okay. Again, not perfect reps. All right, but you can kind of see here, all right, I don't like, for example, all right, I don't like how his elbows are flaring here. This is really bad by the left guard because we just worked that med ball drill where we're taking that left hand, if I'm a left guard, left tackle, and we're punching with that independent hand on the left because this is a half-man rush, okay? So I should set back. He's too leaning for me here. That's why I wanted to show you the clip because obviously, you know, there's a lot to coach with all these guys involved. All right, but right here, he would not get himself in trouble if he would do the med ball drill that I just showed you. All right, where I'm taking that left hand, I got my inside hand strong. If you would just punch that med ball, it's coming at your left shoulder right here, and you would punch, you would not give up pressure here. All right, he recovers okay. All right, but he doesn't need to open up that way. Okay, right tackle's pretty good shape here. He's being pretty patient. All right, that's 77 over here. That's the kid that's going to Arkansas. He's already there. All right, I'd like to see my right guard be a little bit more, but he's working a one set. All right, you can see the med ball, all right, drill there on a set, all right, where we're throwing on that independent hand. All right, center's in pretty good shape here. He wasn't a very tall kid, so he had to really work on being strong and just getting as much punch on as he could. All right, but again, you can see how that incorporates. I really like the right tackle here. I'd like to see him not open up as much, but he does get his independent hand on the left, all right, and he gets a good landmark there on the pass rush. Got a couple more clips here, all right, where I'm really drive catch phase here. You can see the right tackle, all right, he's in that good set, splashing that midfoot. All right, I don't like to see it. I don't want to get his elbows out here that much. All right, but I want to make sure that I'm punching where my shoulder is back. All right, left guard here does a really good job. This is better now. All right, that's better with his hand. He's kind of got a full man rush here. He's kind of going down the middle of him. All right, so he should be working a double hand punch where I'm locking. He's got really good hip hinge. I like how his knee is inside his ankles. All right, I know it's really hard to see these inside players. So this will be our 5-man protection here, where he's setting, all right, and working. All right, really good set here by the right tackle again. I like how he sets. His feet are good. I like to see his hips a little bit lower so he can transition if that guy goes to a bull rush. But he should be taking his right hand right here. He's got a half-man rush. All right, he should be taking his right hand and doing that med ball drill I just showed you. All right, I like to see a little bit more force in the ground by the left guard here, but he recovers pretty nice. All right, I'd like to see him down a little bit more with his left foot. All right, but he's really working that inside foot. All right, left tackle here is getting kind of abused on the bull rush because his hips are high. He's got to resync the hips. All right, I like his length, though, on his left hand. He's keeping that defender away from his body. All right, and all that's translating into that OLP stuff that we just talked about with our med ball trainings. All right, so I wanted to show you a few clips on that. All right, and again, if there's anything that I can do for you, I think my time's about up. If there's anything that I can do for you guys, please let me know. We're always available here for you. Hopefully you got something out of that. And, anything, like I said, anything that I can do for you and Coach Tatum, I appreciate you having me on.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm big on Charles Bentley. I'm big on the verbiage, the drive catch, even independent hands, stuff like that. So that was awesome clinic, Coach. I appreciate you kind of coming on late for me. That was huge. It was absolutely huge in doing that for me.
No, shout out to Denny Molson. He had reached out to you and sent me. Coach Molson's a great offensive line coach, great person. I've got to meet him and his family in person, and we vacationed together and got to know him through the COVID stuff, through Zooms. Great coach, great person. And I really appreciate him connecting us. And like I said, if there's anything that I can do for you guys, let me know. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Sir. All right, guys. We are moving into 6:30. And I got something to do. Hold on. I forgot to do this while Coach was talking. I was listening to him talk. Yes. But Coach Kramer, I appreciate the kind words, Coach. I really do. It's nothing that I'm doing. Like y'all, I haven't said one thing about football. Well, I have, but like I have not put myself as a speaker for a reason because I want you guys to listen to some smarter folks. That's my responsibility. So who am I talking to? Let's see. You've been working on too much when you forget how to do stuff. I forgot his name. Oh my goodness. But yeah, we're gonna have another coach come on. It's not a scheduled one. He's a buddy of mine. he's done a video on my channel before. You guys like this video, so he's gonna come on. We're gonna talk, kind of just talk a little ball, whatever kind of conversation takes us. And then that's the only other hiccup for the rest of the night when it comes to speakers. So it'll be good. And if anybody wants to come talk to us while we're talking, y'all can definitely come do that. Have like a little bit of a round table, kind of like a meet and greet. Imagine that this is the bar section of the clinic. We just came out of a session. Coach McPeak just did his thing and just gave us a good word. And then we've come out of the session. And now it's like dinner time, 6:30. Now we're going to like get food or we're going to the bar. So if you guys want to come on and just hang out with me, probably do that. Coach Total says great one. Coach, great job, Coach Tatum and all the speakers. Appreciate the opportunity. Yes, sir. That's what we're trying to do is give great opportunities. And then Coach Molson, that's who he's talking about, who Coach McPeak was talking about a second ago. Right here, great stuff. Coach McPeak, appreciate the kind words. Let's see. Coach Bronco, great job. So much to learn from and already looking forward to rewatching. Heck yeah. So that's a very common question I'm getting. So it's this thing on YouTube. Once it's over, I missed most of the day when I got back. Yeah. So once this is done, it will be transferred to the live tab on my YouTube for you guys to rewatch it. Okay. So yeah. Only thing that I ask, please listen to me. If you're gonna watch it, please watch more than one session. So because the way YouTube's algorithm works, if you turn it on and just turn it off right immediately, like it goes down on the viewership, right? So that needs to string out. Okay, so watch what you need to watch. I plan on getting enough. Somebody did it for me last time, and I don't remember who it was, but if they're here, could you do it again? But they had all of the timestamps for me in the description, and you just click on the time, took you right to where you wanted to start watching. But I don't remember who that was. Coach, excellent program, Coach Tatum. Hey, hey, man, this is for y'all. Okay, Coach Tatum, appreciate you organizing this. A great day for the O-liners. Yep. My guy.
What's
Coach
up,
Johnson.
What up? What up?
What up? What's up, man? Not much going on. An hour and 30 minutes.
Man, how's everything going?
It's good. It's good. My dog's over on the couch asleep. I took him out while Coach was talking, walked him around. So now we're back and we're kind of just trying to fill up some time. It's 30 minutes. So while you were joining in, I told guys, like, hey, this could be like the section of the clinic where, hey, it's 6:30. Guys are going to get dinner. Hey, come out to the bar, hang out, talk to us. So if they want to come talk to us, they can DM me and I can give them a link. We can kind of talk and meet them, stuff like that. But yeah, man, how you doing?
Good, man. Just I started up trying to do the YouTube channel thing, and so
I'm learning it ain't as easy as it looks. And, I'm sure I'll be learning it ain't as easy as it looks when I have to give that clinic presentation at Playbook. So I'm just, hey, man, just making mistakes and learning from them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like I made a statement earlier, and I had some people text me. I made a statement was like, "Yeah, I'm never going to charge for this clinic. Like, hey, it costs me nothing. It's going to cost anybody else nothing." I was like, "I'm not going to do what some people do, and nothing. There's nothing against people that do CoachTube, and CoachTube is great. But people that like, all they do is push people to their content. Buy my stuff, buy my stuff. That's fine. People got to eat too, but that's why I teach. But anyway, the thing I'm like, okay, my stuff's free, but some of these people out here, and they're like these huge channels. They're like, hey, they don't. I had all the opportunity in the world, 2 months for guys to reach out to me to join, never did, and they've seen it. I know they have. So guys like you, guys like Coach Davidson, who have new channels, I'm pushing y'all. So look, I'm gonna make a banner for y'all right now.
Appreciate it.
Want some good content. Hey, Coach Johnson, yours is just Coach Johnson, right? Or
I think is it at Coach Mitch Johnson? Let me take a look, man. It's so new. It's so new to me.
Yeah.
Coach
Mitch Johnson.
Yeah.
Coach Mitch Johnson on YouTube, and then Coach Dean Davidson. Those are my guys. They're doing this as well. Even though I beat Dean Davidson to 1,000, that made me feel good. But yeah, I'm definitely you guys. I'm gonna help good people. So, and like I really have any influence, but there we go.
Hey, congratulations! You hit 1,000, man. That's big time.
Yeah. So guys, go and subscribe to these right here at Coach Mitch Johnson and Dean Davidson on YouTube. Just doing it for these guys because I know how good people they are. But Coach, what I know we were talking about some of the different variations and of plays that we've seen today, and some of them piqued your interest. What piqued your interest?
Man, I tell you what, anything that the Texas people, no offense to other states, anything that they're doing, man, it's something that you kind of want to be like, hey, you know what? If that can work at that part of the country, well, I'm going to try to repeat that. But no, definitely I think the one thing that you had some guys from Wisconsin. It's just crazy because I've been up there and they got the bigger boys and we have the speed and the skill guys down here. But man, I tell you what, I would love if we would be able to go 6'7" tight end or 6'7" O lineman and then go straight heavy and big. But man, if I use 6'7" lineman, that's everybody in my entire program, from lineman down, we're at a smaller school, but no, man, that was awesome. And then obviously like in our world with the power raid, man, the A-gap power was beautiful. And then all the different counters. And like, I just did a video today about I never really messed around with GH counter because I never had a true H back like what we do with Gus, and I think that's why he's got so much interest is just that being able to do that. But man, watching that variation of, and I texted you, I was like, man, that, that tackle H counter, I mean, that's nasty, because now all of a sudden, who are those middle linebackers reading? They're not able to get a read on it. And, there you go. You got two polars. And now you dress that up with a quarterback. You can go, super counter with the with the running back and tight end and the tackle, and the backers don't see it coming. Yeah, that could be a problem. So a lot of that counter stuff.
Yeah, what I liked, Coach Bice, he from West Alabama, he talked about their quarterback power, but instead of having the T as a kick guy, have him be the lead guy. Because it's putting him on more of a body style,
Absolutely.
Instead of having to go kick ends all day.
Yep. I know if I was telling our running backs to go kick out those ends, I'm pretty sure that they would take a look at me and say, Coach, go kick some rocks. But no, man, that was, dude, I'm telling you what, this has been awesome. I haven't been able to watch every minute of it, but I'll tell you this, it'll be what I'll be listening to when I work out the next day or two. That's where we're in a clinic season, and if you can't make it to in person, stuff like this where you can jot down some notes and see what other people are doing that is successful. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we're all, stealing stuff and trying to adapt it to our program. And there's no, shame in being able to admit that, and especially like me, man, I'm not I'm not know it all. I've learned from some pretty dang good coaches. And I was going through that, and I'm like thinking about some of the people, and I'm like, dang, I was like, I've been lucky to have, Coach Metzger was just learning how to run a program and the split bag veer, and then Coach Teague, when he was at Reedsville, when he was at Greensboro for a year, of how to be super organized and bring an offense to life. And then Coach Baggermy, who's at Eastern Guilford, he was my receiver coach when he first started out, and so just knowing how to get receivers ready. And then I went up to Eureka and had Coach Barth, who is a freaking D3 legend. Just I've been blessed, man. Been very blessed to have some mentors. And I saw your short about mentors, dude. I don't even know if I could. There's so many videos I would have to make to call out a mentor that I've had to freaking shape me and get me on the right path. I mean, my goodness.
I didn't know you knew Bags.
Oh yeah, man. He tried to make something out of chicken poop out of me, man. He tried to do something with me. He's awesome. I probably don't tell him enough that I appreciate stuff that he did, because I only had played 1 year and I was super raw, and he could have told me go kick rocks, but he really worked with me. And the biggest one, he tried to work on me with my attitude, man. I can't say I was always the most happy or easiest person to work with in college as a kid, and he really worked on me with that. So, and now here I am. He's one of those ones that influenced me, and can't appreciate him enough.
Yeah, I know him because him and Garrett Mills, they work together at various stops. So I kind of know Coach Bags a lot because we do what they do on offense as well. So great guy. It's small world. I mean, North Carolina is small world. Like, that's why I'm looking forward to the playbook clinics.
Oh, I
Because
know.
so many of the speakers are guys that I just know, or people that I know. Like, yeah, we're going to that. You're going, yeah, heck yeah. Like, even more than Glacier is. So that's what I'm really excited.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really excited for.
Coach Metzger called me the other day. He was like asking me, he's like, "Are you excited?" I was like, "I don't know, Coach." I'm like, I feel like I'm going to be like the worst one at this. I mean, I was listening to some of these names. I'm over here just like, man, I'm trying not to mess up and be like, man, this guy's a clown. It's unbelievable. I think this is the first year doing it. Some of those names is guys that won state championships. Some have coached in college, and I think it's one of those things that North Carolina and South Carolina, we do a pretty dang good good with coaching and play style. And then you freaking throw in there, oh my gosh, now his name's Dub Maddox. I mean, dude, come on, man. And I'm like, I really want to write playbook and like, hey man, can I go listen to his instead of having to speak? Because my quarterback clinic is with him when he's speaking. I'm just like, man, everybody's going to be listening to that man. That dude is just known all over. But I'm blessed to just get the opportunity to speak about what we do. And then I've, been messaging Coach Wingate, because I mean, he's freaking done it all, and he's going to, I'm going to learn a lot from him just with the power rate, and the fact that we put a name to kind of like what we do, and to explain why it's so multiple. We want to get the word out there, because, I think we both are guys that just want to be able to give back to all the people that we learned from, especially him. I mean, he was there with the Riley brothers and, from the beginning of it. So it's pretty cool, man. It's exciting. We got about a month away. I'm super excited.
Yeah. I want to expand on a little bit about the power rate without like taking too much away from what you're doing.
You're fine.
But, yeah. One thing I want to talk about real quick, how underrated Coach Metzger's clinic was. And I know people that, I know you were busy and stuff like that, but I know people that didn't even like go. They knew what was going on, they didn't go. Like, guys, people that aren't from North Carolina. Coach Metzger was Coach's former coach. Has an FCA clinic he does every year. It's really good. I was there. He had 6 of the 8 state champions from, like, the head coaches, not like some coach, like the head coaches from the state champions at his clinic. It would have been 7, but Coach Atkins got sick from Mount Airy. So, like, it was such an underrated clinic, and it was really good. But I know you couldn't be there because of other things, but it's crazy.
Bro, I remember when I talked to my buddy Josh Wilson, who's at Princeton. We talk about it all the time. It was something we definitely looked forward to. 1 year we held it at the auditorium down at Pinecrest, which was awesome. So we had a main. It was almost like a legit. I mean, dude, we had our main auditorium, and then we had a side classroom and a side classroom. So we had offense, defense, or special teams, and then like main big times. I mean, Donnie Kiefer was there. Some of the college coaches were there. And then when we got our new facilities with the weight room and the auxiliary gym, we did the same thing. I think we might have done it in a third, but we had an auxiliary gym and then a main gym. And dude, he does an awesome job. I mean, he knows everybody. I mean, you could text him right now and he'll give you a number or tell you, and he'll be humble about it. But yeah, man, that clinic, it's usually like the second or third week of January. If you can go, and it's great brotherhood, great servancy. You're going to get all the bagels in the world you want. I mean, he feeds you and he doesn't ask for anything about it. And that's just the kind of guy he is. I love him, man. Like I say, he's like a second father to me. And doing those clinics is kind of one of the things that kind of pushed me to wanting to be more of a coach and what it meant to be a coach and, the professionalism and the clinics. If you're not trying to get better, man, you're getting worse. And nowadays, if you ain't even thinking about getting better, you might as well just take a hike, brother, because some of these guys, I mean, it's the amount of football that these guys have forgotten is more than what we could even put together. And so, you have all the opportunities in the world to go to this, just like this weekend was the Eastern North Carolina Coaches Association Clinic. I mean, back-to-back weekends of just dynamic speakers. And now you're doing this. I mean, we're trying to do a good job here in North Carolina. And there's no shortage of knowledge in North Carolina and South Carolina. And, a lot of different schools and different offense, I mean, there's anything you need and want, you can dabble in, which is what I think makes us special. So.
Yeah. All right. So elaborate on the Powerade. I'm sure there's some guys in here that are live under a rock and they don't know, they can't put two and two together. So elaborate when you think Powerade, what are you thinking?
So when you hear the raid, it comes from the air raid, and everybody, the biggest thing was being balanced, being able to get the ball out in space, throw it all over the place, get it to all your best guys in space and all that good stuff. And, and it works, but there wasn't championships being won, and so the biggest one was what people were starting to do is the drop eight, just straight coverage, and we're still trying to throw the ball, into when you have a 4 or 5 man box. Well, that then comes like the Lincoln Rileys of the world, where then all of a sudden it's like, all right, we're not going to do just 2 runs. We're going to have the downhill power run aspect to it. So now, to elaborate on it is now you're still going to be balanced of who all gets the ball, but now you add in a possible quarterback, running back, add more to the slots, to get the ball with screens and all that. And so now you're adding the air raid pass concepts, the screens with a downhill run approach. Then you now are adding RPOs, you're adding the play action, and all of those things add up, and just you get everybody the ball. And that's what it means by being balanced. And the air raid and the power raid is, being able to run down, run the ball down the throat, being able to pass it all around the places, and you're pretty much straining the crap out of the defense with horizontal and vertical discrepancies, and and now you can't game plan for one person to get the ball. So that's kind of the, adding the RPO and play action kind of to the air raid, so it's kind of that, old school power eye with the air raid and mixing it all kind of together type of thing. And the best part about it is it's really beautiful when it works, because we also believe in keeping it simple and just reps. And then Coach Wayne and I were talking about it. He had the one clip that he showed or was talking about where he had 63 different formations. And I'm just like, I asked our O-line coach, I was like, how crazy do you think it is when people break down ours? Because I believe in as many as crazy formations as possible, because we keep it simple with the amount of concepts we have. And so I guess that's air raid is, it's not just run, pass, balance, run, pass, screens, and everybody touching the ball, not being a defense to lock in to a certain play, run play, pass play, different players or formations. It's organized chaos is the best way to put it.
Awesome. Yeah, we ran air raid concepts and all those different things. I mean, if you want to pass the ball, I mean, show me another offense other than something that spears out from the air raid, like running and shoot, something like that. Yeah. Outside like the West Coast, that's where you're coming from is the air raid. So definitely you have a guy that can spin it and guys that can, sit in space and find that grass and convert routes, all those things. It's really, really good.
And I'll tell people, when you first, I think we talked about it when I came on your show, is we were coming from a school that, like, dude, all they, for a while there, it was power I, wing T. When you're having to teach the guys how to sit in space and show hands and what does it mean by finding grass and reading grass, boy, I'm telling you what, they're going to look at you like you are speaking gibberish. But once it starts getting figured out, it's a beautiful thing. And it's great because, we're all teachers, but when you finally see that light bulb go off on some of, whether it's stick, snag, mesh sitting in a hole, and your quarterback executes it, you're just like, oh boy. And then it just keeps going because they see it once and then it's just boom. They just keep wanting to do it. And it also keeps practice fun. It's fast, it's exciting, it's simple.
Yeah, man. I'm over here. I'm just going to do this real quick. Let's see. Boom. All right. So here, this is Coach's channel right here. First off, I like your banner. My banner is awful because I can't get my dimensions right. But yeah, go and follow Coach at Coach Mitch Johnson. He's at 49 subscribers. We're going to get him way above that before. But yeah,
I promise you guys, the videos are going to get better, bro. Like it was pretty much, just a little bit of a tease, and some, my wife helps me out with it. This is her type of deal with her job, and so it was kind of just like, let's see how things go. I just wanted to. I'm big on, like, I want to be able to show the why or show that it works, and so that's kind of the first 3 videos. With stick and snag variations. It's like 6 or 7 different little clips of what we did at Northwood this past year, and just the one is just me talking on some of it, and then the other one is just, it explains what we did. And you can easily go, like, look it up, and like Sam Fleener football, and you can understand, like, what we did, and you can look up any air raid, and then how to utilize an athletic quarterback that was my favorite ones, because we loved running our quarterback, and it gets so much, it gets funky when you're able to do it. And then those are some of the little shorts and stuff, some of the stuff that we put together this past year, and we just wanted to share it because it's not all about, I'm trying to spread the love of the Powerade, but also about what we're doing, and some of these athletes, man, they're awesome. They're amazing kids, and the way that we were able to turn it around for the last couple of years to now is like, it was special. So I want to be able to shout them all out and show what we did, and really enjoy and remember this past year, because kind of starting Monday, man, we're back after it with workouts, a new semester, and all that year is over, and we're moving on to the next clip. But it's fun to watch some of this stuff, because in the moment you kind of lose sight of it the next week, and now you kind of look back at it and you're like, man, that was fun, and this is why I do what we do. But the videos will definitely, it's gonna get a little bit better. Like, I just made a video today where it's gonna be a bio about me for about 5 minutes. It's gonna be a teaser of kind of the what I'm gonna be talking about at Playbook Clinics, kind of going down what the air rate or the power rate is, and then also breaking down our offense and showing what we did and our numbers and what we run and all that good stuff. I'm excited about it. And then my first one where I'm going to kind of get up there and start teaching, I'm going to go over stick and snag and go into details about how to run it, different variations, and some drills that can help you get better at it. So yeah, man, it's I'm telling you guys, Coach Tatum and all these guys that do this, man, it's not as easy as it looks, and it's time consuming. And there's a lot of times where you just kind of hit your head against the wall because you say stupid things or you stutter, and you feel crazy about yourself. But I'm telling you, it's what we're all doing, to get back to the coaching world and making it positive. This is awesome. I mean, so I appreciate you having me on again.
Yeah. So at 49 right now, he needs to be above that. But look at these dudes. Like, these dudes look good. Like these, yeah. Like, I noticed y'all have the what are they called? The helmet caps, whatever they're called.
Yeah. So we used the guarding caps. We used it all the way through our jamboree and 7-on-7s. Knock on wood, only 1 concussion all year. And so, it was great. We loved them. And none of them broke. So, hey, if you have not invested in the guarding cap, go ahead. Cause I'm telling you, I at times wasn't a believer when I was younger, but 1 concussion all year, all the way through. And then your helmets don't get scratched up, dinged up during practice. And the kids loved them. I mean, cause it was just one of those things that boom, Thursday, Friday, you take them off, you put them back on Monday, we're ready to roll. They keep like I said, they keep your helmets, nice and neat and all that stuff. So yeah, man, we used them. It was pretty good.
Heck yeah, Coach. Well, I'm gonna stop sharing there, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna invite Coach to come on for his time slot coming up. And but I appreciate you coming on, hanging out with me, Coach.
Hey man, I appreciate it, and good luck for the rest of the night. Great job. This has been awesome. I know it's going to continue to grow, and I just appreciate you, everything you're doing for high school football and football in general, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Have a good night.
You too. All right, guys. Coach Rogers is going to be on here at 7:00, and once he gets on here, we will be doing his thing. I do want to put this on here real quick. Let's see. Hey, I'm serious about joining and subscribing to Coach's channel. 2 people already subscribed since here. So make sure y'all do that. There's 45 of y'all. It should be 45 more up there. Anyway, also the next one, right there. Coach Dean Davidson right here, my guy. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to him. I looked at him a minute ago. He was at 881, so we would have got him too as well. So he was not able to come on today and present because his son was sick. He was gonna be my leadoff speaker. Unfortunately, his son was sick, so he couldn't go. But make sure you subscribe to Coach's channel. Look, Coach has some dope videos. Like his viewership, like he be getting way more than me, which makes me feel salty. But it is what it is. Hey, there's me right there, unbalanced formations. But make sure you go on it. If you want anything, how to make a playbook on like PowerPoint, if you want to know how to like Shanahan, McVay type deal, even like breakdowns and stuff like that, wide zone, 100%. Make sure you show it some love. His 2-back offense was really, really good. His breakdown was really good. But yeah, I'm gonna stop shouting out my friends. Okay, all right. Let me go and get my invite. I've already got it right here. Let's get Coach Rogers in here. Go ahead and get started a little sooner. Let's see. But yeah, there's 44 guys still hanging out with us. Comment in the chat if you're still here. And if you have not, I don't know why you haven't, because you're still here chilling. Make sure you subscribe. Turn the notifications on, so click on the bell so you get a notification every time that I go live or I upload a video. It just helps me out that way. And leave us a comment. Cool. Sorry, I got people texting me left and right, and anyway, yeah, all the love on Twitter, man, has been insane. You guys actually went and took the pictures and retweeted stuff, and that's really awesome. So for today, I felt like I was, a cool guy. Let's see. Stay in the course. Heck yeah, Coach. Stay in the course. Let's see. Coach Davidson said he wishes he was here for you guys, but he's taking care of his son. All right. So let me text Coach Rogers. I'll send him an email. Let's see, Rogers. All right. Let's see. Sorry, guys. And joining from the UK. It's a great speaker so far. Heck yeah, Coach. I appreciate you. Told you, man, we are worldwide. Don't call me Pitbull, but we are worldwide. Can't believe y'all are still hanging out, man. Let's see. Never stop learning. Hey, man. Coach, hey, he's not even a coach, man. Mr. Mackey, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Internationally known now, man. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I want to get out. I want to internationally travel. I really do. My wife and I, we are huge on travel. We want to be able to go around to multiple countries. I have a lot of international friends. One of my good buddies is from Australia. He coaches football in Australia. I've made some contacts with multiple guys all across, so I definitely want to go and visit for sure. Actually, a place to stay. It's expensive to fly out there, man. Give me somewhere to stay, you can make it happen. So, anyway, Coach, doing great. Also, have had very few technical errors, making it go a lot better. Hey, man. And I'm on terrible internet. Y'all don't even know how bad this internet is at this house, man. Like down this road right here, they don't have fiber optic. So I have the highest internet I can. It just happens to be like no one's here because my wife's out of town. So no one's here to use it. Let's see. Yeah. So I've emailed Coach Rogers and I've DM'd him. So let's see. But Coach Milligan, I appreciate you, man. Coach Head, still here. I appreciate you, man. Still here. Coach Milligan says, loving this Coach Tatum OL Clinic. Definitely going to watch the ones I missed earlier today. Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. There he is. Coach Rogers. You can hear me now. You hear me, Coach?
Mm-hmm. Okay, no volume. Let's see what's going on here. Check.
Can you hear me, Coach?
Check.
I don't know, Coach. Can you hear me?
Check.
Hello? Do you have anything plugged into your computer?
I can't hear anybody. I'm not sure what to do about that.
Well, let's see. I don't know if you can see me. I can hear you. I don't know sign language, but I can hear you. So
what's the deal?
Let me text him. I just want to say that all of y'all literally just jinxed us, by the way. Anyway.
Check.
Hello?
Still can't hear anybody. Don't know what the deal is. Let me try to refresh here.
All right. Well, when Coach figures that out, either way, like we can hear him. Like y'all can hear him, right? So, Coach said, "Knock on wood for the Wi-Fi." Say, "Knock on wood," but then we have some issue. Like I don't know if he has something plugged in or something like that, or we'll figure it out. All right, let's bring him back. You hear me now, Coach?
Still not hearing anybody. I don't know what the deal is at all. Let me see some real quick on my computer. Okay.
Can you hear me now, Coach?
Yes, I finally figured it out. I don't
go.
know. Yeah, well, we have these computers set up because here in Texas we teach like several states, and I've always got this thing on a Promethean board, so I guess I had it on expert.
I got
Sorry
you.
about that.
No, you're good. All right, so if you want to hit present and go to share screen, and we can get your presentation up, and we can get it going.
All right, let me make sure I hit the right one here. There it is. All right, can everybody see that?
Yep, we got it. Awesome. You got it.
Awesome. Well, we'll say thank you, Coach Tatum, for inviting me to present again at one of your clinics. I have enjoyed this last couple times we've done it. I want to get right to the point. I know we have a limited amount of time. My name is Ty Rogers. I am the offense coordinator and O-line coach at Trimble Tech High School in Fort Worth, Texas. You got my contact information there. I know last time I did this, I didn't really get a chance to reply to a lot of people's info, but I'm going to do a better job of that this time. I've got a little better setup so that I can track those things. At Coach Rogers 92 is my X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, handle. And ty.rogers for fwisd.org. So here I'm here to talk about counter variations. I don't know about you, but I've never met an offensive line coach who doesn't like counter. And I think that the great thing about counter is that, particularly out of some of the spread stuff now, multiple personnels, you can do so much with this play. It's very flexible, particularly if you're like me. I know that I see a lot of different fronts, a lot of different looks defensively. And in particular this year, because this was by far talent-wise the least talented team I've had probably in about 12 years. We are rebuilding a program that literally had 20-something kids before the head coach, MK Hamilton, and myself have got there and have rebuilt it to 100 kids now. And that definitely meant some growing pains this year. We had a lot of young kids and a lot of not so athletic kids. We are a school that is a technical school. We get a lot of kids from other parts of the district who want to major in certain trades like nursing and welding and things like that. So we don't have a middle school feeder program, and we get kids from parts of the district from here and there and everywhere. And we had a lot of kids, honestly, that because maybe they felt like they were in a little better environment, a little different environment than they were at their home schools. It's the first time they played. And with that being the case, what we had on our varsity was basically anybody that had talent and understanding at all. So we were definitely more run oriented this year. We had a quarterback who's the head coach's his stepson. So we had to really feature him. We had a back that we had brought along. So we didn't have a lot of weapons, but we did have a couple of good linemen who could pull. And we decided that we were going to really try to base our offense on counter. So we ran several different variations, and I'm going to try to do the best I can to show you several of them, different ideas. Like I said, counter has become more and more flexible in the last few years. And hopefully, if you are somebody who's a counter-oriented team, gap scheme-oriented team, and you need a little bit different look than the traditional GT or GH, hopefully I throw something up there that you can build into your offense and you can use for yourself. So let's go with the run game first, and we'll talk about the RPOs out of it. Obviously we start with our traditional counter. We run both, GT and GH. We will tag.
Coach, if you want to go full screen for me.
Oh yeah. So let me do that.
Yeah. There you go.
Let's try it again. There.
There you go.
All right.
Awesome.
So yeah, we run both GT and GH. With our backside tackle, his rule is that he is always the puller unless he hears from the H red light, which lets him know that hey, you're going to be gap hinging, and that the H is going to become the second puller. So that makes it easy to be able to run both. I think it's important to be able to run both because, particularly if you've got teams that like to crash on the backside, or you get a lot of like we did this year, a lot of tight front, where you've got kind of a ghost guy that's run responsible, but it's going to line up in different widths, different places. Giving him that H back changes kind of what he's looking at, and being able to use him in motion, red light the tackle, and then come back and run GH or run GT at your disposal makes a big difference, I think. We have what we call counter trace, which is just basically counter, but with the H on the play side. So it's GH. But what's going to happen is that H back's going to be on the play side, and he's going to shuffle and get himself in a position to be on the hip of the backside guard who's pulling and with who is kicking out the defensive end, and then he's going to become the second puller in the hole blocking the linebacker. Same side counter, and when I say same side, what I mean is that the running back is going to be on the play side and the pullers come to him. Running back, is going to cross over. He's going to settle and then really try to hit downhill, really try to hit on the inside leg of the backside tackle or the H-back, depending on who's pulling. But yeah, that's what we would call, on our terminology, we're going to call it red. And what that told, that running back is, hey, you're not crossing over. Pullers are coming to you. You're going to be on the side of the play. And then super counter. This has become obviously really popular lately. It's funny because I started running this a little bit last year at another school that I was at. And, at first it was one of our opponents who started running it. And we were like, I've always thought that when you got three people pulling, you got a lot of bodies in there. It makes it difficult because now you've got guys who don't really know who they're supposed to be pulling to. And if one of them slows down, kind of messes up the show. It's a lot of bodies in a small space. And a lot of times it'll get in the way of the running back. But my defense coordinator at the time at the school I was at was like, man, this is really, really difficult to stop. And I kind of balked. I was like, I can't see how it is. All you got to do is, make sure that your defensive end squeezes and make sure that your linebackers fill. It shouldn't be really difficult. He's like, no, it's really difficult to stop because, we're used to having two pullers and being able to fill, with your outside sandbacker or scrape across or bring the free safety down or the strong safety down. But it's really difficult to get all of those guys on the same page. And so started running it this year, and it became probably our best play where, having the GT plus the H made the guard and the tackle almost become both. Instead of kick pullers, they became, guys who were going to fill in the hole and pull to the linebacker, and it made things a lot better. We definitely also use the bash series. Counter bash, I think, is one of the best plays in football, particularly if you've got a quarterback who can read it.
Amen.
Yeah, we definitely ran counter bash a lot. Traditionally where the running back's going to run the outside zone path away from the pullers, we're going to read that backside defensive end. If he squeezes, we'll hand it off. If not, quarterback's going to shuffle and then follow his pullers in the hole. Jet counter bash, I wanted to do more of this year, but I didn't do as much just because we couldn't get the timing with some of our young receiver guys, but I really love this play. Anytime you can get that guy going full speed, you've got the running back on the side of the play, which is going to obviously kind of flip your front, and you get an extra blocker to that side with the full speed motion where those linebackers and those safeties have to rotate, they have to run, and then be able to run it and come back with a counter. It makes a big difference. And I've used this play in the past other places I've been, and I've loved it so much. I plan to do a lot more of it this year. I think we got guys who can. It's a very, very difficult play to stop, I think, for many defenses because there's just so much, eye candy for the linebackers. And if one of them reads wrong, you end up with a +1, and that's obviously the idea. Counter bash toss, same deal, counter bash, but now the running back's going to be on the side of the pullers. You're still reading that defensive end, but now you're going to act like you're going to toss it and maybe freeze that guy and, makes for more counter run. And of course, we think about, counter bash, but then we don't think about actually running counter quarterback where the running back is going to go to the play side as a guy who's just distraction. And then you're still, run the quarterback in there. Obviously it's not a read, but I like it because it gives the defense a different look. And now they've got to figure out, okay, is he reading it? Is he not? Is it a call play? And sometimes that's the best way to do it is to take that read away and just, if you've got, teams particularly play a lot of wide linebackers, it makes it a lot easier to get where you want to go. So those are the variations that we use this year in the run game. In the pass game, as far as the RPOs to go with it, we try to keep it pretty simple because I think that when you do gap scheme RPOs, you got to be really careful to make sure you're making quick reads. I was on a call one time with Brett Dearman, and he said, I really like running more RPOs with zone because when I run a gap scheme, I tell my quarterbacks, look, man, you've got to get it off because I am pulling an extra guy from the backside already. You've got the D gap player who you've got to fix with the RPO. And now I'm going to add somebody else to the front side, which means you got an extra guy on that side you got to deal with. And I agree with that. It's a little bit difficult on gap scheme when you're pulling guys to not have 2 or 3 guys in that guy's face while he's trying to read pass. But we did do some things that allowed us to have a little bit of RPO game with it. I think my favorite one that we did was slant fade on the backside of it. So, what we would do is have a slot run, a slot fade, slant from the outside receiver, and really make that will linebacker, be in conflict. We could run, for instance, just our regular GT. And if that linebacker came screaming down to come make the play and we throw the slant behind it, it puts them in conflict. It was very simple for us. Your bubble and zombie routes with your wide splits. So we try to do a lot of, wide stuff with our receivers, much like Baylor and Tennessee and some of these other teams, have been doing and have popularized just because it's easy. Very simple. You kind of the numbers game. If those linebackers playing wide, then we're going to run it. And if they want to play tight to the line of scrimmage and come try to crash, then we're throwing it to one of those 2. Y seam, that's really good with counter bash. And that's something that I want to do more of. Unfortunately, we really weren't able to do it this year and didn't have any film of it, but it's definitely a great idea for those of y'all who are somebody who has a slot or a tight end or an H-back, and you're running bash and you're like, okay, well, how do I turn this into an RPO or a play action? It's really effective to run your bash motion, get that running back going across away from the counter, pull your guys, and then really read that will linebacker and have that H-back who would go block him normally to slip right by him and be able to throw him the football. You've got your triple option. Look, the Y slide, I kind of skipped over that, but I think everybody knows, that's one of the more popular things now. And it works really good if you're like me, when you want to counter bash, you X block it. We always try to block down with our receivers and use the running back or the H back as the guy who's going to go block the corner. And when you do that, it's really, really just natural to turn that into the Y slide look and be able to throw it out there to the H back. And one thing that was very effective for us this year, even like I said, with our lack of athleticism, was our counter tunnel screen, where you're running counter, making it look exactly like you're running counter, and then your down blockers chip and then go stalk the outside guys. Go get themselves a safety, your linebacker, just like any type of tunnel screen, and your backside guard, backside tackle, running back all pull to give that eye distraction, and then throw it out there to your tunnel guy, your Z. It's a very effective play once you learn how to set it up and get those guys understanding how to give the appearance of counter and then be able to get outside. So those are the things we're going to look at here a little bit in our film. I've got a couple of, like I said, just variations. I really don't have them in a ton of order, but we'll just kind of look through them. And again, if you're somebody who's into counter, I know you're probably looking in this anyway, so it's not like I'm telling you anything that reinvents the wheel. But hopefully, like I said, you can see some, different formation ideas or different setups that are going to help you to incorporate it into your offense. And if that's, what you get out of it, then great. I was able to be effective in some way, shape, or form. So let's go ahead and look at the film. We punch these all up together. All right. Okay, so let's start at the beginning, or at least the best we can. Okay, we're the white jerseys here on offense. Again, you can see kind of the wide splits with receivers to give us the opportunity to.
Hey, Coach, you got to unshare and share back the huddle.
Okay, so stop sharing and then reshare.
Yeah.
Okay. And then.
Yeah, you caught me in the kitchen. I was in the kitchen and I had my phone listening to the live stream. I was like, crap, ran back in there. So you're all good.
Okay, so hit present again.
Yes, sir.
All right. Video file, I guess, or share screen. Yeah, share screen.
Yeah, share screen.
All right. And then huddle. Cool. All right. So yeah, we're in the white jerseys here. This is against the team that went 4 rounds deep in the playoffs in Texas 5A, who was a district champion for us. They whipped our butt that night, but we did have a couple of pretty good counter runs against them. despite the fact that, they had guys who were all the way across the board, all district on their defense. Just to show, again, basic old school counter is not something to get away from. It definitely helps and obviously sets up all the rest. So, couple of things as far as just pointers on counter. A lot of times I've heard people say, well, you can't run counter if guys are heavy blitz or whatever. Counter was one of our most effective plays against the blitz this year. And the reason is because our offensive linemen were pretty good at understanding how to, run that deuce combo and get guys washed down. And what it allowed us to do was able to, if they want to blitz inside or want to bring an extra guy off the edge, it made it very clear for our pullers to know who to hit. And when you have that, it makes a big difference. Plus, you can kind of see here. I know we all, as the offensive line coaches, want vertical push, and I get that. And I would love to think that every time we come off the football, we're able to just take guys and just knock them 10 yards backwards. But when you're running the counter game, if you can get guys, and again, we are not as near as good athletes as the team we're playing here. If you can get guys to come off the football, drive off their outside foot, and get enough horizontal wash that you're able to get your pullers around and your running back is patient, a lot of times big gaps will open up, and you're going to see it here. Even though we don't end up getting a bunch of yards in this, we only get 5 yards because our tackle, who was somebody we replaced a little later in the year, instead of coming off of the deuce block here and going to this linebacker, he's focused on riding the butt of his guard. If he comes down and makes a play here, then we've got more yardage, but he doesn't. And that guy who is a linebacker, is all district, comes down and makes a play like an all district linebacker should. But you can see the space that we create here by making sure that we're building a wall with our angles here. And again, all I want more is him to come off and go ahead and get to the backer. But we've got hip to hip to hip. And what I always tell these guys is make sure that you are chasing the hip of the guy next to you as you come off the football, and try to create a wall as much as possible, and then get vertical on your angle and dominate your angle. I would love for our pullers to not be so far in the backfield on this. But again, we kind of got, guys who are a little bit bigger, stronger than we are. But what they do a good job of is making sure that they are aiming. Basically, if they're pulling to the right shoulder to right shoulder, our tackle will come through. And again, I wish he was a little bit more square coming through so he could be more right shoulder to right shoulder. But they give us the opportunity at least to get in the hole and to make a play for our running back. You'll see it more on the end zone here. Quarterback does a good job of checking, making sure they don't blitz us, and our center holding the football. This is our backup quarterback, who this is his first game, and it was a little bit rough. If he had had a little bit more experience, be able to read, we would have been able to run a lot more counter bash with him, but we were not. But we get a good kick here, shoulder to shoulder. Again, I'd love for that to be a more crushing block, but he does a good job of making sure that the contact points are right. Doing his best to run through. And again, if we get the tackle to come off and get to this backer right here on the deuce block, you can see there's nothing between that running back and the free safety. That's how you want counter to look, and to get your running back going downhill. This guy became really, really good. That ended up being second team all district, in a very good district for running backs. And that's because he always had the patience to wait and come off the inside leg of his tackle as we went through the year. So again, don't only make 5 yards, but there's enough space in there. And I know you good O-line coaches, that you feel good about that when you see it, even if it isn't perfect. Okay, so out of our stack formations here, now I think these are great formations for your RPO stuff out of the counter. Isolating that guy who's the conflict player here, being able to say if you're running, running counter to him, being able to have that quarterback ride the mesh and look over here at the bubble. And if that guy comes down, be able to throw it there, as long as that guy gets his block or go tunnel or whatever else. I said we also like to run slot fade off of this, where we would run him right at the corner, make that guy have to bail, have the outside receiver kind of 1,001, 1,002, give a little stutter, and then come right there and be in a situation where making that guy, if he comes to play, then he's coming right behind him on the slant, almost a 0-step slant. And we were very effective at that. Again, basic counter look. You can see our RPO at the top. Running back does a good job. Now, this is something that is a lot different or has become more different as time has gone on. And I've seen a lot more of. If you're really a counter team, you're going to get a lot of bounce when you've got guys who spill. And that's something that if you're an old school counter guy, you got to get used to. We've always told guys, run in the A gap, run in the A gap, run in the A gap, which is true if you're ideal. But we have so many defenses now, particularly if they play tight fronts or they play, defensive ends who are going to come underneath. And that, strong safety, that third safety is going to be the guy who's responsible for contain. Then you're going to have to be able to tell that running back, hey, stay on the inside leg of that tackle. And if they start turning and logging, you got to be able to find the way out and bounce it a little bit. Receiver doesn't do a great job here. If he'd done a better job of blocking, then we probably get a lot more yardage. But I've seen a lot more bounce out of our counters. Like I said, just basic GT stuff over the last couple of years. And I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. It's become a lot of big runs for us. Now, this is going to be our same side look. Okay, we're going to have motion going this direction. And again, H-back is on the play side. We're going to be running the H-back is going to be right here, and he is going to seal the edge. We're going to block down, and we'll come to him with the pullers. I really like this because, again, if they're setting a 3 and a 5 over here and they bring the extra guy over, which, this team is trying to walk him down, it gives the guy who's accountable for that extra spill player and allows you to still be able to run the football with counter. As you can see there, we take him out. Now we got 2 pullers for the 2 inside guys. Unfortunately, we don't get out from underneath the mess with our front side guys. But like I said, as far as space and the type of thing that we're looking for out of that counterplay, that H-back to the play side stuff makes it a lot easier to handle those extra spill players that people bring. Help if we get off the football, which is what all those notes were saying. But as you can see, we got 2 for 1 right here. And if he gets through this trash right here, he's got nobody with the free safety left. Okay, this is going to be your bash look right here. I love this formation for Camilla Bash. So your stack look without a doubles, which is generic terminology. I think it's a great look for Bash. It takes those edge guys out of the way. And now, when you run the Bash, you can get a really good read on that defensive end. Know if he's going to, like I said, chase that running back or if he's going to, squeeze and be able to give it. In this situation, he kind of stays outside. So our quarterback takes it and gets inside with the counter. And we get a first down here very easily. And what it does to those linebackers, as you can see, which I love, is they have to honor that guy right there. And so instead of coming down and going with the pullers, they hesitate a little bit. He's not quite as aggressive to the play, and that allows the quarterback to find space behind those guys. We got a really good deuce block right here by the left side. Obviously, in any counter that you're doing, including Bash, those front side guys, they make the play, man. If those guys can get movement on that 3 technique and your center can get a movement on the 1, then it makes a huge difference on being able to run the play, particularly on Bash. Okay, one more look at this. This is a trips look with Bash. We got really lucky there. We didn't get called for freaking offsides. Now, for the RPO here, if we were running an RPO off of this or we're running play action, this is that perfect look for that Y seam. Or, again, taking the slot fade or the slot fade and slant. And you can even do it with 3 guys here. Run him up the seam, run him outside, and have him come behind it and hit right there. And, oops, sorry about that. Hit the wrong thing. I know we're running out of time. Let me get back to that playlist. I don't know how I did that. Where'd it go? right. Sorry about that. So yeah, that's a really good RPO for this. But again, when you spread those guys out, it makes bash a lot easier. I like having the H-back to be able to block on the lead. So having the H-back here, and we'll see that variation later, where he's the lead blocker for the bash. But when you spread it out like this, you take those edge guys out of the picture. It makes it a much clearer box for your quarterback. Get a good block there on the kick out. And now we've got quarterback running right at the free safety with pretty much no resistance. Good play for us. Similar look. This time we got the trips away from it. Run the bash to the trips, which again, I think is the best way if you really want the outside run. Defensive ends takes the bash, and so it gives quarterback plenty of room. Let's see here. This is regular. We'll move forward. All right, so here we go with our.
Coach, got about 2 minutes.
All right, cool. This is what we again would call our black look here. I love it because it gives that extra blocker. Fold him down inside, and it almost ends up looking like power because instead of him waiting for that guard to get there, he ends up kind of just slitting in the hole. But again, this is with our quarterbacks. So this is an empty look almost. But again, good variation to counter, gives you 3 blockers at the point of attack. Again, gets us, on a first down here, gets us a good 5 yards, gets us set up for the next series. Okay, go one more thing here, just show you the screen and get to the end of this. Here we go. So again, this has become one of my favorite plays. Again, counter variation, but counter variation really utilizing all the eye candy that counter offers and then adding the spread offense to it. You've seen a lot of this obviously at the Division I level and other programs. I'm sure a lot of high school programs run it too because it's just a great play. So you got your front 3 guys who are normally your down blockers. What I tell them is they want to bump and then sift and find the 3 guys that are the next closest. So what I tell that front guy is that he's responsible for the deepest guy. We'll tell the guard he's responsible for the next deepest guy, and then the last guy, the center coming out. I'm sorry, the tackle coming out, that he's going to be responsible for anybody that the receivers don't pick up. We get a good job of getting the wall built here. We throw it out. Again, you can see, we get our guys pulling, get the running back going with them. Those guys kind of converge on that on the defensive line, which gives us the opportunity to get behind them. The receivers do a good job of blocking, gets in the tunnel, gives us a great opportunity to get down and score. And there's plenty more. Like I said, I'll go back here and stop sharing on that. I appreciate the opportunity, and I've got a ton more. I'll put my contact information back up real quick. There we go. If you want to talk more about counter, RPOs, variations, like I said, I didn't get to get everything in here. It's hard to do in 30 minutes. We get, but to talking like this, and obviously we want to share everything. But anyway, Coach Rogers 92 on Twitter, Ty.Rogers at Fort Worth ISD, FWISD.org. Would love to hear from you. Coach Tatum, appreciate you giving the opportunity to present again. Wasn't quite as fumbled as last time, but still getting used to these formats. But again, greatly appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it. And right on time, as soon as you leave, Coach could just come in. So, Coach, I appreciate you coming in. Y'all hit up Coach Rogers. Hit him up because, hey, I love counter and all them variations are dope. So, appreciate it, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Yep. All right. Coach Carducci.
Yes, sir. Can you guys see me?
I cannot. You're a black screen.
Well, maybe you might not need my big ugly mug anyways, but you guys can hear me though, right?
Yes, sir. We got you.
Okay. And then
And then if you want to present, you can go to hit present, hit share screen, and then share. I would do entire screen so you can jump back and forth. That works. Cool. We see huddle. Awesome.
All right. Awesome. Okay. So I'm going to be talking to you guys today about the outside zone. I noticed not a ton of that on the script today, which is all right. So get to round off that today. I'm going to talk to you guys about how we ran it in my previous stop at Lawrence Tech. The year in 2022, our running back was a first-year running back. He played defensive back for 3 seasons, and we switched him to running back. We were very young up front. We had one – in some of these films, you'll maybe see one senior, and the rest of these guys are freshmen or sophomores. And this is what we did. This is all we did during that time was we were outside zone, and we dressed it up in a couple different ways. And we would use a numbers count, so we're not just all on tracks because we really want to find an advantageous angle within the box, which really created, again, good double teams, and it allowed us to split the defense in half. So you'll see that on the film here tonight. So again, as I mentioned, we want to split the defense in half. So when we talk about the box, when I have this drawn up, the play side's we're going to the boundary here, right? So we've got 3 blockers to the play side. So we're going to start with a 3, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. The reason I know these 2 guys are stacked, we always labeled the stacked defender as the more positive one just because of the flow of the play. He's not going to be affected by, the guys up front, right? So his flow is going to be faster. So we're anticipating his number to change to a more positive one quicker than those on the first level, okay? Now with that puts a little bit of, as I talked about the numbers here, we've got 3 for 3 on each side, right? We've got 3 blockers for 1, 2, 3 on the front side. So as I mentioned before, we're able to get a split in the defense now. Okay. So now we've got, again, now our center's 0, -1, -2. So we've got 3 defenders on the backside. So again, we can hold these defenders, and it allows us to create as much space for the ball carriers, right, going forward, right, from just, from a leverage standpoint, we're able to split them. And then the front side of this play, these guys we're flying off the football, right? We're going to set an edge, but the basis is what we told our guys is we are sprinting off the football. You're not going to see us duck walking. We are going for speed. The reason I believe in that so much is because I believe if you've got some weaker guys up front, but you got some guys that can run, it allows them to, if they're getting moving, teams that are a little bit more stout on defense, they have to run and move. And those guys, those bigger, more stout defenders, they're not always the most, they're not always the best running laterally, right? So now we're getting them moving. And now we've got running lanes now at least. And we've got, as long as we get a split in the defense, we'll be all right somewhere. And so we'll get a look at that today. So here we go. Here's the first look. We're running out of 11 personnel. We're going to run it to the tight end side here. I think, again, you'll see right off the get-go, we've got a split in the defense. Now, one thing I didn't talk about, right, even though we've got a split, right, we've got 2 zones essentially, right? Now, the end man in this zone, we would make calls that would, tell each, okay, we're splitting the defense here in this A gap, right? So now this blocker, our right guard in this picture, his aim point is cheated down. It's cheated much closer where a lot of teams, hey, in a normal reach, guys are reaching that play side number, that play side shoulder. But now when we call this an island because he's got no help, he's got to man block this now. So you'll see right here, he's going to spike to the A gap, and he wheels with him. He wheels with him, and now he pins him back inside. Right, as I mentioned before, these guys are setting an edge. We're reaching this down defender so we can work towards the first second level in the box. But there's the split. right? And with that island block, it allowed our center a clean path to the second linebacker in the box, right? So there's a clean path. We're stretching the front side, right, and we're holding the defense on the back side there. Again, having some space, causing some arm tackles, and it's a nice game, big explosive for us. Okay, running this out of 10 personnel. Okay, so now we're running to the boundary again still, and we're starting our count out to here. We're 2, 1, 0. This was an RPO. You'll see this cat was hanging back, so we're going to big block on the backside, but we still have 3 hats. 1, 2, 3 to block 1, 2, 3. Okay. Right here in this picture, we've got a tight 3 and a tight 5. Okay. And our center pre-snap, our center is expected to reach that. He's the first, second level defender in our count. And pre-snap, our center is the first uncovered blocker. So, hey, we're again running into play. You'll see how they just out leverage themselves, and that's fine because what they do by that funky alignment, they just essentially have 2 guys in a gap, right? Our right tackle here does a great job of not vacating space versus the spike, right? We hang on to that, right? We've got a double team on the first level. We're hanging till we need to come off of this, and we wall that off, right? Lots of space there, right? Again, we've got good leverage because we're running an RPO here. So again, we're big in the backside here. So that's going to tell our center he's got no help on this block. So again, you'll see another island block here, right? There's a spike, right? He plays into that backside A, right? He's working to his play side shoulder, gets that reached. And now once he's getting that reach, we've got to pin him back to, again, pry this hole open again. Right. And again, like I said, I think the biggest thing here is we don't vacate space here. This could have been, number 55 could have came off versus the spike a lot sooner, leaves that, and there's potential for penetration up the field. And instead he stays on and we stretch that gap out. We get a great pancake there. And a first down, a big explosive for us and a big game, big spot. Okay, running it out of 12 personnel. We're going to run it to the field this time. Okay, so now our box is a little bit bigger. Okay, and we're not going to count him. We're going to try and make him make a play. So we're 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. Okay, so we've got at some point we've got a split here. We've got an advantageous angle at that spot in our blocking assignments. So with that being said, we're going to stretch out to the Sam linebacker. We're going to set this edge to the second linebacker that we're accounting for. We've got another double team coming up here, and we can just settle on the backside. So again, one thing that you'll see some stuff that some good, some bad, some things that need to get cleaned up here are what you don't want to see in the outside zone are the guys kind of waddling here, right? That's not it, because you see we're not getting the stretch we would like to. We want to stretch that guy out. We want to make that guy feel like he's got to sprint and really expand, and that's going to help us create the running lanes that you've seen so far, right? So we don't want that. We want him sprinting to his outside shoulder. It doesn't matter where he's lined up at. It's the intent of the takeoff to your landmark that's going to get guys stretched out, okay? It's, even if guys are off your body, we're still expected to try and reach them. It's like I said, it's the intent of the reach that's going to get those guys stretched and get those guys moved. And it's on us along the way to get a gap cut off or split the defense at some point when we got to get stretch on the front side to create those running lanes. I think some common issues you'll see with double teams right here when you guys are setting edges is the guy that's covered, right? So right here, our second tight end in the block, he's the uncovered blocker. He's the one that's setting the edge, right? We don't want him vacating space versus a 6-eye here, right? Don't go around it, stay on it. We want to near hand punch that near shoulder, stay in square because we're going to end up blocking. Right, that's where we're double teaming to. Okay, those two are combinationing to this linebacker coming in as he flows over towards the play. Right, so again, just a little context there. But the covered man has to be, his eyes have to be on his down defender. He's got to get that reached. And sometimes you'll see guys be really worried about that linebacker who's got to come off. So it's the uncovered man's job to either bump back or, again, keep this sealed. And if this linebacker wants to shoot that hole, we've got to bend that back, and we've just got it. We're going to get outside of that linebacker shooting that gap. Right. But here we're lucky. We're fortunate that we're able to get a split in the defense. We get a cut off, and we're stretching the front side of this play. It gives us a chance to cut it back. Again, I don't know how often this play usually hits outside. Again, we ran this a million times, at least 1,000 times in team game situations where I think the times where we most often got this ball outside is when teams are spiking inside. But here we do a really good job of setting that edge, and we're able to give the back a clear path and not seeing opposite color. You just see a wall of white. And again, I don't like the double team here. I think we come off way too early, or we have the covered blocker that's not his job. As we said before, our tight end, right? He's got the 6-eye. He's the uncovered man. That's the second level defender. The first uncovered blocker is responsible for the second level defender in the box, right? So we're setting this edge because we're anticipating the second level defender to come over and be the more positive number because where's the ball going to go? Ball's trying to get outside, right? So, again, I think we come off of this way too early. Want to still continue to work on the down, but we do a good job of at least beating up that defensive end enough to where he wants to anchor down, and we're able to hit this up outside of that. One of the techniques that we use, so we talk about final numbers a lot. So here we're back to a 3 count. We're running this back to the boundary. We're going 3, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. Now our quarterbacks, when they know that we get the numbers, we'd make a call that would signal to the quarterbacks like, hey, we've got the numbers to just hand it off. We don't have to worry about reading. Our quarterbacks would still read and do what they needed to do to, carry out a fake, and would still hold that backside defensive end. Now, whether a safety or corner, that overhang Sam linebacker that's close to the box, we've got to block. Do something to block it, because in final numbers, he's going to end up being the more positive number because we have a guy going backdoor, not as much of an effect to the play because we know we're handing it off and shouldn't be an issue for us. So again, right here, just want to take a look at the backs at the right tackle. Want to hold him there, right? So we call this a sift and sort. So we're holding that backside defensive end, making sure that he's going backside. Because now here we go. We've got a second level defender coming into the box that we want to try and cut off, right? Really make a difference. That was a true freshman right here in his first start in this game. So not bad. Again, sees what's going on. Sorry about that. He sees what's going on, or what the concept of what's going on. Just want to have a better result there. Don't want to turn so much. You see his shoulders turning towards him. Just keep your shoulders square, anticipate where he's going. But at least we get him to bubble up the field, and we've got a positive gain there. Okay, so it's something to take into account on the backside, some of the techniques that we use on the backside of our outside zone. And again, back to we're able to get a split in the defense here, right? Right here, we're splitting the defense, and then on the front side, 1, 2, 3, right? We're stretching this bad boy out, right? You can see these running lanes really getting big, and then there's a seam, really clean seam for the running back to just hit it up, right? We get an island block from our guard, right? So his aim point exactly is, bear with me, it's the inside of the outside pec. So it's just the near point of that outside pec, okay? So he's got a tighter aim point, so that way he's not overshooting his target versus a spike. Right, and you can, like we were talking about earlier, right? When we're able to have that island block on, and he spikes into A gap, our centers are up. They're not affected. Where a lot of times when teams are just on a track and they get a spike, it's harder for sometimes if this 3 technique spikes and plays back into that gap. He plays into that guard. It's hard for that guard to get off at times. So again, it just allows us to have a cleaner path for our center to climb for that second level defender, fighting over the top. As you can see here, it's like we're shortening an edge inside the box, right? Our center here, not turning his shoulders too much. That's what I wish our right tackle would have done in that scenario. Keep his shoulders square, and does a really good job of getting that defender getting vertical, moving him vertical, and we're able to, again, move the ball north. And on these double teams too, right, we're trying to shorten that up, the target point, just because we're going to get some help on the front side of that, right? Center's holding him off. Get tight. We can be a lot tighter onto that aim point, a lot thicker through that. And just because we're trying to get this dude north and cut off, because we're having him held there, and it allows our front side blocker, right, the cap on the double team, to really come off clean. Again, playing long, right? I think you really have to practice that type of stuff. You have to practice playing with independent hands, or else you'll leave spaces you'll vacate space, and you don't want to do that. And hand fighting really does that. You really got to practice on just, again, just shoulder, single arm punches. And that's why we went out of a 2-point. All of our stuff was out of a 2-point. It allowed our guys to just protect themselves, play long, and we were running off the football. We didn't run anything else. If we'd run maybe some gap scheme or some inside zone stuff where we really needed to get up under people, I think we would have had some of our guys put their hands down. Not that you don't have to get up under people in this scheme. I really felt that our guys were much faster out of their stances out of 2 points as far as running the reaches, and we were either running the outside zone or we were going to throw the ball. So I really felt like it was good for us to, minimize what we did, and just being a 2-point, just be great out of that. So being out of a 2-point in the outside zone, I think you can do consistently. And then again, hand fighting, right? Again, our backside guard pre-snap has got to get this cut off, right? But this 2-eye spikes back into the B gap, and we're helping our buddy out, right? You can see that hands on that shoulder. His shoulders are now turned a little bit, making it a lot easier for our backside tackle to get up into that fit, into his aim point. I think the left guard does a phenomenal job, right? He presses that off, and now he's got a great launch point trying to get this reach on the second level. That's one thing we tell our guys. Once they know that they're climbing to the second level, they are trying to reach the second level. They just turn it's a man block right now. It's a second level island as we would term it. So right there, he's stretching him and does a great job of finishing him and keeping him on the front side and stretching him out, moving. Good movement there. But again, like we've talked about, we were stretching on the front side. We've got a split while these guys are all stretching this out or getting that edge sealed. Are there any questions so far? All right, in this game, we really
no, sir, it's not.
Awesome. So in this game, we really took advantage of. They played some really crazy fronts. As you can see here, they play with a zero nose, really head up nose, and they're in a 4 down. And would play way off like that, and we were going to attack this bubble all day. So as you can see, our frontside tackle, we're getting that edged, right? We're keeping that guy covered up. Uncovered guard is checking the near knee before he takes on for the first, second level defender in the box, right? We're trying to get that reach. You can see that he's trying to run to his play side number, right? And it's a little bit tough to handle, like when it's a cutback like that. But at least he's doing his job. He does a great job because he's ready for. He sees him wheeling back. If our back would have kept pressing that front side, he'd be in a good position to pin him back and wall him off. Again, it's kind of this. That's really what our left guard happens to do in this picture, right? In this combination here, there's a lot of gray area since there's a big body in that gap. And as I mentioned before, it's sometimes harder for the more play side blocker to get off this combination to go block that linebacker, right? So we're hanging on. So we would either hang on to try and get the front side guy off, or in this could feed it, or we could just climb like we do here. We're patient. Now it's a second level island. And now we wheel them and pin them back and gives our back just a little bit of – we're trying to hold that off so our back can squeeze through here.
We got a question.
What's that?
It says, Coach says, sorry if I missed it, but he said, what was your aiming points on the defender when you go your reach blocks?
So on a normal reach block, because as I mentioned, we have two types of reach blocks. Again, there's reaches when the guys know that they have help, right? So let me find let's just say we're running to the boundary here, just because these guys are on a little bit closer, a little bit. But we're gonna go to the play side armpit, okay? And we're going to the play side armpit on guys, and if we have an island block, right, we're cheating it down to the just inside because we don't have help. So 2 different aim points for 2 different situations. Does that answer your question, Coach?
I assume the coach was asking. Another guy was saying